Gasp! Incredible! An expression of intoxication spread across Lin's face as he experienced the increasing Tao power in his body. He started to fight with a renewed vigor. Meanwhile, the heavenly life goddess was furious upon seeing this. Just then, she had still been confident in victory, thinking that she could slowly exhaust Lin to death. Now, however, how long had passed? Yet she had already been slapped in the face. This was Lin's reply. Exhaust him to death? That would be impossible. Not only could he charge up, but he could even become more powerful. The heavenly life goddess was both astonished and enraged. The heavenly sea god was feeling numb with apprehension, and he said, "Look, just you look. This is the consequence of not disposing of Lin as soon as possible. He's a freak who can always turn the tables." As he said this, and as he gazed at Lin's ferocity, his entire body started to feel colder and colder. The heavenly sea god discovered that after being unpleasantly surprised by Lin time and time again, and after witnessing him perform miracles time and time again, he had already developed a trauma toward him. Although they still appeared to possess an overwhelming advantage, the heavenly sea god couldn't help but feel indescribably unconfident. And Lin became increasingly courageous as he battled, and he also started to appear even more beastly than the colossal primal beasts. He was starting to use all kinds of vicious fighting techniques. He was ruthlessly tearing the colossal primal beasts to shreds using close-quarter combat techniques. Apart from this, he had also experimented with charcoal grilling and evil WIRM, using water blades to dice a demon fish, using poison to boil a desolate lion, and many other astonishing techniques. However, it was a shame that the heavenly life goddess could still resurrect these primal beasts no matter how strange his techniques in killing them. His experiments yielded absolutely no result. However, Lin didn't care about this, and he continued to happily kill the primal beasts in the most brutal ways possible. In fact, he could even dodge the attacks of the colorful jade hairpin with extremely provocative postures. Not only could he avoid life-threatening wounds, but he could even occasionally dodge the attacks of the jade hairpin altogether. Meanwhile, Tina felt at ease upon seeing Lin's energy and vigor. As such, she could focus her full attention on dealing with the colossal primal beasts before her. At the same time, she could also continue to ponder over ways to get near the heavenly life goddess. On the contrary, the heavenly life goddess felt extremely frantic and furious upon seeing the lively Lin. She wanted to personally join the battle, and this was fervently supported by the heavenly sea god. However, the heavenly heaven god was firmly against it. The heavenly heaven god squinted his eyes and said in an ice-cold voice, "By joining the battle, you'll only be giving Lin an opportunity to be near you. However, by continuing to exhaust him, this will remain a battle where we have the comprehensive upper hand. I refuse to believe that he can maintain this combat capability." The heavenly life goddess stopped her advance, and it was clear that she agreed with this reasoning. This was indeed the case. However, she couldn't help but feel furious upon seeing Lin's liveliness and vigor. After all, she had already unleashed her ultimate trump card. Couldn't this man at least show her some respect? At the very least, he could wipe the smile off his face while he was battling against the colossal primal beasts. "Let's see how long you can smile for," the heavenly life goddess said through gritted teeth as she glared at the man in the distance. Meanwhile, in the northern region of the White Nectar Sea, Little Xia's ultimate Tao had comprehensively killed the heavenly soundless goddess. As such, it was impossible for the undying heavenly human's head to regenerate again. This was inevitable. After all, Little Xia had already killed the commander of the heavenly humans. That being the case, how could their spell formation still circulate? "Hurry, charge! Charge! Let's help the evil-slaying sword!" The heaven-crushing united army finally came to their senses at this moment, and they immediately charged forward to help. Demon Emperor Siyu, the battling Buddha, and the other powerful beings also started to unleash powerful attacks. The undying heavenly human descended into a situation of devastating despair. "Don't give up. There's still hope. We'll go over to form the head." Heavenly God Min, he suddenly activated all 9 of his divine halos as he jumped onto the empty neck of the undying heavenly human. His combat capability could already rival that of God of Creation stage divine beings, so he could perhaps endure for a brief moment if he formed the head of the undying heavenly human. However, little Xia's dead fish eyes lit up when she saw the lunging heavenly God Min He. It was as if she were watching a lamb rushing to its slaughter. Everyone, endure. The sword spirit has left the control of her master, so she can only unleash an extremely limited power. She'll eventually expend all of her power. As long as we endure through this most difficult moment, she won't be able to threaten us anymore. The heavenly liquid god shouted in encouragement. Through this analysis, he was naturally trying to raise the morale of the army. However, just as he finished speaking, an expanse of darkness suddenly blotted out heaven and earth. Immediately afterward, the agonized wail of Heavenly God Min He rang through the air. Heavenly God Min He had only just lunged into the sky to form the head of the undying heavenly human. Yet his chest was immediately stomped upon by a chubby little girl. At the same time, his head had also been pierced by a sword. He limply plummeted toward the sea. Heavenly Liquid God. Heavenly Human Tribe United Army. Rip! Little Xia pulled her sword from Heavenly God Min He's head as she turned around to gaze at the Heavenly Liquid God. She then smiled and said, "You're right. My power is indeed limited. It'll slowly decrease as I use it. However, do you know how much power I currently possess? I have enough power to kill all of you 10 times over." The little girl's voice was calm, and it was as if she were describing the truth. At this moment, Heavenly God Min He, who was still beneath her feet, suddenly started to howl in fury. An incredible power erupted from the dark divine halos above his head, forming into the head of an evil spirit that measured 100,000 feet in height. This head then carried with it a mighty desire to engulf heaven and earth as it gnashed its jaws at little Xia. "You actually dare to use darkness before me?" little Xia asked. Her expression remained unchanging as she lightly flicked her evil-slaying sword, replying with an attack of darkness of her own. The colossal evil spirit roared as it saw the dark sword projection, and it immediately lunged over in an attempt to directly engulf it. Rip! The evil spirit furiously thrashed about, and it instantly transformed into a stretch of darkness that didn't possess any form. Heavenly God Min He discovered that he had already lost all control over this stretch of darkness. So be it if you don't want to follow the heavenly darkness god. Yet you're actually using the power that he bestowed upon you to attack him. What in the world are you thinking? Little Xia wore a mocking expression as she placed the evil-slaying sword onto Heavenly God Min He's neck. Heavenly God Min He opened his mouth to speak, yet he couldn't find any argument to retort little Xia with. Indeed, what in the world was he thinking? Even after activating all 9 of his divine halos, his core power was still aligned to darkness. Moreover, the little girl before him was someone who had been bestowed the heavenly darkness power by the heavenly darkness god himself. Yet he had actually attempted to use the same power to attack her? Wasn't this a joke? After coming to this sudden realization, Heavenly God Min He was plunged into true despair. Little Xia's incredible combat capability was such that Heavenly God Min He couldn't see any hope of victory. However, just as he thought that he was going to die like this, numerous condensed chains of darkness suddenly wrapped around his body, completely restricting his movements. This Heavenly God Min He was dazed and bewildered. Killing him was clearly the best option, so why was little Xia tying him up? Perhaps she wanted to persuade him to forego his evil ways and turn around to return to the heavenly darkness god? However, how was this possible? He was such a proud person, so how could he betray the heavenly sea god to surrender to the heavenly darkness god? But what if the heavenly darkness god knew a method to save him, even though he had activated all 9 of his divine halos? The heavenly darkness god was his actual master, so it was perhaps acceptable to return to his master's embrace. No? Heavenly God Min He's thoughts started to run wild. Along with it, his mind also descended into violent conflict. Sword Spirit little Xia, why aren't you killing him? The battling Buddha suddenly asked. Little Xie knew that the battling Buddha was Lin's friend, so she smiled and replied, "Heh, I'm leaving this heavenly god to help Lin recharge." Heavenly god Min, he was baffled upon hearing this. Recharge? What recharge? Recharge. The battling Buddha was also baffled upon hearing this. After wrapping heavenly god Min he in chains, little Xie wasn't in a hurry to kill him. Instead, she watched the nearby heaven-crushing United Army pummeling the heavenly human tribe United Army, and she explained slowly, "Indeed, recharge. I'm going to use him to recharge Lin. I have an extremely unique ability that allows me to absorb the Tao power of heavenly gods through a peculiar method. I can then deliver this Tao power to Lin. During this process, Lin will not only become stronger, but his energy will also be replenished at a rapid rate. Thus, this is a process of recharging. It can allow Lin to become full of energy and vigor again." The battling Buddha finally understood what was going on. He couldn't help but feel astounded. Heavenly God Min, he also understood what was going on. He couldn't help but feel shocked to the core. In fact, he could hear the sound of his heart shattering. Forgoing his evil ways and returning to the embrace of his master? What a fucking joke. Just how naive had he been? This was the cruel nature of reality. As it turned out, Heavenly God Min, he was nothing more than a battery. The surrounding powerful beings were also stunned when they figured out what was going on. So that's how it is. I was wondering why Battle God Lin sent such an important weapon in the evil slaying sword over to help. As it turns out, she's here to absorb the Tao power of the heavenly gods. Gasp! She can even absorb the Tao power of heavenly gods. This kind of ability is simply heaven-defying. Then what are we waiting for? Hurry up and capture the heavenly liquid god as well. He can provide God N with a recharge. The powerful beings were all extremely worked up at this moment. Meanwhile, the heavenly liquid god wanted to unleash a string of curses. Little Xie, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and absorb the Tao power of heavenly god Min, he to help brother Lin recharge. The battling Buddha said in excitement. Little Xie shook her head and replied, "Not yet. Although killing heavenly god Min he now will allow Lin to become more powerful. And Lin's energy is already at full charge. Thus, killing heavenly god Min he will result in an excess of energy and thus create wastage. As such, I'll kill him when Lin's energy is close to being exhausted." Heavenly god Min his eyes were wide with shock and disbelief. Right now, he didn't even possess the right to choose his own life and death. Moreover, he had to act as a reserve recharger? Humiliation. This was true and utter humiliation. Oh! Heavenly god Min he roared in fury, and a wild power suddenly erupted from his body, yearning to shatter the chains around him. However, the chains suddenly pulsated with a black light, releasing a pure darkness that instantly engulfed all of heavenly god Min he's released power. It didn't give him any chance to resist and go wild. Meanwhile, the battle in the distance was already reaching a conclusion. The heaven-slaying sword of light tore the undying heavenly human's headless body into two. Yun Menjing, Michael, Demon Lord Lingu, and the other powerful beings transformed into the most terrifying beings, as they wantonly wreaked havoc inside the undying heavenly human's body. Tens of millions of heavenly humans were mercilessly slaughtered, and after a brief moment, the spell formation that maintained the undying heavenly human eventually dissipated and fell apart. Lan Xiaoni immediately charged forward, and using her overwhelming power, she quickly captured the heavenly liquid god. She then used her immensely powerful heavenly water power to tie him up. Sword Spirit Little Xie, I've also captured a battery. Here, use it to recharge Big Boss Lin. Carrying the heavenly liquid god like a sack, Lan Xiaoni flew over to Little Xie and generously handed him over to her. The heavenly liquid god was so enraged that he felt like vomiting blood. Had the mighty heavenly gods already fallen to a state of being referred to as batteries? Thank you, Little Xie said as she accepted the heavenly liquid god. Out of concern for safety, she added several more layers of dark chains around his body. At this moment, the heavenly human tribe United Army had already been completely wiped out by the heaven-crushing United Army. The heaven-crushing united army finally achieved a perfect victory over the undying heavenly human. Some members of the heaven-crushing united army were grinning with delight, while others were crying tears of joy and whooping in happiness. Their enemy had been overwhelmingly powerful, yet they had still managed to obtain such a comprehensive victory. This was an extremely significant victory for the heaven-crushing united army. It was also because of this that they released their emotions without holding back. Some were laughing heartily, while others were shedding tears of joy. There were also some who were loudly shouting the names of their deceased comrades, telling them that they had won. They had achieved a comprehensive victory. Little Xie gazed at the myriad of rich emotions that the soldiers were displaying. Their emotions were different, yet it was without a doubt that they all had hints of joy and delight on their faces. In fact, there were even expressions of gratitude and respect on their faces as they looked toward her. Her aloof and chubby face gradually became gentle. Little Xie shook her head, and she didn't look at the soldiers anymore. Instead, she focused her attention on her connection with Enlin. Enlin's battle was still the most important battle. The West Sea Heavenly Ark had been destroyed. The undying heavenly human had also been killed. The heaven-crushing united army had successfully completed their mission. As such, they now had more time and energy to focus their attention on the battle in the distance. This was a battle that was rampaging with colossal primal beasts, each of which was powerful enough to annihilate an entire region. Boom! The void was shattered by a furious fist. This fist smashed through 1,500 kilometers of the void. Two colossal primal beasts wailed in anguish as they were obliterated by Enlin's fist. A 9-colored divine horse had been too close to this collision, resulting in half of its body also being destroyed. It plummeted into the ground, and its hooves continued to kick in the air. There were 63 colossal primal beasts surrounding and attacking Enlin, and almost all of them had been brutally killed by Enlin at some point in time. There was no exception. As they gazed at Enlin, their expressions were already completely different from before. Although they could infinitely resurrect, their painful and agonizing memories couldn't be erased. In fact, these memories would be deeply imprinted in their minds. Upon seeing this, an uncanny smile tugged at the corners of Enlin's lips. Little Xie, it's time to start. He transmitted his thoughts to someplace hundreds of thousands of kilometers away. A faint smile spread across Little Xie's face as she suddenly stabbed the evil-slaying sword into Heavenly God Min He's heart. Vanquish the heavens and slay all evil. Ultimate Tao. At the same time, Enlin suddenly started to move. He started to charge at the heavenly life goddess with no regard for anything else. Roar! A primordial flaming lion roared in fury as it lunged at Enlin. Enlin extended a finger at the primordial flaming lion. The primordial flaming lion shuddered upon seeing this finger. Not long ago, it had been struck by Enlin's finger of the heavenly Tao, with Enlin's finger stabbing into its head and penetrating all the way through its body. This petrifying memory was still fresh in its mind. However, while the primordial flaming lion faltered, Enlin suddenly retracted his finger. He then transformed into a dark shadow as he leaped through the primordial flaming lion's flames and waltzed into the distance. The primordial flaming lion was a brutal beast who stood at the pinnacle of those who wielded the fire element. However, it also possessed a glaring weakness, whereby its awareness of its enemy would become weaker the closer that they were to it. After passing the primordial flaming lion, a primordial vampire WYRM that was sanguine red in color appeared before Enlin. Its murderous aura surged through heaven and earth. Flames suddenly burst to life in Enlin's palm. The primordial vampire WYRM shuddered upon seeing this. It recalled the torturous pain of being charcoal grilled by Enlin. Seizing this opportunity, Enlin shrouded himself in a barrier of scalding hot holy flames as he dashed past the primordial vampire WYRM like a meteor. This primordial vampire WYRM was a speedy and merciless beast. However, its weakness was fire. Just like that, the flaming Enlin successfully dashed past the primordial vampire WYRM at an incredible speed. As the heavenly life goddess looked at the nearing Enlin, she couldn't help but shout frantically, "What in the world are you beasts doing? Why are you falling into a daze? Hurry up and stop him. A primordial rock that was radiating with corrosive poison roared as it swooped down at Enlin. A dazzling radiance suddenly erupted from Enlin's hands. The primordial rock shuddered violently upon seeing this. It recalled that not long ago, its vast and colossal body had been brutally flattened into a pancake by Enlin's two hands. At this moment, Enlin had already soared over on a gust of wind, continually changing his position as he dodged the primordial rock's obstruction. He continued to charge at the heavenly life goddess. The primordial rock possessed a devastating strength as well as corrosive and deadly poisons. However, its weakness was its slow speed. Once again, Enlin evaded the obstruction of a colossal primal beast without needing to battle. The heavenly life goddess was dumbfounded upon seeing this. She was unaware that during his battles, Enlin had already completely figured out the unique characteristics as well as weak points of all of the colossal primal beasts. Although this information was useless in terms of trying to comprehensively kill these colossal primal beasts, it was incredibly helpful when it came to trying to avoid their obstruction and attacks. Moreover, why had Enlin insisted on using the cruelest and most brutal methods to kill the colossal primal beasts during his battles? This wasn't some kind of depraved hobby. Rather, Enlin understood that although these colossal primal beasts could infinitely resurrect, they wouldn't be able to break free from the trauma that was deeply implanted in their minds. Thus, he yearned to transform into the cruelest of demons, and he yearned to become the symbol of fear in the eyes of the colossal primal beasts. By doing so, Enlin was now able to sow fear and apprehension into the colossal primal beasts' minds by pretending to unleash the cruel methods that he had used to kill them before. This fear and apprehension were incredibly useful when it came to evading the colossal primal beasts' obstructions. It could be said that Enlin had been planning for this moment since the very beginning. Using a plethora of peculiar techniques, Enlin perfectly evaded the powerful obstructions of the colossal primal beast after colossal primal beast. He rapidly drew closer to the heavenly life goddess. Upon seeing this, the heavenly life goddess immediately used her jade hairpin to attack. Only then did Enlin's speed start to decrease. After all, the attacks of the jade hairpin were extremely precise and deadly. Meanwhile, Tina had already broken free from the obstruction of the colossal primal beasts. She had been hiding her power from the very beginning, and there had only been 30 colossal primal beasts surrounding her. This was fewer than half the number of colossal primal beasts surrounding Enlin, so how could they have possibly stopped her? It was upon seeing Enlin finally counterattack that she unleashed her power and launched a sudden attack at the heavenly life goddess. Tina's body was small, and her movements were also extremely nimble. Moreover, she possessed the ability to skip through space and mediums and all kinds of other powerful teleportation techniques. Thus, the colossal primal beasts were completely unable to stop her. In fact, she was even faster than Enlin in charging before the heavenly life goddess. God of creation, divine mirror, great heaven origin, illusory feathers. Countless layers of mirrors materialized behind Tina. These mirrors then suddenly shot toward the heavenly life goddess like knives, with some of the mirrors transforming into illusory heavenly feathers that fell from the sky. Each of these heavenly feathers seemed to contain a divine mirror world, and each of them seemed to possess the paramount might of an entire world. Damn it! The heavenly life goddess was unable to ignore Tina's attack. She swung her hands back, summoning countless spatial barriers that shrouded her entire body. Her colorful jade hairpin then carved a perfect arc in the void as it started to rapidly stab at Tina. Boom, boom, boom. As the illusory heavenly feathers landed on the countless spatial barriers, it was as if two worlds were colliding together. A semi-transparent shockwave instantly surged thousands of kilometers into the distance, destroying all of the divine mountains and divine trees in its path. The deafening explosion and destructive power of the shockwave were nothing short of earth-shattering. Meanwhile, the illusory heavenly feathers possessed an extremely peculiar sharpness that didn't dissipate after the collision. In fact, these heavenly feathers were even able to cut into the countless spatial barriers. The heavenly life goddess had no option but to focus more of her attention on Tina. At this moment, however, and Lin had already evaded all of the colossal primal beasts and fully broken free from their encirclement. It was also at this moment that Lin started to receive the Tao power of the deceased heavenly gods through his connection with little Xia, who was located hundreds of thousands of kilometers away. This power furiously replaced the energy that he had expended when breaking free from the encirclement, and it also allowed him to become significantly stronger than before. And Lin's aura started to soar to a new height. The heavenly life goddess pupils contracted, and she exclaimed, "He's actually becoming stronger again?" Not even in her wildest dreams would she have imagined that the heavenly gods in the distance would become Lin's food and steroids, and Lin suddenly clenched his hands into fists, and his aura transformed into a golden fluctuation that rippled through heaven and earth. A giant 5 elements totem materialized behind him. Meanwhile, his golden 5 elements halo started to rapidly spin. Extreme Heavenly Tao 5 elements origin explosion, and Lin directly launched a punch at the nearby heavenly life goddess. A colorful fist that possessed a devastating might suddenly appeared in the sky, causing all matter in the world to instantly lose its luster. It was as if only this fist existed in the world, and it was as if this fist could replace everything in the world. The heavenly life goddess gritted her teeth as she frantically unleashed her heavenly power and the heavenly heaven power to form defensive barriers in the surroundings. However, these defenses had already been slightly penetrated by Tina's great heaven origin illusory feathers, and her perfect created world had also already been damaged. Boom! And Lin's fist smashed down. At this moment, the fused might of his 5 elements power and the fist of the heavenly Tao was completely unleashed. Large numbers of fractures instantly spread across the heavenly life goddess countless spatial barriers. Meanwhile, it was as if the great heaven origin illusory feathers had received extremely powerful help, and they surprisingly penetrated even deeper into the heavenly life goddess defenses. No! Heavenly cloak of the sea. The heavenly life goddess' beautiful face became as white as a sheet, and she immediately summoned a layer of bright blue seawater to envelop her body. This layer of seawater wasn't any ordinary defense. Instead, each drop of seawater was composed of an entire sea. These were existences that transcended the form of space and matter. It could be said that this layer of seawater was formed from the most condensed heavenly sea power. Tina's great heaven origin illusory feathers collided with this heavenly cloak of the sea after piercing through the heavenly life goddess countless spatial barriers. However, these feathers were directly engulfed by the seawater, with only the violently shuddering beads of seawater remaining. It was as if the feathers were furiously struggling inside the beads of seawater. The heavenly life goddess finally managed to block Tina's attack. However, while the heavenly cloak of the sea was still rippling, her countless spatial barriers suddenly exploded apart. A 5 elements fist that was powerful enough to crush all matter in the world viciously smashed into the heavenly cloak of the sea. Shockwaves surged into the surroundings, instantly vaporizing the surrounding seawater. Each drop of seawater in the heavenly cloak of the sea clearly represented the might of an entire sea. However, relying on his petrifying 5 elements power, and Lin's fist still vaporized and destroyed the seas before smashing through the heavenly cloak of the sea and slamming into the heavenly life goddess chest. Bam! There was a dull collision. A gaping wound was instantly blasted into the heavenly life goddess chest. Pwah! She couldn't help but spit a mouthful of blood. The overwhelming might of Lin's fist then surged into her wound and started to wreak havoc inside her body. At this moment, the jade hairpin carved a deadly arc in the air as it stabbed at Lin's head, and Lin dashed back to dodge the heavenly life goddess' frantic counterattack. He then clenched his fists to throw another punch at her. With my blood as a sacrifice, give rise to the life and death barrier. In this most critical moment, the heavenly life goddess spraying blood suddenly converged to form a sanguine red whirlpool of reincarnation. Boom! And Lin's colorful origin explosion fist smashed into this sanguine red whirlpool before slowly sinking in. The heavenly life goddess' heavenly cloak of the sea was instantly shattered. Moreover, Lin had initially wanted to launch a second strike at the heavenly life goddess. However, the heavenly life goddess reaction and her manipulation of her powers far exceeded Lin's expectations. At this moment, she unexpectedly used her blood to form the life and death barrier, which took the form of a sanguine red whirlpool. His formidably powerful extreme heavenly Tao 5 elements origin explosion sunk into the whirlpool just like that, with the power of death inside the whirlpool rapidly erasing the vitality of his attack. In terms of combat capability alone, and Lin knew that he was definitely no match for the heavenly life goddess. After all, her control over the power of life and death was far too freakish. Even in such a frantic moment, she was still able to use her blood to create such a heaven-defying defensive barrier. Right now, and Lin could feel the power of his fist, which had taken a long time to accumulate, being completely engulfed by the sanguine red whirlpool. If they fought one-on-one, he was genuinely no match for the heavenly life goddess. However, he had Tina. A flash of light suddenly burst over from beside him. The beautiful fairy held a blade that reflected heaven and earth in her hands as she flapped her golden wings, and she stabbed this blade at the heavenly life goddess heart at an incredible speed. The jade hairpin rapidly flew over in an attempt to stop this attack, yet it was ultimately too slow and unable to keep up with the fairy's incredible explosive speed. During this critical moment, the heavenly life goddess gritted her teeth and twisted her body with great difficulty. However, the divine mirror world sword still scraped past her chest, leaving a deep and bloody gash. Tina yearned to turn around and strike a second time, yet at this moment, the jade hairpin had already arrived before her. If Tina didn't parry, this attack would definitely end her life. However, a piercing gaze suddenly flashed across her eyes at this moment, and she slightly adjusted her divine mirror world sword as she continued to charge at the heavenly life goddess. Lunatic! The heavenly life goddess heart shuddered upon seeing Tina's firm resolution. Right now, there was already no time for her to dodge. Tina's attack was far too quick. Moreover, the trajectory of Tina's sword surprisingly overlapped with the trajectory of her jade hairpin. As the two weapons collided, the trajectory of the jade hairpin was immediately changed. The jade hairpin immediately stabbed into Tina's elbow, and the divine mirror world sword immediately pierced through the heavenly life goddess heart. Tina's unfathomable resoluteness and reaction speed allowed her to successfully checkmate the heavenly life goddess. The divine mirror world sword pierced through the heavenly life goddess heart. This caused the heavenly life goddess to experience the powerful sensation of death again. A burst of sword intent immediately destroyed her heart. Not only that, but countless divine mirror beads also started to rapidly grow and multiply like a virus. They furiously multiplied, and they furiously engulfed her power. The heavenly life goddess was most afraid of Tina's divine mirror world sword. Now, however, Tina's divine mirror world sword had delivered her another fatal blow. Die! The heavenly life goddess roared in a furious rage. Her jade hairpin started to wildly fly about, furiously stabbing at the small fairy. Countless web-like arcs of death were left in the void. At this moment, Tina was essentially flirting with death. She was almost stabbed to death by the jade hairpin several times. This was until Lin sent the heavenly life goddess flying with a brutal punch. The overwhelming power of his punch caused the heavenly life goddess body to contort, and she was directly sent flying hundreds of kilometers into the distance. In fact, she only ground to a stop after smashing a colossal mountain that measured a whopping 1 million feet in height into two halves. While flying backward, the heavenly life goddess had already severed several parts from her body. Right now, only half of her upper body was remaining. The pursuing Lin and Tina were stupefied upon seeing this. With her body crippled, it was clear that the heavenly life goddess couldn't live on anymore. However, she immediately activated her heavenly life power to heal her body in an instant. This was an unresolvable power of life. Tina had suffered non-life-threatening wounds, yet she had only managed to heal half of them at this moment. Meanwhile, the heavenly life goddess had already fully recovered from her fatal wounds. Not only that, but she had even prevented Tina's divine mirror beads from invading her body. This was a heaven-defying recovery ability that would cause all of her enemies to go wild with helplessness. And Lin and Tina also experienced this feeling. However, they understood that now wasn't the time to feel despair. Instead, now was the best time to counterattack. And Lin's fists and Tina's sword once again rushed at the heavenly life goddess, wildly attacking her without any regard for the consequences. The heavenly life goddess aura was significantly weaker than before, and she was immediately pushed into a reactive position. Their numerous collisions obliterated divine mountains, uprooted divine trees, and severed flowing rivers. A peculiar sight appeared in this world that was filled with an aura of creation and miracles. And Lin and Tina were relentlessly chasing and pummeling the heavenly life goddess. Meanwhile, 100 or so colossal primal beasts were also furiously chasing after them. This was a game of chasing and pummeling by three sides, and it was anyone's guess when it would conclude. Heavenly life goddess, you've already activated your true form of Tao, so why are you still fleeing from them? Retaliate. Hurry up and retaliate. The heavenly sea god couldn't help but frantically grumble upon seeing the heavenly life goddess' meek performance. Shut up, or else I'll toss you out and have you face them by yourself. The heavenly life goddess scolded with a frown. Upon hearing this, the heavenly sea god didn't dare to speak anymore. He was fairly good at fighting with his mouth, but if he were genuinely tossed over to fight by himself, he would definitely be ruthlessly pummeled by Enlin. If you hadn't been forced into using your true form of Tao before, would we be stuck in such a bind right now? Useless trash. The heavenly life goddess started to become angrier and angrier as she looked at the heavenly sea god. At this moment, she didn't care that they were allies anymore, and she directly started to angrily scold him. The heavenly sea god's expression darkened, yet he wasn't able to come up with any retort. The three forms reincarnation true heaven formation was extremely profound, and if it was imbued with the power of three true forms of Tao, its might would be so great that the hosts of the formation could instantly obliterate heaven and earth. Thus, suppressing and pummeling Enlin and Tina would have been as easy as pie. Compared to right now, the situation would have been like day and night. They had no one to blame but themselves. They had been far too useless and trashy back then. They had actually been taken advantage of by the heavenly light goddess. Meanwhile, in the northern region of the White Nectar Sea, Shangguan Yi's white dress billowed in the wind as she soared toward the pitch-black fractures in the sky. She was like a blooming lotus in the night sky that was enduring the bolts of destructive chaotic divine lightning that were powerful enough to obliterate heaven and earth. She instantly disappeared into an expanse of chaos and darkness. Immediately afterward, her ice-cold essential power transformed into blue ice that suffused through the entire sky. Heaven and earth were plunged into ice-cold winter again. The White Nectar Sea was sealed with ice, and snow slowly drifted down from the sky. Shangguan Yi's decision to charge toward the heavenly Tao gave everyone a huge fright. It was always the heavenly Tao that was targeting her, yet it was actually her who was charging toward the heavenly Tao now. She was actively challenging the heavenly Tao. Even genuine heavenly disciples can't be more courageous than this, right? Michael murmured as he gazed at the white figure that was disappearing into the black fractures in the sky. She isn't a member of the heaven-crushing sect, yet her heaven-crushing power is even greater than mine. I'm such a failure of a heavenly disciple candidate. The battling Buddha murmured with emotion. Although they had already mastered the most profound heaven-crushing techniques, did they truly possess the power to face the heavenly Tao head-on? No, they didn't. However, Shangguan Yi was able to do what they couldn't do. With her own power, Shangguan Yi had directly charged at the heavenly Tao and sealed the surrounding tens of thousands of kilometers of land with ice. In fact, even the sky was frozen over. How many powerful beings in the world could challenge the heavenly Tao head-on? There was Cyril, Chunchen, and Enlin. Apart from them, there was no one else. Now, however, Shangguan Yi was doing exactly that, challenging the heavenly Tao. She was doing what a heavenly disciple should have been doing. In the northeastern region of the Taichu continent, in the desolate and fractured Purple Star ruins. In the center of this land, winds howled and clouds surged. Cyril had changed into a suit of golden white armor. His sleeves fluttered in the wind, and his divine might emanated into the surroundings. Meanwhile, the black and white spear in his hand slowly pierced into the sky. His sanguine red and profound eyes shuddered slightly, and a slight smile involuntarily spread across his face. The 4-9 Immortal sect is fairly quick. They've already rectified the instability of the heavenly Tao. What a bunch of extraordinary people. Xianxia nodded slightly and said, "They're a bunch of trustworthy friends." The instability of the heavenly Tao was a huge problem for the heaven-crushing sect. However, the 4-9 Immortal sect had flawlessly resolved this problem, and this was a clear sign of their formidable power. Xianxia pondered for a moment before adding, "We also need to work hard. We definitely can't disappoint them." He wasn't a person of many words. However, upon recalling that Enlin was battling against 3 supreme heavenly gods in the White Nectar Sea, he couldn't help but feel slightly remorseful and guilty. Enlin shouldn't have needed to shoulder this pressure. Anyhow, since Enlin had already stepped forward, he definitely wouldn't disappoint his courageously battling friends. At the very least, he would accomplish what he needed to do. After unleashing his heaven-shattering stars technique, Xianxia looked at the sky, where 2 extremely gigantic bodies were starting to appear. One was a slender and shapely woman who was shrouded in a glowing light. There was a small crystal-like sapling in her hands. The other was a man who was dressed in a suit of spiky armor and radiating with a bloody and murderous aura. He was brimming with killing intent, and he was also emanating a deathly silent aura. There was a decaying skull in his hands. Xianxia squinted his eyes upon seeing this. He knew that the 9 tribulations of the heavenly Tao had arrived again. This was the 5th tribulation. The man and woman turned their gazes towards Cyril and Xianxia, and it was as if they were aware that they were the main force in crushing the heavens. "Is it a personal tribulation this time?" Cyril murmured. His expression became solemn as he tightened his grip on the spear in his hand. Meanwhile, Xianxia had already activated his spotless realm, causing a faint white radiance to envelop his body. Nothing in the world could enter his domain. There were 9 tribulations of the heavenly Tao, yet it was anyone's guess how these 9 tribulations would show themselves and what they would entail. Only genuine powerful beings, genuinely perfect powerful beings, would have the courage to face these unknown tribulations. The woman turned her gaze toward Xianxia, and the sapling in her hands started to slowly grow. This was a sapling that radiated with an aura of hope and magnificence. Life? The man's eyes were filled with dark and silent death, and the skull in his hands continued to endlessly decay. Or death. Just as he finished speaking, a giant disk of life and death that could blot out the entire heaven and earth suddenly materialized beneath the man's and woman's feet. One half of the disk was filled with death and decay, while the other half of the disk was lush green and flourishing with life. The disk slowly spun in the air. At this moment, both Xianxia and Cyril came to a sudden realization. This was a choice between life and death. It was evident that there were 2 standing spots on the disk of life and death. One represented life, and one represented death. Upon standing in these 2 spots, this tribulation would come to an end. Regarding who lived and who died, this was a decision for Cyril and Xianxia. This was a simple game. However, it was also a game of certain death. Could Cyril and Xianxia refuse this game? This disk of life and death possessed the paramount nomological laws of heaven and earth. This was an absolute subconscious willpower and nomological law of the heavenly Tao that was even more powerful than the power of life and death of the supreme heavenly life goddess. These were absolute nomological laws that were a culmination of the nomological laws of the Taichu continent, the infinite realm of stars, and the countless great worlds and small worlds. These were incomparable to ordinary nomological laws. In fact, even supreme heavenly gods were afraid of suffering a backlash from the subconscious will of the heavenly Tao. Similarly, Cyril and Xianxia were also extremely afraid. However, when faced with a choice between life and death, their solemn expressions quickly disappeared. These expressions were instead replaced with a slight smile. Cyril shook his head and said with a smile, "How truly terrifying. One choice is life and the other choice is death. Are they forcing me to sacrifice my life for righteousness?" Xianxia pursed his lips and said, "Stop acting. This is a simple and meaningless question for us." Cyril nodded in agreement. "That's indeed the case. The heavenly Tao has given us a difficult question, yet we can choose not to answer it. What right does the heavenly Tao have to force us to decide? The two of them exchanged a glance to confirm each other's thoughts. At this moment, a vast and unfathomable power suddenly erupted from their bodies and soared into the sky. Just how powerful were Cyril and Chen Chen? Chen Chen's spotless realm started to furiously expand, transforming everything that it came into contact with into void and nothingness. Meanwhile, Cyril's domineering and piercing true demon essential power was like a celestial sword as it directly pierced into the sky. A tornado of sword intent transformed into a giant swirl of swords that measured tens of thousands of kilometers in height as it rose in a helical manner. This was a dragon-like spear that astounded heaven and earth. The man's and woman's expressions changed slightly. What are you trying to do? Resisting will invite divine retribution from the heavens and doom you for all eternity. The woman who was shrouded in light spoke in a calm voice. Cyril held his black and white heaven-crushing spear in one hand, while he raised his 9 heavens true demon sword and ruthlessly slashed it at the disk of life and death with his other hand. I'm resisting, other than the heavens. I'm most unafraid of divine retributions, Chen Chen said calmly. His spotless realm had already expanded to 30,000 kilometers in diameter at this moment, and it severed all of the nomological laws of heaven and earth. In fact, he even dragged the disk of life and death as well as the man and woman into his spotless realm. The true demon sword slashed down at this moment, and the spotless realm created an opening for it. A sharp screeching sound instantly erupted from the nomological laws that were regarded as the most powerful and indestructible of the heavenly Tao. A spotless essential power and a true demon essential power also surged forth at this moment, unleashing a boundless might as they engulfed heaven and earth. The disk of life and death was also immediately engulfed by these powers. The woman screamed loudly as both her body and the sapling in her hands were destroyed. Meanwhile, the spiky armor of the man instantly crumbled, and the decaying skull in his hands was also unable to react as it was immediately annihilated by the true demon essential power of Cyril. Even though they were standing inside the spell formation in the heaven-crushing glazed palace, the members of the heaven-crushing sect still couldn't help but feel stifled upon seeing the earth-shattering collision of energy. A boundless might and pressure pierced through the protection of the spell formation, causing them to feel as if the entire heaven and earth were about to be destroyed. Is this the true combat capability of the heavenly disciples? The ancient dragon empress murmured as she gazed at the spotless realm that was capable of annihilating all matter and the true demon essential power that was domineering and unyielding. She suddenly felt like a cheap and fake heavenly disciple. The explosion of energy dissipated, and along with it, the man, woman, and disk of life and death had also vanished into thin air. Only 2 people remained silently standing, proud and unyielding. In the eyes of the supermighty beings, and in the eyes of the God of Creation stage divine beings, this 5th tribulation, the life and death tribulation, was the most terrifying tribulation. However, Cyril and Chen Chen had defeated it using brute strength. Was this tribulation truly a free pass for them? The disk of life and death was blessed with the nomological laws of tens of thousands of worlds. However, Chen Chen's spotless realm could thoroughly sever the disk of life and death's connection with these worlds. In fact, this was the fundamental basis that allowed Cyril to obliterate the disk of life and death with his sword. After defeating the 5th tribulation, it seemed as if the heavenly Tao were loosening up once again. The progress of crushing the heavens advanced again, with Cyril's black and white heaven-crushing spear piercing even further into the sky. The pitch-black and profound fractures in the sky started to spread into a web of smaller fractures. Once these fractures reached a certain limit, the sky and the heavenly Tao would instantly shatter like a sheet of brittle glass. An eternally spinning formation of life and death materialized behind Chen Chen, and he raised his hand to push a black seal that was filled with death and desolation toward the sky. At this moment, winds were frozen, and all matter fell silent. Heaven-crushing technique. Heavenly Tao severing reincarnation. The black seal rapidly grew in size as it imprinted into the sky, causing the heavenly Tao to shudder violently as the path to reincarnation was severed. This black seal had thoroughly sealed all possibilities of the heavenly Tao. Chun Chen's attack penetrated deep into the heavenly Tao. The heavenly Tao's control over reincarnation was sealed by Chun Chen's palm, and its existence was also being slowly obliterated by his paramount heaven-crushing techniques. At this moment, the heavens suddenly welcomed another sudden change. A faceless person who was holding a heavenly scale slowly materialized in the sky. This person was dressed in a neat white robe that was decorated with black clouds, and everything about their existence adhered to an absolute notion of balance, from the style of their hair to the texture of their clothes. This faceless person measured 100 feet in height, and the heavenly scale in their hand had a white dish on each end. There was a person standing on the left dish, and there was similarly a person standing on the right dish. However, everyone's expression changed drastically when they discovered that it was actually Shui Yan, the second heavenly disciple attendant, who was standing on the left dish. It can't be, right? Is she really Shui Yan? Ah, Shui Yan has genuinely disappeared. How has she suddenly appeared there? The members of the heaven-crushing sect were all stunned to discover that Shui Yan, who had been standing alongside them just then, had suddenly disappeared at some unknown time, only to reappear on the heavenly scale in the faceless person's hand. Not only them, but even Shui Yan herself was completely bewildered. Only after a few seconds did she finally come to her senses. She immediately transformed into a wisp of ice-cold air, attempting to escape from the scale. However, she was instantly blocked by an invisible barrier. Shui Yan, Chun Chen murmured. He shuddered as he gazed at the woman on the scale. Cyril faltered for a moment before asking, "How in the world did this happen?" This ability had already transcended the domain of teleportation. Instead, it seemed more like an absolute will and decision of an absolute ruler. One would appear wherever this ruler desired. There was no technique and there was no method. Everything was simply decided by the ruler's will. This was the will of the heavens. In fact, the trapped Shui Yan even unleashed the paramount heaven-crushing techniques to attack the invisible barrier of the scale. However, this was still completely ineffective. Meanwhile, on the other side of the scale, an old lady with no cultivation base whatsoever slowly appeared. She was dazed at first, yet she was immediately overcome by terror upon coming to her senses, causing her to collapse into a heap. "Ah! Save me! Someone! Save me! Where is this? Who are you people? Why did you capture me?" She screamed for help, unleashing the boundless terror in her mind. It was evident that this old lady was an ordinary mortal from the kingdom of the 9 states who was specially brought over by the faceless person. The two sides of the scale were weighed down by people of completely different importance. However, there was a sanguine red blade above both Shui Yan and the old woman. These were blades that were radiating with an intense aura of death. The faceless person turned around to look at Chun Chen. "Of the two people, who is more important in your mind? If the two people are facing death, with only one of them able to survive, who would you pick to survive?" The faceless person's voice was distant and ethereal as it crept into Chun Chen's mind. Chun Chen couldn't help but shudder upon hearing this. The previous heavenly tribulation had been a choice between life and death for him and Cyril. Now, however, it was a choice between life and death for Shui Yan and a mortal old woman. From an outsider's point of view, this multiple-choice question was almost identical to the previous one. In fact, it was even easier to answer. There was no need to consider at all, and it was obvious that he should pick Shui Yan. However, this multiple-choice question was, in fact, far more difficult. The faceless person was interrogating Chun Chen's innermost thoughts. What was the definition of life? What was the definition of justice? Upon becoming heaven, could he treat Shui Yan and the old woman with fairness and justice? Could he view both of them as beings who were completely unrelated to him? If even the heavens lost their sense of fairness and justice, viewing everything through the colored lenses of subjectiveness, then how could the world maintain a state of equilibrium and peace? Furthermore, what right would he have to become heaven? This was a multiple-choice question. Fundamentally speaking, however, this wasn't a multiple-choice question. In fact, the faceless person didn't need Chun Chen to answer this question at all. As long as Chun Chun remained human, the answer to this question would be obvious. This was an interrogation of his Tao heart, and this was an interrogation that was more brutal than any attack. The faceless person simply wanted to attack Chun Chen's Tao heart. Could Cyril and Chun Chen defeat this tribulation using brute strength as they had before? No, they couldn't. This was because Shui Yan was in the faceless person's hands. If they decided to attack, they definitely wouldn't be able to save Shui Yan in time. Chun Chun could only make a decision, and he could only save Shui Yan through this decision. However, once he made this decision, his Tao heart would inevitably be affected. Thus, this was a blatant and unavoidable attack. Right at this moment, however, Shui Yan suddenly lunged toward the sanguine red blade without regard for anything else. Shui Yan! Lady Shui Yan! The members of the heaven-crushing sect all exclaimed in astonishment. Shui Yan wanted to use her death to help Chun Chun resolve his dilemma. Chun Chen's mind shuddered, and a cold glint instantly burst forth from his hands. At this moment, the lunging Shui Yan was suddenly stopped by an invisible power. She was completely unable to harm herself. Don't be rash. Only the heavenly disciple has the right to decide your fates, the faceless person said. There was no hint of emotion in their voice. The faceless person casually stripped Shui Yan of her right to choose her own fate. This person could grant Shui Yan life, so they could naturally grant her death as well. Thereupon, all of the pressure was immediately returned to Chun Chen's shoulders again. Chun Chun took a deep breath as he looked at the red-eyed Shui Yan and the old woman who had been mysteriously dragged over here and was screaming in despair. He pointed at Shui Yan and said, "I want her to live." Everyone shuddered upon hearing this. "Oh?" the faceless person asked in a mocking voice. "Why her? Is it because of love? Is she more important in your mind? So, you're willing to indirectly kill this old woman in order to save her?" Chun Chun ruminated over his emotions, and he understood that he wasn't able to transcend the barrier of life and death, nor was he able to transcend the barrier of emotions. A smile spread across his face, and he said, "Who said that the heavens don't have emotion?" The faceless person shook their head and said, "Then you don't have the right to become the heavens. Moreover, you can't succeed in becoming the heavens." On the scale, the restrictions around Shui Yan started to gradually disappear. At the same time, however, a sanguine red blade started to plunge down toward the mortal old woman. "You don't decide whether I'm worthy to become the heavens or not. You don't have the right to judge whether I can succeed in becoming the heavens or not either." In the instant that the sanguine red blade fell, the reflections of hundreds of millions of stars suddenly appeared in Chun Chen's eyes. At the same time, the boundless universe within him was instantly released, bringing with it a set of paramount nomological laws as well as a paramount power. Whoosh! At some unknown time, Chun Chun had already swapped places with the mortal old woman. Thus, at this moment, it was Chun Chun who was facing the plunging sanguine red blade. The members of the heaven-crushing sect were extremely familiar with this sight. After all, this was how Shui Yan had been teleported onto the scale before. However, they hadn't imagined that Chun Chun would also possess such an incredible ability. This was a paramount power that could transform one's thoughts into reality. This was the magnificent power of the universe's will. "You've dared to break the rules, so you must face the consequences," the faceless person said in a somber voice. In the blink of an eye, two sanguine red blades that were radiating with a devastating aura of death had already materialized above Shui Yan's and the old woman's heads. Meanwhile, another sanguine red blade had already plunged toward Chun Chen's body. However, this blade was completely dissolved by his spotless realm, eventually transforming into countless microscopic particles. It was as if a gust of wind had dissipated the powerful aura of death. Everything was reduced to dust, and everything was reduced to ashes. Not only that, but a white halo of light that was unique to Chun Chen's spotless realm also enveloped Shui Yan and the old woman's bodies, transforming the sanguine red blade above them into nothing but dust. Chun Chun easily suppressed the faceless person's counterattack. "I choose to save both of them, regardless of whether it's Shui Yan or the old woman." the young man said in a calm voice as he gazed at the faceless person. You can't change my choice, even if you're the heavens. Ha ha ha. The faceless person suddenly started to laugh, saying, But you've already made your choice. Your Tao heart. Have you looked at your Tao heart? The faceless person didn't feel the disappointment of defeat. Instead, their laughter started to become increasingly carefree. It was as if they had achieved victory. Chen Chun remained silent as he slowly stood up. However, a hint of disappointment and exasperation involuntarily spread across his face. Cyril silently shouted trouble in his mind upon seeing this. Chun Chen. Shui Yan became even more guilty and remorseful upon seeing Chun Chen's expression. She clenched her pale and soft hands into fists, and she angrily scolded herself for being so weak and incapable. Sorry, I'm so sorry, Shui Yan murmured as tears rolled down her cheeks. She roughly understood that she had already been used by that faceless person to ruin Chun Chen's Tao heart. Sai, it's not your fault. It's my own fault, Chun Chun said as he gazed at the sobbing woman with a warm and gentle expression. He shook his head and continued. Perhaps I shouldn't have taken this path of viewing the heavenly Tao as dust, a path where I forgo my emotions and lust. Even if he didn't speak these words, they were the true thoughts in his mind. He could claim that no one had the right to determine whether he could become the heavenly Tao or not, and he could also claim that it mattered not whether the heavenly Tao possessed emotion or not. However, he had taken a path where he viewed the heavenly Tao as dust, so were he to become the heavenly Tao, he should have become the fairest and most just heavenly Tao. This was the safest and most reliable method to become the heavenly Tao. However, if Chun Chun failed to become free of emotion and lust, then this method would definitely become filled with unimaginable dangers. The faceless person had simply taken advantage of the situation to expose the true nature of his Tao heart. This was a ticking time bomb. In fact, this would have been a ticking time bomb regardless of whether the faceless person had appeared or not. Very well. A heavenly light radiated from the faceless person's scale, and they said, Next, let's move on to our second multiple-choice question. Chun Chun immediately swung his palm at the faceless person. Piss off. Boom. Like a vast and profound universe. A pure white spotless power erupted into the surroundings, transforming into a giant column of white light that soared into the air and annihilated everything in its path into dust. Upon being struck by the column of pure white light, both the faceless person and their scale transformed into a cloud of dust. Peace and calm returned to heaven and earth. The person who had brought such immense and devastating pressure to the members of the heaven-crushing sect was directly obliterated by Chen Chun just like that. It's over? Holy shit, that was far too freakish. He directly slapped the tribulation of the heavenly Tao into oblivion before the faceless person could even finish their sentence. Does the heavenly Tao still have any face left? Has heavenly disciple Chun Chun won? No, for Chun Chun, this can't count as a victory. The ancient dragon empress replied with an anxious shake of her head. Her heart ached as she turned around to gaze at the young man who was standing tall and proud as if nothing had happened to him. This young man was shouldering far too many things. Chun Chun had made a choice that everyone could accept. In fact, he had perfectly dealt with the tribulation and even managed to save the mortal old woman. However, the ancient dragon empress knew that Chun Chun hadn't won. Rather, he had lost. He had lost because of his Tao heart, and he had lost because of his Tao. Chun Chun had already accepted Shui Yan as someone who was close and important to him. Even if the mortal old woman had been replaced with another important member of the heaven-crushing sect, Chun Chun would have still made the same choice. The sixth tribulation, the heavenly scale tribulation, came to a conclusion. Cyril's expression had already become extremely grim. He understood better than anyone else just how terrifying the previous tribulation had been. Moreover, only he knew what Chun Chun was currently facing. Chun Chun used a teleportation technique to send the mortal old woman back to the kingdom of the 9 states. From the beginning until the end, the old woman still didn't know what in the world was going on. She only knew that someone had wanted to kill her and that someone had saved her. In the blink of an eye, however, she was suddenly returned to the street that she had previously been on. She gazed at the bustling figures on the street, and it was as if she had experienced a horrible nightmare. The aura of heaven and earth pulsated in Xianxia's palms, and it was as if his palms contained all matter of heaven and earth, including the sun, moon, and stars, and including the ability to create life. It was as if his palms contained the entire Tao of heaven and earth. Heaven-crushing technique. Palm heaven. Xianxia swung his palm at the sky, unleashing an aura that was transcendent above heaven and earth and that peered down at the world. It was as if he wanted to grab the heavenly Tao and then crush it. Xianxia furiously clenched his hands, and a cracking sound suddenly traveled over from the formless heavenly Tao. It was as if an egg had been crushed. Of course, this egg was symbolic of the core of the heavenly Tao. The sky started to crumble, with currents of chaos and destruction leaking from the giant fractures in the center. These currents then slowly suffused through the air before tearing apart the sky that was struggling to maintain its form. In the end, the sky was finally unable to withstand the assault of these currents, directly crumbling and plummeting to the ground like broken eggshells. The sky was starting to fall. Xianxia stood at the center of this destruction, and he slowly raised his hand at the falling sky. Freeze! His words were like the decree of heaven. The falling sky shuddered violently before hovering to a stop in midair apart from the shattered sky, and apart from the fractured moon. All that could be seen was the boundless currents of darkness and chaos. Everything was being engulfed by destruction. The members of the heaven-crushing sect who were closest to this aura of destruction couldn't help but feel an unimaginable terror. It was as if they were about to be annihilated in the very next instant. However, their determination to crush the heavens allowed them to overcome this terror, and they continued to funnel their power into the heaven-crushing spell formation. Right at this moment, however, countless eyes suddenly appeared amid the pitch-black currents of chaos, peering down at the beings beneath them. Upon gazing up at the night sky, all that one could see was a dense collection of eyes. What kind of feeling was this? Those who had trypophobia would definitely be frightened to death. Moreover, these countless eyes were all peering down at the beings beneath them. When one gazed up, it was as if all of these countless eyes were staring down at them. This was a harrowing experience. This was especially the case since these eyes didn't only materialize above the Purple Star ruins. In fact, these eyes had appeared above the entire kingdom of the 9 states. Everyone saw the terrifying eyes in the sky, regardless of whether they were cultivators or mortals. Many were petrified by what they saw, and some of them fled into their houses while others immediately looked down at the ground. In fact, even cultivators with profound cultivation bases would feel an indescribable sense of dizziness upon accidentally gazing at the eyes in the sky. What in the world is this? True Lord Erlang murmured as he gazed at the sky with his 3 eyes. He could feel a piercing pain in his eyes. In fact, his third eye wanted to close, as it was barely able to endure this pain. The celestial thearch's expression changed drastically, and he said, "Something's wrong. These eyes are covering far too much land, and they've even enveloped the vast kingdom of the 9 states. They're definitely targeting more than just the tribulations in the heaven-crushing glazed palace." Xianxia glanced at the sky with her beautiful eyes, and she said in an aloof and ethereal voice, "That's indeed the case. I can feel a profound sense of animosity from the heavens. This animosity is targeted at all of us humans, as well as the heaven-crushing united army." The celestial thearch's voice transmission talisman suddenly lit up at this moment. He observed the aura, and he discovered that this was a call from the 4-9 Immortal sects by Ling. Thus, he immediately answered the call, asking, "Pavilion Lord Bai, what's the current situation?" "Bad news. A tribulation is descending upon the 9 states. We need urgent reinforcements from the Heavenly Court to protect the Gem State, the Stone Dragon State, the Heavenly River State, and the Thunder State. The 4-9 Immortal sect will take care of the remaining 5 states." Bai Ling's frantic voice caused the celestial thearch's expression to change slightly. At this moment, he had no time to sigh with emotion over the fact that the Heavenly Court only had the ability to protect 4 states. while the 4-9 Immortal sect had the ability to protect 5. Instead, he asked, "Who's the enemy?" Bai Ling remained silent for several seconds before replying, "The enemy is from the sky." The countless eyes in the sky started to pulsate with a glow of lunacy and resentment. Darkness was surging, and terror was descending. Everyone in the kingdom of the 9 states could feel the creeping arrival of death. Some of them fled in disarray, while others wailed in grief, falling to their knees and begging for forgiveness from the heavens. The Celestial the Arch didn't hesitate, and he immediately started to dispatch powerful beings to each of the 4 states. Emperor Ziwei, Emperor Tianhuang, and Battle God Erlang led 10 million soldiers from the 9 states' united army to defend the Stone Dragon state. Emperor Qinghua and Ao Xiaowu led an army of 10 million to defend the Gem state. Chang'e and Emperor Changsheng led an army to defend the Heavenly River state. Meanwhile, the Celestial the Arch himself led an army of 20 million to defend the Thunder state. As for the supreme beings of the 4 great sects, they had all returned to their respective sects to prepare for battle. Using the supreme spell formations of their sects, they could better defend their sects and thus their states. In the Purple Star ruins, Chun Chen wore an anxious expression as he gazed at the kingdom of the 9 states. Just then, Bai Ling had already contacted him and told him to focus on crushing the heavens. The 9 states' united army would take care of protecting the 9 states. Her voice had been as calm and certain as always. For some reason, Chen Chun had felt a sense of indescribable security when talking to Bai Ling. He always had a nagging feeling that Bai Ling had made an extraordinary amount of preparations. Moreover, it was because of this that she was able to provide such powerful and reliable help during such a critical moment of crushing the heavens. The countless eyes started to surge around in the sky. At the same time, countless figures of darkness started to unleash auras of fury and destruction. Sharp claws materialized in the sky, and the dark figures started to grow larger and larger. Their bloodthirsty eyes were locked onto the members of the heaven-crushing sect inside the heaven-crushing glazed palace, and some of them were laughing while others were howling. If the heavens have desires, then the heavens shall become a demon. Is this tribulation the heavenly demon tribulation? Cyril asked with a solemn expression as he gazed at the monstrosities in the sky. Great calamity is about to befall the 9 states. Who would have thought that the subconscious will of the heavenly Tao would choose to target the beings of the world at such a time? Isn't it afraid of imploding? Chun Chen muttered as he gazed at the sky. There was a look of puzzlement on his face. In terms of the fundamental instinct of the subconscious will of the heavenly Tao, it shouldn't have decided to target helpless mortal humans. It wouldn't do so in order to maintain the autonomy and fairness of the heavenly Tao. Only the heavenly gods who possessed their own awareness could target helpless mortal humans. Now, however, the heavenly Tao had seemingly changed. It was seemingly starting to become wild. A thick and inky-like liquid dripped down. Countless eyes existed on the surface of this pitch-black ink, and the pupils of these eyes started to slowly expand. The ink then started to separate into countless individual orbs of dark beings. Hiss! A hellish hiss started to draw closer and closer. Immediately afterward, orbs of ink-like matter started to transform into countless pitch-black and contorted monsters that rained down from the sky. These monsters possessed razor-sharp claws, and their bodies were also enveloped in auras of extreme terror and corrosiveness. Tens of thousands of these monstrosities lunged toward the heaven-crushing glazed palace without any regard for their own safety. Roar! The heavenly demons roared, and cracking sounds reverberated through the air as they slammed into the defensive spell formation of the heaven-crushing glazed palace. Immediately afterward, there was the screeching sound of their razor-sharp claws ripping into the spell formation. Many of the heavenly demons also lunged toward Cyril and Chen Chen, both of whom were standing outside the spell formation. However, they were smashed into smithereens by Chun Chen's spotless realm and Cyril's true demon essential power. There was no exception. Like an invincible god-fiend, Cyril was unmoving as he stood among the encirclement of the tens of thousands of heavenly demons. However, his expression was solemn, and he said, "Dealing with these heavenly demons isn't a difficult task. However, if we're too slow in defeating this tribulation, then I'm afraid that the billions upon billions of humans, meanwhile in the vast kingdom of the 9 states, drops of black ink started to fall from the sky, transforming into the most terrifying heavenly demons as they did so. Hurry, run! Monsters are raining down from the sky. Wah! Save us! Who's going to save us? Countless mortal humans were fleeing in panic and disarray. Thousand Sword City, Spirit Sword State. Orbs or dark ink started to plummet down. Boom! A heavenly demon that had 8 arms and was 100 feet tall landed in the center of the city, with the violent impact of the collision instantly reducing the dozens of surrounding houses into rubble. Humans, die! The heavenly demon roared in fury as it rapidly charged into the crowds of fleeing humans. Like poisonous snakes, its 8 arms viciously grabbed at the despairing humans. Whenever it caught one, it would use its hands to engulf them until nothing was left, not even bones. The residents of the Thousand Sword City were filled with terror as they continued to flee. Meanwhile, the heavenly demon was like a tiger among a herd of sheep as it continued to wantonly slaughter the humans. The mortal humans hadn't imagined that a heavenly demon would suddenly fall from the sky and start to slaughter them. The Thousand Sword City instantly turned into a sea of despair and bloodshed. Mom, get up! Hurry up and get up! Ah! A young girl was tugging at her mother who had been knocked over by the fleeing clouds. Yet unfortunately for her, she was also knocked over by the fleeing crowds. At this moment, the 8-armed heavenly demon had already dashed before her. There was a twisted smile on its human-like face, and one of its arms suddenly grabbed at her and her mother. There was absolutely no hesitation in the heavenly demon's actions. The young girl shrieked in terror and immediately screwed her eyes shut. However, the expected pain didn't arrive. Instead, the young girl felt a cool sensation washing over her. Is this the feeling of death? She opened her eyes, only to see a young man gazing at her with a slight smile. His voice was soft and gentle, and he asked, "Can you stand up by yourself?" The young girl nodded in a daze as she stared at the fine and delicate young man. She then glanced behind the young man, and she discovered that the immensely terrifying 8-armed heavenly demon had already been sliced into 2 down the middle. Moreover, it was currently being burned by raging blue flames. The young man retrieved his voice transmission talisman and said, "The 4-9 Immortal Sec's son Yulua has already arrived at his station." By the time he finished speaking, the young girl was already unable to find his figure anymore. However, a blue radiance continued to flash in many other parts of the city. With each flash, a heavenly demon would fall to the ground. Like a flashing star, this young man was a star who protected this city. As an endless number of heavenly demons plummeted into the Thousand Sword City, this city transformed into a land of terror and danger. Rumble, a bloody glow hung above the Thousand Sword City. With each streak of red light, a heavenly demon would be obliterated into a puddle of inky black water. The 4-9 Immortal Sex Cassidy has already arrived at her station. Tobias has arrived at his station. Merlin has arrived at his station. The 3 most powerful beings of the Blood Pavilion were unstoppable as they killed heavenly demon after heavenly demon. Once viewed as mortal enemies of humans, these supreme beings of the Blood Tribe had now become guardians who were wading through water and fire to protect humans. Meanwhile, the Imperial Palace of the Thousand Sword City had already become the focus of the heavenly demons. This was because the heavenly demons were more inclined toward killing cultivators who possessed a powerful cultivation base. Right now, hundreds upon thousands of heavenly demons had already arrived inside the Imperial Palace. In fact, they had already breached the defensive spell formation of the Imperial Palace. The cultivators were fighting to the death against the heavenly demons. As one of the 9 Imperials, the Thousand Sword Imperial family was naturally extremely powerful. However, the heavenly demons were far too ferocious, and they were also near infinite in number. Thus, the defenses of the Thousand Sword Imperial family started to slowly crumble. Damn it! How are there so many monsters? When are they going to stop appearing? The Emperor of the Thousand Sword Imperial family exclaimed. He used his sword to summon a green wave that measured 10,000 feet in height. instantly killing all of the heavenly demons that were lunging over. However, before he could even catch a breath, a huge number of heavenly demons had already lunged over again. "Emperor, should we battle or flee?" a divine general shouted frantically as he ran toward the most powerful man in disarray. In a moment of absent-mindedness, one of his arms had been brutally severed by a heavenly demon. "Flee? Where can we flee?" the thousand-sword emperor asked as he gazed at the relentless waves of terrifying heavenly demons. His voice was grave, and he continued, "Right now, there's already no path of retreat. Our only option is to battle to the death. This is for the sake of the human race, and it's also for the sake of ourselves. Battle to the death. Death before dishonor." The members of the thousand-sword imperial family all roared with firm determination. Spell techniques continued to explode, and weapons and razor-sharp claws continued to clash. Sanguine red blood and inky black blood sprayed through the air, painting a picture of misery and tragedy inside the imperial palace. It could be said that the thousand-sword imperial family had attracted more than half of all of the heavenly demons. They had already become the final fortress of the thousand-sword city. Just as countless heavenly demons landed, and just as the thousand-sword imperial family was plunged into despair, three lithe and graceful figures suddenly appeared above the imperial palace. For 9 Immortal sect, Ada, Jean Ling, Jean Yao. "We've already arrived at our station." A gigantic golden array formation suddenly materialized in the sky, releasing a vast and boundless power of blood, as well as a power of souls that instantly annihilated the hundreds of heavenly demons in the surroundings. The thousand-sword imperial family was elated upon seeing this. "It's them, the 3 golden guardians from the blood tribe of the 4-9 Immortal sect. When they use their unique array formation to combine their powers, these triplets can even rival the power of Dao integration stage supermighty beings. This is great. We finally have Dao integration stage supermighty beings to help us." Some members of the imperial family were shedding tears of relief and joy. In their eyes, these 3 beautiful beings of the blood tribe were like saviors of the world. Meanwhile, in the neighboring heavenly water city, a white dog that was enveloped in a barrier of divine wind was furiously lunging and gnashing at the heavenly demons. This dog would fly wherever the heavenly demons landed, and he would directly open his large mouth to chomp down at them. It was as if he were chasing after drumsticks that were falling from the sky. "Pavilion Lord Dubai, is it truly fine for you to eat them like that?" an accompanying disciple from the 4-9 Immortal sect asked. He was numb with fear and apprehension upon seeing Dubai's actions. "There's no problem at all, woof. They're quite sweet and glutinous. Do you want to try one?" "Woof." Dubai happily wagged his large tail. "Barf?" One of the accompanying female disciples couldn't help but retch. She truly couldn't understand why Dubai was the favorite steed of the magnificent and glorious sect leader Enlin. Elsewhere, a beautiful and gentle woman who was dressed in colorful garb was tossing some kind of powder into the air. Any heavenly demon who came into contact with this powder would be instantly transformed into a puddle of inky black water. There were no exceptions. This woman was other than Enlin's pet beast Little Goo. She could be considered as the most normal-looking member of Enlin's pet beasts. "Dubai, if you get food poisoning during this dangerous time, no one will have time to help you," Little Goose said in a gentle voice. "Ha ha ha, no worries. I can eat them regardless of what kind of heavenly demon they are. Woof." Dubai was brimming with confidence. Xiao Cho pointed at the dragon bone heavenly demon that had suddenly appeared in the distant Thousand Sword City, and he asked, "Can you eat that heavenly demon too?" This was a heavenly demon that measured hundreds of thousands of feet in length. Dubai shuddered upon glancing at the pitch-black heavenly demon that radiated with a power of destruction, and he didn't dare to answer Xiao Chao's question. This wasn't an existence that he could face. Meanwhile, in the Thousand Sword City, death and destruction started to descend. This was the most magnificent and grand city of the Spirit Sword State. However, a colossal heavenly demon had appeared here. This was a heavenly demon that was so colossal that mortal humans couldn't see from its head to its tail. This heavenly demon possessed a dragon-like exterior, yet its interior was pitch black like ink. There were 9 claws on each of its 2 feet, and as the heavenly demon extended them, these claws were like razor-sharp heavenly blades. As it lightly dragged its claws across the sky, several abyss-like ravines were instantly gorged into the city. The residents who had just calmed down thanks to the reinforcement of the 4-9 Immortal sect were plunged into fear and despair again. Several sword cultivators dashed into the sky, unleashing bursts of powerful sword intents at the terrifying heavenly demon. However, these sword intents were merely able to cause deafening clangs to ring through the sky. They were completely unable to scathe the heavenly demon. The heavenly demon suddenly widened its maws at this moment, and its tail pierced through the air and stabbed into a return to void stage supreme being. Just the devastating aura of the heavenly demon alone made the supreme being feel as if he had fallen into an icy cavern. He was completely unable to move and resist. This strike was far too quick, and the heavenly demon's aura was also far too devastating. As a result, the minds of the remaining return to void stage supreme beings instantly became blank. At this moment, a blue domain suddenly spread through heaven and earth. An extreme cold descended into the world. A woman who was wielding the great ice sword strode across the void and walked over from the distance. She then slashed her sword at the tail of the heavenly demon. Boom! An overwhelmingly powerful sword intent erupted into the surroundings. However, like a power of the heavenly Tao that weighed hundreds of millions of pounds, the bony tail of the heavenly demon continued to sweep forward, forcing the woman and her sword to continuously retreat. The woman roared softly, and she didn't show any signs of fear. Instead, her sword intent became even more powerful. Thick frost heavenly strike. The great ice sword swung through the air, unleashing a burst of icy aura that spread hundreds of kilometers into the distance. The dragon bone heavenly demon wailed in anguish as its bony tail was hacked off and sent flying into the air. The cultivators of the spirit sword state were stunned upon seeing this. As the most powerful beings of the spirit sword state, they had never witnessed such a transcendent and magnificent sword intent before. The 4-9 Immortal sect's Lu Qianhuan has arrived at her station. She raised her chin and said in an aloof voice. Her blue dress billowed in the wind, and her sword was like a stretch of snow. The cultivators finally came to a realization. As it turned out, she was Lu Qianhuan, the renowned pavilion lord of the 4-9 Immortal sect's sword pavilion. Roar! The dragon bone heavenly demon was wild with rage upon being wounded by Lu Qianhuan. A formidable aura that could rival that of supermighty beings at the Tao integration pinnacle stage instantly surged through the air, yearning to collapse the magnificent city beneath it. In fact, even Lu Qianhuan struggled to withstand this devastating aura. At this moment, a giant sun suddenly appeared in the sky, tearing through the inky black darkness. Rays of brilliant light illuminated the world, making it appear as bright as day. Along with it, a pleasant and sweet voice that was filled with emotion sounded in everyone's ears. Praise the sun. Am I dreaming? Heavens! It's night, and the moon and all of the stars have already been shattered by the fragments of the broken heavenly Tao. So, what's with this sun? Moreover, it's so warm. It's not hot at all. The cultivators of the Thousand Sword City couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment upon seeing this peculiar sight. A sun had suddenly appeared in the sky, so it was obvious that a supremely powerful being had arrived. Sure enough, a woman in a fiery dress materialized beneath the sun. Her appearance was mesmerizing and seductive. Roar! The dragon bone heavenly demon shredded the void with its claws that were devastating in power and profound black in color. A profound and poisonous aura instantly slashed down at the woman in red. The woman made a tapping motion at the void, instantly summoning a column of light that was like a ray of hope that yearned to tear through the sky. This column of light then slammed into the heavenly demon's black claws, directly disintegrating them into wisps of black smoke. This column of light then continued to shoot into the sky, directly shattering the dragon bone heavenly demon's body and penetrating through its head. The cultivators were stunned upon seeing this. The 4-9 Immortal sect's elder Xiaohong has arrived at her station. the stunningly beautiful woman said. As she said this, the sun in the sky immediately started to unleash countless rays of light, with each ray of light directly penetrating through the body of a heavenly demon in the Thousand-Sword City. Without exception, all of the heavenly demons who were struck by these rays of light were evaporated into thin air. With a single attack, Xiao Hong instantly killed thousands of heavenly demons. More than half of the heavenly demons were annihilated by Xiao Hong's formidable attack. Those heavenly demons possessed an aura at the Dao integration pinnacle stage, yet more than half of them were ruthlessly killed by a single attack, deciding the battle in one fell swoop. Is this a Dao integration stage supermighty being of the 4-9 Immortal sect? This is great. We're finally saved. Everyone in the Thousand-Sword City was brimming with tears of gratitude and joy, regardless of whether they were cultivators or mortal humans. In fact, they felt a strong urge to praise the sun alongside Xiao Hong. Observing this one city was enough to reflect the situation of the entire 9 states. Powerful beings from the 4-9 Immortal sect appeared in each of the critical regions of the 9 states. The 2 Dao integration stage dragons defended the Wind Plain state, the Phoenix Little Huang, along with the Snow Maidens and their Great Empress, defended the Bai Hua state, Dongfang Zhuangshi and a group of disciples defended the Ancient Void state, and the Pill Sage and the Guardians from the Ghost Tribe defended the Purple Star state. They were all battling to the death against the heavenly demons, and they were all fighting for the survival of the kingdom of the 9 states. I've already sent you the critical locations of where the heavenly demon tribulation will strike. Make sure to reinforce these places and ensure that you don't miss any of them, Bai Ling said to her voice transmission talisman. Message received. Message received. Message received. Above the Bai Hua state's Nanling prefecture. As she leaped across black clouds, Yiling glanced at the 3-dimensional map that was displayed on the gadget on her wrist, and she replied, Message received. Before her, there stood a heavenly demon that measured 100,000 feet tall. It held a fleshy staff in its hands, and it was standing atop a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. As its staff pulsated with a flash of light, countless residential homes were melted into an eerie liquid. Holding onto the hilt of her dagger, Yi Ling fearlessly charged at the colossal heavenly demon before her. The colossal heavenly demon also noticed her, and the fleshy staff in its hand immediately tapped at her slender and shapely body. A wave of dark red energy instantly rippled through the void and yearned to envelop Yi Ling. It was also at this moment that her dagger suddenly left its sheath. A dazzling gleam slashed through the void, and a formidable silver-white blade instantly cut the wave of dark red energy into two. Eventually, this blade even slashed past the colossal heavenly demon that measured 100,000 feet in height. Yi Ling stopped charging forward, and the sword to send you safely on your way returned to its sheath. Ding! There was a crisp ringing sound as the hilt of the dagger came into contact with the sheath. The colossal and domineeringly powerful heavenly demon before her suddenly started to thrash about and wail in agony. However, its body rapidly split into 2 halves before transforming into an expanse of inky black water that rained down from the sky. I've finally disposed of another one, the woman said as she brushed a lock of hair that had stuck to her cheek behind her ear. Her heart ached as she gazed at the shattered void before her. The inky black remains of the heavenly demon, the beautiful city that was now roaring with flames, and the wailing humans who were trapped in a living hell. This still isn't enough. My help is still far too insignificant. The divine Tao beneath her feet suddenly transformed into a blade of darkness as it furiously stabbed at the several heavenly demons that were located the closest to her. These heavenly demons were ruthlessly diced into piles of broken flesh. Yi Ling started to wander around this city, killing any heavenly demon that she came across in a single strike. Her power was invincible, and of the heavenly demons could even hope to challenge her. However, Yi Ling was still feeling extremely frantic and anxious. This was because she couldn't truly protect this city. While she was occupied with other heavenly demons, there would always be numerous heavenly demons that slipped through the cracks. Moreover, they would wantonly kill the residents of the city. No, I'm still far too slow. I can't continue like this. Yi Ling continued to dash through the sky, killing one heavenly demon after another. The disciples of the 4-9 Immortal sect who were accompanying her weren't powerful enough. So many of them were surrounding and battling against the heavenly demons in groups of several people. Only by doing this could they struggle to contain a single heavenly demon per group. However, this was nowhere near enough. Just as Yiling was trapped in this state of anxiousness, the communication gadget on her wrist suddenly lit up with a red glow. Alert! Alert! The Vermilion Bird sect is reporting an emergency. It's facing a tremendous danger, and it's asking for all disciples below the Return to Void stage to retreat from the scene. Those at or above the Return to Void stage, please participate in this battle at your own discretion. A warning message suddenly sounded on the gadget on her wrist, with a red on the map showing the location of the Vermilion Bird sect. This location was extremely close to Yiling, as the Vermilion Bird sect was located right near the outer regions of the Nanling prefecture. Yiling's expression changed slightly as she turned her gaze toward the towering tree that was located far away in the distance. Her pupils contracted slightly. Her divine Tao of assassination allowed her to possess an incredibly powerful night vision, so she was able to clearly see the situation near the Vermilion Bird divine tree in the distance. The towering divine tree was already engulfed in some unknown purple flames. Like a fracture that separated heaven and earth, an unfathomably powerful purple blade had shattered the sect protection spell formation of the Vermilion Bird sect. Not only that, but it had also hacked the Vermilion Bird divine tree into two. Right now, the divine tree that had stood for countless years was collapsing amid the furiously burning flames. The Vermilion Bird sect is clearly being guarded by two Tao integration stage supermighty beings in Zhushuza and Situ Foam. Yet even so, their divine tree has still been destroyed? Yiling murmured. She tightened her grip on the dagger in her hand. She was vaguely aware of just how immensely powerful the Vermilion Bird sect's opponent was. Otherwise, the communication gadget on her wrist wouldn't have issued such an alert. Should I head over? Yiling was slightly hesitant. Even if she rushed over, there was most likely nothing that she could do to help. At this moment, the speed at which the heavenly demons landed in the Nanling prefecture suddenly decreased by a significant amount. It suddenly became much easier to defend this city. Yiling glanced at the ravaged city, and she glanced at the local cultivators and the cultivators from the 4-9 Immortal sect who were continuing to battle against the heavenly demons. She knew that they could continue to defend this city, even if she were to leave. The heavenly demons are landing at a slower pace not because we succeeded in defending this city. Rather, Yiling cast her gaze toward the Vermilion Bird sect. That should have been a sect of fire, and a sect where vermilion birds rested. It was the holiest place in the kingdom of the 9 states. Now, however, it was shrouded in dark clouds, and it was as if these clouds wanted to suppress the entire heaven and earth into becoming a sea of torment and despair. Master, Madam, that's your second home. Linger definitely won't allow it to be destroyed. Yiling gritted her teeth before rapidly flying toward the Vermilion Bird sect. The Vermilion Bird sect was one of the 4 great sects of the kingdom of the 9 states. Now, however, it was engulfed in a sea of purple flames. Moreover, these purple flames were inextinguishable, even for the powerful beings of the Vermilion Bird sect. Once one came into contact with these purple flames, their only fate would be death. They would be ruthlessly burned into nothing but a plume of black smoke. Compared to these purple flames, even the pure and eternal holy vermilion flame started to appear dim and lackluster. The divine tree started to collapse. This was seemingly doomsday for the Vermilion Bird sect. Mo Hai! Yang Yuan immediately slashed his sword at Mo Hai's arm. That arm was burning with purple flames, and these flames had almost disintegrated his arm in the blink of an eye. Thank you, Mo Hai said in gratitude as he cradled his severed arm and looked at Yang Yuan. After saying this, he glanced at the raging purple flames with lingering fear in his mind. In the past, he had loved the feeling of being burned by flames. He had viewed that as a kind of enjoyment. Toward these purple flames, however, he felt nothing but fear. These flames were far too terrifying, and they were essentially a symbol of destruction and death. If Yang Yuan had reacted any slower, then his body would have already been engulfed by the purple flames and completely erased from this world. The disciples of the Vermilion Bird sect had already fled from the divine tree. Lan Yen was red-eyed with fury as she battled against the heavenly demons. Many of her good friends had died at the hands of the heavenly demons, so she was furiously slaying them in order to unleash the fury in her mind. Lan Yen is losing control. No, I have to help her. If she continues like this, it's very likely that she'll be killed by a heavenly demon, Yang Yuan said as he gazed at Lan Yan's current state. As her friend, he couldn't ignore her during this time of great need. As such, he immediately started to fly toward her. Mo Hai swallowed an immortal pill as he gazed at the divine tree where he had once lived and cultivated. This was a place that he had once called home. Now, however, it was being slowly engulfed by the purple flames. He could barely suppress the grief and fury in his mind. It's gone, everything's gone. He looked up at the tumultuous sky, and he murmured, "Can we truly endure this?" Heavenly demons were still falling. In fact, even the heavenly demons from the surrounding areas and the rest of the Baihua state were rushing toward the Vermilion Bird sect. It was as if they were determined to destroy this powerful enemy. Meanwhile, the disciples of the Vermilion Bird sect couldn't raise their combat capability anymore. It was already becoming more and more difficult for them to resist. Most importantly, a hint of unconcealable terror flashed across Mo Hai's eyes as he looked toward the crown of the divine tree. A bolt of purple lightning suddenly tore the flames apart. Immediately afterward, a figure suddenly emerged from this bolt of lightning. Boom! The bolt of lightning left a huge bowl-shaped crater in the ground. Meanwhile, a scrawny man was violently coughing up blood. There was a bloody and gaping hole in his chest. Upon seeing this, the disciples of the Vermilion Bird sect all exclaimed in astonishment. This was because this scrawny man was Situ Feng, the Grand Elder of the Vermilion Bird sect. A human-looking heavenly demon who measured 30 feet in height slowly landed before Situ Feng. Its wings blotted out heaven and earth, and it held a blue sword in each of its hands. There was also a purple flame flickering on its pointy tail. Although this heavenly demon wasn't giant in size, its aura was extremely terrifying. Rippling with a purple color, its intimidating aura was powerful enough to affect a region of 500 kilometers in radius. This was a heavenly demon that was so powerful that it instilled despair into everyone's mind. It was this heavenly demon that had unleashed the purple flames, and it was this heavenly demon that had shattered their sect protection spell formation. Moreover, it was also this heavenly demon that had felled their eternally standing Vermilion Bird divine tree. It had also killed innumerable disciples and elders of the Vermilion Bird sect. This was a peerless heavenly demon that possessed an unfathomable power. It can't be, right? Elder Situ Feng is currently the most powerful elder of the Vermilion Bird sect. Yet, even Elder Situ Feng has... Lan Yen covered her mouth in shock and disbelief. At this moment, the peerless heavenly demon had already flapped its wings and landed above Situ Feng. It then raised its large and spiky black foot before furiously stomping down. Boom! The ground caved in once again. Situ Feng's bones were shattered, and he couldn't help but vomit another mouthful of blood. Grand Elder! A man who was dressed in a red sect robe and riddled with wounds roared in anger. He transformed into a holy flame vermilion bird as he violently lunged at the peerless heavenly demon. He was none other than the sect leader of the Vermilion Bird sect, Xianxia. However, the peerless heavenly demon was unfazed as it gazed at the vermilion bird that was formed from pure white holy flames. Its blue sword suddenly slashed down at the vermilion bird, and two bursts of indescribable sword projections suddenly illuminated the void with a bright blue color, carrying with them a devastating penetrative ability. These sword projections then brutally severed the wings of the vermilion bird. The vermilion bird screeched in agony, and it dissipated into an expanse of falling flames. The heavenly demon had actually struck the fatal weak point of Xianxia's spell technique. Xianxia was instantly sent flying by the boundless power of the sword intent. There was ridicule in the peerless heavenly demon's eyes as it glanced at Zhu Shuza. It then turned its attention back to Situ Feng, with its pointy tail that was burning with purple flames arching up like a scorpion's stinger and aiming at Situ Feng's head. "No! Elder Situ!" The disciples and elders all shouted in dread. In fact, some of them were already charging toward the peerless heavenly demon. If even Situ Feng was killed, then how would the Vermilion Bird sect survive this catastrophe? For the survival of the Vermilion Bird sect, these disciples and elders were even willing to sacrifice their lives. "Don't come over!" Situ Feng roared. A boundless wave of holy flames soared into the sky, ferociously slamming into the peerless heavenly demon's body. Moreover, the powerful air currents generated by this eruption forced the nearing disciples and elders to retreat. It was also at this moment that the peerless heavenly demon, who was unyielding as it bathed in the holy vermilion flames, penetrated Situ Feng's head with its tail. Like spreading flames, blood flowed into the surroundings. At this moment, it was as if heaven and earth had descended into a brief state of silence. The space around them churned. A young woman who was dressed in a body-hugging black Taoist robe suddenly appeared beside the fallen divine tree. Her pupils contracted as she took in the scene before her, and an expression of shock and disbelief slowly spread across her face. Purple flames continued to spread. Meanwhile, Situ Feng's body had already been disintegrated by the devastating and merciless flames. Only the winged heavenly demon who had been slightly burned by the holy vermilion flames remained standing. Like a proud divine being, its bloodied tail arched up and continued to burn with purple flames. A cold chill ran down everyone's spine. Our Grand Elder was actually killed? No, that's impossible. Grand Elder Situ has a profound understanding of the Vermilion Bird spell technique, so he can definitely achieve rebirth from the flames. Right at this moment, however, the great Tao of heaven and earth suddenly started to wail in mourning. Vermilion-colored feathers of flames started to fall from the sky. An indescribable feeling of grief welled up in everyone's mind. Following the death of a Tao integration stage cultivator, heaven and earth also started to wail in mourning. At this moment, the disciples who had still been holding onto that final straw of hope couldn't help but crumble. The Grand Elder who had guarded the Vermilion Bird sect for tens of thousands of years had been brutally killed. Many disciples of the Vermilion Bird sect couldn't help but wail in anguish. In fact, some of them even started to charge toward the peerless heavenly demon with no regard for their own safety. Even if they lost, they would still battle to the death. Charge! Avenge the Grand Elder! The flames of the Vermilion Bird shall never be extinguished. Numerous cultivators were glowing with flames as they launched a flurry of furious attacks at the heavenly demon. Some of them were enveloped in flames, while others were unleashing powerful fire element spell techniques. The heavenly demon's body was instantly engulfed by countless flaming spell techniques. However, the cultivators of the Vermilion Bird sect didn't dare to let their guards down. Instead, they continued to relentlessly attack the heavenly demon. In fact, almost half of the disciples and elders were launching waves of furious attacks at the peerless heavenly demon. Lan Yen was one of these disciples. In fact, she had charged to the front of the disciples, and she wantonly unleashed her most powerful spell techniques without any regard for the amount of energy consumed. However, the unexpected always arrived quickly. Before most of the disciples could even react, the heavenly demon had already torn through the wave of attacks and charged at Lan Yen. A malicious smile spread across its slightly melted face, and the blue swords in its hand viciously slashed down. It wasn't specifically targeting Lan Yen. Rather, Lan Yen was extremely close to it, and she was also fairly powerful. Thus, the heavenly demon decided to make her its first victim. At this moment, Lan Yen had nowhere to dodge. In fact, she didn't even have the ability to parry this attack. She could only stare at the swords that were slashing down at her. This woman who had loved to laugh before finally laughed at this moment. For some reason, she wasn't afraid of this fate. Instead, she felt like dying for her sect and dying for the kingdom of the 9 states was a worthwhile conclusion. Perhaps this was the true feeling of treating death calmly? At this moment, However, a slender and shapely figure suddenly materialized before her, with the blade in her hand illuminating the entire night sky. As the twin blades of the heavenly demon slashed down, a silver-white radiance suddenly illuminated the entire heaven and earth. Along with it, an extremely powerful saber projection smashed into the twin blades. Boom! Sword intent erupted, and its sharpness was able to penetrate through one's bones. A burst of blue energy furiously intertwined and collided with a burst of white energy. At this moment, a devastating shockwave sent Lan Yen flying. Her eyes widened in shock, and as she gazed at that slender and perfect figure, she couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment, "You're Linger?" Indeed, Lan Yen was good friends with Su Xiaolan, so she was naturally extremely familiar with her friend's beautiful and adorable disciple. In fact, it could be said that she had watched Yi Ling grow up. "Yes, it's me, Sister Lan Yen. Make haste and lead the others away from here," Yi Ling said as she resisted the heavenly demon's overwhelming power with great difficulty. This was a vast and sea-like power, and she could barely resist it even though she had already unleashed her full power. Lan Yen immediately started to retreat upon hearing this. Yi Ling's arrival allowed the disciples and elders of the Vermilion Bird sect to see a glimmer of hope. Meanwhile, the blue sword projections had already slowly but steadily pushed the white sword projection into a corner. Bursts of radiant energy erupted from the contact points between the razor-sharp dagger and the twin blue swords. In fact, there were even cracking and screeching sounds. "It's a new prey," the peerless heavenly demon said as it gazed at Yi Ling, who had suddenly arrived before him. The melting flesh on its face gradually solidified, and its lips cracked into a slight grin. The sword in its right hand slowly pushed down, and at the same time, the sword in its left hand suddenly sprung up and slashed at Yi Ling's waist. Yi Ling's expression changed drastically, and she immediately pushed her dagger into the sword in the heavenly demon's right hand, taking advantage of the powerful force to rapidly retreat. However, the sword in its right hand had already unleashed a vast and formidable sword intent at this moment. This was a sword intent that contorted the void and was capable of annihilating all matter. Dark Dao magnetic shield. Yi Ling knew that she couldn't dodge this attack, so she immediately raised her dagger to parry. At the same time, a black divine Dao transformed into a circular shield before her. Boom! A blue sword projection savagely slashed down. The might of this sword projection far exceeded Yi Ling's expectation, and the dark Dao magnetic shield before her was instantly shattered into pieces. A burst of sword intent then pierced through her body. Pwah! A huge gash appeared on Yi Ling's body, and she immediately coughed up a mouthful of blood as she plummeted toward the ground. Linger! Lan Yan's heart shuddered violently upon seeing this. The remaining disciples and elders of the Vermilion Bird sect also turned pale with fright. Yi Ling had been wounded in just a single exchange. She was no match for the heavenly demon at all. At this moment, the peerless heavenly demon flapped its wings and started to chase after the weakened and vulnerable Yi Ling. However, as it raised its twin swords, holy flames suddenly surged over from the distance. "What's so impressive about bullying a little girl? Your opponent is me," Zhu Shuza roared in fury as he charged over. He unleashed another holy flame vermilion bird that was formed from holy flames, and as this vermilion bird flapped its wings, it would send incredibly powerful gusts of flaming winds into the surroundings. As the vermilion bird opened its beak, it suddenly unleashed a breath of holy flames that was powerful enough to disintegrate all matter at the peerless heavenly demon. "Since you're seeking death, then I'll kill you first," the peerless heavenly demon said in a calm voice. It swung a single sword, instantly slicing the breath of holy flames into two. Meanwhile, Yi Ling had already crashed into the ground. She could feel a burst of power wantonly wreaking havoc through her body, and this caused her meridians to suffer an agonizing pain. Blood continued to flow from her gaping wound, and her entire body couldn't help but shudder. This was an instinctive reaction toward that devastating power in the sky. Far too powerful. This heavenly demon was far too powerful. This heavenly demon was completely superior to her, not only in terms of power but also in terms of speed and spell techniques. She was absolutely no match for it. She was far too weak, even though she was already at the return to void pinnacle stage, and even though she could already rival the power of those at the Tao integration stage, she was still far too weak compared to that peerless heavenly demon. If this continued, the Vermilion Bird sect would definitely be annihilated. Yiling picked herself up from the ground with great difficulty. She then swallowed an immortal pill and looked up at the gloomy dark ink that seemed as if it wanted to crush heaven and earth. There were countless eyes amid this endless stretch of dark ink, and each pair of eyes represented a demon of terror and destruction. This was a world of despair. The Great Tao contains 50 paths, yet the heavens only birth 49. The remaining path is that which humans can seek and exploit. Master has told me before, regardless of how much despair I feel, I should never give up hope. Yiling tightened her grip on her dagger, and she pursed her lips that were stained with blood. Her pure and limpid eyes gradually became resolute, and she said, "Humans can create miracles, and I'm sure that I can too. Let me give it a go. After all, what if I succeed?" The young woman took a deep breath. At this moment, it was as if heaven and earth had fallen silent. The devastating aura of the peerless heavenly demon disappeared, and the sounds of battle between the disciples and the elders of the Vermilion Bird sect and the heavenly demon also disappeared. In fact, even the grief and fury of the broken sky disappeared. Yiling untied her hair, allowing her raven-black hair to billow in the wind. She stood on the fractured lands of the battlefield, and the vital energy within a radius of 5,000 kilometers transformed into a whirlpool that gathered toward her. Rumble, like the booming of thunder, deep and deafening sounds rolled across the sky. The supreme beings suddenly detected something different. What's going on? Why has the flow of vital energy suddenly started to change? It seems as if the thunder in the sky has been released by the heavenly Tao. Could it be? All of the powerful beings turned their gazes toward the young woman in black in unison. At the same time, expressions of disbelief spread across their faces. No way. The 4-9 immortal sex Yiling is about to face a tribulation. The cultivators of the Vermilion Bird sect were stunned. At this moment, however, Yiling comprehensively broke through her shackles. Boom! A boundless aura soared into the sky. This aura was immensely piercing and powerful. In fact, it even tore a gaping hole into the sky that was covered in a layer of coagulated black ink. The divine Tao of assassination started to emanate from Yiling's body. In fact, it even dragged a film of gloomy shadows across heaven and earth. Like the ruler of these shadows, Yiling proudly stood in the center. Her hair was raven black, and her saber shimmered with a silver glow. This was a deadly glow, and its aura was also becoming increasingly formidable. The vital energy within a radius of thousands of kilometers furiously surged toward her body. At this moment, the cultivators were finally able to confirm their speculation. Right now, Yiling was genuinely attempting to reach the Tao integration stage. And Lin, her master, had once said that she was still unprepared. He had said that she couldn't advance too quickly. Master's wife had also said that she needed to further perfect her divine Tao of assassination. If she were too hasty, her tribulation would only result in death. However, Yiling knew that she couldn't wait any longer. She couldn't defeat the peerless heavenly demon, so she could only choose to face her tribulation. She decided that she would gamble everything in this battle. She was going to reach the Tao integration stage. Only by doing so could she find an opportunity for victory. Yiling was slightly nervous, and she murmured, "The heavenly tribulation for the Tao integration stage is full of transformations and unknowns. I wonder what kind of tribulation I'm going to face." Although her companions in the 4-9 immortal sect had seemingly passed their tribulations with ease, the true fatality rate of the heavenly tribulation for the Tao integration stage was actually extremely high. Countless prodigies at the return to void pinnacle stage had died during their heavenly tribulation to advance to the Tao integration pinnacle stage. Moreover, this was already taking into account the fact that they had prepared for it. Yiling, on the other hand, hadn't made any such preparations at all. The vital energy within a radius of thousands of kilometers was churning, and it could be said that this was a never-before-seen spectacle. Meanwhile, the cultivators were completely stunned as they gazed at the piercing aura that had blasted a gaping hole into the tribulation of the heavenly Tao. This commotion was far too great, and it had even affected the process of the heavenly Tao's tribulation. Is the senior sister of the 4-9 Immortal sect truly going to face her Tao integration stage tribulation? Good heavens! She's not even 100 years old. How can such a supremely talented person exist in the world? What do you mean? Aren't the 4-9 Immortal sect's Battle God and Lin and Divine Phoenix Maiden equally as freakish? Everyone was rendered speechless upon hearing this. Just as everyone was feeling stunned and delighted, Elder Zhu Onzhou suddenly asked in an anxious voice. Yiling chose to face her tribulation at this time, but can she truly succeed? You have to realize that this is a critical moment for crushing the heavens. In other words, the heavenly Tao is being greatly affected. Will this not influence her tribulation? His concern was naturally warranted. Right now, the heavenly Tao was in a state of great instability. As such, it was anyone's guess whether anything unpredictable would occur during Yiling's tribulation. If something unpredictable were to occur and greatly affected her, then it was extremely likely that she would die, regardless of how supremely talented she was. After all, there was no room for mistakes when one faced their tribulation. Yiling clearly understood this as well. However, she still insisted on facing her tribulation now. Upon seeing this, a flicker of hope appeared in the minds of the cultivators of the Vermilion Bird sect. If she successfully passes her tribulation, then we'll have 2 Tao integration stage supermighty beings. At that time, perhaps we'll be able to win. Are you sure? Our Grand Elder was an experienced Tao integration stage cultivator. Yet he was unable to suppress that heavenly demon even with the help of the sect leader. Yiling will only be an inexperienced Tao integration stage cultivator after she passes her tribulation. As such, do we truly stand a chance? Some of the disciples were brimming with confidence, while some of the disciples were filled with anxiety. However, regardless of how they felt, everyone was praying for Yiling at this moment. At the same time, they also started to hunt and kill the heavenly demons who were trying to near her. The peerless heavenly demon and Zhu Shuza, who were engaged in an intense battle, also noticed the current situation. Facing a tribulation at such a time? She's seeking death, the heavenly demon said in a calm voice. It was as if it could see through all matter, and it didn't pay any more attention to Yiling. It turned its gaze back to the vainly struggling Zhu Shuza. As long as it killed Zhu Shuza, this top sect of the Kingdom of the Nine States would undoubtedly be destroyed. Thus, the priority right now was to kill Zhu Shuza. Boom! Bolts of lightning suddenly descended from the sky. These bolts of lightning were hazy, and their forms were also irregular. They were dark black in color, yet there was also a hint of purple among them. Bringing with them a terrifying might, these bolts of lightning obliterated the surrounding hundreds of kilometers of the inky black sky into void and nothingness. Arcs of astounding fractures spread through the sky. Almost everyone yelped in astonishment. This was because these bolts of devastating lightning were descending toward the young woman. No one had imagined that Yiling's tribulation would be a lightning tribulation, and no one had imagined that this lightning tribulation would be so profound and devastating. To say nothing of return to void stage cultivators, even Zhu Shuza, a Tao integration stage supermighty being, felt a cold chill shooting down his spine. He was both shocked and terrified. These bolts of lightning shouldn't have existed in this world. These were bolts of chaotic divine lightning. These were bolts of lightning at the God of Creation stage. These were bolts of lightning that should have only appeared during God of Creation stage tribulations. Everyone was stupefied. At this moment, Yiling felt as if everything in this heaven and earth were so vivid and clear. The crumbling sky, the wild heavenly demons, the roaring divine lightning, everything suddenly slowed down. She was distinctly aware that she would be obliterated into nothingness if these bolts of divine lightning fully descended. However, she didn't complain about the heavenly Tao being unfair, and she didn't complain about why the heavenly Tao was unleashing bolts of lightning that should have only appeared during God of Creation stage tribulations. Yiling straightened her slender body and immediately leaped into the air. At the same time, she fully unleashed her divine Tao of assassination with her dagger like a silver river as its radiance soared through the sky and slashed at the bolts of chaotic divine lightning. The crumbling sky, the earth-shattering lightning, as well as the young woman who had leaped into the sky in a dazzling display. Everyone stared at this stunning scene before them. Boom! There was a deafening explosion of lightning, and it was so loud that it almost blew everyone's eardrums out. The bolts of chaotic divine lightning directly exploded. A fearsome might surged into the surroundings, causing the heavenly demons within a radius of 500 kilometers to involuntarily falter. The center of the explosion more so transformed into a destructive space that was filled with arcs of lightning. Linger! Lan Yen shouted. Her eyes were bloodshot as she dazedly stared at the expanse of lightning, and her heart was aching so much that she could barely breathe. Such an intelligent and adorable little girl had actually died at the hands of the chaotic divine lightning. When Enlin and Su Xiaolin heard about this, just how incredibly aggrieved would they feel? A feeling of grief instantly welled up in everyone's heart. They had placed all of their hopes in Yiling, and they had yearned for her to turn the tables after successfully passing her tribulation. However, who would have expected her tribulation to be so extraordinary? It had directly unleashed a lightning tribulation that should have only appeared in God of Creation stage tribulations. How could she endure this? The heavens are determined to destroy the Vermilion Bird sect, an elder exclaimed. His face was already filled with tears. However, another elder suddenly shouted, "No! Look over there. What's that?" The disciples and elders of the Vermilion Bird sect immediately looked toward the dissipating expanse of lightning, only to discover that the young woman was still silently standing there. Moreover, she was completely unscathed. Some of the disciples could barely believe what they were seeing, and they rubbed their eyes to make sure that they weren't hallucinating. At this moment, the expanse of lightning had already completely dissipated, revealing the delicate and beautiful face of the young woman. Her eyes were clear and limpid, and they appeared especially radiant under the night sky. There was an arc of hazy and formless yet incredibly devastating, divine lightning coiled around the silver-white dagger in her hand, and as it pulsated, it released arcs of tiny lightning that fused into her body. As if afraid that she couldn't withstand its power, these arcs of lightning were traveling toward her at an extremely slow speed. The cultivators of the Vermilion Bird sect were all dumbfounded upon seeing this. What's going on? Yiling was also slightly dazed. As proud and unyielding as she was, even she had thought that she would definitely die. After all, she genuinely hadn't been able to come up with any method to deal with those terrifying bolts of divine lightning. However, although she hadn't been able to come up with any method, it seemed as if the chaotic divine lightning had come up with a method for her. Like snakes and dragons, arcs of chaotic divine lightning were coiled around the divine tool in Yiling's hand. Moreover, they were slowly releasing a powerful might that contained the devastating Tao power of divine lightning, allowing her to safely and steadily undergo a transformation. Yiling suddenly recalled the situation when she had faced her return to void stage tribulation. At that time, the lightning tribulation had also acted as it was doing so now. It had given her an extremely comfortable massage, and as she was enjoying it, her cultivation base suddenly advanced to the next level. Who would have thought that her Tao integration stage tribulation would also be this incredibly comfortable? There was joy and delight on Yiling's face. Her understanding of the divine Tao of assassination became deeper and more profound, and this divine Tao also started to become increasingly complete. Moreover, after being tempered by the chaotic divine lightning, her physique would also become far more powerful. In fact, it would become even more powerful than the physiques of ordinary Tao integration stage supermighty beings. Right at this moment, however, the disciples of the Vermilion Bird sect suddenly started to scream in shock and alarm. Yiling looked toward the peerless heavenly demon, only to discover that Zhu Shuza had already lost an arm to the blue blade of this heavenly demon. Moreover, the next strike of this peerless heavenly demon was directly slashing toward Zhu Shuza's neck. Yiling was still facing her tribulation, so she was extremely worried upon seeing this. However, as she glanced at the arcs of chaotic divine lightning that were coiled around her dagger, a daring thought suddenly emerged in her mind. After severing Zhu Shuza's arm with one sword, the other sword of the peerless heavenly demon immediately unleashed a dark blue sword intent that soared through the heavens and slashed at Zhu Shuza's neck. As a paramount killing intent gathered, a large fracture was torn into even the inky black sky. Zhu Shuza crushed his final jade pendant. The blood of a holy vermilion bird was instantly released, forming a large and indestructible shield of blood. Boom! The blue sword slammed into the shield of blood, causing energy to explode and contort. The domineering and eerie blue sword intent was extremely powerful, yet it was unable to shatter the shield of blood. Crack! When the shield of blood finally exhausted its energy and fractured, Zhu Shuza had already retreated into the distance again. Futile struggles, the peerless heavenly demon said. It was emotionless after failing to kill Zhu Shuza with its attack. It flapped its wings and immediately charged at him again. Bursts of holy flames surged toward the peerless heavenly demon, yet these were all easily slashed aside by it. A feeling of helplessness overcame Zhu Shuza as he gazed at the nearing peerless heavenly demon. Its aura was stifling, and its power was invincible. There was simply no way to block it or fight against it. The peerless heavenly demon raised its sword before slashing down again. Zhu Shuza had already used all of his life-saving items. As he gazed at the enlarging blue sword, he knew that he was finally going to be killed. There was reluctance in his eyes. He wanted to fight back, yet the aura of the sword had already restricted all of his movements. He had nowhere to escape. However, a shadow suddenly fell over him, and a dazzling gleam suddenly burst over. A young woman leaped out from the shadows, and she held a gleaming saber in her hand as she stood before Zhu Shuza. The peerless heavenly demon was almost blinded by this gleam. Moreover, the killing intent that was radiating from the young woman caused the space around it to freeze. What kind of killing intent was this? It was so powerful that it could even affect the nomological laws of heaven and earth. The peerless heavenly demon's expression changed drastically for the very first time. Its sword slashed down, yet it slammed into the dazzling and ice-cold gleam instead of Zhu Shuza's neck. There was an explosion of energy. At this moment, the heavenly demon finally saw the face of the young woman before it. She was none other than the young woman who it had defeated in a single strike just then. This was an extremely familiar scene. This was also an exchange of attacks between the peerless heavenly demon and Yi Ling. This time, however, the peerless heavenly demon felt an overwhelming power traveling over from its blade. It was unable to send the young woman flying with a single strike again. The peerless heavenly demon was slightly baffled. Wasn't this woman facing her tribulation? That being the case, why could she still charge over to fight against it? A single mistake and one would be killed by their tribulation. Yet this woman was actually charging over to fight against it? If this were any other cultivator, they would have already been killed by their tribulation 10 times over. Immediately afterward, the peerless heavenly demon witnessed another bizarre scene. It discovered that there was some hazy matter coiled around the young woman's saber. These were arcs of purple lightning that contained a hint of black within them. Moreover, these arcs of lightning made it feel a sense of extreme danger. What is this thing? The peerless heavenly demon squinted its eyes and asked. Guess, Yi Ling said with a slight smile. The arcs of purple and black lightning on her dagger suddenly traveled along the peerless heavenly demon's blue sword, instantly reaching its body. These arcs of lightning then exploded and started to wantonly destroy its body. Oh! The peerless heavenly demon screamed in agony as the devastating arcs of lightning suddenly started to explode and wreak havoc across its body. These were arcs of legendary lightning that could wound even God of Creation stage divine beings. This was origin essence divine lightning that was born from amid the chaos and transcendent above heaven and earth. Thus, the devastating nature of these arcs of lightning far exceeded the attacks of ordinary Tao integration stage supermighty beings. Upon seeing these arcs of powerful lightning coil around her dagger, Yi Ling had immediately developed the daring thought of killing the peerless heavenly demon using this chaotic divine lightning. Die! Yi Ling roared softly. An ice-cold and brilliant radiance immediately erupted from her dagger, with the arcs of chaotic divine lightning ruthlessly striking at the peerless heavenly demon. Like slithering snakes and dragons, the arcs of deadly lightning instantly pierced through the peerless heavenly demon's body, leaving several gaping holes in its wings. Bursts of violent energy then started to ruthlessly obliterate the vitality of its body. In fact, the heavenly demon's flesh continued to shudder and erupt in extraordinary scenes that were even more shocking than someone being burned alive. Boom! Destructive arcs of lightning exploded into the surroundings. Even Yi Ling was sent flying by the shockwaves of the explosion. After stabilizing herself with great difficulty, she looked toward the center of the explosion with an anxious expression. Meanwhile, the cultivators were all stunned by Yi Ling's heaven-defying feat, however. They didn't have time to exclaim in astonishment, and they all turned their gazes toward the center of the explosion. The arcs of explosive lightning disappeared, revealing the charred figure of the heavenly demon in the sky. There was no patch of unscathed skin on its body, and its pair of wings had also been ravaged beyond recognition. Countless drops of black ink dripped from its body. Gazing up, there was also a gigantic hole in its head. Killing a powerful being using the power of her tribulation. All bow to Supreme Leader Yi Ling. Is this a tribulation kill? This is a spectacular and never-before-seen feat. This is definitely a legendary tribulation that can enter the history books of the Tai Chu continent. Did she succeed? The heavenly demon has already been ravaged to such a state, so how can it still be alive? Let's deliver a few more killing blows and burn it more comprehensively. All right. Several elders at the Return to Void stage unleashed powerful fire element spell techniques at the peerless heavenly demon. At this moment, a blue halo suddenly materialized around the peerless heavenly demon, blocking all of these attacks. Phew! There was a long and profound sigh. The temperature in the surroundings suddenly dropped by several degrees. Yi Ling shuddered slightly, and she tightened her grip on her dagger. It's actually still alive. The arcs of chaotic divine lightning that were powerful enough to instantly kill Dao integration stage supermighty beings had actually failed to kill the peerless heavenly demon. Very well. What a terrifying human. You can even take advantage of your Dao integration stage tribulation. I definitely can't let you live? A wicked smile spread across the peerless heavenly demon's face as the purple flames on its tail transformed into dragons that coiled around its twin blue swords. This caused the blue swords to burn with powerful and deadly flames. As the peerless heavenly demon held its twin swords that were roaring with purple flames, it spread its ravaged wings until they covered a vast area in the sky. At the same time, its formidable aura burst into the surroundings, even triggering a resonance of energy within a radius of several thousand kilometers. At this moment, it was like an invincible demon that stoked terror and dread into everyone's mind. Hey, your attack of divine lightning was indeed very powerful. However, your weapon is no longer imbued with that divine lightning. So, how are you going to battle against me now? The peerless heavenly demon suddenly started to speak more to this human who had wounded it, the first human to do so. It was as if it wanted to see her expression of despair. Xianxia immediately flew beside Yi Ling, saying, I'll hold it back. You've already done enough for us, so hurry up and escape while you can. This is a battle for the Vermilion Bird sect, so hand the remaining matters to us. Yi Ling glanced at the injury-riddled man beside her. She knew that Xianxia couldn't bear to see her dying here. However, she didn't move from her spot. Instead, she glanced at the peerless heavenly demon and said with a smile, My weapon is no longer imbued with divine lightning? You're right. However, now is different from before. Yi Ling raised her dagger toward the sky, and her crisp voice immediately echoed through heaven and earth. Lightning come! Boom! Bolts of chaotic divine lightning suddenly descended from the hazy and churning sky, like birds returning to their nest, and like dancing snakes and dragons. These bolts of chaotic divine lightning illuminated the dim world as they arced down and coiled around the young woman's dagger. Her mind was resolute, and her blade was lightning imbued. At this moment, Yi Ling's actions astonished the world again. The disciples of the Vermilion Bird sect were completely stupefied as they gazed at the young woman in the distance. Although they were stunned, they felt like she was extremely dazzling and reliable. The calm yet sinister smile of the peerless heavenly demon gradually froze onto its face, and it gazed at the chaotic divine lightning in the young woman's hands as if it were gazing at a ghost. Not even in its wildest dreams would it have imagined that the young woman could summon this kind of terrifying lightning with such ease. With a single shout of lightning, "Come!" the chaotic divine lightning had genuinely descended into her hands? Was this young woman the daughter of the heavenly Tao? There was pain and puzzlement in the peerless heavenly demon's eyes as it gazed at the sky. It clearly represented the catastrophe unleashed by the heavenly Tao, so why was the heavenly Tao helping this young woman instead? No one could answer this question. The young woman leaned forward slightly, and a barely discernible shadow suddenly streaked toward the peerless heavenly demon. A formidable killing intent instantly caused the surrounding hundreds of kilometers of space to solidify. Assassination. Chaotic divine lightning slash. After being imbued with chaotic divine lightning, the sharpness and might of the sword to send you safely on your way instantly rose by several notches. It tore through the sky and ruthlessly slashed down at the peerless heavenly demon's head. However, the peerless heavenly demon was unafraid as it faced the power that had once severely wounded it. Instead, it actively charged forward, with the twin flaming swords in its hands unleashing a formidable power of hundreds of millions of pounds. Its twin swords had yet to strike their target, but the purple flames around them had already lunged toward Yi Ling like ghosts and monsters. The peerless heavenly demon knew that the chaotic divine lightning on Yi Ling's dagger could emanate into the surroundings. Thus, it was because of this that it decided to attack first. It would strike first and burn the young woman to death with its destructive purple flames. By doing so, the young woman wouldn't be able to unleash the full power of the chaotic divine lightning even if she could fully control it. The peerless heavenly demon was brimming with confidence. After all, it had only just used these purple flames to kill Situ Feng. Moreover, his current opponent was merely a young woman who had just passed her tribulation. As such, she definitely couldn't withstand the power of its destructive purple flames, not even for a single second. However, Yi Ling was completely unafraid of these nearing purple flames. She parted her lips, saying, "Diving lightning barrier." A portion of the lightning on her dagger instantly dashed forward to form a barrier of lightning before her, crushing the surging purple flames into nothing but currents of chaos. "How is this possible?" the peerless heavenly demon murmured in a daze. At this moment, its twin blades had already slashed down into Yi Ling's silver-white dagger, sending bursts of devastating energy into the surroundings. Their weapons collided again. Arcs of chaotic divine lightning started to travel along the twin blades and emanate onto the peerless heavenly demon's body. Oh! The peerless heavenly demon's body twisted and contorted as it was ravaged by the bursts of chaotic divine lightning again. Hundreds upon thousands of gaping wounds instantly appeared on its body. Meanwhile, Yi Ling was sent flying by her own attack again. However, after stabilizing herself in the air, she discovered that her power hadn't weakened at all. Instead, it had become even more powerful. After being continuously tempered by the chaotic divine lightning, her physique had already undergone some indiscernible transformation. Her skin was smooth and jade-like, and she radiated with an aura that was both transcendent and ethereal. By battling while she was facing her tribulation, it appeared as if she could better familiarize herself with her new cultivation base. Yi Ling's unease finally disappeared. She breathed a sigh of relief, and she raised her dagger at the sky once again. Her crisp and pleasant voice instantly echoed around the surroundings. "Lightning, come!" Boom! Chaotic divine lightning descended from the sky and gathered around the dagger in the young woman's hand. At the same time, wisps of divine lightning furiously tempered her physique, divine sense, and divine Tao. Her divine Tao was already nearing perfection. The disciples and elders of the Vermilion Bird sect were completely stunned by what they saw. In fact, even the sect leader of the Vermilion Bird sect was completely astounded. This young woman was actually wielding the chaotic divine lightning as if it were her own weapon. Not only could she summon it without limit, but she could even command it to nimbly change form. What in the world was this? For some reason, she reminds me of a certain person. I'm also reminded of that man. Heh, we're definitely thinking of the same person. Indeed, he's none other than the tamer of divine lightning, the heavenly lightning god. The two elders suddenly shouted out different titles. Anyhow, this was the same person. The awkward atmosphere between the two elders quickly disappeared. And Lin could wield divine lightning, and he could even raise divine lightning as if it were his pet. This was already a renowned legend in the Taichu continent. Right now, however, even Yi Ling had gained the ability to wield divine lightning. Moreover, even the most powerful lightning in the world, the chaotic divine lightning, was taking good care of her, afraid that it would accidentally strike her to death. They had never witnessed such a peculiar sight before. Long ago, there was an Lin who wielded the golden void lightning. Today, there was Yi Ling who manipulated the chaotic divine lightning. Should they say, like master, like disciple? Yi Ling immediately charged at the peerless heavenly demon again, not giving it an opportunity to catch a breath. The peerless heavenly demon was already charred black from the bolts of divine lightning, and it couldn't help but shudder upon seeing Yi Ling charging toward it again. Without any hesitation, it immediately swung its twin swords, leaving arcs of devastating purple flames and sword projections in the air. It didn't choose to engage in close-quarters combat with Yi Ling again. Instead, it chose to attack her from a distance. As long as its attacks were powerful enough, and as long as they covered a large enough area, Yi Ling definitely wouldn't be able to capture it. Purple flames and sword projections rained down toward Yi Ling, illuminating heaven and earth with a purple color. If this were before, Yi Ling definitely wouldn't have possessed the ability to block this attack. Now, however, she was currently facing a tribulation that was allowing her to become increasingly powerful. Shadow Sparrow Slash. Yi Ling's dagger left arcs of pure killing intent and darkness in the air as it tore through the numerous layers of purple flames and sword projections. The peerless heavenly demon's attack had been like a web that left no room for escape for Yi Ling. In the next instant, however, Yi Ling had suddenly transformed into a shadow sparrow that fused into the dark web. When the dark web finally surpassed the purple flames and sword projections and arrived before the peerless heavenly demon, Yi Ling suddenly leaped out from amid the web and ruthlessly thrust her dagger at the astounded heavenly demon. The peerless heavenly demon raised its twin swords to protect its head. Clang! A streak of silver killing intent flashed across the sky. This was accompanied by the booming of thunder and flashes of lightning. Yi Ling's dagger thrust into the peerless heavenly demon's twin swords. However, before the chaotic divine lightning could even emanate toward the peerless heavenly demon, it suddenly arched its pointy tail and pierced it toward Yi Ling's head at a speed that was even quicker than lightning. There was a wild expression on its face, and it roared, "Die!" At this critical instant, Yi Ling's slender waist suddenly bent at an exaggerated angle. She leaned backward, just barely dodging the peerless heavenly demon's surprise attack. At the same time, the chaotic divine lightning on her dagger wantonly surged toward the peerless heavenly demon. Boom! Oh! The peerless heavenly demon screamed in wretched agony. Yi Ling was sent flying by the shockwave of the collision, yet the dagger in her hand immediately thrust at the sky again. Lightning come! Boom! Like a lightning rod, the dagger in Yi Ling's hand attracted bolt after bolt of divine lightning. You're still trying to sneak attack me? Don't you know that my divine Tao is the divine Tao of assassination? Yi Ling said as she gazed at the peerless heavenly demon who had been blasted beyond recognition. Imbued with arcs of blinding chaotic divine lightning, her dagger transformed into a shadow as it ruthlessly stabbed at the peerless heavenly demon again. Before it could even heal its wounds, the peerless heavenly demon saw the nightmarish dagger ruthlessly thrusting toward it again. Crack! Yiling's dagger collided with the heavenly demon's twin swords again. Yiling had chosen to thrust at the peerless heavenly demon's head again. However, like before, her attack had been blocked by its twin swords. At this moment, however, a shudder suddenly traveled through her body. Thump! Her heart suddenly thumped, and it was as if her entire existence had suddenly ascended to a new level following this thump. She had gone from imperfect to perfect. Her divine Tao suddenly materialized in the sky, with shadows emulating all matter and killing intent suffusing through the sky. The phenomenon of Yiling's divine Tao flooded through heaven and earth. At this moment, her divine Tao of assassination was comprehensively acknowledged by the great Tao of heaven and earth. Yiling had successfully advanced to the Tao integration stage. The peerless heavenly demon also detected this sudden change. The aura and power of the young woman suddenly rose by an incredible amount, and the power of her divine Tao had more so undergone a complete transformation. If the peerless heavenly demon failed to detect this, then it would have been an absolute retard. The peerless heavenly demon was immensely astonished. However, thinking from a different perspective, it immediately started to laugh happily. Yiling had successfully passed her tribulation. So what did this signify? Did it signify that she had become stronger? No, what did it matter if she became stronger? It wouldn't be afraid even if she reached the Tao integration intermediate stage or the Tao integration final stage. It wasn't afraid of her, but it was rather afraid of the chaotic divine lightning. Since Yiling had successfully passed her tribulation, didn't this mean that there wouldn't be any more chaotic divine lightning to strike her? That being the case, wouldn't she lose the ability to wield the chaotic divine lightning to attack it? This was the most important matter. Without the interference of the chaotic divine lightning, the peerless heavenly demon was confident that it could battle against 10 Yilings. The peerless heavenly demon was laughing. It was laughing in great joy. Right at this moment, however, a cracking sound suddenly traveled over. Crack! The peerless heavenly demon glanced down, only to discover large amounts of fractures on its twin blue blades where they had been struck by Yiling's dagger. In fact, Yiling's dagger was still crackling with arcs of dazzling lightning as it continued to pierce through its twin blades. How can this be? Why isn't the chaotic divine lightning traveling along my twin swords to strike me? The peerless heavenly demon's expression changed drastically at this moment. Because there's no need anymore, Yiling replied. Her eyes suddenly became piercing, and her divine Tao of assassination suddenly fused together with the arcs of chaotic divine lightning on her dagger. This caused the piercing power of her dagger to instantly soar by an explosive amount. Crack! The twin blue swords suddenly shattered apart. Under the terrified gaze of the peerless heavenly demon, the young woman immediately thrust her lightning-imbued dagger into its head. Lightning crackled, and a piercing radiance shot hundreds of kilometers through the sky. Ah! The peerless heavenly demon moved its lips with great difficulty. At this moment, arcs of lightning were entering its wounds and furiously wreaking havoc through its body. It hadn't imagined that Yiling's divine Tao could unleash such a powerful might after fusing together with the chaotic divine lightning. It's over, Yiling said as she unleashed a powerful burst of white radiance from her dagger. She viciously pushed down, and the dagger directly sliced through the peerless heavenly demon's head and body, ruthlessly slicing it into two. The peerless heavenly demon had initially thought that it would have a chance to counterattack after Yiling successfully passed her tribulation. Unexpectedly, however, this had become the full stop to its life. Assassination. Instant hell lotus. The dagger in Yiling's hand transformed into countless streaks of shadows and saber projections as it flashed around the severed body of the peerless heavenly demon. These shadows and saber projections then transformed into a gigantic purple and black lotus that completely enveloped the peerless heavenly demon's body. The peerless heavenly demon's eyes bulged, and countless bloody gashes instantly appeared in its body. The number of these gashes continued to rapidly increase until the peerless heavenly demon's writhing body was transformed into countless tiny pieces of flesh. These tiny pieces of flesh were then diced into even tinier pieces, and in the end, they were diced into particles so small that they couldn't be separated any further. Only then were these remnants of the peerless heavenly demon's body engulfed by the gigantic lotus. Along with the instant hell lotus, the peerless heavenly demon also completely vanished from before Yiling. More precisely, the peerless heavenly demon had already been diced into nothingness. The permeating aura of terror dissipated. Heaven and earth descended into deathly silence. Everyone was transfixed with shock and disbelief as they dazedly stared at the scenes before them. They had yet to come to their senses. The peerless and invincible heavenly demon that had once been the nightmare of the Vermilion Bird sect had actually been killed by this young woman? The inky black matter in the sky started to rapidly dissipate at a rate that was visible to the naked eye. Although the aura of destruction hadn't completely vanished, it was already incredibly minuscule in amount. In fact, some people could already raise their heads and see the stars in the sky. The Vermilion Bird sect had defeated this most difficult tribulation. She succeeded. She genuinely succeeded. Lan Yen pursed her lips as she gazed at the beautiful young woman who was standing in the void, and she couldn't help but shed tears of joy and relief. Zhu Shuza smiled with emotion and said, "And Lin truly found himself a good disciple." Meanwhile, the disciples and elders of the Vermilion Bird sect were elatedly shouting Yiling's name. They were extremely grateful for everything that she had done for their sect. Through this battle, Yiling had genuinely become a hero of the Vermilion Bird sect. There were waves of joyful and relieved cheers. Yiling was standing in the sky, and her Taoist robe was completely drenched in blood. There was also a gash on her beautiful face, and this ruined her image of absolute perfection. However, she didn't care about this. Her hand was still tightly wrapped around the saber that Enlin had gifted her. She turned her pure and limpid eyes toward the west, and she murmured, "Master, Linger hasn't disappointed you. Linger has helped you protect the Vermilion Bird sect." At this moment, battles of varying magnitudes had also broken out in the other human-populated cities in the Kingdom of the Nine States. Earth-shattering battles had more so broken out in the cities of great significance. Everyone was doing their utmost to battle against this grand tribulation. This was to defend, and this was also to survive. Not a single human would be spared by this grand tribulation. In another grand city of the Bai Hua state, using their powers of extreme heat and extreme cold, the Phoenix Little Huang and the great empress of the Snow tribe successfully killed a colossal heavenly demon who had a bull's head and was in the form of a god fiend. Their actions saved the lives of tens of millions of humans. In the territory of the Greenwood imperial family, heavenly demons were raining down with no end in sight. The cultivators of the imperial family were fighting with all their might, yet the sect protection spell formation was already on the verge of collapse. With her moonlight disk in hand, Su Qinyun continued to dash among the innumerable heavenly demons. With each attack, she was able to easily kill a heavenly demon. She had already grown to become one of the most powerful beings of the Greenwood imperial family. As such, she naturally shouldered the great responsibility of protecting the Greenwood imperial family. Professor Yang activated the Greenwood cannon that he had studied for a long time. A projectile shot into the air before exploding into a dazzling golden flower of destruction. A gigantic and powerful heavenly demon was directly blasted into smithereens. In the ancient void state, numerous powerful disciples of the heavenly sword sect entered the mortal world, using their powerful sword Dao to save the cities and their residents. Sect leader Lu Mingxian and Dongfang Zhuangshi also teamed up to slay a colossal heavenly demon that was in the form of a twin-headed dragon. In the Thunder State, the Celestial the Arch unleashed his invincible combat capability and killed two peerless heavenly demons who were trying to charge into the heavenly court. In the Heavenly River State, the soft glow of moonlight illuminated the flaming river city. Chang'e danced in the sky with the bright and radiant moon hung high above her. No matter how many heavenly demons descended, they were all purified into puddles of pure water by the peculiar radiance of the moon. Of all the grand cities, this was the most peaceful and tranquil. Countless residents of the city kneeled down and kowtowed in gratitude to that beautiful figure in the sky. In the divine farmer city of the Gem State, Ao Xiaowu and Emperor Qinghua were currently being chased and attacked by a peerless heavenly demon. They continued to fight and retreat, and they eventually arrived in some desolate mountain range outside the divine farmer city, in the Stone Flower Prefecture of the Stone Dragon State. This area had become a focal point for the heavenly demons, with heavenly demons raining down as if there were no tomorrow. Emperor Ziwei, Emperor Tianhuang, and battle god Erlang were all engaged in intense and difficult battles. Battles were ongoing all over the kingdom of the 9 states. No one knew how long this grand tribulation would last. They were simply aware that they needed to protect those beside them. Their mission was to battle without giving up. Meanwhile, in the encampment of the 4-9 Immortal sect in the Purple Star State, Bai Ling was furiously analyzing and predicting the situation as she observed the numerous major battles in the kingdom of the 9 states. Up until now, Cyril and Chun Chun still hadn't managed to defeat the heavenly demon tribulation. This caused Bai Ling to feel increasingly uneasy. At this moment, her aloof pupils suddenly contracted slightly as she looked toward the Buddhist kingdom, the region with the second largest human population. Countless heavenly demons were still plummeting toward the heaven-crushing glazed palace that was located inside the Purple Star ruins. However, as these heavenly demons collided into the supremely powerful demonic intent that was radiating from the heaven-crushing glazed palace, most were directly obliterated and crushed into nothingness. 6 peerless heavenly demons formed a formation and charged at Cyril, yet they were instantly slashed to death by Cyril's powerful sword strike. Cyril was at the pinnacle of the God of Creation stage, and no being with form could hope to rival his formidable might. He was a paramount divine being, and he was powerful enough to peer down at all the beings in the world. This heavenly demon tribulation is seemingly limitless, and if it continues like this, there'll definitely be a tremendous loss in life. We have to defeat this tribulation as soon as possible, Cyril said with a solemn expression. He wasn't afraid of the heavenly demons attacking him, but he was afraid of the heavenly demons attacking the other more vulnerable people. That would be an unimaginable catastrophe. Chin Chin was also extremely worried. In fact, he had even used his eye of the internal universe to observe this tribulation. However, he was still unable to find any solution. Perhaps the solution to defeating this tribulation doesn't lie in the Purple Star ruins? Chun Chun said with a deep frown. The more he pondered over this, the more likely it seemed. However, if the solution genuinely wasn't in the Purple Star ruins, then the situation would be much more terrifying. After all, they couldn't navigate too far away from their current spot. That being the case, who still possessed the ability to defeat this tribulation of the heavenly Tao? This was a huge dilemma. Although this tribulation could be defeated, those who possessed the ability to defeat it were all trapped in a figurative cage. As they were unable to battle against this tribulation, they were naturally unable to defeat this tribulation. Chun Chun activated his eye of the internal universe again, using it to observe the boundless universe and the infinite stars. He gazed at the kingdom of the 9 states, and he also gazed at the sky surrounding it. This expanse of sky was also brimming with the power of the tribulation. Yet strangely, there didn't exist a solution to defeating the tribulation. It's actually not in the kingdom of the 9 states? Could it be? Chun Chen's gaze swept to the west, eventually arriving at the Buddhist kingdom of the west. His pupils immediately contracted, and a stunned expression spread across his face. Why is it in the Western paradise? Upon hearing this, Cyril's expression also changed slightly. Western paradise? The region with the second largest human population. The kingdom of the 9 states was located in the east, and the Western paradise was located in the west. These 2 regions housed the most powerful human civilizations. Meanwhile, the kingdom of the 9 states was more powerful than the Western paradise. Cyril and Chun Chun had initially thought that the heavenly demon tribulation was targeting the heaven-crushing sect. Unexpectedly, however, this tribulation was targeting the Western paradise. Was it purposefully targeting the weakest region? Or was this tribulation trying to kill as many humans as it could, so it was starting from the weakest region? Chun Chin discovered that he couldn't understand the heavenly Tao's train of thought. However, he was certain that the Buddhist kingdom of the West was going to face the most brutal catastrophe in its history. After all, it was far too lacking in powerful beings at this moment. Its defenses were far inferior to that of the Kingdom of the Nine States, which was being guarded by the 4-9 Immortal sect. In the far west of the Tai Chu continent, there was a land of joy and bliss. The monks here all lived a pure and enjoyable life. This was a region of many benefits, and this was also a region where humans showed the most kindness and compassion. At this moment, however, the paradise was no more. There was a web of black fractures in the shattered sky, and these fractures shredded the Buddhist halos in the sky. Giant blobs of black ink that were dotted with eyes dripped down from the black fractures, transforming into countless powerful monsters that wantonly attacked and killed the monks. These were heavenly demons that even the Buddhist halos couldn't purify and guide. Their eyes were filled with nothing but destruction and bloodlust, so the monks had no option but to pick up their weapons and fight. Unfortunately, however, the heavenly demons were far more powerful than the monks. In fact, even the weakest heavenly demon was already at the soul formation stage. Moreover, there were large numbers of return to void stage heavenly demons wreaking havoc through the largest cities of the Buddhist kingdom. When the peerless heavenly demons descended, it was more so as if they had entered a land of no opponents. Each of their attacks was able to transform an entire city into a hellish land of chaos and destruction. Blood flowed through the lands, and wails of agony and torment suffused through the sky. Hundreds of millions of mortal humans were transformed into nothing but victims waiting for slaughter. Even the powerful bodhisattvas and Buddhas could barely protect themselves. At this moment, the great Tao of heaven and earth suddenly started to wail. This was a sign that a supremely powerful Buddha at the Tao integration stage had been killed. Bodhisattva Maitreya has been killed. No, that's impossible. He's our future. How can this be? Why is it like this? Is our paradise going to be destroyed? Some of the monks were sobbing as they gazed at the deadly phenomenon throughout heaven and earth. The sky was roaring with purple flames, and it was as if these flames wanted to extinguish the wailing of the great Tao that was triggered by the death of a bodhisattva. Meanwhile, 3 peerless heavenly demons who had their colossal wings unfurled were wearing a cruel grin as they looked at the fractured, undying golden body before them. This bodhisattva was already devoid of all vitality. One of the peerless heavenly demons raised its bloodied scythe, and its voice boomed through the entire heaven and earth. The most powerful being of the Buddhist kingdom has already been killed. Now, the rest of you can prepare to be massacred. We'll leave no monk alive, and we'll leave no human alive. The heavenly demons became fervent with excitement upon hearing this. They roared with excitement, and they started to kill their victims with even more vigor and violence. The sky had already become inky black, and it had also descended until it was closer and closer to the earth. It was as if it wanted to crush all of the millions upon billions of beings in this region to death. Different from the Kingdom of the Nine States and the Purple Star ruins, a colossal black hole had also appeared above the center of the Buddhist Kingdom of the West. This black hole seemed like the lair of the heavenly demons, and countless heavenly demons were currently surging out from this black hole like a swarm of locusts. There were large numbers of colossal heavenly demons in this swarm, and there were also several peerless heavenly demons. This was a genuine catastrophe. This was an unblockable catastrophe. If this continued, the once prosperous Western paradise would be completely annihilated in less than 15 minutes. The most blissful land in the world is about to transform into a hellish land of death and destruction. The enlightened being shook his head and said with emotion. His stance was absolutely neutral, and he had no intention of helping even as he watched the once blissful land being transformed into hell. Such a large number of heavenly demons. By the looks of it, there are even more heavenly demons here than in the Kingdom of the Nine States. The Buddhist Kingdom of the West can't rival these heavenly demons, even if their power rises by twofold. The enlightened being shook his head as he analyzed the situation. He sighed with emotion, and it was clear that he didn't see any hope for the Buddhist Kingdom of the West. However, his expression suddenly faltered, and he looked toward places that were located beneath the black hole in the sky. A dazzling gleam slowly appeared in his eyes. This is... Heavenly demons were wreaking havoc and a bodhisattva had been killed. The world was crumbling, and the Western paradise had been transformed into hell. At this moment, however, a gigantic golden symbol suddenly appeared on the earth. This Buddhist symbol stretched for tens of thousands of kilometers, and it emanated with an aura of great benevolence and immense virtue that shook the entire heaven and earth. Boom! Boundless golden light erupted from the earth and directly soared into the sky, stirring up the heavens and shredding the inky black matter in the sky. This golden light manipulated heaven and earth in a forceful manner, and it transformed the entire sky into an expanse of golden Buddhist light. A calming voice that was filled with an aura of vitality and enlightenment started to suffuse through heaven and earth. Namo Amitabha. Upon hearing this sound, it was as if the countless heavenly demons in the sky had been struck by a powerful blow. They started to plummet from the sky like large raindrops. This chant of Namo Amitabha had cleansed the sky of all demons and monsters. Meanwhile, the monks and bodhisattvas of the Buddhist kingdom faltered upon hearing this chant. After a brief moment, however, they felt a sensation of calm and tranquility washing over their minds. They were stuck in a hellish situation, yet they were no longer afraid, and they were no longer despairing. It was as if hope and paradise were right in front of them. What in the world is going on? Why has the terrifying sky suddenly turned gold? That voice was so calming and peaceful. Not only that, but it was also able to stun tens of thousands of heavenly demons and cause them to plummet from the sky. Perhaps it was a Buddhist chant that possessed the paramount understanding of Buddhism. Look over there. The rising golden light is starting to transform. The monks were beside themselves with excitement as they gazed at the expanse of heaven and earth that had suddenly changed color. Although they didn't know where this mighty power had come from, they knew that this power belonged to their Buddhist kingdom. In fact, this was the hope of the Buddhist kingdom. Within the black hole that was the heavenly demon's lair, 5 peerless heavenly demons were instantly overcome with a sense of unease upon seeing the colossal one symbol that was expanding with their lair as its center. Destroy it, one of the peerless heavenly demons said. Roar, kill, the 5 peerless heavenly demons and dozens of other colossal heavenly demons charged at the one symbol in unison. At this moment, their formidable might was like an unstoppable tsunami. It was also at this moment that boundless rays of golden light started to rise from the golden symbol. These rays of light started to intertwine and condense, and in the end, they transformed into a colossal golden palm that measured 15,000 kilometers in length. As this golden palm appeared, it was as if all matter in heaven and earth had been enveloped by a peculiar Buddhist regulation. Countless golden threads permeated through heaven and earth, enveloping the world and moving through different dimensions. These golden threads transformed into a giant net of paramount regulations that enveloped heaven and earth. The heavenly demons were stunned to discover that their speed had suddenly slowed down. In fact, some of them were even dissolved into puddles of liquid as if they had come into contact with some kind of powerful restriction. They were killed before they could even scream in agony. Drop your murderous weapons. A Buddhist chant echoed through heaven and earth again, calm yet penetrative. Crack, crack, crack. With the exception of the peerless heavenly demons, all of the weapons in the heavenly demons' hands were shattered by some unknown power. In fact, even their claws and fangs had been snapped by this power. Return to the heavenly Tao. The Buddhist chant continued to sound in everyone's mind. Immediately afterward, the colossal golden palm suddenly started to strike at the sky. The palm had yet to strike the sky, but its devastating power was already warping the void and causing countless heavenly demons to implode under its unbearable might. The heavenly demons couldn't feel any killing intent from this colossal palm. This palm possessed a boundless power of light, and it also possessed a boundless aura of benevolence and compassion. At this moment, it simply wanted to tell the heavenly demons to return to where they had come from. The Buddhist kingdom wasn't where they should be. In fact, the message of the palm could be expressed in 2 simple words. Piss off. This was the boundless golden light great benevolence palm. Countless heavenly demons imploded on the spot. The The powerful colossal heavenly demons wanted to destroy this golden palm, so they all unleashed their most powerful attacks. However, these attacks were dissolved into mere particles of light by a peculiar Buddhist halo before they could even reach the palm. Immediately afterward, the colossal heavenly demons were also struck by this peculiar Buddhist halo, killing them on the spot. Charge! We'll destroy it together. The expressions of the 5 peerless heavenly demons changed drastically as they released a wave of destructive purple flames in unison. These destructive purple flames then transformed into a demon that measured almost 5,000 kilometers in height and was powerful enough to stamp the giant Buddhist city into nothingness. This colossal demon furiously hammered its fists at the colossal golden palm. The colossal size of this flaming purple demon had already exceeded the monk's imagination. However, the great benevolence palm measured a whopping 15,000 kilometers in length. Moreover, this golden palm was completely unfazed by the fists of the flaming purple demon as it continued to strike at the sky. As the fists and palm collided, bursts of golden light and purple flames started to furiously intertwine and battle in the sky. After just a mere second, the purple flames were completely annihilated by the rays of golden light. The flaming purple demon more so disintegrated into dust and ashes as it wailed in wretched agony. It was comprehensively subdued. Our combined attack was defeated? How is this possible? The peerless heavenly demons were completely stunned. How is there such a powerful being in the Buddhist kingdom? No one could answer their questions. At this moment, the only answer that they could receive was the boundless golden light great benevolence palm. Crack! The peerless heavenly demons were completely unable to resist as they were smashed and shredded into puddles of inky black liquid by the formidable strike of the palm. Even the 3 peerless heavenly demons who had killed Bodhisattva Maitreya were completely annihilated by the overwhelming power of the boundless golden light great benevolence palm. The colossal golden palm didn't vanish after killing the peerless heavenly demons. Instead, it continued to radiate with an aura of invincibility as it struck toward the black hole in the sky. Boom! There was an indescribable explosion as the colossal golden palm smashed into the black hole. The entire sky shuddered, and rays of golden light burst tens of thousands of kilometers into the distance. After being struck by the boundless golden light great benevolence palm, the black hole in the sky started to rapidly shrink and fracture. After a while, it eventually transformed into void and nothingness, returning to the embrace of the heavenly Tao. This palm could annihilate hundreds of millions of heavenly demons, and it could also purify and guide the heavens. All the monks and bodhisattvas in the Buddhist kingdom could see the suffusing golden light in the sky. These were rays of golden light that were radiating with an aura of benevolence and compassion. As cruel and terrifying as the heavenly demons had been, all of them had still been completely annihilated by these rays of golden light. After the heavenly demons were annihilated, the giant wand symbol on the ground also vanished as if it had expended all of its energy. Along with it, the colossal golden palm in the sky also vanished into nothingness. Heaven and earth suddenly fell silent. The roars of the heavenly demons had vanished, and the aggrieved laments of the monks had also subsided. Only the ravaged city and the clear night sky remained. The heavenly demons that had been battling against the monks had already disintegrated into dust. The monks' eyes glistened with tears as they gazed at the clear sky, where all of the heavenly demons had already been killed. Even though they had abandoned their emotions and lust, they still couldn't help but shed tears of relief. It's over. It's finally over. I initially thought that our paradise would be transformed into nothing but rubble. Who would have thought that we could still survive to see another day? All of the enemies were destroyed by that single palm strike? Which true Buddha was it? They actually possess such a powerful Buddhist might. Namo Amitabha. The path between paradise and hell is traversed in but an instant, to purify beings with a single chant and to turn the tables with a single palm. Only he's capable of achieving this. Most of the monks and Buddhas were still stunned and slightly dazed. However, Some of the Buddhas had already turned their gazes toward the core region of the Buddhist kingdom. They then respectfully and sincerely offered a Buddhist prayer in that direction. Waves of Buddhist chants started to reverberate throughout heaven and earth. The monks and Buddhas all started to recite these chants, causing countless golden Sanskrit symbols to materialize and illuminate the night sky. This was a holy and tranquil scene. As the Buddhist chants continued, the catastrophe that had once enveloped the entire Western paradise started to gradually vanish. As if guiding the deceased monks into the afterlife, wisps of golden light also started to rise from the earth and hover into the sky. Meanwhile, as the millions upon millions of beings of the Western paradise gazed at the sky, it was as if the boundlessly mighty projection of a true Buddha had appeared at some unknown time. This figure was sitting cross-legged at the peak of the sky, with its body boundlessly tall and brimming with golden light as well as a limitless aura of virtue. Namo Amitabha. He's none other than our Buddha, the Sakyamuni Buddha. The heaven-crushing spell formation was spread over a large expanse of heaven and earth, causing the heavenly Tao to shatter and the world to slowly sink. Meanwhile, golden light suffused through the sky over the Western paradise, and this golden light even illuminated the night sky of the Taichu continent. Countless powerful beings looked toward the Western paradise, with their faces filled with expressions of shock and disbelief. They hadn't imagined that such a profoundly powerful being would appear at this time. The enlightened being was also immensely shocked. He had watched the catastrophe befalling the Buddhist kingdom of the West, and he had also concluded that the Buddhist kingdom would be destroyed in less than 15 minutes. Unexpectedly, however, that palm, just a single palm, had easily defeated the catastrophe brought about by the destructive heavenly demons. That palm had completely turned the tables. Is this the Sakyamuni Buddha? The enlightened being had a stroke of enlightenment as he gazed at the colossal projection in the sky, and as he gazed at the golden lotus that the Buddha projection was sitting on. So that's how it is, transforming into a lotus using one's own body and silently waiting for karmic fate to befall. No wonder he's been lying low this entire time. As it turns out, he was waiting for today to arrive. He made such a huge sacrifice, and it was all for the result of today. The enlightened being sighed with emotion. At the same time, he also felt profound respect toward the Sakyamuni Buddha. However, he didn't really understand the notion of sacrificing oneself to save others. Wasn't pondering over philosophical questions every day enjoyable? Why sacrifice one's time to do this kind of thing? The enlightened being couldn't wrap his mind around this. However, this didn't stop him from respecting the Sakyamuni Buddha. After all, those who could make such a huge sacrifice were all extremely wise beings. The Sakyamuni Buddha had succeeded. At almost the same instant, the squirming black ink above the kingdom of the 9 states and the purple star ruins suddenly shuddered violently. They then stopped squirming, and they were instead slowly absorbed into the heavenly Tao. Xiao Zhe and Xiao Tu, who were currently being pummeled by 2 peerless heavenly demons, were completely stunned as they gazed at the weakening heavenly demons. They then glanced at the faint golden light traveling over from the west, and only then did they come to a sudden realization. However, before they could even react, the 2 howling and indignant peerless heavenly demons had already been directly absorbed into the sky, vanishing into the pitch-black fractures. Similar situations were occurring all throughout the kingdom of the 9 states and the purple star ruins. In less than 15 minutes, all of the heavenly demons had already vanished without a trace. The great catastrophe passed, and the kingdom of the 9 states finally returned to normal. The cultivators gazed up at the sky, and for the first time, they finally felt that the clear sky was so beautiful and precious. In the purple star pavilion of the 4-9 Immortal sect, on the spell altar in the center of the plaza, Bai Ling breathed a sigh of relief, and she finally relaxed her body slightly. She smiled faintly and said, "By the looks of it, those God of Creation stage divine beings haven't abandoned their homes. The Buddhist kingdom of the West has turned the tables and won the battle." In the central region of the purple star ruins, the expanse of black ink that was dotted with eyes slowly shrank back into the heavenly Tao. All that it left behind was a land that was ravaged and destroyed. A look of delight spread across Cyril's face, and he said, "We've succeeded." Xianxia nodded and said, "The Sakyamuni Buddha, the true Buddha of the Buddhist kingdom, appeared to turn the tables and defeat the heavenly demon tribulation." Cyril sighed with emotion, saying, "What a truly powerful being. He even schemed against the heavens. The most powerful spears often have the most fatal weak points." The heavenly Tao thought that the Buddhist kingdom of the West would be the weakest and easiest region to destroy, yet as it turns out, the Sakyamuni Buddha had already been planning for this day since long ago. He was waiting for the heavenly Tao to target the Buddhist kingdom. It's thanks to the Sakyamuni Buddha that the heavenly demon tribulation is defeated. He has helped us immensely. Cyril, the first heavenly disciple, was in an extremely good mood at this moment. There was a joyful and appreciative smile on his face. An ally had suddenly appeared and defeated the tribulation that had troubled him and Xianxia so greatly. Thus, how could he not be in a good mood? Xianxia was also feeling extremely thankful. Although crushing the heavens is a matter for the heaven-crushing sect, protecting the world has always been a task that everyone is involved in and responsible for. The seventh tribulation, the heavenly demon tribulation, had been successfully defeated. Cyril's black and white heaven-crushing spear continued to pierce deeper into the heavenly Tao. Half of the spear had already pierced into the shattered heavenly Tao, and it was clear that they had already reached the final stages of crushing the heavens. The black-veined patterns of the heaven-crushing spell formation started to become increasingly profound and pitch-black. Not only were they blanketing the sky and the earth, but they were even becoming thicker and expanding into more branches. In fact, these veined patterns were such that one couldn't even tell the difference between the fractures in the sky and the veined patterns of the heaven-crushing spell formation. The two were different, yet it was as if they were slowly fusing together. A black particle started to materialize in Xianxia's hand. This was a pure black and this was a paramount black. This black particle was like the only remaining matter after the destruction of all matter in the world. This black particle could be infinitely small, yet it could also be infinitely large. In fact, everything would appear to be void and null before this black particle, regardless of whether they possessed a form or not. Heaven-crushing technique. Dark Tao particle. Xianxia tossed the black particle toward the sky. The dark Tao particle rapidly shot into the sky, eventually disappearing into the horizon. The members of the heaven-crushing sect faltered upon seeing this. Just as they were starting to feel confused about why Xianxia's spell technique wasn't doing anything, an expanse of darkness suddenly enveloped the entire sky. Boom! The dark Tao particle had suddenly exploded. This was an expanse of darkness that could even engulf light, and it rapidly engulfed all of the surrounding space, energy, and even time and nomological laws. In fact, even ordinary return to void stage cultivators and Tao integration stage cultivators would feel dizzy upon glancing at this expanse of darkness. It was as if their existence were about to be instantly engulfed into nothingness. The great Tao of heaven and earth started to wail in grief again. A crisp, cracking sound traveled into the ears of everyone in the Taichu continent and even the ears of those in the boundless realm of stars. It was as if something had vanished from beside them. How many beings existed in the Taichu continent, the boundless realm of stars, and the numerous great worlds and small worlds? This was an unfathomable number. A number so great that even God of creation stage divine beings couldn't comprehend. This number was undoubtedly very large. Now, however, Xianxia's actions had affected every single being in the universe. That being the case, how would the beings of the universe react? In fact, the large majority of them wouldn't show any reaction at all. At most, they would only feel slightly tired. Only some of the more powerful beings would feel slightly uneasy. They would have a faint feeling that the heavenly Tao was heading toward destruction. They would feel as if they were about to lose the heavenly Tao, something that they had already grown accustomed to. Perhaps the dissatisfaction of a single being would be negligible. However, what about the dissatisfaction of 10,000 beings? Of 100 million beings? Of 1 trillion beings? When multiplied by 1 trillion, any number would become ginormous in magnitude. Moreover, every single being in the universe would develop negative emotions if the heavenly Tao were to be destroyed. When these negative emotions were gathered together, they would combine to form an unimaginably devastating power. At that time, where would this peculiar power go? All actions came with a consequence. Thus, this peculiar power would head toward whoever had destroyed the heavenly Tao. In other words, it would head toward Cyril and Chen. At this moment, a giant red fruit started to appear in the fractures of the heavenly Tao. This fruit was round and glossy, and it measured around 500 feet in radius. It was radiating with an extremely alluring aroma. At first glance, this red fruit looked very much like an apple. Looking closely, however, one would discover that this fruit was redder and rounder than an apple. In fact, its surface was completely smooth and flawless. Although the members of the heaven-crushing sect were extremely alert upon seeing this fruit, they still couldn't help but instinctively gulp in yearning. Only Cyril and Chen drew a sharp breath. The eighth tribulation of the heavenly Tao had arrived. One needed to take responsibility for their actions. The heavenly Tao was extremely fair and just. Since Cyril and Chen were planning to destroy it, then it would force these two culprits to endure the negative emotions of countless beings. This was their responsibility. The red and glossy fruit was filled with the negative emotions of countless beings. All of the negative emotions triggered by the destruction of the heavenly Tao were converged inside this fruit. Whoosh! A dazzling sword projection suddenly swept through the sky and slashed into the red and glossy fruit. The sword intent of this attack was so powerful that it could even split the sky into two. However, the red fruit was completely unscathed and unaffected by the overwhelming sword intent. In fact, it didn't even quiver. Cyril slowly retracted his sword. There was a look of disappointment on his face, and he said, "I can't damage it with my sword." "Of course you can't. This is a collection of negative emotions from billions upon billions of beings. By placing your sword on its neck, you'll only cause their negative emotions to grow in magnitude. At that time, this red fruit will only become even more powerful and terrifying," Chen said with a shake of his head. Cyril grimaced upon hearing this, but he knew that Chen was correct. The red and glossy fruit silently hung in the sky just like that. It was like a beautiful fruit waiting to be picked, with its fruity aroma as alluring as could be. As the members of the heaven-crushing sect gazed at this red fruit, they couldn't help but feel that it was extremely alluring and appetizing. They felt a strong desire to taste this red fruit. However, in Cyril's and Chen's eyes, this red fruit was nothing more than an extremely poisonous matter. They didn't want to even touch it. However, the two heavenly disciples knew that this was an insurmountable challenge. This was not only a challenge from the heavenly Tao, but it was also a challenge from the countless beings of the universe. If they couldn't overcome this challenge, then they wouldn't be able to become the new heavenly Tao, even if they forcefully crushed the old heavenly Tao. The willpower of sentient beings and the karmic fate of sentient beings. Although this is the karmic fate of evil consequences, it's still a genuinely magnificent matter. Chen couldn't help but sigh with emotion as he gazed at the red fruit. As if hearing Chen's praise, and as if displaying its joy, the red fruit surprisingly shrunk in size, shrinking from 500 feet in radius to only the size of an ordinary apple. This was seemingly to make it easier for Chen to consume. However, Chen wasn't delighted upon seeing this. Instead, he felt a cold chill traveling down his spine. This fruit was definitely deadly. Chen, why don't we have half each? Cyril asked as he continued to tightly grip his heaven-crushing spear. He raised his other hand to wipe the cold sweat from his forehead. This tribulation didn't look mighty, and it didn't look overwhelming either. There was simply a red fruit silently hovering in the air. However, Cyril was aware that they might both implode on the spot upon eating this red fruit. After all, this was an evil fruit that had gathered all of the negative emotions of the countless sentient beings in the universe. This sentient being's tribulation was no joke. Chen raised his brows and said, "Half each? Aren't you afraid that this sentient being's tribulation will give us a buy one get one free?" Cyril felt extremely awkward upon hearing this. He naturally understood Chen's words. If this fruit was devastatingly powerful, so much so that they were both killed by it, then there would be no one else to shoulder the huge responsibility of crushing the heavens. In other words, Chun was saying that having one of them die would be much better than having both of them die. However, would sacrificing one of them truly extinguish the resentment and negative emotions of all the sentient beings in the universe? Cyril faltered for a brief moment. However, he eventually shook his head and said resolutely, "No, let's have half each. If one of us dies, then the probability of successfully crushing the heavens will fall significantly. Thus, we might as well take this gamble." Upon seeing Cyril's determination, Chun didn't try to forcefully change his mind anymore. "Fine. Then I'll go first," Chin said. As he said this, he walked over and grabbed the red fruit. This red fruit was extremely smooth, and it was also ice-cold to the touch. In fact, there was even some weight to it. However, when Chun tried to determine the weight of the red fruit, his self-awareness suddenly started to become fuzzy and unclear. Thus, he was completely unable to determine its weight. He then used his power to observe the inside of the fruit, and what he saw was the essence of countless negative emotions. Chun was unable to determine the specific number of essence particles. If he had to use a word to describe it, then the word boundless would definitely be the most fitting. There was a boundless number of essence particles. In fact, Chun had no idea whether he and Cyril could withstand this sentient being's tribulation. However, he had already come to a realization long ago. He would continue to advance regardless of how difficult or terrifying the situation was. He would continue to advance even if it meant sacrificing his life. Chun opened his mouth, and he was just about to take a bite out of the sentient being's tribulation fruit. "Hang on!" Cyril suddenly shouted. Chun's movement faltered, and he immediately looked towards Cyril. Cyril's voice was solemn, and he said, "If this red fruit isn't a physical fruit but rather an orb of willpower, then it will subconsciously acknowledge you, the first person to take a bite, as the person facing the tribulation. At that time, it will unleash the full power of the tribulation upon you, therefore rendering our intention of splitting the tribulation into two pointless." Chun frowned upon hearing this. He understood what Cyril was trying to say, and he murmured, "Taking one bite is equivalent to eating the entire fruit? Then what should we do? We'll form a connection between our minds. Regardless of whether this fruit is physical or not, we'll also take a bite out of it in unison," Cyril said with a serious expression. Chun, as God of creation stage divine beings, they could indeed achieve this goal. However, why did it seem so strange? Anyhow, Chun didn't hesitate for too long before accepting Cyril's suggestion. Meanwhile, inside the heaven-crushing glazed palace, the members of the heaven-crushing sect were all gazing at Cyril and Chun as they continued to funnel their power into the heaven-crushing spell formation. They knew that the red fruit was no ordinary fruit, so they all felt extremely anxious upon seeing Chun grab it into his hands. This was especially the case with Xueyan, who had already clenched her small hands into fists. She was feeling incredibly worried for Chun. "Look, Chun has placed the red fruit before Cyril. Is he planning to let Cyril take a bite first?" The members of the heaven-crushing sect hadn't heard the discussion between the two heavenly disciples, so they were all feeling extremely curious upon seeing Chun's action. "Why do I feel like their actions are so weird?" Some members of the heaven-crushing sect were wearing extremely strange expressions. Meanwhile, the remaining members didn't retort them either. This was because Cyril and Chun were leaning closer and closer together. At this moment, only the red fruit separated the two of them. In fact, the red fruit was resting between their mouths. Chun's limpid and black eyes were gazing into Cyril's gentle and bright red eyes, and it was as if all matter in heaven and earth had vanished from around them. At this moment, it was as if they only had eyes for each other. What are they planning to do? Perhaps they're afraid of the huge risks of eating the fruit, so they want to do something before their death? A female immortal at the Return to Void stage said. Her face was flushed red, and as if thinking of something, her breathing suddenly quickened as well. Her beautiful eyes were locked onto the two figures in the sky, and it was as if she were afraid to miss some stunning scenes that were about to take place between them. Xueyan's eyes twitched upon hearing this. and she became even more anxious as she gazed at the two figures in the sky. Her expression was clearly cold and aloof, yet her mind was already ablaze. Could it be? Could it be? Right at this moment, Cyril and Chun suddenly parted their lips in unison. Just as Cyril and Chun parted their lips in unison, the members of the heaven-crushing sect couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. If it weren't for the maidens being slightly more reserved, perhaps they would have already started to squeal in surprise. Shuiyan's eyes were more so wide with shock and disbelief, and no one knew what kind of complicated emotions were flashing through her mind. Chun was gazing at Cyril, and Cyril's eyes also housed the reflection of Chun. At some unknown time, their minds and Tao realms had already become completely in sync. It was as if they had formed some mystical connection with each other, whereby Chun was fully aware of Cyril's thoughts and Cyril was fully aware of Chun's thoughts. At this moment, Cyril and Chun both stopped their advance. They then opened their mouths and bit down at the red fruit in unison. Crunch! A crisp crunching sound traveled into the surroundings. While their physical actions, minds, and Tao realms were in sync, they flawlessly split the red fruit into two. Almost no one in the world could emulate this action. It was far too incredible. To say nothing of syncing their minds and Tao realms with each other. Just the act of perfectly splitting a fruit into two using their mouths was already an incredible feat in itself. Few people could achieve this. However, Cyril and Chun had performed a miracle. They had flawlessly cooperated with each other. They had eaten the red fruit in unison. The two of them continued to chew the red fruit, and aromatic juices started to spread inside their mouths. This was a slightly sour and sweet taste. In fact, this was a fairly delicious taste. However, Cyril and Chun didn't dare to let their guards down. After chewing for a moment, they resolutely swallowed the fruit. A burst of warmth coursed through their bodies. It was as if they had eaten an immortal fruit. The members of the heaven-crushing sect were astounded. In fact, some of the female cultivators even heaved a sigh of disappointment. The two of them had done so much and been in such a strange posture simply to eat that fruit. Meanwhile, Shuiyan breathed a sigh of relief. However, she immediately became alert again. This was a tribulation of the heavenly Tao, so how could it be defeated so easily? In the next instant, Cyril and Chun's expressions immediately became grim. Oof! Ah! Both of them immediately clutched their stomachs in unison. Their brows were furrowed, and even their bodies were starting to involuntarily shudder. What's wrong with the heavenly disciples? Heavens! They look to be in great pain. Could it be food poisoning? Isn't that nonsense? There was clearly something wrong with that red fruit. That fruit was definitely poisonous. It isn't as simple as poison. Moreover, no poison in the world can affect those two. Rather, this is a higher-level fruit of evil. In simple terms, this is the culmination of all the negative emotions of the beings in the universe brought about due to the destruction of the heavenly Tao. The ancient dragon empress started to explain the situation to everyone in the heaven-crushing glazed palace. Upon hearing this, everyone finally understood why the two heavenly disciples were treating this tribulation with such caution. Right now, they were battling against the negative emotions of the entire universe. When pertaining to a universal level, anything had the ability to become unfathomably terrifying, and anything would gain the ability to easily annihilate a specific existence. Boundless emotions erupted in the minds of the two heavenly disciples. Moreover, these emotions were on the verge of causing their God of Creation stage physiques to implode. If they were weaker God of Creation stage divine beings, these negative emotions would have definitely pushed them to insanity already. However, Cyril and Chun relied on their firm resolution to forcefully withstand this assault. In fact, Cyril even roared with laughter, saying, "Ha ha ha! Chun, we've succeeded. We can flawlessly battle against this devastating power together." Pwah! Cyril was still laughing, yet he suddenly spat a mouthful of blood. Chun glanced at the chortling man, and he said coldly, "Stop speaking nonsense. Focus on Pwah." He couldn't help but also spit a mouthful of blood. Cyril, Chun. The members of the heaven-crushing sect exclaimed in astonishment upon seeing this. Since implementing their plan of crushing the heavens, this was the first time that they had seen the two heavenly disciples being wounded. These were two near-invincible divine beings. At this moment, the combined negative emotions of the entire universe were erupting inside their bodies. This power was even more devastating than attacks from God of Creation stage divine beings, and it was countless times more terrifying than having a great world explode inside their bodies. This was a boundless tribulation, and this was a boundless amount of negative emotions. Cyril and Chun Chen's eyes were bloodshot. Thoughts of violence and destruction relentlessly flashed through their minds. Many supermighty beings and God of Creation stage divine beings would collapse under this relentless assault. Cyril and Chun Chen were also facing an unfathomable struggle. They were both unleashing a flurry of mystic techniques to forcefully suppress the raging power of the sentient being's tribulation. In fact, Chun Chen was even forced to use his ultimate trump cards. He unleashed the power of his internal universe, and he also opened his spotless realm to absorb the violently churning power. However, there were still huge amounts of negative emotions that directly pierced through his spotless realm and slammed into his body. Meanwhile, Cyril also activated a powerful mystic technique, raising the power of his true demon essential power to an extreme. However, he still continued to spit blood, and he did so at a rate that was 3 times greater than that of Chun Chen. However, Chun Chen wasn't worried about him. After all, Cyril had heaps of blood to spare. It was a completely different situation for himself though, and his blood was as valuable as could be. Each drop of his blood was a culmination of vitality and power. If he refined droplets of his blood and sold them, he could even sell them as the most top-notch divine rank materials. Ancient Dragon Empress, is it really okay for the two heavenly disciples to continually spit blood like this? A member of the heaven-crushing sect asked with an anxious expression. The ancient Dragon Empress grimaced upon hearing this. How should she answer this question? Which part of them looked okay? They were almost about to spit all of their blood. However, she couldn't say that the two heavenly disciples were in great danger, could she? Wouldn't that be cursing them? Thus, the ancient Dragon Empress chose to remain silent. In fact, the spectating members of the heaven-crushing sect were completely unable to discover the hidden dangers of this tribulation. After all, this tribulation appeared far calmer than the previous tribulations. However, it was actually far more dangerous and devastating than all of the previous tribulations. This was because the attack of this tribulation had already reached a universal level. This was the most difficult moment for Cyril and Chen Chen. Their faces had both become especially pale, and an increasing amount of negative emotions was accumulating inside their bodies. Moreover, the power of these negative emotions was also becoming stronger and stronger. To say nothing of obliterating their bodies, it was as if this power yearned to obliterate the entire universe. At this moment, Cyril and Chun Chen's bellies uncannily swelled up. Size of 1-month pregnancy, 3 months, and then 8 months. However, it didn't stop here, and their bellies continued to swell until they looked like a human balloon. Oh! Cyril couldn't suppress his pain anymore, and he started to scream in agony. Meanwhile, Chun Chun was as pale as a sheet as he clenched his jaws and forcefully stopped himself from screaming. After all, screaming in pain would be far too embarrassing. This was especially the case since their bellies had swelled to such a size. To an outsider, it would seem as if there were some indescribable relationship between him and Cyril. They had eaten a forbidden fruit, and their bellies had mysteriously swollen up. It would definitely be bad if news of this got out. Chun Chen forcefully endured the pain. Cyril also forcefully endured the pain. Everyone in the heaven-crushing glazed palace was wide-eyed with shock and anxiety as they looked on. Eventually, it was as if the matter in their bellies had reached some limit. Boom! Boom! There were 2 deafening explosions. Cyril's and Chun Chen's bellies exploded in unison. They transformed into 2 clouds of sanguine red blood in the sky. The blooming clouds of blood had come as a startling surprise. The members of the heaven-crushing sect were stunned upon seeing Cyril and Chun Chen's bellies explode. In fact, some of the female cultivators even started to squeal in fright. Good heavens! The heavenly disciples have exploded. Our heavenly disciples have exploded. Hurry! Who's familiar with healing techniques? Hurry up and save them. The members of the heaven-crushing sect were extremely panicked and alarmed. As they gazed at the two figures who were shrouded in clouds of blood, it was as if the two pillars that were supporting them had crumbled and collapsed. It was as if the entire world had lost its luster. Shui Yan immediately leaped into the air, and she was determined to rush to Chun Chen's side. However, she suddenly came to a stop in midair. The clouds of blood had dissipated, and Cyril and Chun Chun were still standing. Chun Chun was clutching at his stomach, and blood had already drenched his coarse linen garb a crimson red. A white glow that contained the power of a great universe, and that was pulsating with hundreds of millions of heavenly bodies, was rapidly forming an orb of light inside Chun Chen and forcefully suppressing the power in his belly. Meanwhile, Cyril appeared far more miserable than him. His abdomen had already transformed into a bloody and gaping hole, and a sanguine red collection of negative emotions was relentlessly exploding and smashing into him. The power of these negative emotions yearned to obliterate his entire existence. However, Cyril's vast and boundless true demon essential power forcefully suppressed the explosions that were occurring inside the gaping hole that had once been his stomach. Fortunately, the two heavenly disciples had numerous techniques and trump cards. Thus, they hadn't been directly blasted to death. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Cyril and Chun Chun exchanged a glance, and they could both see the hint of lingering fear in each other's eyes. Outsiders watched on for entertainment, while insiders watched on for skill and technique. Only Cyril and Chun Chun understood the devastating danger that they had faced just then. Just then, the accumulation of negative emotions from the beings in the universe had reached a peak. They had almost been directly blasted into smithereens by the sentient being's tribulation. Not only that, but the heaven-crushing glazed palace and the heaven-crushing spell formation had also been on the verge of being obliterated into nothingness. Fortunately, they had withstood the power of the tribulation. And fortunately, they had suppressed the power of the tribulation. Now it was time to wear down and endure the power of the tribulation. This would be a timely process. Meanwhile, the process of crushing the heavens was already nearing an end. At this moment, the battles in the White Nectar Sea were also entering their final stages. The heavenly life goddess had activated her true form of Tao, and this had raised the power of the three forms Reincarnation true heaven formation to an extreme. The power of the 10 primordial beings soared, and this caused the God of Creation stage divine beings to face extremely difficult battles. The gates of hell was still open, and it continued to release a limitless amount of bloody water. The sea of hell became increasingly furious, and the evil spirits and demons within the sea started to become increasingly violent. The three-headed spirit was already at his limits, with his pinnacle spiritual power form having been forcefully destroyed. Countless evil spirits and powerful demons lunged at the three-headed spirit as the sea of hell continued to furiously suppress him. The three-headed spirit had already been shredded several times, resulting in his essential power becoming weaker and weaker. Who would have thought? As a paramount divine being, I wasn't defeated by the divine flower maiden, yet I'm going to be engulfed by these gates of hell. The three-headed spirit murmured. He was forcefully withstanding the power of the sea of hell, yet he couldn't think of a way to break free and escape. He felt a sense of indescribable grief and humiliation. Perhaps he was going to die here? The three-headed spirit was extremely aggrieved, yet he couldn't come up with any method to escape from this despairing situation. Right at this moment, however, a peculiar chiming sound suddenly washed over him. Clink, 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 clink. These chimes were crisp, and they reverberated throughout every corner of the sea of hell. The three-headed spirit shuddered upon hearing this. He could hear some peculiar melody from these chimes. Each chime reached the depths of his soul, and each chime awakened the slumbering conscience within him. These chimes could calm his agitated soul, and these chimes could also affect the sinister evil spirits and demons that had been born from the sea of hell, causing them to no longer be violent. This is the soul-suppressing melody? The three-headed spirit exclaimed. He could sense the profound and essential Dharmic Tao that was contained within these melodious chimes. This was Dharmic Tao that ordinary cultivators definitely couldn't unleash. The three-headed spirit instantly turned to gaze at someplace, and his lively eyes couldn't help but widen. He could see a man in black gracefully walking across the sea of hell. His steps were firm, and he was calmly walking toward the gates of hell. At this moment, hundreds of millions of evil spirits and demons roared in fury. They then unleashed their murderous auras, which formed into a devastating wave that surged toward the man in black. When they saw an enemy, even the soul-suppressing melody couldn't suppress their attacks. Even measly evil spirits and demons dare to act wantonly before me? The man in black roared. Golden-red shockwaves instantly rippled thousands of kilometers into the surroundings, freezing the movement of all the malicious evil spirits and violent demons. They were completely unable to move. The three-headed spirit was stunned. However, he was even more stunned when he saw the expressions of terror and submission in the evil spirits and demons' eyes as they gazed at the man in black. This was the first time that he had seen such expressions in their eyes. One had to realize that these monsters birthed from the sea of hell had relentlessly attacked him without any regard for their own safety, even when he had unleashed his pinnacle spiritual power. In other words, these evil spirits and demons shouldn't have developed feelings of terror or submission, regardless of how powerful their opponent was. So why were they afraid of that man? After confirming that the man in black was an ally, the three-headed spirit loudly said, "Fellow cultivator, I'm the three-headed spirit, a god of creation stage, divine being from the divine mirror world. And you are?" A single roar from this man had petrified and frozen hundreds of millions of evil spirits and demons. Upon seeing the three-headed spirit, however, he nodded with a smile and said, "Nice to meet you. I'm Patriarch Zhu Yin, the paramount god of the Tai Chu continent's ghost tribe." Paramount god of the Tai Chu continent's ghost tribe. The three-headed spirit finally understood why the evil spirits and demons were petrified of this man. This was naturally because of his identity. The Tai Chu continent lay in the center of the universe, and this man was the paramount god of the Tai Chu continent's ghost tribe. What did this mean? This meant that, in terms of the Tao of ghosts, no one in the entire universe could rival him. This was the meaning of paramount god. Hundreds of millions of evil spirits and demons were transfixed to the spot in shock and terror. They strongly yearned to move and they strongly desired to attack. However, they were completely frozen in place by that peculiar aura, and this rendered them frozen and completely immobile. Patriarch Zhu Yin was like their ruler, and these evil spirits and demons could do nothing but submit to his will. They could only watch on in helplessness as the man in black calmly walked toward the gates of hell. However, it was at this moment that the sea of hell suddenly started to churn and undergo an unexpected transformation. As the sea of hell churned, two bloody hands that measured 100,000 feet in length suddenly formed and blotted out heaven and earth, bringing with them a power of death. These hands then viciously slammed down at the man in black. The evil spirits and demons might be petrified of Patriarch Zhu Yin, but the sea of hell wasn't. This was because the sea of hell that had been released by the gates of hell was the true body of the primordial being. As for the evil spirits and demons, these were merely life forms that the sea of hell had created. However, Patriarch Zhu Yin was unfazed as he gazed at the nearing hands. Instead, he also raised a hand and pushed it toward the bloody hands in the air. At this moment, golden crimson essential power erupted from his palm. Boom! This golden crimson palm projection warped the surrounding space and nomological laws, and it instantly incinerated the two profound and mighty bloody hands in the air. Even the surrounding tens of thousands of evil spirits and demons were disintegrated into ashes. This palm strike had instantly annihilated tens of thousands of beings. Patriarch Zhu Yin calmly gazed at the sea of hell, and he said, "What other attacks do you have? Unleash them all. If there's nothing else, then I'm going to obliterate that gate." The three-headed spirit was extremely impressed by Patriarch Zhu Yin's domineering might. Sure enough, the native god of creation stage divine beings of the Tai Chu continent were incredibly profound and powerful. Although they weren't as powerful as Goddess Tina, they were still fairly impressive. Xiaoru, can you please stop flexing? Hurry up and get down to business. A crisp and pleasant female voice traveled over from the floral bracelet on Patriarch Zhu Yin's wrist. Rumble. The Sea of Hell was enraged by Patriarch Zhu Yin's words. It furiously churned, and it unleashed monstrous waves that towered into the sky. A ghost-headed blood lion that measured 3 million feet in height suddenly leaped out from the sea, and just a single roar from this beast was able to trigger violent blood waves that shot hundreds of thousands of feet into the air. A profound terror and a profound aura of hell started to frenziedly surge into the surroundings. If a return to void stage supreme being were struck by this aura, they would directly evaporate into a puddle of bloody water. The three-headed spirit was astonished. The Sea of Hell still possesses this kind of power? He understood that this was the ultimate trump card of the Sea of Hell after it had abandoned its evil spirits and demons. However, he hadn't imagined that the Sea of Hell would become so powerful upon focusing its mind on a single task. Is this your trump card? Patriarch Zhu Yin asked with a chuckle. It's indeed very powerful. By the looks of it, I also have to become serious. As he said this, his skin started to become a shade of crimson red. A pair of sanguine red and crystalline dragon horns started to emerge from his head, and azure dragon scales started to grow from his skin. A profoundly powerful divine might transformed into a tangible wave as it started to ripple outward. Roar! At this moment, the ghost-headed blood lion had already raised its claws that were capable of shredding the sky and slashed it down at Patriarch Zhu Yin. Before these bloody claws had even landed, however, several deep trenches had already been torn into the sea by the terrifying claw projections. Ha ha ha! Very well, very well. Patriarch Zhu Yin chortled heartily as he gazed at the monstrous ghost-headed blood lion. He lazily stretched his back. As Patriarch Zhu Yin stretched his back, his figure suddenly started to expand at a rapid rate. Not only was his body expanding, but even his head was expanding. 100 feet, 1,000 feet, 10,000 feet, 100,000 feet, 1 million feet. Initially, Patriarch Zhu Yin had appeared smaller than a grain of rice when compared to the ghost-headed blood lion. Now, however, he had grown to a size several times greater than that of the ghost-headed blood lion. Moreover, just his head alone was able to resist the attack from the ghost-headed blood lion's claws. Before the ghost-headed blood lion could even come to its senses, the divine being with the head of a human and the body of a dragon had already swung its tail over. Like a streak of soaring azure light, this furious attack instantly sent the continent-sized ghost-headed blood lion flying thousands of kilometers into the distance. The agonized roar of the lion and the mighty bellow of the dragon reverberated throughout heaven and earth. The three-headed spirit was wide-eyed with astonishment as he stared at Patriarch Zhu Yin. Patriarch Zhu Yin was actually 10 million feet tall. He possessed a colossal human head with dragon horns, and his eyes were like two blazing suns. Meanwhile, his dragon-shaped body was coiled up, and his dragon scales were radiating with an eerie azure divine light. A single swing of his tail was capable of sending towering waves into the sky. This was Patriarch Zhu Yin's true body, and it would only be revealed when he unleashed his true power. He was a human-headed and dragon-bodied paramount god of the ghost tribe. Swoosh! He breathed a column of air at the relentlessly churning Sea of Hell, bringing with it an eerie and ice-cold aura. This golden-crimson essential power was like a halo as it spread through the sea. As it proliferated, this essential power actually froze the furious and violent Sea of Hell. Crack! The ice-cold aura continued to rapidly emanate, and in the blink of an eye, it had already transformed the Sea of Hell that measured tens of thousands of kilometers in radius into a large expanse of ice. Roar! You actually dare to freeze my Sea of Hell? You're seeking death! The ghost-headed blood lion that had been sent flying roared in fury. It angrily charged over from a distance. Roar of the soul! Howl! The ghost-headed blood lion suddenly unleashed a mighty roar, releasing dark red sound waves that tugged at the power of the great Tao of heaven and earth. Countless crimson red sound waves materialized in the air and formed a net that bore down upon Patriarch Zhu Yin. This roar was capable of violently shaking one's soul, and even as far away as he was, the three-headed spirit was still able to feel a burst of power furiously tearing at his divine sense. Patriarch Zhu Yin also opened his mouth, and a golden crimson ghost tribe essential power rapidly converged before him. Death, Reincarnation, Dragon Might, Tao of Ghosts. This was a flawless combination of 4 powers, and this was an essential power that had reached the extreme. At this moment, this power ferociously surged outward. Myriad reality, heavenly ghost cannon. Boom! A golden crimson dragon's roar violently fanned into the surroundings. In the next instant, the 2 devastating roars furiously collided together, and it was as if a giant star had exploded. A formidable shockwave instantly obliterated the frozen sea of hell before directly vaporizing the entire sea. The golden crimson roar was slightly more powerful, and it directly engulfed the might of the ghost-headed blood lion's roar. To the ghost-headed blood lion's terror, this roar then directly engulfed its entire body. Howl! The blood lion howled in agony, and its colossal body of hundreds of thousands of feet tall started to frantically thrash about. The dragon might was responsible for suppressing, the power of death was responsible for destruction, and the power of reincarnation was responsible for severing all vitality. With these powers acting in unison, it wasn't long before the blood dragon was reduced to nothing but a puddle of bloody water that fused into the sea of hell. It was also at this moment that the sea of hell seemingly suffered some fatal strike. It became listless, and even the roaring waves became much quieter than before. It seemed much like a disciplined child. How powerful! The three-headed spirit murmured as he gazed at Patriarch Zhu Yin. At this moment, Patriarch Zhu Yin's power had already surpassed what he could unleash when he activated his pinnacle spiritual power. Patriarch Zhu Yin's body rapidly shrunk, and it wasn't long before he returned to the form of an elegant man in black. The corners of his lips were curled up in a slight smile, and as he swept his gaze across the sea, it was as if he were asking his enemy whether they had any attacks left. However, the hundreds of millions of evil spirits and demons were still unable to move. They were completely frozen to the spot. The sea of hell had once been churning and sinister, yet it was now relatively quiet and calm. The sea of hell remained silent. Upon seeing this, Patriarch Zhu Yin directly strode toward the gates of hell. What sea of hell? What gates of hell? To him, the paramount god of the ghost tribe, it was as if he were walking into his own home. There was absolutely nothing to be afraid of. The gates of hell is unimaginably tough, and it appears as if it's already taken root in the Tao of heaven and earth. It's incredibly difficult to close or destroy this gate with ordinary methods. I've already tried numerous times, the three-headed spirit said in warning. He didn't want Patriarch Zhu Yin to waste his time. Patriarch Zhu Yin smiled upon hearing this, and he said with a nod, I already saw everything you did. However, do you know? You don't necessarily need to close the door from outside. The three-headed spirit faltered upon hearing this, and a preposterous idea formed in his mind. What are you saying? Perhaps you want to... Patriarch Zhu Yin glanced up at the gates of hell that was still releasing a boundless amount of bloody water before striding forward and advancing toward the center of the 2 doors. His figure gradually vanished, and only his voice slowly traveled out. That's right. I'm going to close the door from inside. This is the correct method. Patriarch Zhu Yin vanished into the gates of hell. The three-headed spirit was completely stupefied. He had never considered entering the gates of hell before. This was analogous to a gate that was relentlessly releasing lava. Ordinary people would naturally try to close the gate doors from outside. Who would consider running into the gate that was releasing lava to close the doors? However, this was exactly what Patriarch Zhu Yin was doing. Patriarch Zhu Yin's action of entering the gates of hell gave the three-headed spirit a great fright. Is it truly okay to enter like this? Can he still return? The three-headed spirit understood just how risky this action was. After all, it was anyone's guess what lay inside the gates of hell. Just how confident did Patriarch Zhu Yin need to be to resolutely enter the gates of hell? Rumble, peculiar sound traveled over. The 2 colossal doors of the gates of hell started to slowly close at a rate that was visible to the naked eye. At the same time, The boundless sea of hell started to funnel back into the gates of hell at a terrifying speed. He truly succeeded, the three-headed spirit exclaimed in elation. The sea of hell became smaller and smaller, and the doors to the gates of hell also closed more and more. Eventually, the entire sea of hell disappeared back into the gates of hell, and the doors to the gates of hell also slammed shut with a loud rumble. The three-headed spirit's eyes were glistening with tears of emotion. Not even in his wildest dreams would he have imagined such a situation. However, Patriarch Zhuyin had genuinely succeeded in closing the gates of hell. At this moment, the catastrophe brought about by the gates of hell had officially come to an end. However, how is Patriarch Zhuyin going to come back out? Perhaps he's going to open the gates of hell again. There was confusion on the three-headed spirit's three faces as he gazed at the colossal gate. In the next instant, a crisp cracking sound suddenly traveled over from the gates of hell. Countless fractures started to spread over the colossal gate, and in the end, it crumbled with a loud rumble, transforming into countless broken pieces that plummeted into the white nectar sea. As for the domineering Patriarch Zhuyin, he was already nowhere to be seen. Where's Patriarch Zhuyin? He didn't die, did he? Perhaps he never considered coming back after entering the gates of hell? For the sake of this world, he took a path of no return. Tui, watch your tongue. He's such a confident and powerful man. So how can he die just like that? The three heads of the three-headed spirit started to spiritedly converse among themselves. Meanwhile, the spectating heaven-crushing united army in the distance was already beside themselves with joy and emotion. They hadn't imagined that the paramount god of the ghost tribe would step forward to battle at this critical moment. They hadn't imagined that he would battle for the sake of the Taichu continent. This was undoubtedly a huge boost to their morale. In fact, even the spectating Nuwa was astonished upon witnessing this. Patriarch Zhuyin actually interfered with this battle? Didn't he always enjoy living in a world of two people? Isn't he a god of creation stage divine being who's too lazy to even settle the unease and tumult in the opposite shore realm? Why does he care about this battle so much? There was confusion on Nuwa's face. However, the heavenly lord of Tao and virtue suddenly started to chuckle at this moment. He stroked his beard and said, "The time has come. The time has come." Nuwa raised her brows and asked, "What time has come?" The heavenly lord of Tao and virtue's body became more and more transparent, and in the end, he vanished into thin air. "What's the heavenly lord planning again?" Nuwa murmured with an expression of thought. She then gazed at the heavenly Tao that was on the verge of complete collapse, and it was as if she had come to some realization. She sighed and said, "Seriously? Can he truly change camps so easily?" Meanwhile, in the lands to the west of the White Nectar Sea, this was a large expanse of land. Close to 100 colossal primal beasts were radiating with soaring divine might as they relentlessly pursued Enlin and Tina. However, Enlin and Tina continued to furiously chase and pummel the heavenly life goddess without any regard for how much energy they expended. What would Tina do when she ran out of energy? No problem, she would simply swallow a divine pill. The divine mirror world had developed for so long, so the potential that it possessed was naturally no joke. What would Enlin do when he ran out of energy? The solution was equally as simple. He would simply recharge using a battery. The heavenly life goddess was incredibly powerful, yet she was unable to easily break free from Enlin and Tina's pursuit. After all, their combat capability was at the pinnacle of the god of creation stage, and they were also pursuing and attacking her without any regard of how much energy they expended. At this moment, a true Buddha had appeared in the Buddhist kingdom of the West to purify and guide the beings. Meanwhile, Patriarch Zhuyin had appeared above the White Nectar Sea to suppress the Sea of Hell. Numerous profoundly powerful beings started to unleash their overwhelming might, and this put the heavenly life goddess under an increasing amount of pressure. Just how immense was the Tai Chu continent's potential? Perhaps this would remain a mystery until the very final steps of crushing the heavens. Anyhow, Enlin was extremely happy at this moment. He was astounded by the Sakyamuni Buddha's Buddhist power, and he was delighted by Patriarch Zhuyin's decision to join the battle. Their actions gave him a feeling of warmth, and they also allowed him to experience the sensation of battling alongside numerous, profoundly powerful beings. This was an incredible feeling. Thereupon, he started to become even more fervent as he pursued and pummeled the heavenly life goddess. Little Xie and Lin had almost expended all of his energy, so he immediately called for reinforcements from Little Xie. Upon hearing this, Little Xie resolutely plunged the evil-slaying sword into the heavenly liquid god's body. This was their last battery. Vanquish the heavens and slay all evil. Ultimate Tao. The vast and boundless Tao power of the heavenly liquid god started to rapidly funnel into Lin's body, allowing him to slowly grow stronger. At the same time, the heavenly power of the heavenly liquid god instantly replenished all of his expended energy. Ah! And Lin sighed with comfort as his face instantly became a healthy shade of red. Meanwhile, the heavenly life goddess was so enraged that her face had become as white as a sheet. She detested Lin's current expression. They were all battling until they exhausted themselves of all energy. So what right did Lin have to cheat and replenish his energy? However, the three supreme heavenly gods could rejoice in the fact that the heavenly liquid god was Lin's final battery. After using this battery, he would have no more batteries. Actually, fuck off with this rejoicing. A feeling of grief involuntarily welled up in the three supreme heavenly gods' minds. Apart from them three, the remaining heavenly gods had all been killed. They were three lonely elders who could only silently fuse together to seek some warmth. The outside was as brutal and cold as could be. In fact, there were also those who were feeling equally as aggrieved and troubled as the three supreme heavenly gods. They were none other than the Blood Tribe, the Void Spirit Tribe, and the other forces who were secretly spectating the battle from beyond the White Nectar Sea. These were forces that were unwilling to participate in the battle. Their allies who had fought alongside the Heavenly Human Tribe United Army had all been killed. By choosing not to participate in the battle, these forces had managed to fortunately survive. However, were they rejoicing? They were rejoicing slightly. However, they were also feeling immensely disappointed and remorseful. They were fighters and they were also witnesses. They had witnessed the Heavenly Human Tribe becoming a domineering and haughty force, and they had also witnessed the Heavenly Human Tribe crumbling and continuing to suffer defeat after defeat. In the end, the entire Heavenly Human Tribe United Army had been annihilated. It was at that moment that they came to a realization. They had chosen the wrong camp. Their decision had been wildly incorrect. They had underestimated the Tai Chu continent's potential, and they had underestimated the 4-9 immortal sect's overwhelming power. They had more so underestimated that man's devastating potential, as well as his ability to relentlessly perform miracles. Indeed, he was the man who the heaven-crushing United Army referred to as the #1 battle god of the Tai Chu continent, and he was the man who was currently pursuing and pummeling the three supreme heavenly gods, and Lin. Regardless of whether it was the Blood Tribe, the Void Spirit Tribe, or the Creation Realm, all of these forces had some kind of connection with Lin. Thus, their emotions were indescribably complicated at this moment. This was especially the case for Hong Do, who had grown up alongside Lin. He couldn't help but feel dazed whenever he gazed at the man who was commanding winds and clouds and deciding the fate of the entire Tai Chu continent. Was this still the youth who he had fought with back then? Not even 100 years had passed. Yet Lin had already grown to become so heaven-defyingly powerful. If he had known that Lin would become so freakish, he would have definitely chosen to become an obedient underling back then. As for joining the Heavenly Human Tribe United Army or whatnot, wouldn't that be a fool's choice? Within the domain created by the Heavenly Life Goddess, after returning to the peak of his power, Lin immediately unleashed a punch at the Heavenly Life Goddess. His 5 elements power surged forth, and this power contained the elements of earth, wind, water, and fire as it tore the surrounding space into shreds. The Heavenly Life Goddess unleashed the Heavenly Sea Power, the Heavenly Heaven Power, and the Heavenly Power to act as 3 layers of protective barriers. Only so was she able to block the fist that could crush even the sky. And Lin had become more powerful than before. Damn it! This brat. The Heavenly Life Goddess murmured as she stumbled back in retreat. At the same time, Her colorful jade hairpin carved a deadly arc in the air as it pierced toward Enlin's heart. However, Enlin didn't dodge. Instead, he launched another punch. There was a flash of gold, and Tina arrived beside Enlin with her divine mirror world sword in hand. Her blade instantly slashed down, and it sent the deadly jade hairpin recoiling into the distance. Damn it! The heavenly life goddess was furious upon seeing Enlin and Tina's flawless cooperation. Meanwhile, Enlin's fist had already arrived before her. The heavenly life goddess had no option but to frantically unleash the heavenly sea power, the heavenly heaven power, and the heavenly power to block again. There was another earth-shattering collision, and a woman in a floral dress was sent flying by the sweeping might of the fist. She yearned to counterattack, yet one of the 6 wings of the heavenly human suddenly burst into flames. She shuddered in agony. Enlin seized this opportunity to raise his hand at the void and shout, "Sword!" A streak of black light instantly shot over from the distance. The sword landed in Enlin's hand, and it immediately unleashed a sword intent that suffused through heaven and earth. 6 strikes of the war god. Divine sword. The pitch-black blade of the evil-slaying sword suddenly transformed into a pure golden color. At the same time, the pinnacle sword intent of a supreme being instantly erupted outward. A golden essential sword intent pierced through heaven and earth. Enlin was the #1 battle god of the Taichu continent. At this moment, he also transformed into the #1 sword immortal of the Taichu continent. Wielding a peerless divine sword, he resolutely slashed down at the heavenly life goddess. A peerless and overwhelming sword intent swept through heaven and earth. Those in the central region of the Taichu continent could all see the soaring golden sword projection that directly pierced through the sky. It was pure and powerful, and it was overwhelming and righteous. This was a domineering and piercing sword projection. In the next instant, this profoundly powerful sword projection slashed down at the heavenly life goddess. The heavenly life goddess furiously summoned layer upon layer of defensive barriers. Yet these barriers all appeared flimsy and powerless before the stunning might of the attack. The sword projection easily tore through all of these defensive barriers before slashing into the heavenly life goddess' soft and slender body. It struck her shoulder, and it traveled all the way down to her slender waist, diagonally slicing her into 2. The golden sword projection slowly dissipated. Blood sprayed through the void. The heavenly life goddess' severed body started to plummet toward the ground. The panting Enlin cast a meaningful glance toward Tina. Tina immediately understood his intentions, and she raised her divine mirror world sword as she charged at the plummeting heavenly life goddess. Her sword then transformed into hundreds of millions of sword projections that diced the heavenly life goddess body into hundreds of millions of tiny pieces. At this moment, the 100 or so colossal primal beasts started to lunge toward Enlin and Tina again. Enlin immediately turned around and unleashed several sword projections at a 9-headed rock, directly beheading it. The 9-headed rock was killed before it could even screech in agony. Its body plummeted toward the ground, yet its flesh suddenly started to squirm in midair. 9 new heads surprisingly grew from its wounds. These colossal primal beasts still possess undying bodies. By the looks of it, the heavenly life goddess is still alive, Enlin said as he brandished his sword. He immediately dashed toward another location. Enlin and Tina didn't want to battle against these undying colossal primal beasts. Thus, they continued to fly rings around the domain created by the heavenly life goddess. Sure enough, the heavenly life goddess resurrected after a short while. She looked no different from before, and there wasn't a single wound on her body. However, her wings had decreased again, dropping from 6 to 5. Moreover, her face was slightly pale, and it was as if she had exhausted some kind of power and wounded her essence. Enlin. There was boundless fury and resentment in the heavenly life goddess' eyes as she glared at Enlin. It was as if Enlin had cheated on her 800 times. Enlin also looked toward the heavenly life goddess, and he was given a fright by the expression in her eyes. What's going on? Why is she only glaring at me? Why isn't she glaring at Tina? He carefully examined the heavenly life goddess situation, and he discovered that she needed to consume her life essence if she wanted to resurrect. In other words, She would truly die once she consumed all her life essence. Of course, and Lin wouldn't place all of his hopes on forcing the heavenly life goddess to consume all her life essence. In fact, he was waiting for something else. He was waiting for the heavenly life goddess' true form of Tao to end. Indeed, and Lin was aware that a supreme heavenly god could only activate their true form of Tao for a limited amount of time. Judging from the length of the heavenly heaven gods and the heavenly sea gods' true forms of Tao, he could roughly estimate the length of the heavenly life goddess' true form of Tao. And Lin simply needed to wait for her true form of Tao to end. At that time, wouldn't she become defenseless? Of course, the best way to buy time wasn't by defending. Rather, it was by attacking. After all, he could force the heavenly life goddess to consume some of her life essence if he managed to successfully kill her. In turn, this would cause her true form of Tao to end sooner. A hint of ridicule flashed past the heavenly life goddess' resentful eyes when she realized Lin's intentions. Heh, and Lin, I know what you're thinking. You're trying to buy time, and you want to wait until my true form of Tao ends? Am I right? The heavenly life goddess exposed Lin's intentions. She tilted her jade-like chin, and her expression was filled with haughtiness and disdain. Her voice was aloof, and she said, however, after fusing into the three forms reincarnation true heaven formation, do you know how long my true form of Tao can last? How long? And Lin asked. Longer than you think. It can definitely last long enough to exhaust you first. The heavenly life goddess replied with a confident smile. She naturally wouldn't be goaded into telling him the answer. Really? I'm a man of endurance. You'll find out real soon. And Lin said with a smile. The heavenly life goddess' face twitched imperceptibly upon hearing this. Why did Lin's words sound so strange? The colossal primal beasts started to bear down upon Lin and Tina. An intense battle was about to erupt again. At this moment, the void beside the heavenly life goddess suddenly exploded without warning. The heavenly life goddess was startled, and she immediately shot back in retreat. A disheveled man in black suddenly leaped out from the void. Cough! What a close call! I was almost unable to return. A gentle voice traveled over from amid the smoke and dust. Where is this? The man asked in confusion as he observed his surroundings. He then felt a formidable aura, and he saw the bone-chilling army of colossal primal beasts. He also saw the unfathomably powerful and boundlessly dangerous yet beautiful and dreamlike woman. Hey, fellow cultivator Ding Xiaoru, and Lin shouted with enthusiasm. This man was other than Patriarch Zhu Yin, the paramount god of the ghost tribe, Ding Xiaoru. So, he had found an exit by following the gates of hell's essential power. Yet this exit was right beside the heavenly life goddess? The man wore a melancholy expression as he gazed up at the sky. His emotions were extremely complicated. He had directly fallen into a wolf's den. Hi, fellow cultivator Ding Xiaoru. Where are you looking? Look over here. And Lin shouted as he enthusiastically waved at Patriarch Zhu Yin. Look over here, your mom. Patriarch Zhu Yin grimaced upon hearing Lin's greeting. He genuinely wanted to pretend that he didn't know Lin. Holy fuck. Can you read the situation and atmosphere? I'm the closest to the heavenly life goddess and the colossal primal beasts right now, and it's clear that I've accidentally fallen into a wolf's den. I truly want to pretend that I don't know you. At this moment, the heavenly life goddess' vicious glare was already locked onto Patriarch Zhu Yin, and her devastating killing intent had already frozen the surrounding void. Patriarch Zhu Yin was drenched in a cold sweat. He turned his head around with great difficulty, and he wore a natural yet slightly puzzled smile as he gazed at the stunningly beautiful woman in the floral dress. I accidentally stumbled into this area, and I'll leave right away. Don't mind me. I'll leave right away. There was a mysterious smile on the heavenly life goddess' face, and she said, You killed my 10 primordial beings, yet you still want to leave without suffering any consequences. Rubbish. It was a human-headed dragon that destroyed the gates of hell. What's it got to do with me? Ding Xiaoru. Patriarch Zhu Yin shouted in retort. The heavenly life goddess wore a cold smile as she dashed before Patriarch Zhuyin. A sanguine red power of death flickered into existence on her palm, and her fingers transformed into razor-sharp red claws. Patriarch Zhuyin's expression changed drastically, and he frantically shot back in retreat. Azure dragon scales instantly enveloped his right arm, transforming it into a dragon arm that possessed supreme power and defensive abilities. Heavenly silence of death. Divine fist of the shining dragon. The fist and claw collided in midair, causing an eruption of azure and sanguine red to explode into the surroundings. Not only did Patriarch Zhuyin's fist contain the supreme power of dragons, but it even possessed the power of ghosts that could prevent one from entering the cycle of reincarnation. This was an attack that could kill enemies through the mysterious power of reincarnation. Surprisingly, however, the power of death that coated the sanguine red claws of the woman rapidly dissolved his power of dragons and power of ghosts. His domineering azure fist merely resisted for several seconds before being engulfed by the eerie sanguine red glow. The slender and razor-sharp claws then tore through his tough azure dragon scales before stabbing into his fist like incredibly sharp swords. Ah! Patriarch Zhuyin hadn't imagined that her claws would be so piercingly sharp. He frantically shot back in retreat, yet he discovered that the power of death was already emanating across his wound and quickly dissolving his dragon arm. He severed his arm without hesitation, and he immediately saw it transforming into a length of dry bone before disintegrating into dust and ashes. His mind went numb with apprehension. If he had been a second slower, that power would have coursed through his entire body. At that time, his entire body would have been obliterated by the power of death. Holy fuck, being wounded once carries the risk of being insta-killed? Just what kind of freak is Lin battling against? Patriarch Zhuyin was transfixed with shock. At the same time, he also noticed the jade hairpin that the heavenly life goddess had tossed over with an apathetic expression. That jade hairpin carved a colorful path in the void, and its speed was simply incredible. In fact, even Patriarch Zhuyin could barely keep up with its speed. Moreover, the jade hairpin was also radiating with the supreme power of death, and this made him feel an indescribable threat of death. Only by personally experiencing this would one realize that the heavenly life goddess was on a completely different level compared to the 10 primordial beings. She was countless times more powerful than the 10 primordial beings. Damn it, it's far too quick. I can't dodge it. These thoughts flashed through Patriarch Zhuyin's mind when he saw the jade hairpin shooting toward him. It was also at this moment that a black shadow suddenly flashed before him. Clang! There was a deafening explosion, and a divine light erupted into the surroundings. And Lin had used his evil-slaying sword to swat the deadly jade hairpin aside. Patriarch Zhuyin instantly took a deep breath upon seeing this elegant youth in white, and he said, "Lin, thank you. No worries. You decided to step forward to help us, so I should be the one thanking you," Lin said with a happy smile. Patriarch Zhuyin couldn't help but feel exasperated. He had only wanted to show off. He hadn't actually wanted to battle against the heavenly life goddess who possessed the power of the three forms reincarnation true heaven formation. Without battling against her head-on, he couldn't have possibly fathomed her supremely profound power. He glanced at the man in white, and he couldn't help but sigh with emotion in his mind. That young man had now transformed into a person who was even more powerful than him. This was truly something to gasp at. At this moment, the jade hairpin left countless streaks of colorful light in the air as it furiously dashed about and pierced at Lin from all kinds of different angles. And Lin could barely block all of its attacks. Fortunately, another sword slashed down at the heavenly life goddess, with its boundless divine might forcing her to retreat. This instantly reduced the pressure on Lin. The assailant was none other than the extraordinarily powerful Tina. And Lin and Tina launched into a brawl with the heavenly life goddess again. Their cooperation was flawless, and they were able to exchange blow after blow with the heavenly life goddess. In fact, they were even able to rely on some extremely energy-consuming attacks to suppress the supremely powerful heavenly life goddess. Right at this moment, however, the colossal primal beast behind them suddenly caught up. Patriarch Zhuyin didn't want to battle against the heavenly life goddess. So he turned his gaze to the pack of colossal primal beasts. He roared with laughter, and he said, "Enlin, Tina, you two battle against the heavenly life goddess. I'll take care of these colossal primal beasts for you." Enlin was ecstatic upon hearing this, and he said, "We'll leave it to you, Senior Zhuyin." Patriarch Zhuyin's body rapidly expanded in size, and he once again transformed into a human-headed dragon that measured 10 million feet in length. The colossal size of his body was enough to easily crush any one of the colossal primal beasts before him. Howl! With a swish of his tail that was crackling with wind and lightning, Patriarch Zhuyin instantly swatted a rock golem who was wielding a spiked club aside. At this moment, however, 3 orb-like primal beasts had already crashed into his body with incredible momentum. At the same time, they released the 3 powerful elements of wind, fire, and poison in unison, instantly pushing Patriarch Zhuyin back. Fortunately, Patriarch Zhuyin's dragon scales were tough enough to resist these attacks, leaving him with only minor wounds. Only his stomach hurt slightly. Ha ha ha! Is this the full power of colossal primal beasts? However, just as he was chortling with laughter, a purple void lightning bird suddenly swooped down like a piercing sword strike. Its 10,000 feet long lightning body appeared pitifully small compared to Patriarch Zhuyin's colossal body of 10 million feet in length. However, it was this lightning attack that directly tore through his impregnable dragon scales and left a bloody gash on his body. "You're seeking death," Patriarch Zhuyin roared as he breathed at the purple void lightning bird. His golden essential power transformed into heavenly fire that was capable of slaughtering all matter as it spread through the sky. As quick as the purple void lightning bird was, it was still unable to flee from Patriarch Zhuyin's large-scale breath of flames. It was instantly incinerated into ashes. "Ha ha ha! Do you see? That's the consequence of provoking me," Patriarch Zhuyin said with loud laughter. However, he noticed that the colossal primal beasts were completely unafraid as they continued to relentlessly lunge toward him. In fact, more and more colossal primal beasts started to charge at him. A dozen or so powerful colossal primal beasts breathed terrifying columns of air at him, and their devastating power quickly flooded through the entire sky. Light illuminated the night sky, causing it to become brighter than daytime. Damn it! Upon seeing the fearless nature of the colossal primal beasts, Patriarch Zhuyin finally realized that this was no easy task. However, he had no option but to muster his courage and charge forward. Boom! The battle between Patriarch Zhuyin and the colossal primal beasts was extremely intense. Meanwhile, without the disturbance of the colossal primal beasts, Enlin and Tina felt much more at ease as they attacked the heavenly life goddess. It could be said that they had been relieved of a huge amount of pressure. They were extremely grateful for Brother Zhuyin's participation. "Will Zhuyin be okay against the 100 or so colossal primal beasts?" Tina asked in concern as she attacked the heavenly life goddess. "Don't worry. He's the paramount god of the ghost tribe. Look at his colossal body that's blotting out heaven and earth. With a single roll, he can crush several of the colossal primal beasts to death. What's there to be afraid of?" Enlin was extremely confident of Patriarch Zhuyin's strength. "Oh," Tina moved her dainty pink lips, yet she eventually decided not to mention the fact that they had been brutally suppressed by the colossal primal beasts just then. Perhaps Patriarch Zhuyin can truly block the colossal primal beasts? As Tina pondered over this, Patriarch Zhuyin's agonized wail suddenly traveled over from the distance. "Ow wow! It hurts!" The human-headed dragon continued to squirm in the sky, and it was as if some kind of power had infiltrated its body. However, as Enlin glanced over, he could only see the colossal primal beasts that had just been beaten back by Patriarch Zhuyin. At this moment, there were no colossal primal beasts attacking him. The colossal primal beasts also faltered upon seeing this. They were filled with confusion as they looked at the squirming Patriarch Zhuyin, and their expressions were as if they were saying, "Are you trying to fucking scam us for insurance?" In the next instant, several parts of the human-headed dragon's body suddenly exploded, sending a huge amount of blood and flesh shooting into the air. In fact, and Lin could even detect that Patriarch Zhu Yin's essence had suffered some wounds. This power? And Lin's pupils contracted as he gazed up at the sky, and he exclaimed in astonishment, "This is a backlash from the heavenly Tao. Motherfucker! There's even a backlash," Patriarch Zhu Yin exclaimed. He also discovered the source of this backlash. He couldn't help but curse at the sky, shouting, "You're almost about to be blown up by the heaven-crushing sect, yet you still have the spare time and energy to unleash a backlash on me." It was common knowledge that God of Creation stage divine beings from the Taichu continent would suffer backlashes of varying severities if they dared to attack heavenly gods. Patriarch Zhu Yin had only decided to interfere because he had noticed that the three-headed spirit was on the verge of being defeated, and he was aware that the act of crushing the heavens had already entered the final phase. The supreme heavenly Tao was already on the verge of collapse, so how could it have the spare time and energy to deal with him? This was what Patriarch Zhu Yin had thought. In reality, he had been pondering over this the entire time. It was because of this that he hadn't been in a hurry to destroy the gates of hell after freezing the evil spirits and demons in the Sea of Hell. Instead, he had chosen to show off and provoke his opponents. He had done so to gradually increase the power of his attacks and also to test whether or not the heavenly Tao would unleash a backlash on him. Upon seeing no backlash from the heavenly Tao, he had finally felt at ease to destroy the gates of hell. Unexpectedly, however, it wasn't that the heavenly Tao didn't want to unleash a backlash on him. Instead, the backlash from the heavenly Tao had simply come late. Patriarch Zhu Yin instantly felt unwell. He felt as if he had fallen into a trap. After unleashing a barrage of furious attacks on Patriarch Zhu Yin, the heavenly Tao finally calmed down again. At this moment, the once mighty and domineering Patriarch Zhu Yin had already become a weak and listless dragon. His body was riddled with wounds, and his essence had also been wounded. In fact, he was seemingly on the verge of death. "Patriarch Zhu Yin, are you okay?" And Lin asked. He was given a fright by Patriarch Zhu Yin's miserable state. "Do I look like I'm okay?" Patriarch Zhu Yin asked through heavy pants. His body rapidly shrunk in size, eventually returning to the size of an ordinary human. Patriarch Zhu Yin had already lost his demeanor of calm and elegance. His body was drenched in blood, and his face was as pale and disheveled as could be. His aura had also become much weaker. At this moment, the faltering colossal primal beasts finally came to their senses. They knew that now was their best opportunity to attack, so they all immediately surged toward Patriarch Zhu Yin. Patriarch Zhu Yin instantly went numb with fear upon seeing this. To say nothing of the fact that he was severely wounded at this moment, he would struggle to deal with this many colossal primal beasts even if he were at full power. The illusory demonic Kunping warped the void. The twin-headed heavenly dragon summoned arcs of lightning. The snake of darkness dashed through the sky. The lava lizard spat columns of flames. And Lin, save me! Patriarch Zhu Yin was forced into a corner of despair by the horde of colossal primal beasts. He was unable to maintain his demeanor as a powerful being, and he frantically called for help from Lin, who was currently battling against the heavenly life goddess. And Lin naturally couldn't ignore Patriarch Zhu Yin. The golden halo behind him rapidly rotated, and his body transformed into a streak of afterimages as he dashed beside Patriarch Zhu Yin at an unfathomable speed. He then threw a punch at the horde of colossal primal beasts that were surging toward Patriarch Zhu Yin. Boom! He unleashed a fist of the heavenly Tao, which was flawlessly fused together with his 5 elements power. The devastating might of this fist instantly warped and obliterated the space before him, and a dozen or so colossal primal beasts were also immediately blasted back. "Flee!" And Lin shouted. Patriarch Zhu Yin didn't hesitate, and he immediately fled from the domain created by the heavenly life goddess. The colossal primal beasts wanted to pursue him, as killing this god of creation stage divine being would be of great significance. However, Patriarch Zhu Yin's ability to flee was no joke. Apart from a small number of colossal primal beasts who were extremely quick, all of the other colossal primal beasts were left far behind him. And Lin, my body is unfit, so I'll retreat from the battle first. Although he had fled in disarray, Patriarch Zhu Yin's bold and proud voice still boomed over from the distance. "Take care, Patriarch Zhu Yin," and Lin helped him block the pursuit of the colossal primal beasts. Following Patriarch Zhu Yin's exit, the state of the battle took another major turn. Tina battled against the heavenly life goddess, while Lin battled against the dozens of colossal primal beasts. They became caught in a difficult battle again. In fact, this battle could be described as deadly. This was inevitable, as Patriarch Zhu Yin's interference had completely ruined the rhythm of the battle. And Lin. There was a complicated expression on Patriarch Zhu Yin's face as he gazed at Lin, who had rushed over to help him escape. His mind was filled with warmth, yet he was also feeling incredibly guilty at the same time. Not only had he not helped, it seemed as if he had even hindered Lin and Tina. After all, Lin and Tina had already developed an extremely good rhythm. While shaking off the colossal primal beasts, they had continued to pursue and attack the heavenly life goddess. Now, however, Lin had no option but to battle against the colossal primal beasts to prevent them from attacking him. "Ding Xiaoru, oh Ding Xiaoru, you're a powerful being of the opposite shore realm, and you're also the paramount god of the ghost tribe. Yet, in the end, you've become nothing more than a hindrance and a coward who can only flee." Patriarch Zhu Yin took a deep breath as he looked at his storage ring. As a native god of creation stage divine being of the Taichu continent, he still had quite a lot of treasures. So, the storage ring in his hand flashed. 3 pills that caused heaven and earth to lose their luster appeared in his hand. These were clearly 3 high-rank divine pills. Patriarch Zhu Yin immediately swallowed these high-rank divine pills, causing a formidable medicinal power to instantly course through his body and rapidly heal all of the wounds that he had suffered from the backlash of the heavenly Tao. In fact, the supreme Tao power of the pills even showed signs of healing his wounded essence. It wasn't long before most of his wounds were healed by the formidable medicinal power of the divine pills. Patriarch Zhu Yin ground to a halt, and he resolutely turned around to fly back toward Lin. "Lin, I've come again." Patriarch Zhu Yin. Lin's heart shuddered upon seeing the returning Patriarch Zhu Yin, and he asked, "Why have you returned again?" "I've returned to help you," Patriarch Zhu Yin said with a resolute expression. "My wounds have already healed, so there's no need for you to worry." Lin observed him carefully, and sure enough, most of his wounds had already healed. He couldn't help but feel astonished. When he detected the explosive and vigorous medicinal power in Patriarch Zhu Yin's body, he finally came to a sudden realization. As it turned out, he was also a massive whale one. Several seconds later, Patriarch Zhu Yin returned to his colossal form that measured 10 million feet in height. He then lunged toward the dozens of colossal primal beasts, furiously attacking them and changing the state of the battle again. "Lin, go and help Tina," Patriarch Zhu Yin said in a domineering voice, and Lin was overjoyed by Patriarch Zhu Yin's return. He had immense trust in this ally, and he said with a nod, "Okay, hold on for a while. Once the heavenly life goddess true form of Tao expires, that will be the moment for us to achieve victory." With his evil-slaying sword in hand, he started to dash toward the direction of Tina. At this moment, Tina was using her profound sword techniques to block the heavenly life goddess jade hairpin attacks. The collision between their weapons was so intense that even the void in the surrounding tens of thousands of kilometers was shattered. Moreover, before the void could even heal itself, it would be shattered again. This had become a land of destruction and death. Tina's divine mirror world sword was unfathomably powerful, and it had already transcended the level of ordinary divine weapons. Right now, it could be considered as a weapon on the same level as the heavenly Tao. Her swordsmanship had also reached the pinnacle of the Taichu continent. Even so, she could still barely catch a breath under the ferocious and relentless attacks of the heavenly life goddess. Gashes and other wounds continued to appear on her slender and small body. Although these weren't fatal wounds, they were still extremely painful and debilitating. At this moment, however, a pitch-black sword projection suddenly slashed over, swatting aside the jade hairpin that was stabbing down at a perilous angle and glowing with a murderous aura. and Lin had rejoined the battle against the heavenly life goddess. Giant and Lin, Tina exclaimed. Delight and joy spread across her serious face. She would become fearless if she could battle alongside Lin. The two of them started to furiously attack the heavenly life goddess again. The situation took another turn, and it was now the heavenly life goddess who was stuck on her back foot. Meanwhile, in the White Nectar Sea, there were numerous earth-shattering collisions, and it was as if the sun were pulsating in the center of this sea. A boundless wave of spear projections suddenly burst forth, tearing through the night sky and illuminating the entire sky into a silvery white. The anguished wail of the sky alligator reverberated throughout heaven and earth as its colossal and continent-sized body powerlessly plummeted toward the sea. After its explosive rise in power, its scales had become incredibly tough and powerful. However, even these scales had been penetrated by the wave of silver spear projections. Heisher held a silver-white spear in her hands, and her pitch-black wings covered a span of 100 kilometers, completely blotting out heaven and earth. At this moment, the dazzling silver-white radiance of her spear was the only color remaining in heaven and earth. It was much like a profound heavenly sword that illuminated an eternal night. Singular spear of truth. Slaying gods. Heisher brandished her spear and thrust it toward the plummeting sky alligator, bringing with it an astounding might. A profound spear projection blast down from the sky. Heisher's silver-white essential power caused the entire White Nectar Sea to glow with a silver color. At the same time, her spear, the singular spear of truth, pierced through heaven and earth and pierced through all barriers before directly shattering the sky alligator's absolute defense and stabbing through its colossal head. The sky alligator shuddered as its essential power was torn apart and annihilated by the silver-white spear projection. The silver-white spear projection dissipated. A broken body slammed into the sea before being engulfed by that profound and bottomless whirlpool. Phew! Heisher breathed a soft sigh of relief. Her pale face was dripping with cold sweat. She retracted her wings, and her arms were still trembling slightly. It was evident that the attack just then had exhausted all of her power. I've won. Her eyes were glimmering, and a smile spread across her aloof and beautiful face. Even though she was as pale as a sheet, her smile still caused her to appear breathtakingly beautiful. Relying on her absolute power, she had successfully killed the sky alligator even after its explosive increase in power. This was no easy feat. She had successfully completed the task handed to her by the goddess. This was the reason behind her joy. Far away in the distance, the spectating heaven-crushing united army couldn't help but become ecstatic. This was another delightful victory. Each victory was a reason for them to shout in joy and celebrate. The Dark Wing Emperor's eyes glimmered with excitement. At the same time, a peculiar feeling arose in his mind. This was the proper might of a supremely powerful being from the Dark Wing tribe. Anyhow, how did Goddess Heisher view him? Would she be interested in him? Motivation gradually surged into the Dark Wing Emperor's mind. After being single for so many tens of thousands of years, he felt that his purpose in life had finally arrived. Meanwhile, the woman who was at the center of attention put away her spear and ingested 2 immortal pills. It's a shame that I've already exhausted all of my power. I can't continue to battle anymore. Heisher was slightly anxious as she gazed at her 2 companions who were engaged in intense and difficult battles. Mou and Tian were still struggling against their opponents. However, the 3-headed spirit and Heisher couldn't help them at all. They had become extremely feeble after defeating their opponents. Perhaps Lu Jin was the only person who could give them a hand. However, he had also suffered severe wounds. As such, his current combat capability was only equivalent to that of gods of creation from the boundless realm of stars. Perhaps he was even a little weaker. With such weak combat capability, he might even end up placing Mou and Tian in even greater danger. Lu Jin decided not to embarrass himself. At this moment, the Sword Maiden and Jade were pummeling the colossal round rock. The Sword Maiden continued to viciously slash down at the colossal rock, sending it flying. Meanwhile, Jade used her threads of heaven to furiously slice at Mou. Like a net, her threads of heaven would also slash into Mou and send him flying. At this time, the Sword Maiden would raise her sword and slash down at the colossal rock again, sending it flying. Just like that, Mou was relentlessly attacked and sent flying by the Sword Maiden and Jade. He had absolutely no opportunity to counterattack. Of course, he wasn't completely helpless at this moment. At the very least, he had caused the two women to become exhausted and be drenched in sweat. "Damn it! How is this rock so tough?" the Sword Maiden said through gritted teeth. Jade was also baffled as she gazed at the countless gashes on the colossal rock. They could wound Mou, and they could leave countless gashes of different sizes on his body. However, they were unable to slash him into two. They were also unable to destroy his God of Creation stage essence. This was because the colossal rock was also a great world. Unless they could destroy a great world in a single strike, there was simply no way that they could threaten Mou's life. Only at this moment did the two female heavenly humans finally appreciate the difficulty of battling against Mou. If this continued, they would either be crushed to death by Mou, or they would die from exhaustion. "Jade, what should we do? We can't continue like this," the Sword Maiden exclaimed. She became increasingly anxious as she watched the 10 primordial beings fall one after another. Jade swept her sharp gaze across the battlefield, eventually settling her sights on He Shi. "Since this target is so difficult to kill, why don't we change the target?" Jade said calmly. The Sword Maiden's eyes lit up. Indeed, why didn't they kill those severely wounded enemies? Why did they insist on pursuing this extremely difficult-to-defeat enemy? After sending Mou flying once again, the Sword Maiden immediately jumped on her sword and dashed through the void like a streak of light, stabbing toward the distant He Shi. Meanwhile, Jade unleashed her threads of heaven into the sky. She then stepped onto the thin white threads, causing them to sink at a sharp angle. In the next instant, she shot forward like an arrow. To everyone's surprise, the two heavenly humans suddenly charged at the weak and feeble He Shi. "He Shi, be careful," Lu Jin exclaimed in astonishment when he saw the two heavenly humans charging toward her. He stepped forward in an attempt to pursue the two heavenly humans, yet his speed was far slower than that of their sudden attack. Even Mou couldn't catch up to the two primordial heavenly humans. The Sword Maiden's celestial sword glowed with a sanguine red color. Meanwhile, Jade's threads of heaven sliced through the sky as if it were tofu, causing a crisscross of fractures to form and wrap toward He Shi. This attack was enough to sever all of her possible paths of retreat. He Shi could feel an intense danger and threat of death. However, she didn't shirk or try to flee. Instead, she quickly retrieved her silver-white spear and prepared to battle. Fleeing would be useless. Her only option was to battle. Connecting heaven and earth, true form heavenly net. With a powerful tug, Jade summoned countless razor-sharp threads. Like a giant ball-like net, these threads completely encircled He Shi. They then rapidly shrunk in toward her. These were threads that could even cut through the bodies of God of Creation stage divine beings. In fact, there were even a huge number of peculiar phenomena appearing from the razor-sharp threads. These phenomena possessed supremely powerful Tao realms, and they could resist the backlash from numerous types of different powers. This would allow the threads of heaven to unleash their full power. He Shi resolutely flew toward some direction, thrusting her spear as she did so. However, there was simply a sharp screech as the spear thrust into the incredibly tough threads of heaven. She was unable to cut these threads. Focusing on a single point doesn't work either? He Shi faltered upon realizing this. However, she knew that she would have definitely succeeded if she were at full power. Now, however, she was far too weak. The threads of heaven continued to rapidly close in on her. There was no need for the Sword Maiden to attack at all, and just Jade alone was enough to kill her. He Shi was filled with grief and vexation. However, the moisture around her suddenly condensed into water. The amount of water then started to rapidly increase. Just as He Shi was wondering about what this was, the orb of water suddenly burst apart. A slender and shapely mermaid suddenly materialized beside her. Her divine halo was glowing with a dazzling divine light, and there was also a blue divine seal on her forehead that was currently allowing her to unleash her full power. You possess the ability to teleport through mediums? Who in the world are you? He Shi took a deep breath as she gazed at the stunningly beautiful woman before her. At this moment, a faint golden orb of water had already appeared in the mermaid's palm. This orb of water expanded rapidly, and when it came into contact with He Shi, it was as if a gentle and refreshing breeze had washed over her. When it came into contact with the closing threads of heaven, however, it was as if this orb of water were the most powerful and sturdy wall. It surprisingly blocked the advance of the threads of heaven. My threads of heaven were actually blocked by water? Jade exclaimed in shock and surprise. The threads of heaven possessed the heavenly Tao's absolute will and nomological laws to slice through all matter. But the faint golden orb of water before her also possessed a heavenly god power. Moreover, this was an immensely powerful heavenly god power. Water could erode all matter, and it could also turn yin and yang. The threads of heaven were blocked. Not only that, but they even started to bend and contort under the powerful force of the expanding orb of water. They started to crack and screech under the immense pressure. The mermaid who had suddenly appeared to save He Shi was other than Lan Xiaoni, the alliance leader of the West Sea Alliance. Moreover, she had activated the pinnacle mystic technique of water. One had to realize that she hadn't activated this mystic technique even when battling against the three powerful heavenly gods just then. Now, however, she had finally activated it. She had done so in order to fully unleash her might in the higher level battle. Try to shatter it again, Lan Xiaoni said to He Shi. He Shi didn't hesitate as she thrust her spear forward again. Combined with the immense power of the golden orb of water, this attack finally exceeded the limits of the threads of heaven, causing them to directly snap apart. He Shi and Lan Xiaoni charged out of the cage. However, what awaited them was an incredibly powerful sword strike. After accumulating for so long, the sword maiden finally unleashed her powerful attack. A sanguine red sword projection pierced through the sky, carrying with it an immensely condensed heavenly power and Tao realm of death as it furiously slashed at the two women. This sword strike was even more powerful and devastating than Jade's threads of heaven. After all, the threads of heaven had been attempting to trap and slice through its target just then. However, this sword strike only possessed a single aim, to kill. The sword maiden's killing intent was as profound as could be. At the same time, her attack was also as powerful and intense as could be. He Shi's hair stood on end. To say nothing of right now, even if she were at full power, it would have still been extremely difficult for her to block this attack. However, it was as if Lan Xiaoni had already anticipated this. With a wave of her hand, a furious wave of golden water surged forth, slamming toward the devastating sword projection. However, the sword projection instantly tore through this torrent of golden waves. Just when He Shi started to become worried again, she suddenly realized that the sword projection was becoming weaker and weaker as it pierced through the torrent of golden waves. The sword maiden's paramount sword might was actually being continually weakened by the golden waves. Water could wash away all matter, and it could also erode all matter. Lan Xiaoni was unleashing the full potential of water. When the sword maiden's terrifying sword projection finally arrived before Lan Xiaoni, she had already condensed a deep blue sword of water. With a single slash, she easily destroyed the sword maiden's sword projection. Both sides fell silent. He Shi was astounded. She had never imagined that she would be protected by a woman at the Tao integration stage. Moreover, this was a Tao integration stage cultivator who was unfathomably powerful. Meanwhile, the sword maiden found this to be inconceivable. How could an ordinary heavenly goddess possess such profound power? If she didn't know, she would have thought that she was battling against a supreme heavenly god. Sword maiden, she can't maintain this state for too long. If we attack together, she'll be pushed to her limit in no time. Jade summoned her threads of heaven as she charged toward He Shi and Lan Xiaoni again. The sword maiden finally came to her senses. This was indeed the case. She had been terrified by Lan Xiaoni's might just then, yet she had ignored the fact that Lan Xiaoni had definitely paid some huge price to activate a mystic technique. By placing her under immense pressure, she would definitely collapse in no time. Upon realizing this, the Sword Maiden's confidence instantly rose explosively. Right at this moment, however, snow suddenly drifted down from the sky. The Sword Maiden felt a deep and bone-chilling cold. She couldn't help but shudder as she looked up at the sky. What she saw was the appearance of a blue whirlpool. Snow continued to fall, with its cold chill freezing the sky. A woman in white who appeared aloof and lonely strode through the void, walking toward the Sword Maiden. Upon seeing this, the divine seal on Lan Xiaoni's forehead pulsated slightly. With a single wave, she caused the deep blue and pure seawater to rise. Sister Shangguan, I'll let you borrow 100,000 feet of heavenly water. The woman in white smiled faintly upon hearing this. She faltered slightly, and the 100,000 feet of water that possessed the heavenly water power ground to a halt under her feet. This water then rapidly froze over before blooming like a lotus. After a brief moment, a deep blue sword of ice materialized from this lotus. As if it had gathered all of the essences of water, this sword then plummeted toward the Sword Maiden. This sword didn't possess any aura, nor did it possess any sword might. It was a pure sword of water and ice. It possessed the might of water, and it possessed the chill of ice. The Sword Maiden raised her sword to parry, yet she discovered that she couldn't move at all. At some unknown time, she had already become covered in ice. Her body had also been infiltrated by a peculiar chill. "No, don't," the Sword Maiden stammered. An expression of terror spread across her face. The blue sword slammed down. It was like dripping water that could wear a stone. It ruthlessly pierced through the Sword Maiden's head. Shards of ice flew into the surroundings. The Sword Maiden felt that the world was incredibly cold. At the same time, she could only see an expanse of ice blue. Eventually, her vision started to become blurry under the effects of the icy chill. Her consciousness then faded into darkness. Even Jade's frantic shouts gradually faded into nothingness. The Sword Maiden's slender body transformed into an ice statue before exploding into countless shards of glimmering ice. She disappeared from the world once and for all. "Sword Maiden!" Jade screamed. However, she didn't receive any reply. Dead? She was killed just like that. Upon seeing this, Jade descended into a state of a boundless terror. She could tell that the Sword Maiden's essence had also been frozen and annihilated by that attack. The Sword Maiden had still been mighty and domineering just then, yet after the sudden appearance of the woman in white, she had been instantly killed just like that. Everything had occurred far too suddenly, so much so that Jade didn't know what to do. She didn't know how to save this situation. More precisely, she still hadn't decided on how she wanted to die. What's going on? How have so many powerful beings suddenly appeared? Jade was overcome with despair. The woman in white was none other than Shangguan Yi, who had just finished her conversation with the heavenly Tao. However, there didn't seem to be a single wound on her body. Not only that, but even her aura had become increasingly ethereal and mighty. It was clear that she had undergone some kind of transformation during her conversation with the heavenly Tao. She was the reincarnation of the Ice Matriarch, an experienced god of creation stage divine being, so it was hard to imagine just how powerful she was at this moment. At the very least, Jade saw no hope of defeating her. Meanwhile, inside the domain created by the heavenly life goddess, the heavenly life goddess wings had just become symmetrical. Yet another one suddenly started to combust. At the same time, she was mocked and ridiculed by Enlin again. "Oh, mighty goddess, your wings have become asymmetrical again. A three-winged heavenly human. How unique. Won't you become wonky if you try to fly?" Enlin roared with laughter. The heavenly life goddess took a deep breath, and the attacks of her jade hairpin became increasingly violent and vicious. However, it was a shame that Enlin's cooperation with Tina was completely flawless. As such, she was unable to cause him any fatal wounds. "Are you unhappy? I suggest that you self-combust another wing. That way, your wings will become symmetrical again," Enlin said with a chuckle. "In your dreams!" The heavenly life goddess roared in fury. However, just as she finished speaking, whoosh, another wing suddenly started to self-combust. Heavenly Life Goddess. This was a brutal slap to her face, and Lin was also astounded. His companions were far too reliable. He couldn't help but turn his gaze toward the distant white nectar sea. After activating his Eye of Darkness, he finally managed to see Jade and the others. The poor beauty had actually been bullied by Lan Xiaoni, He Shi, Shangguan Yi Mou, and Lu Jin. No wonder she had died so quickly. The Heavenly Life Goddess was filled with bitterness and hatred. Why were her significant advantages always overcome? Why did she always end up on the back foot? Did her enemy possess an innate ability to turn the tables? Moreover, his freakish allies would always appear one after another. What in the world was this? The death of the primordial beings significantly damaged the Heavenly Life Goddess essence. Not only that, but her speed was also notably affected. It was clear that she was now struggling more against Lin and Tina's combined attacks. The Heavenly Life Goddess involuntarily turned her gaze toward the two remaining members of the 10 primordial beings. The Sea God and the Sea Python still enjoyed an absolute advantage over their opponent. They continued to furiously attack Tian-Yi. However, even though Tian-Yi was at a clear disadvantage, and even though she was riddled with wounds, with even her beautiful face scratched and wounded, she still wore an incredibly calm expression. She continued to calmly face the relentless attacks from the two primordial beings. It was as if these attacks weren't dangerous and weren't something to worry about. In fact, she would even gaze up at the sky from time to time, with her eyes dazed and hazy. The Sea God and the Sea Python both felt as if they were being belittled. Their attacks became even more brutal, and it wasn't long before the entire White Nectar Sea started to churn, bringing with it a tsunami that measured 100,000 feet in height. The Sea Python ferociously lunged at Tian-Yi. However, with a casual swing of her tail, Tian-Yi easily swatted the tsunami into countless milky white waves. At this moment, however, the Sea God had already thrust his golden trident at Tian-Yi. With a swish of her tail, Tian-Yi utilized an extremely agile movement technique to evade this attack. The golden trident scraped past her, and like a column of golden light slamming into the sea, it ripped several gaping holes into the sea. After failing to hit Tian-Yi, the Sea God raised his golden trident to stab at her again. How many times can you dodge? I'll stab, 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 and stab again. The Sea God roared as he furiously thrust his golden trident. His terrifying attacks caused violent currents to sweep tens of thousands of kilometers through the sea. Like a pink shadow, Tian-Yi continued to nimbly dodge these attacks. She viewed the sea as her home, and she relied on its vast power to carry her body and activate movement techniques. She dodged all of the Sea God's attacks. Damn it! Why is she so hard to hit? The Sea God exclaimed in frustration. He was confident that he could strike any fish in the sea, but the mermaid before him was causing him to fail time and time again. By observing his opponent's eyes, he could determine what action he would take next. He could also determine whether they were flustered, resolute, fearful, or staunch. These expressions would all reveal their intentions and potential moves. Through observing his opponents, the Sea God would then choose the best method of attack. This was his most powerful skill. Of course, this was until he came across Tian-Yi, who had remained dazed and muddled this entire time. It was as if this battle had nothing to do with her. At this moment, he finally realized just how painful his skill could be. Tian-Yi had only worn a single expression this entire time. That being the case, how could he read her and determine her potential moves? Right now was a good example. While dodging his thrusts, Tian-Yi didn't so much as glance at the Sea God. Instead, her emotionless eyes remained fixed on the sky. It was as if she were daydreaming. The Sea God was infuriated upon seeing this. To outsiders, it was as if he and the Sea Python were completely suppressing Tian-Yi, so much so that she couldn't even catch a breath. In fact, she couldn't even find an opportunity to counterattack. However, the Sea God knew that this was because Tian-Yi simply didn't want to fight against them seriously. When they were weak, they had been incredibly thankful for Tian-Yi's personality. After all, she couldn't be bothered fighting against them and killing them. After becoming more powerful, however, it became extremely frustrating and despairing to battle against her. They were completely unable to defeat Tianyi. If it were any other god of creation stage divine being, they would have been confident that they could defeat them. However, they were completely helpless against Tianyi. The sea god had already unleashed all of his techniques. Meanwhile, the sea python had almost utilized the power of the entire white nectar sea. However, like an agile fish, Tianyi continued to freely swim about. We can't allow this to drag on any longer. All of the other primordial beings have been killed, so if we continue to waste time here, we'll definitely be faced with grave danger. The sea god suddenly roared. Let's return to the heavenly life goddess side, the sea python suggested. Completely agreed with the sea god. Right at this moment, however, a column of pure light suddenly descended from the sky. The entire night sky was illuminated. A silver light filled the entire white nectar sea. An old man flew over on an iridescent cloud. He wore a benevolent smile, and his white hair and white beard billowed in the wind. His voice was clear and reverberant as he said, "Stop at once. What skill is there in bullying a young girl? If you're so powerful, why don't you battle with me? Who the hell is this old man? We're bullying a young girl." It was as if the sea god had heard something inconceivable. His face was filled with astonishment as he gazed at the old man sitting on the iridescent cloud. "Ignore him. It's clear that he's trying to find an excuse to fight with us. We need to hurry up and return to the heavenly life goddess side," the sea python said. It then dove into the depths of the sea, resolutely fleeing without even looking back once. The sea god didn't want to cause any unwanted trouble either. Thus, he immediately flew toward the heavenly life goddess. "After bullying the young girl, you too want to flee just like that?" The old man on the iridescent cloud started to become slightly serious. He then mysteriously appeared before the sea god. "Damn it! Is there no end to this? You just want to fight with me, right? You're seeking death." The sea god was enraged, and he immediately thrust his golden trident at the old man. As he faced this earth-shattering attack, a cheery expression suddenly spread across the old man's face. He extended a single finger, and it was as if the great Tao of heaven and earth had been completely summoned by him, with an unbelievably pure orb of light gathering on his fingertip. From Tao there comes one. Boom! The golden trident collided with the old man's finger. A devastating shockwave erupted into the surroundings, instantly pushing the sea, sky, and nomological laws of heaven into the distance. Upon being struck by this shockwave, the sea god almost dropped the golden trident in his hands. "Who in the world are you?" the sea god asked in shock. He knew that the old man was powerful, yet he hadn't expected him to be quite so powerful. The old man had blocked his full power attack with a single finger. The old man smiled but didn't reply. Instead, he stood up on the iridescent cloud. From one, there comes two. A projection of yin and yang materialized beneath his feet, expanding at an incredible rate as it grew from nothingness into a vast and infinite expanse that enveloped the entire white nectar sea. Heisher, Lu Jin, and the other god of creation stage divine beings all drew a sharp breath. Despite living for so long, they had never witnessed such a pure projection of yin and yang before. It was as if this projection contained the true meaning of the universe, and it was as if it contained a boundless profoundness as well as a boundless might. The fleeing sea python had clearly traveled tens of thousands of kilometers into the distance already, yet it was still forcefully suppressed by the powerful projection of yin and yang. Regardless of how it squirmed and struggled, it was still completely unable to escape. Standing in the center of the projection, the sea god could more so feel the terrifying nature of this spell formation. Two bursts of energies completely locked his essence. The old man once again extended a finger at the sea god, and it was as if both the yin and yang projection as well as a boundless Tao power were converged on his fingertip as he made a tapping motion at the sea god's head. From two, there comes three. He tapped at the void, and countless black and white symbols suddenly materialized on the sea god's body. After fusing with his Tao power, the might of these symbols became terrifyingly powerful. From 3, there comes all matter. The old man's voice rang out across heaven and earth. At this moment, the sea god and the sea python saw all matter of heaven and earth. They saw the boundless and mystical universe, and they also saw countless other matters. It was as if they were traveling through a journey of life, and it was as if they were witnessing the ultimate meaning of life. No, what kind of feeling is this? The sea god stammered. There was an expression of enlightenment on his face. The symbols on his body pulsated and expanded, and his skin started to crack. He was clearly suffering immense pain, yet the euphoria brought about by this mysterious feeling of enlightenment forcefully suppressed this pain. The sea god couldn't help but yearn for this feeling. He wanted to completely grasp the true meaning of the universe, and he wanted to absorb this into his essence. The old man slowly retracted his finger. A faint smile spread across his face, and he said, "Oh, that's right. I'm Lord Laozi. People also like to refer to me as the Heavenly Lord of Tao and Virtue." Just as he finished speaking, boom! There was a deafening explosion. The sea god had suddenly burst apart. Tens of thousands of kilometers away, the squirming and struggling body of the sea python also violently burst apart. In fact, it even triggered a tsunami that sent waves hundreds of thousands of feet into the sky. With a light stomp of his feet, the projection of yin and yang beneath the heavenly lord of Tao and Virtue's feet shuddered slightly. The furious tsunami was instantly suppressed. The sea returned to a state of calm and tranquility. With a single wave of his hand, he had caused heaven and earth to lose their luster. With a light stomp of his feet, he had caused a raging tsunami to subside and calm down. In fact, these remarkable abilities were no big deal in the eyes of the heavenly lord of Tao and Virtue. Everything had finished. As 2 of the 10 primordial beings, the sea god and the sea python had actually been suppressed and killed by the heavenly lord of Tao and Virtue. In fact, they hadn't even been able to put up a struggle. The heavenly lord of Tao and Virtue's entrance was even more stunning and impressive than that of Patriarch Zhu Yin. The heaven-crushing united army had already entered a state of uncontrollable euphoria. This was especially the case for the more powerful cultivators. The heavenly lord of Tao and Virtue was someone who they had always respected and looked up to. After all, he was the ancestor of all cultivators, and he was the teacher of all holy beings. However, most beings had only heard of him before, and they had never seen him in actual battle. Today, however, they were finally fortunate enough to witness his profound might. In fact, the heavenly lord of Tao and Virtue had even sided with them and fought alongside them. While shedding tears of excitement and joy, some cultivators actually attained sudden enlightenment. The heavenly lord of Tao and Virtue hadn't obtained his title for nothing. With a few simple techniques, it was as if he had unleashed a peculiar power of education. This was definitely a valuable treasure for the spectating cultivators. It was extremely easy for them to attain unique enlightenment. At this moment, the heavenly lord of Tao and Virtue, who was at the center of all attention, turned around to look at Tian-Yi. Tian-Yi wasn't astonished or stunned. Instead, she still wore a dazed and muddled expression. She bowed slightly at the heavenly lord of Tao and Virtue, and she said, "Thank you. It's my pleasure." The heavenly lord of Tao and Virtue stroked his beard and said. He then shook his head and continued, "I couldn't stand back and watch them bully a young girl like you." "I'm not a young girl," Tian-Yi said in a mellow voice. The heavenly lord of Tao and Virtue found this god of creation stage divine being to be extremely interesting, and he was just about to say that regardless of how old she was, she would still be a young girl in his eyes. However, Tian-Yi suddenly said, "I'm a small fish. Ahem." The heavenly lord of Tao and Virtue almost choked to death upon hearing this. Not a young girl, but a small fish? What kind of strange self-awareness is this? Small fish eventually have to return to their own pond. Only that small pond is where I belong, Tian-Yi said in a mellow voice as she gazed up at the sky. The heavenly lord of Tao and Virtue also gazed up at the sky. Perhaps the sea god hadn't known what Tian-Yi was gazing up. or perhaps he had thought that she was daydreaming and belittling them. However, the heavenly lord of Tao and virtue saw what she was gazing at. The sky wasn't the same sky, but it was instead a sky that lay countless eons away. Ow, it's hurting my eyes. The heavenly lord of Tao and virtue couldn't help but shut his eyes after gazing at the sky for a while. He then rubbed his eyes in exasperation as he turned around to look at the beautiful mermaid who was still gazing at the sky. Why are you always gazing at the sky? Don't your eyes get tired? Tianyi smiled in reply. This was a beautiful smile, and it was as if she were a mermaid who had continued to guard that which was valuable to her for countless and countless years. This was a peculiar and somewhat lonely sense of beauty, and even the experienced heavenly lord of Tao and virtue couldn't help but feel astonished by her beauty. Tianyi swished her slender and jade-like pink tail before saying in a soft voice, "No, they don't get tired. How can one become tired looking at their own home?" And Lin was furiously swinging his evil-slaying sword and hacking at the woman before him. The heavenly life goddess could rule over life and death. Yet at this moment, she was unable to truly rule over Lin's life and death. Instead, she was being suppressed and pushed back by Lin. Heavenly life goddess, stop fleeing. You've almost lost all of your wings now, so isn't it tiring to keep fleeing? Hurry up and exchange 300 strikes with me. And Lin continued to trash-talk the heavenly life goddess as he attacked her. Generally speaking, supreme heavenly gods could all control their emotions extremely well. However, it was as if the heavenly life goddess had become a woman who was much more inclined to show the emotions of mortal women. She would often display emotions of delight, anger, grief, and joy. Thus, Lin's trash talk was slightly useful against her. Right now, the heavenly life goddess felt a strong urge to kill Lin. At this moment, however, a colossal projection of yin and yang suddenly shrouded heaven and earth and enveloped the entire white nectar sea. Even the heavenly life goddess was astounded by this profound power. And Lin was delighted upon seeing this, and he exclaimed, "This is the power of the heavenly lord of Tao and virtue." And Lin was extremely familiar with this power, and it could be said that he would never forget it for as long as he lived. Thus, he recognized it the instant that it appeared. Isn't the heavenly lord of Tao and virtue in Yua's camp? Why is he suddenly helping us now? And Lin didn't understand, yet this didn't stop him from feeling overjoyed. The scales of victory were currently tipped toward him. This was a product of the current situation. Sure enough, he saw the heavenly life goddess' final pair of wings self-combusting before he could even sigh with emotion. The flickering flames illuminated her stunned and aggrieved expression. Why has another god of creation stage divine being appeared? The heavenly life goddess felt as aggrieved as could be. In fact, she was feeling so aggrieved and depressed that she couldn't even feel the pain from her burning wings anymore. And Lin and Tina naturally wouldn't allow such a great opportunity to slip by. They immediately unleashed their full power to furiously pummel the heavenly life goddess. It wasn't long before the heavenly life goddess' slender and beautiful body became covered in bloody and ghastly wounds. Heavenly life goddess, pull yourself together. We still haven't lost yet. The heavenly heaven god shouted in a frantic voice. His voice was imbued with a heavenly might, and it was powerful enough to awaken all beings. However, it was as if the heavenly life goddess had been beaten into a recluse. She was devoid of any fighting spirit, and she was only blocking the attacks of Lin and Tina by reflex. Heavenly life goddess, it's all the fault of Lin. Everything is because of Lin. Don't you want to exact revenge? Kill him! The heavenly sea god also screamed. His words finally caused a glimmer of light to reappear in the heavenly life goddess' dull eyes. She shuddered slightly, and she murmured, "That's right. Even if my chance at victory is slim, it matters not if I lose. However, Lin must die." Lin hadn't imagined that Brother C would be so caring of him. In fact, he had even blamed everything on him right before his very face. He was completely trampling on their previous relationship as brothers. More importantly, his tactic had worked. The flames returned to the heavenly life goddess' tangerine-colored eyes, and her aura underwent a complete transformation. A fatal aura of death surged forth, causing a cold chill to run down Lin's spine. "Forget about it. How much of my essence will it consume?" the heavenly life goddess said softly. She withdrew her jade hairpin that was placing Lin and Tina under immense pressure before squeezing it in her hands. Crack. As if she were squeezing too hard, fractures suddenly started to spread across the jade hairpin. Crack. There was an explosive shattering sound. The jade hairpin had been crushed into oblivion by the heavenly life goddess. And Lin and Tina were stumped upon seeing this. What was the heavenly life goddess playing at? Was she using her weapon to vent her fury? In the next instant, however, a thick red energy suddenly started to flow out from the jade hairpin. At the same time, the heavenly life goddess green divine halo started to transform into a shade of crimson red. The power of death transformed into a red halo of light that instantly enveloped her entire domain. After being aroused by some kind of top-notch mystic technique, the heavenly life goddess power rose to an even more petrifying level. However, the heavenly sea god and the heavenly heaven god started to panic before Lin and Tina. "Heavenly life goddess, stop what you're doing. I told you to pull yourself together. Not furiously consume your essence and fight as if your life depends on it." The heavenly heaven god roared in panic. "I told you to target Lin, not use your life to kill him." The heavenly sea god also shouted in panic. In fact, he even felt an urge to cry in desperation. "If you fight like this, how can we maintain our power to participate in the ultimate deciding battle? Even if we manage to kill Lin, what will we do after that? At that time, we will have lost our life essences, our true forms of Tao, and everything else." The two supreme heavenly gods had wanted the heavenly life goddess to pull herself together. Unexpectedly, however, it seemed as if their words had ended up causing a negative effect instead. Things were progressing in the most undesirable direction possible. Of course, Lin and Tina didn't want to see this progression either. It seemed as if the heavenly life goddess wanted to kill Lin at all costs. The woman in the floral dress stood in the center of the red halo of death. White bones and mountains of corpses lay behind her. Eerie black butterflies of destruction fluttered and danced around her. Crimson red chains were wrapped around her left arm. There was also a bloody spear in her right hand. At this moment, it was as if she had become a goddess of death. Her eyes were locked onto Lin. "Death?" the heavenly life goddess said as she made a grabbing motion at Lin. Thump, and Lin felt his heart thump in reply. A peculiar and supreme nomological law pierced through his five elements power and directly flowed into his heart and his life essence. His life force was then manipulated and rapidly extracted by some kind of mysterious power. It was this power again. It was the power that the heavenly life goddess had used to absorb his vitality before. Tina's reaction was extremely quick, and she immediately swung her divine mirror world sword, using a barrier that contained the might of the divine mirror world's heavenly Tao to envelop Lin. She was using the power of her top-notch world to block the heavenly life goddess power of death. Tina was extremely familiar with this kind of technique. "Don't waste your energy. If you want to take Giant Lin's life, you have to first ask whether I agree or not," Tina said with a cold expression. The heavenly life goddess expression remained unchanging. However, the black butterflies of destruction had already fluttered next to Tina at some unknown time. They sprinkled pitch-black power around her. This powder then formed a unique domain that suppressed and blocked the small fairy's power. Tina's reaction was extremely quick, and she immediately slashed at the butterflies of destruction with her divine mirror world sword. However, the heavenly life goddess had already raised her bloody spear in preparation to attack. At this critical moment, she acted first to hurl the bloody spear at Lin's heart. Paramount heavenly god technique, eternal desolation. A streak of sanguine red sliced through the void, instantly slamming into the barrier that Tina had summoned around Lin. The tip of the bloody spear was engraved with symbols of death, and each of these symbols was powerful enough to suppress and kill an extremely powerful being. Right now, there were hundreds of millions of these symbols on the tip of the bloody spear. Upon striking the barrier, There wasn't any explosion of divine light or energy. Instead, there was only darkness, death, and desolation. Like a pure particle of darkness, the spear easily pierced through Tina's barrier. And Lin was prepared for this, and he had already dashed aside the moment the bloody spear was thrown. However, he hadn't imagined that the bloody spear would lock onto him and also change paths according to his movements. Moreover, it did so without any delay at all. It was as if the bloody spear were intricately tied together with him, and it was as if he couldn't change his fate at all. At this moment, Lin's reaction speed rose to a pinnacle level. A golden fluctuation was unleashed from his eyes, traveling 3 kilometers into the surroundings. Everything within the golden fluctuations range ground to a halt. Air, energy, nomological laws, space, and even the bloody spear that possessed an earth-shattering might. Everything was frozen to the spot. Time stopped, and Lin smiled. So what if your eternal desolation is powerful? Can it be more powerful than my time stop? And Lin seized this opportunity to twist his body. However, he was shocked to discover that the bloody spear also twisted along with him. If he twisted to the left, the bloody spear would also twist to the left. If he flew into the sky, the bloody spear would also follow him and fly into the sky. It was like a shadow that followed him everywhere. And Lin. It wasn't long before the bloody spear broke free from his time stop. Moreover, its terrifying blade was pointed straight at his heart. At the last moment, and Lin finally placed the evil-slaying sword before his heart. Clang! There was a crisp and reverberant clang as the bloody spear collided into the pitch-black blade of the sword. In fact, this clang even reverberated with some kind of peculiar rhythm. At this moment, a supremely powerful blade projection pierced through heaven and earth with an unstoppable might. In fact, even a heaven-crushing holy tool wouldn't be able to stop this radiance. Oh! And Lin could feel the immense force traveling over from the evil-slaying sword, and he summoned all of his power to forcefully resist it. However, he was continuously pushed back by the overwhelming momentum of the strike. In the end, and Lin was like a meteor as he was pushed into the ground by the bloody spear. There was a deafening explosion. The power of death and the power of desolation erupted at the same time, transforming into an orb of red and black that destroyed everything in its path. This orb annihilated everything among heaven and earth. Space, energy, matter, life, nomological laws, and everything in between. Everything was obliterated. In fact, even the great Tao of heaven and earth started to tremor violently, and it was as if it were about to erupt. The land within a radius of tens of thousands of kilometers was engulfed, and a colossal red and black skull rose in its place. It was as if the skull was wearing a sinister smile as it peered down at the world. Upon raising their heads, everyone in the Taichu continent could see the dark and skull-like star that rested above the center of the continent. At this instant, this star illuminated the entire heaven and earth. Giant and Lin. Tina was sent flying by the devastating explosion, and just the shockwaves alone had caused her to feel a deep sense of apprehension. Thus, what had Lin, who had been standing in the center of the explosion, felt? Patriarch Zhu Yin almost wet his pants in fright. Meanwhile, the heavenly life goddess domain was almost completely annihilated by this explosion. As for the colossal primal beasts, they had all been sent flying by this explosion. Of course, Patriarch Zhu Yin had also been sent flying. In fact, he had even been wounded by the shockwaves of the explosion. Moreover, these were wounds that reached his very core. Patriarch Zhu Yin knew that he would definitely die if he were struck by such an attack. Moreover, he would die very comprehensively. Can Lin withstand that? Patriarch Zhu Yin murmured as he gazed at the sinister skull before him. Auras of death and desolation wantonly surged through the surroundings. What a wild and terrifying attack, the heavenly lord of Tao and virtue said. A hint of apprehension flashed across his eyes as he sensed the power of destruction in the surroundings. He didn't know whether Lin could withstand this attack or not. However, he knew that he would definitely struggle to contain such an explosion. Everyone in the White Nectar Sea looked toward Lin's direction. Meanwhile, The red and black skull that had remained in the world was destroyed by Tina's sword strike. The energy and aura unleashed by the eternal desolation started to rapidly dissipate, revealing a figure that remained standing amid the destroyed and unrecognizable heaven and earth that was suffusing with currents of chaos and void. Tina was initially overjoyed upon seeing this figure, yet her heart quickly sunk to rock bottom. The man in white had already been blasted beyond recognition. There was not a single patch of uninjured skin on his body. In fact, his white robes had already been dyed red with blood. At the same time, gaping wounds of red that represented death and gaping wounds of black that represented desolation covered his entire body. Moreover, there was a ghastly and bloody hole where his heart should have been. Even though the evil-slaying sword was still resting before his heart had still been struck. "Giant and Lin, are you okay?" Tina asked in a shaky voice. She didn't hesitate as she unleashed her most powerful healing technique on Enlin. Her eyes involuntarily reddened as she raised her small and trembling hand and lightly rested it near the region of where Enlin's heart should have been. To her horror, she discovered that Enlin's aura was on the verge of vanishing at any moment. Moreover, his body was still coursing with a terrifying power of death that furiously resisted all power of healing. It was as if he had suffered a more powerful version of the Jade Hairpin's deadly attacks. "Ha! Enlin can't be saved. He's dead meat." This attack was hundreds of times more powerful than the deadly attacks that I unleashed before. "It can instantly strip him of all life force," the heavenly life goddess said. She chortled with laughter as she looked at Enlin's miserable state. PFFF. However, the heavenly life goddess immediately spat a mouthful of blood before she could even finish laughing. Her aura weakened drastically, and the divine halo above her head also returned to its normal green color. Moreover, it was now covered in cracks. "Heavenly life goddess, maintain your composure. Take a deep breath. Definitely don't exhaust all of your power and shatter our three forms reincarnation true heaven formation now," the heavenly sea god hurriedly exclaimed. The heavenly life goddess condition was also as poor as could be. In fact, this was a great chance to deal the killing blow. However, Tina didn't have the time or effort to target her. Instead, she furiously cast all types of healing techniques on Enlin. At the same time, she stuffed numerous healing divine pills from the divine mirror world into his mouth. The evil-slaying sword also started to move, ferociously stabbing itself into Enlin's chest. "Vanquish the heavens and slay all evil. Purify." An extremely profound power of purification furiously surged forth, resisting the power of death and the power of desolation inside Enlin's body. This was a process of snatching someone from the jaws of death, so there certainly couldn't be any hesitation or indecisiveness. "Damn it! Why isn't he dead yet?" the heavenly life goddess shouted upon realizing that Enlin was still stubbornly maintaining his life force. Her expression instantly darkened. Her jade hairpin then erupted with a petrifying radiance as it hovered into the sky. "Heavenly life goddess, you have to calm down. The most important thing right now is to heal and recuperate. You can't act on a whim like this. Otherwise, we'll be pummeled by that small fairy," the heavenly heaven god exclaimed. He was given a fright upon seeing the heavenly life goddess action, and he immediately opened his mouth to discourage her. Upon hearing this, the heavenly life goddess finally regained a sliver of composure. Her jade hairpin slowly slid back into her ink-black hair. She then looked into the distance, where close to 100 colossal primal beasts had already been obliterated by Patriarch Zhu Yin. Meanwhile, Patriarch Zhu Yin's colossal body lay on the ground. He was completely exhausted and drained. "Let's go, my children. Let's end his life." Upon hearing her command, a dozen or so colossal primal beasts unleashed their terrifying auras as they quickly charged at Enlin. Controlling these colossal primal beasts also consumed the power of her domain. Thus, commanding these dozen or so colossal primal beasts to battle was already her limit at this moment. Of course, the heavenly life goddess could also rely on the heavenly power as well as her domain to recover her energy and power. This was a formidable cycle that could allow her to battle for an unfathomably long time. Right now, her aim was simple: She simply needed to obstruct Tina and the evil-slaying sword from healing Enlin. By doing so, the power of death and the power of desolation would be enough to completely kill him. Right at this moment, however, two crisp shouts suddenly reverberated through the sky. Sect leader Enlin, I've come to protect you. Who dares to harm Big Boss Enlin? A bright blue column of water descended from the sky, brutally slamming into an eerie flame-dark rock and blasting its colossal body of several hundred kilometers into the ground. Even the flames that could incinerate one's divine sense were extinguished by the column of water. The eerie flame-dark rock became something like a cooking fish. Lan Xiaoni descended from the sky, and her mermaid tail was like a fan as it slammed into a red lightning immortal rock and sent it flying hundreds of kilometers into the distance. Paramount Heavenly God Technique. Heavenly Sea Barrier. Lan Xiaoni spread her slender and jade-like arms, summoning wide expanses of the churning sea and causing it to rise up to connect heaven and earth. A boundless heavenly water power fused into the sea, causing it to form an extremely powerful barrier. Upon seeing the rising barrier before them, the dozen or so colossal primal beasts realized that they couldn't navigate around it at all. Thus, they all charged into the barrier of seawater. However, the vast resistance of the seawater was such that the colossal primal beasts felt as if they had charged into a wall of incredibly viscous liquid. They couldn't tear through this barrier anytime soon. After blocking this attack, Lan Xiaoni turned around to gaze at Enlin. There was anxiousness in her eyes, and only when Shangguan Yi arrived beside him did she finally breathe a sigh of relief. Shangguan Yi stood between Enlin and the heavenly life goddess, and her essential power of extreme cold pulsated with vigor. A snowflake-shaped spell formation bloomed beneath her feet. She looked up at the heavenly life goddess and said, "Now that I'm here, don't even think about hurting Enlin." Upon sensing Shangguan Yi's vast and profound essential power of extreme cold, the heavenly life goddess gritted her teeth and spat. "Is there any end to this? Is there any fucking end to this? You people are appearing one after another. Are you bullying me for my lack of allies? Calm down. Heavenly life goddess, you've got to calm down." The heavenly heaven god frantically shouted. "There's no need for us to fight with her. We'll win as long as we wait for a while longer. And Lin is definitely dead meat. He definitely can't be saved." The heavenly sea god was afraid that the heavenly life goddess would charge over with no regard for anything else, so he also tried to calm her down. However, a surprised cry suddenly traveled over at this moment. "Ah, the healing is working. Giant Enlin, how do you feel?" Tina exclaimed in joy. Her eyes were red as she gazed at the slowly waking Enlin, and her exquisite and jade-like face was also pressed against Enlin's face. Her pointy ears tremored with delight. "Heavenly sea god, heavenly heaven god, heavenly life goddess? Shut the fuck up." The heavenly life goddess was fuming with rage, and her killing intent soared as she stared at Enlin. However, she ultimately didn't attack him again. This was because Shangguan Yi's aura of extreme cold forced her to calm down. Enlin slowly opened his eyes, only to see the crystal-white sword that was pierced into his body, as well as the fairy who was doing everything in her abilities to heal him. He was extremely touched by this. Upon seeing Shangguan Yi, who was standing in front of him, and Lan Xiaoni, who was blocking the colossal primal beasts behind him, his eyes involuntarily reddened. "Little Xie, little Na, underling Lan, Sister Shangguan, thank you." The heavenly life goddess erupted upon hearing this, and she roared, "Detestable Enlin, if you're so powerful, then stop relying on women." "Enlin? Me being able to rely on women is my own ability. Why are you being so sour?" Enlin immediately retorted with a cold chuckle. His actions were just, and there was no guilt in his heart. Thus, his words were also filled with confidence and pride. The heavenly life goddess was rendered completely speechless. Meanwhile, Lan Xiaoni's and Shangguan Yi's faces flushed a slight shade of red. However, upon thinking of Enlin's severe wounds, they ultimately didn't say anything else. Meanwhile, above the white nectar sea, Tian Yi was slightly curious as she gazed at the heavenly lord of Tao and virtue, and she asked, "You're not going to help them?" The heavenly lord of Tao and virtue squinted his eyes as he stroked his beard and said, "I've already done about enough. If I continue to fight with the heavenly life goddess, I'll definitely suffer a backlash from the heavenly Tao." He wasn't a brute like Patriarch Zhu Yin, who only fought according to his instincts. Before interfering, he had already understood the limit of how much he could oppose the heavenly Tao. At the same time, he had also understood how he could interfere in order to avoid a backlash from the heavenly Tao. If he targeted the heavenly life goddess again, he would definitely suffer a backlash that was even more terrifying than what Patriarch Zhu Yin had suffered. The heavenly lord of Tao and virtue wanted to help Enlin, and he also wanted to help the other beings of the Taichu continent. However, he wasn't willing to permanently damage his god of creation stage essence in order to help the Taichu continent. In the end, he wasn't the protagonist of this calamity and tribulation. "The goddess is summoning me, so I'll take my leave first," Tianyi said, respectfully bidding farewell to the heavenly lord of Tao and virtue. She then swished her tail and flew toward the domain created by the heavenly life goddess. Meanwhile, in the domain created by the heavenly life goddess, after toiling for a long time, the dozen or so colossal primal beasts were finally about to breach the heavenly sea barrier summoned by Lan Xiaoni. Lan Xiaoni gritted her teeth, and she was just about to unleash the extreme power of her divine halo of water again. "Alliance leader Lan, we'll help you," Lu Jin shouted. He then unleashed a soaring red essential power that transformed into a giant broadsword and furiously slammed down at a rock-skinned fiend. The fiend was just about to forcefully breach the heavenly sea barrier, yet its arms were brutally hacked off. At the same time, the silver spear of He Shi was like a silver river as it shot down from the sky and slashed into a red-feathered golden crow, sending it crashing into the ground. The three-headed spirit appeared near a spiritual jellyfish, and he was completely unpredictable as he continued to unleash arcs of electricity to obstruct it. In fact, he even severed the jellyfish's tentacles in an act of mischief. He was much like a three-headed troublemaker. The three god of creation stage divine beings were already exhausted. However, it was still well within their abilities to obstruct one or two colossal primal beasts each. Just then, they hadn't interfered because they were afraid that they would have to face a stampede of colossal primal beasts each. However, the situation now was different. They were a team, so their abilities and powers were completely different from before. Moreover, this was not to mention that they also had the help of Mou and Tianyi now. Lan Xiaoni had been under quite a lot of pressure when facing the dozen or so colossal primal beasts by herself. Now that she had the help of so many god of creation stage divine beings, she was finally able to breathe a sigh of relief. "Haha, I can also feel at ease now that Enlin has so many friends to help him out." Patriarch Zhu Yin, who had been pummeled into the ground by almost 100 colossal primal beasts, smiled in joy and relief. At this moment, little Xie accomplished another heaven-defying feat, completely cleansing the power of death and the power of desolation from Enlin's body. She dragged him back from the clutches of death. The vast and boundless medicinal power of divine pills started to rapidly heal Enlin's wounds. "Thank you, little Xie." Enlin was filled with gratitude as he pulled the evil-slaying sword from his body. "Idiot, and you truly can't allow others to feel at ease. If you suffer such severe wounds again, I definitely won't save you no matter what." Little Xie's voice traveled over, and it was as if she were feeling extremely angry at this moment. However, her voice became weaker and weaker, and it was clear that she was completely exhausted and drained. Enlin's heart ached, and a golden glow rose from his hand as he placed it on the blade of the sword. A burst of divine weapon origin energy funneled into the evil-slaying sword. Idiot, and you. Don't speak. Make sure to relish this feeling." And Lin cut her off, and he released another burst of divine weapon origin energy into the evil-slaying sword. "Don't be like this. I don't want this stuff," little Xie said with a soft humph. "You exhausted all of your power to save me, so let me also do something for you," and Lin said. As he said this, he released another burst of divine weapon origin energy for little Xie. Don't. Little Xia murmured as the blade of the evil-slaying sword tremored slightly, and Lin stopped for a brief moment. "Don't stop," Little Xia murmured in a barely audible voice, and Lin smiled, and he released another burst of divine weapon origin energy into the evil-slaying sword, allowing Little Xia to feel an indescribable sense of comfort. "Idiot, and don't become smug. I'm not greedy for this kind of feeling of comfort and bliss. Rather, your divine weapon origin energy can indeed help me replenish my power. As such, it can allow me to perform better in future battles." Little Xia murmured. Her childish voice was still filled with a hint of haughtiness and pride. And Lin felt as if he were talking to a wheedling daughter, and he couldn't help but chuckle and say, "Yes, yes, yes. You're the most adorable. So whatever you say is correct." With a loud ring, the evil-slaying sword tried to turn around and hack Lin. However, Lin's reaction was too swift, and he immediately released another burst of divine weapon origin energy, causing the evil-slaying sword to immediately fall in a limp manner. "Phew, what a close call." And Lin wiped the cold sweat from his brow before turning around to observe the battlefield. There were now two main battlegrounds. Lan Xiaoni's heavenly sea barrier had separated the heavenly life goddess domain into two halves. The mob of colossal primal beasts was trapped on one side of the domain. Tianyi Mou and the other god of creation stage divine beings were also trapped on the same side of the domain. They were battling against the vicious colossal primal beasts. Meanwhile, the heavenly life goddess and Shangguan Yi were facing off on the other side of the domain. This had formed some kind of delicate equilibrium. Of course, this equilibrium was going to be shattered by Lin. That spear strike was extremely painful, Lin said as he raised his evil-slaying sword and turned around to gaze at the heavenly life goddess. A wave of 5 elements power coursed through his body. The heavenly life goddess' chest rose and fell in seething anger when she saw that Lin could already rejoin the battle so quickly. She stared daggers at Lin. However, while Lin had been healing, the heavenly life goddess had naturally been healing as well. This was evident when looking at the increasing number of colossal primal beasts that were attacking the heavenly sea barrier. There had only been a dozen or so just then, yet there were already more than 30 now. The environment of the domain that had been destroyed by the formidable explosion just then also started to recover at a rate that was visible to the naked eye. In fact, a divine tree was even starting to sprout from that deep and bottomless pit. However, Lin knew that the recovery of the heavenly life goddess and her domain was only an appearance. What was truly important was her life essence. Right now, the heavenly life goddess already didn't have much life essence left. In fact, her divine halo was already dim and starting to fracture. How much longer could she last? With this in mind, Lin immediately started to feel more confident. "Lin, why don't you rest for a while longer?" Tina secretly transmitted her voice and suggested. She could see Lin's true condition. "Your external wounds have already recovered, yet your internal wounds and your essence wounds are still extremely severe. You can leave this battle to Sister Shangguan and me." Lin was naturally aware of his own condition. However, he simply smiled and said, "Don't worry, I can still battle. Moreover, aren't I exerting more pressure on the heavenly life goddess? It'll be fairly good if we can team up to frighten the heavenly life goddess." Tina breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this reply. She was assured that Lin wasn't planning to fight with his life on the line. She then raised her sword and looked toward the heavenly life goddess. Her divine mirror essential power burst forth without reserve, and a round mirror that could reflect all matter of heaven and earth suddenly materialized behind her. This was a pure and immaculate mirror. 3 powerful auras locked onto the heavenly life goddess. Not only did the heavenly life goddess feel an overwhelming pressure, but even the heavenly heaven god and the heavenly sea god felt a vast and stifling pressure. "Heavenly life goddess, let's retreat first," the heavenly heaven god said resolutely. However, the heavenly life goddess wasn't willing to give up so easily. The jade hairpin before her pointed at the woman who was enveloped in an icy cold aura, and she said coldly, "Perhaps they're only trying to intimidate us. She dares to block our path. So let me see just how powerful she truly is." The colorful jade hairpin pointed between Shangguan Yi's brows. A strong power of death converged, releasing an aura of absolute death. The jade hairpin then shuddered lightly before immediately shooting through the air with a whoosh. It tore through the space before it, stabbing at the area between Shangguan Yi's brows at a speed that was even quicker than light. Everything happened far too quickly, so much so that even God of Creation stage divine beings could barely detect this attack. When they finally came to their senses, it was already too late to do anything. This was a deadly attack, and it was an attack that combined the power of the three forms Reincarnation True Heaven Formation with the might of the Heavenly Life Goddess True Form of Tao. The jade hairpin had reached a pinnacle level both in terms of speed and in terms of penetrative ability. This was a power that no God of Creation stage divine being could ignore. If they were slightly weaker, perhaps they could already envision their head being blasted apart by this attack. However, as powerful and unstoppable as the jade hairpin was, it started to rapidly drop in speed and penetrative power once it entered the blue domain of extreme cold. In fact, even its deadly might was frozen to a very large degree. The essential power of extreme cold was pervasive in this blue domain. It could control the enemy, and it could also act as a defensive barrier. After being slowed down, Shangguan Yi could finally see the path of the jade hairpin clearly. She stepped aside, and the jade hairpin scraped past her silky hair before stabbing into the void behind her. Several strands of her raven-black hair drifted to the ground. This announced the comprehensive failure of the Heavenly Life Goddess' sudden attack. Humph! The Heavenly Life Goddess' expression darkened. She made a hooking motion with her finger, and the jade hairpin flew in an exaggerated arc before suddenly stabbing at Shangguan Yi's back again. However, before Shangguan Yi could even dodge this attack, a small fairy had already appeared behind her and used her divine mirror world sword to slash the jade hairpin aside. Shangguan Yi's reaction was extremely quick, and she immediately understood the small fairy's intentions. Activating a teleportation technique, she immediately appeared before the Heavenly Life Goddess. She then slapped at her face, unleashing a blue aura of extreme cold that was capable of freezing everything within a radius of 5,000 kilometers. Snow Lotus of the 9 Pinnacle Frosty Heavens. A snow lotus bloomed on Shangguan Yi's hand. At the same time, layers of domain barriers started to materialize around the Heavenly Life Goddess. When Shangguan Yi's palm struck these barriers, her attack was instantly stopped by their unparalleled defense. However, when the snow lotus reached full bloom, the barriers suddenly started to fracture and crack. This snow lotus could freeze and rule over even these domain barriers. However, this was still too slow. The Heavenly Life Goddess had already stepped back, enough to dodge Shangguan Yi's attack. At this instant, however, a black projection transformed into the sharpest of matters as it pierced into the domain barriers. Along with the power of the snow lotus, it instantly shattered and broke through the layers of domain barriers. 6 strikes of the war god Shadow Tiger, and Lin transformed into a shadow as he dashed before the Heavenly Life Goddess using a supremely mysterious technique. Like the shadow of a razor-sharp claw, his sword then ripped through the void with a flash. The Heavenly Life Goddess didn't have time to dodge this attack. A deep gash appeared on her pale shoulder, and blood dyed her entire floral dress red. And Lin failed to strike her weak points, so he was just about to step forward and thrust again. However, the Heavenly Life Goddess had already turned around and raised her foot. As her floral dress fluttered, her pale and slender leg mercilessly swept into Lin's waist. Boom! An overwhelming force traveled over, directly causing Lin to spit blood and fly thousands of kilometers into the distance. And Lin could barely breathe after being kicked by the Heavenly Life Goddess. After going through so much difficulty to finally recover, he had actually suffered some minor wounds again. That kick possessed an extremely pure power. In fact, Lin hadn't realized that the Heavenly Life Goddess also possessed such a powerful physical combat capability. She was able to overcome the defenses of his body of the war god using raw power alone. Anyhow, why did she choose to kick? Perhaps kicking people aside felt more satisfying. Moreover, the sensation of punching and kicking someone could also allow one to vent their anger. This was also proof of just how much the heavenly life goddess hated Enlin. In reality, this was indeed the truth. The heavenly life goddess would definitely take any opportunity to furiously pummel Enlin. However, she knew that she couldn't. She didn't possess the ability or opportunity to do so either. After all, Xianxia and Tina were already attacking her again. The heavenly life goddess faltered for a brief moment before coming to a decision. 9 pinnacles. Extreme cold light punishment. Xianxia roared as she dashed over and pointed at the sky with a finger. A streak of blue light descended from the sky and directly pierced into the earth. The heavenly life goddess was immediately enveloped by the extreme cold light punishment, and her body rapidly froze under its effects. She then instantly transformed into countless shards of broken ice. Insta-kill? Tina asked in astonishment. Even she couldn't help but falter upon seeing Xianxuan's formidable technique. Was this woman this freakishly powerful? No, that was simply a strand of her hair. Xianxia gazed at the disappearing shards of ice, as well as the strand of frozen dark green hair in the void. Her expression changed slightly, and she had a nagging feeling that this was a wordless taunt from the heavenly life goddess. After all, the heavenly life goddess had used her jade hairpin to sever a dozen or so strands of her hair before. Now, it was as if the heavenly life goddess were insinuating that her attacks were only powerful enough to sever a single strand of her hair. Was she truly this petty? She actually fled? I can't detect her presence at all, Tina said in astonishment. She was slightly dazed, and she immediately activated an observation technique to search for any clues. However, it was as if the heavenly life goddess had vanished into thin air. She didn't leave a single trace behind. Xianxuan's brows also knitted into a deep frown. She unleashed her essential power of extreme cold, and she even used this power to infiltrate every flower and every blade of grass in the domain created by the heavenly life goddess. However, she was still unable to discover the heavenly life goddess' presence. Where in the world had she gone? Forcing the heavenly life goddess to flee was indeed an uplifting feat, however. This was far from enough. If they couldn't dispose of the heavenly life goddess and the 2 other supreme heavenly gods here, then what was the point of this battle? Enlin, can you detect the heavenly life goddess presence? Xianxia asked. She turned her gaze toward the man in white in the distance. There was nothing wrong with Xianxuan's thought process. Like the heavenly life goddess, Enlin was also a supreme heavenly god. As such, there would definitely be some kind of connection between them. That being the case, perhaps Enlin could rely on some kind of unique method to search for her. Enlin rubbed his waist as he flew over. Upon hearing Xianxuan's words, he didn't hesitate and immediately activated his most powerful observation technique, the divine simulation technique. A formless fluctuation enveloped an area that measured tens of thousands of kilometers in radius. Everything appeared in his eyes. All matter and all life were as clear as could be. Nothing. Enlin faltered upon discovering this. However, he didn't give up, and he instead gritted his teeth and pushed the divine simulation technique to the extreme. He continued to expand the area that it covered. In the end, his divine simulation technique covered the entire domain created by the heavenly life goddess. Come on out, heavenly life goddess. I refuse to believe that you'd be willing to abandon your domain. Enlin observed all matter and all life in the domain created by the heavenly life goddess. After a while, he finally discovered traces of the heavenly life goddess. I've found her, Enlin said with a smile. As it turns out, she has used a peculiar technique to attach herself to numerous different living matters. By doing so, she can not only erase her presence completely, but she can even spread the risk that she faces. A smile spread across Enlin's face as he continued to analyze the situation. Xianxuan and Tina were astounded upon hearing this. They hadn't imagined that there would be such a peculiar spell technique in the world. One had to realize that this technique would even allow one to separate their life essence. Then where has the heavenly life goddess attached herself? Xianxuan asked in curiosity. Enlin pointed to the other side of the heavenly sea barrier before saying with a smile, She has separated herself into 81 portions and attached herself to those 81 colossal primal beasts. Tina's eyes lit up as she gazed at the 81 colossal primal beasts, and she said, "No wonder the auras of those 81 colossal primal beasts are significantly more powerful. Even their spiritual energy has become more concentrated. Let's hurry up and head over. With so many colossal primal beasts attacking them, the others won't be able to hold on for much longer." Xianxia stepped onto an ice lotus and quickly flew toward Lan Xiaoni and the others. And Lin was just about to follow her, yet he was suddenly overcome by a wave of dizziness. "Giant and Lin, are you okay?" Tina immediately flew over and asked. "I'm fine. I'm just feeling a little feeble," and Lin said with a shake of his head. He forcefully suppressed his chaotic wounds. "Your divine sense and your essence aren't healed yet, so you'll only be worsening your wounds if you continue to battle. Leave this battle to Sister Xianxia and me," Tina hurriedly said. She was aware of just how severe Enlin's wounds were. If Enlin were in a good condition, then he wouldn't have been sent flying by the heavenly life goddess kick. If Enlin were in a good condition, then he wouldn't have unleashed an attack like Shadow Tiger, which was deficient in terms of offensive ability. Enlin appeared extremely ferocious at this moment, yet it could be said that this was just a facade. Enlin poked Tina's forehead, and he said with a smile, "Don't worry, I won't push myself too hard. Moreover, I still possess a powerful technique that can greatly threaten the heavenly life goddess without putting any strain on myself." Tina was slightly astonished upon hearing this. She blinked her emerald green eyes and asked, "A technique that can greatly threaten the heavenly life goddess without putting any strain on yourself? Does such a technique truly exist?" "Believe me," Enlin said. Meanwhile, on the other side of the heavenly sea barrier, the 81 colossal primal beasts roared in fury as they started to launch a wave of vicious attacks at the God of Creation stage divine beings. Each of them was as powerful as a God of Creation stage divine being, and their combined power was overwhelming and devastating enough to sweep through an entire great world. Lan Xiaoni, He Shi, Lu Jin, the three-headed spirit, Mou, and Tianyi were immediately placed under immense pressure. Their battles became extremely intense and difficult. After going through great difficulty and finally recovering some of his abilities, Patriarch Zhuyin was only able to battle against a dozen or so colossal primal beasts. However, he could only hold them back by being pummeled. At this moment, several dragon blood mammoths that measured hundreds of thousands of feet in height were already furiously attacking the heavenly sea barrier. In fact, they had already succeeded in ripping a hole into the barrier. "Roar!" The dragon blood mammoths trumpeted in triumph. "Tisk tsk. I've already recovered from my wounds. Yet these colossal primal beasts are still attacking the heavenly sea barrier? Are they retarded?" A man in white suddenly appeared beside Lan Xiaoni. "Big Boss and Lin," Lan Xiaoni exclaimed. Her eyes were gentle and watery as she gazed at the man beside her, and if she didn't need to maintain her heavenly sea barrier, she would have already dashed over to embrace him. And Lin rubbed her head and said, "Thanks for your hard work, underling Lan." It wasn't hard work at all," Lan Xiaoni said with a sweet smile. Like a kitten, her eyes squinted in joy when she felt the warmth on her head. And Lin's expression was calm and leisurely as he peered down at the mob of ferocious colossal primal beasts. And he said, "Leave this mob of monsters to me. Hold on for a while longer. Our goddess has come." Lu Jin roared with great difficulty as he was pushed to the ground by a white tiger with angel wings. "Even the goddess can't block so many ferocious colossal primal beasts, right?" the three-headed spirit said as he continued to dodge the attacks of 5 colossal primal beasts. However, with a lapse in concentration, one of his heads was immediately bitten off and eaten by one of the colossal primal beasts. He immediately started to howl in pain. At this moment, Tina and Xianxia had already arrived. Ice lotuses of extreme cold bloomed beneath Xianxia. 9 pinnacles. Ice lotus domain. A colossal ice lotus that was formed from her essential power of extreme cold rapidly expanded in size. Not only did it exude a temperature of absolute 0, but it even exuded an absolute power of extreme cold that was able to freeze all matter and energy, even nomological laws. In almost an instant, an area that measured 4,000 kilometers in radius was completely enveloped by her ice lotus domain. A dozen or so colossal primal beasts were immediately frozen into ice statues. Heavenly God technique, myriad mirror essence. Tina raised her sword, and countless rays of mirror essence unfurled behind her like the tail of a peacock. These rays of mirror essence then transformed into streaks of astonishing golden light that shot down at the colossal primal beasts. Each streak of golden mirror essence possessed an immeasurable power that was capable of shattering the mountain giant's body, slicing through the heavenly WYRM scales, crushing the horned holy fiend's body. Tina's strike immediately annihilated over 20 colossal primal beasts. Xianxia and Tina's intentions were extremely simple. Since the heavenly life goddess had attached herself to 81 different colossal primal beasts, what would happen to her once they killed all of these colossal primal beasts? Even if she didn't die, she would still be severely wounded, right? However, it was a shame that they couldn't instantly kill all 81 of the colossal primal beasts even if they unleashed their full power. Killing 40 or so was already their limit. Damn it! Her life essence is transferring, Tina exclaimed. She could detect the transformation of the peculiar energy in the bodies of the colossal primal beasts that she had killed. Same over here, Xianxia said. She also discovered the formless transformation of some energy in the colossal primal beasts that had been frozen into ice statues. Like undying beasts, these wisps of energies traveled toward the colossal primal beasts that were still alive and kicking. Xianxia and Tina were powerless to stop this. They had just unleashed extremely powerful attacks. So they genuinely didn't have any energy left to deal with the 41 remaining colossal primal beasts. It was also at this moment that the dead colossal primal beasts started to show signs of revival under the power of the heavenly life goddess domain. Once those colossal primal beasts revive, her life essence would have new targets to attach to, right? If we can't kill all of the colossal primal beasts at once, then we can't comprehensively destroy her life essence? How troublesome. Tina and Xianxia both furrowed their brows. They couldn't think of any solution. As for Heisher, Lu Jin, and the other god of creation stage divine beings, they more so couldn't come up with any solution. Is it finally time for me to make my entrance? And Lin asked. He smiled as he stood atop the heavenly sea barrier and peered down at the violently attacking colossal primal beasts. Big Boss Enlin, your current condition. Although Enlin was extremely powerful, Lan Xiaoni was also very aware of his current condition. There was simply no way he could battle against 41 colossal primal beasts. Just watch me. Since when has your big boss ever disappointed you? Enlin said. He stepped forward, with his eyes bright and his white robes billowing in the wind. Even though he was riddled with severe wounds, he still unleashed his peerless and invincible battle intent without any reservation. Now, I'll show the heavenly life goddess and everyone else the power of money. Come on out, my immortal swords. And Lin's storage ring flashed. Whoosh! An immortal sword that was radiating with an astounding sword intent materialized in the sky. Lan Xiaoni was just about to question Enlin about the use of releasing a single immortal sword. However, what happened next rendered her completely speechless. She could only widen her eyes and watch on in a daze. Numerous streaks of light flashed through the sky. Following this, another 10 immortal swords materialized in the sky. Even so, the flashes of light still didn't stop. One after another, countless sword projections started to spit from Enlin's storage ring. In the blink of an eye, 100 immortal swords had already filled the sky. However, was this the end? No. Immortal swords continued to surge forth from Enlin's storage ring as if they were worth nothing. 200, 300. The heaven-crushing united army also witnessed this incredible sight. Countless immortal swords that had once been well-renowned throughout the continent materialized in the sky just like that. Isn't that my old sword, the purple lightning azure frost sword? A return to void pinnacle stage sword immortal suddenly exclaimed in astonishment. He could still remember how he had endured the pain of selling this sword in order to gather enough money to prepare for his tribulation. Ah, that's a sword that I used before, the cloud-cutting immortal sword. A return to Void Stage Supreme Being of the Light Wing clan exclaimed in surprise. Michael grimaced upon seeing this, and he said, "The dragon-slaying immortal sword and the Kunwu immortal sword that I once sold to the Celestial the Arch are actually in Enlin's possession as well? One, the legendary immortal swords, the Tai-E immortal sword and the 3 Emperor Sun and Moon sword, are actually also in Enlin's possession," Gabriel murmured. She still remembered how she had once yearned for the 3 Emperor Sun and Moon sword. After all, this was a sword that could very likely evolve into a divine sword. Not long ago, however, this sword had been purchased from the Garden of Eden's treasure pavilion by a mysterious buyer. Who would have thought that the buyer was actually Enlin? Meanwhile, the battling Buddha was dumbfounded upon seeing the countless immortal swords. He couldn't help but exclaim, "Holy fuck! Since when did Brother Enlin collect so many immortal swords?" The immortals from the Divine Source Continent were even more astounded. In the Divine Source Continent, immortal weapons were already the most powerful weapons. As such, immortal weapons were things that they could only dream of. Now, however, they were witnessing something that they couldn't even dream of. The number of immortal weapons in the sky was numerous times more than the number of immortal weapons they had seen in their entire life. Just how wealthy was Enlin? Not only were the immortals from the Divine Source Continent astounded, but even the experienced supreme beings of the Taichu continent were dumbfounded by this sight. It wasn't long before 1,000 immortal swords filled the entire sky. They came in all shapes and sizes, and they were all radiating with rays of brilliant immortal light. In fact, the combined aura of these swords even warped the entire space of heaven and earth. At the same time, even the great Tao of swords was naturally aroused. It was as if these immortal swords could slice through everything in heaven and earth. 1,000 immortal swords appearing in unison. This is a miracle. This is definitely a miracle. The sword Holy Venerate, a supermighty being from the Holy Martial clan, was filled with excitement as he asked, "What is Sword Immortal Enlin trying to do?" Perhaps he's trying to activate a never-before-seen sword Tao spell formation. Not only was he thinking this, but many other beings were also thinking this. Even the billions of beings who were silently watching the live stream were thinking this. They widened their eyes in anticipation, eager to see the appearance of that formidable sword formation. Enlin raised a hand and made a squeezing motion at the void. 6 strikes of the war god sword burial. Boom, boom, boom. One after another, the extremely valuable swords in the sky started to self-detonate. Like a brilliant display of fireworks, these exploding immortal swords instantly illuminated the entire night sky of the Tai-Chu continent. The billions of beings of the Tai-Chu continent faltered upon seeing this. It was as if their hearts had stopped beating, and it was as if their minds had gone blank. 1,000 immortal swords self-detonating in unison. Just what kind of sight was this? Unless one personally experienced this, they wouldn't be able to understand the sensation. At this moment, it was as if one could hear the sound of countless hearts breaking. The sword Holy Venerate's eyes widened in shock, and he forced himself to take a deep breath, and then another deep breath. However, he still couldn't help but spit a mouthful of blood. Pwah! Enlin, what the fuck have you done? How much was a single immortal sword worth? At least 1 million spirit stones. In fact, top-notch immortal swords would be worth at least tens of millions of spirit stones. That being the case, how much were 1,000 immortal swords worth? At least several billion spirit stones. At this moment, 1,000 immortal swords exploded before their very eyes. It was as if a tycoon had burned several billion spirit stones right before their eyes. One had to realize that even a return to void stage mighty figure might only have a total wealth of several million spirit stones. The beings of the Tai-Chu continent could all feel their hearts jerk. This was especially the case with those supreme beings who had once viewed one of the immortal swords in the sky as an extremely valuable treasure. The sound of the immortal swords shattering into countless pieces was much like the sound of their hearts shattering into pieces. It was as if their children had been blasted apart by Enlin. At this moment, a single word surfaced in almost everyone's mind. Tragic. If they had to add another adjective after this, then that would be heartless. Hurry, hurry, my disciple. Hurry up and give your master his life-saving pill. Ah! My heart, my heart. Countless beings clutched at their hearts, worried that they would suffer a heart attack due to their wildly fluctuating emotions. This was definitely a peculiar sight that had never appeared in the Taichu continent before. This was a grand moment of burning money. 1,000 immortal swords self-detonating in unison. What kind of concept was this? Even supermighty figures couldn't dream of such an astounding sight. At this moment, even the aroused great Tao of the sword started to tremble uncontrollably. Perhaps it was shaking in astonishment, or perhaps it was trembling in fury. In any case, its state was extremely unstable. To say nothing of Michael and the others, even the god of creation stage divine beings in Lu Jin, He Shi, the three-headed spirit, and the others were dumbfounded by this sight. They felt as if their minds were ringing in shock. Giant Enlin should have told me that he wanted to self-detonate immortal swords. After all, I also have several dozen immortal swords. Tina smacked her lips and said. It was as if she were trying to calm herself down by saying this. Big boss Enlin, what in the world are you trying to do? Lan Xiaoni stammered. She realized that she couldn't even speak properly at this moment. Even as the alliance leader of the West Sea Alliance, she had never witnessed such a shocking scene before. If Enlin's aim was to burn money to frighten people, then it was without a doubt that he had already succeeded. He had successfully frightened and stunned everyone in the Taichu continent. Even Yuhua and the heavenly lord of Tao and virtue were stunned upon seeing this. They didn't know what to say. A myriad of immortal swords had flooded through the night sky above the white nectar sea. Now, however, they had transformed into a sea of broken shards. Even so, these broken shards still contained the luster and aura that were unique to immortal weapons. They shone with a brilliant light, and they were countless times more radiant than the stars in the sky. This was the most expensive romance, and this was the most unforgettable display of fireworks. At this apocalyptical moment, the epic show in the sky appeared much more mesmerizing, and it appeared much more brilliant. In fact, some beings were so mesmerized that they felt as if their lives would still be complete even if they were to die now. To Enlin, however, this was just the beginning. After all, it was for this moment that he had collected so many immortal swords. A black sword symbol materialized on his forehead. It radiated with an unparalleled sword intent. It aroused all of the broken shards in the sky. Each shard erupted with a devastating aura, fully unleashing the essence that they contained. Not only this, but the sword intent that they contained was also unleashed without reservation. In fact, they even formed all kinds of sword intent phenomena. This is... Everyone was wide-eyed with shock as they gazed at the sky. In the sky, there was the projection of an ancient wisdom king wielding a light sword. There was the image of an illusory lightning dragon tearing through the heavens, and there was the shadow of an ancient plank of wood that appeared as brilliant as a sword. A divine flower that would allow one to fall into a dream of 1,000 years dyed the sky pink, and countless sword spirits danced about as they brandished their swords and released exuberant sword intents. Countless ancient sword immortals unleashed a myriad of stunning phenomena, with their sword intents soaring through heaven and earth. Countless magnificent sword Tao phenomena suffused through the sky. Each phenomenon unleashed a pinnacle sword intent. In fact, some sword cultivators unknowingly started to attain enlightenment as they gazed at the phenomena in the sky. It was as if their minds were about to erupt with knowledge. And Lin perfectly fused his comprehensions of the sword Tao into each shard in the sky, allowing them to become even mightier and more terrifying. These phenomena flooded through the entire sky, and they enveloped the entire domain of the heavenly life goddess. They were seemingly boundless and limitless. At this moment, no one beat their chest in fury, and no one stamped their feet in frustration. No one pointed at the sky and cursed in anger. They understood that Enlin wasn't soiling these treasures. Instead, he was allowing these immortal swords to unleash their most brilliant display. Everyone dazedly stared at the phenomena in the sky. They gazed at that spectacular and mesmerizing yet incredibly powerful sword Dao phenomena. This was a grand banquet of billions of beings. It was more so a magnificent feat that had never appeared in the past and would never again appear in the future. How unbelievably spectacular! Nuwa exclaimed. She had lived for countless years, and she had also witnessed countless great feats. However, she still felt numb with shock upon seeing this incredible sight. Ha ha ha! Coming here was worth it, the heavenly lord of Tao and virtue said with a hearty laugh. He appeared extremely worked up, and he continued, coming here was truly worth it. The sky was filled with a myriad of sword Tao phenomena. These were phenomena that were powerful enough to hack apart the entire center of the universe. And Lin clasped his hands together and pointed at the sky, becoming a ruler of swords who commanded all of the 1,000 different phenomena in the sky. Almost everyone held their breath. Watching this through the 4-9 Immortal Sex live stream, Lu Qianwan's face involuntarily flushed red, and her breathing involuntarily quickened. Her slender hands tightly gripped onto her sword. She knew that the most spectacular and most miraculous sword strike in history was about to appear. A most profound light erupted from the black sword symbol on Lin's forehead. The shattering of immortal weapons. The intoxication of beings. When the sky shall fracture, I shall unleash 1,000 swords to reverse yin and yang. Swords descend. Following his command, the 1,000 different sword Tao phenomena in the sky started to plummet toward the earth. At this moment, heaven and earth suddenly lost their luster. Only the myriad of sword Tao phenomena remained in everyone's eyes. It was as if they wanted to obliterate the entire sky, and it was as if they wanted to comprehensively end this battle. The powerful colossal primal beasts couldn't help but tremble in terror upon detecting the wave of the boundless sword might. However, they didn't stand still and await death. Instead, they all unleashed devastating spell techniques in an attempt to rival that vast and majestic sword might. Rumble. This was an indescribable collision that caused the void within a radius of tens of thousands of kilometers to shatter. However, the sword Tao phenomena in the sky simply faltered for a split second. They then continued to crush down toward the earth. Nothing could stop the might of these sword Tao phenomena. The projection of the ancient wisdom king swung his sword, immediately slicing a WIRM into two halves. Meanwhile, the pure void immortal sword materialized into a peerless immortal who thrust his sword into a colossal rock that measured hundreds of thousands of feet in length. It then unleashed a dazzling sword projection, tearing the colossal rock into shreds. The powerful heavenly shell tortoise was also surrounded by numerous phenomena that quickly crushed its powerful shell. At this moment, a meteor crashed into the heavenly life goddess domain and flattened an area of tens of thousands of kilometers in radius. Her domain transformed into a slaughterhouse for the colossal primal beasts. As powerful as they were, they still couldn't escape the fate of being slaughtered. This was Lin's trump card. This was the most powerful tycoon attack in history. This was a sacrifice of 1,000 immortal swords. A myriad of sword Tao phenomena descended upon the heavenly life goddess domain. This was an astounding sight. When these phenomena attacked the colossal primal beasts, the sight became even more stunning. This was a primal slaughterhouse. Each immortal sword possessed a magnificent history. Thus, the phenomena that they unleashed were also filled with the aura of time. In fact, this was extremely similar to the colossal primal beast situation. There were projections of immortals furiously unleashing sword strikes, and there were also projections of primal beasts battling against genuine colossal primal beasts. One primal beast was a projection summoned by an immortal weapon, and one primal beast was a genuine colossal primal beast. This was a battle between a counterfeit colossal primal beast and a genuine colossal primal beast. However, who said that a counterfeit couldn't win? This was no foregone conclusion. After all, these counterfeit primal beasts could unleash all of their essences in an instant. It would be as if they were self-detonating. However, even if it meant death, they were still determined to obtain this instant of invincibility. Moreover, they were fused together with Lin's paramount comprehension of the sword Tao. Thus, they could unleash even more power than genuine colossal primal beasts. This was not to mention that there were generally several counterfeit primal beasts targeting each genuine colossal primal beast. The 41 remaining colossal primal beasts were all placed under unimaginable pressure. They all howled in agony as they collapsed to the ground. In fact, even the colossal primal beasts that had been killed by Tina and Shangguani and were preparing to revive were being mutilated by the phenomena of the sword Tao. They couldn't revive at all. Meanwhile, a streak of heavenly fire slashed into the forest of divine trees, causing the forest of 1,000 kilometers in radius to transform into a blazing hell. Elsewhere, a primal beast transformed its scales into a sword and unleashed an unparalleled sword strike, instantly crushing several divine mountains that measured millions of feet in height. There was also an ethereal and beautiful female sword Immortal who stabbed her pitch-black immortal sword into a river, with the aura of the sword instantly corroding the water of the river. This corrosion then spread into the surroundings, causing plants to wilt and animals to die. The colossal primal beasts weren't the only targets of the sword Tao phenomena. Instead, all life, all matter, and all energy in the heavenly life goddess domain was their target. Indeed, Lin had already decided on this since long ago. Wasn't the heavenly life goddess freakishly powerful? Couldn't she attach her life essence to other living beings? That being the case, he would simply destroy every single living matter in this domain, including all matter and all energy. He would obliterate this entire domain. At that time, where could the heavenly life goddess still retreat? Rumble, collisions and explosions ripped through the land. The might of the sword Tao caused heaven and earth to explode with countless rays of brilliant divine light. These rays of divine light illuminated tens of thousands of kilometers of the night sky, and they even caused the entire Tai Chu continent to tremble. Just how profound is this sword technique? The sword Holy Venerate murmured. He was transfixed with shock, and he suddenly felt that his own swordsmanship was absolute trash. To say nothing of the sword Holy Venerate, even Tina, who had once witnessed the essence of the sword Tao, was stunned by what she saw. She started to doubt what she was practicing. It could be said that this sword technique had already transcended the God of Creation stage. In fact, this wasn't something that ordinary God of Creation stage divine beings could replicate. After all, it required immense wealth. Everything in the heavenly life goddess domain was destroyed. All of the colossal primal beasts were reduced to mincemeat and even particles by the formidable phenomena of the sword Tao. After a while, the phenomena of the sword Tao gradually started to dissipate. Their might also started to vanish. When the phenomena finally disappeared once and for all, the domain that was endowed with life and beauty had already vanished. In its place, there was a land of death and destruction. A land of desolation stretched for hundreds of thousands of kilometers, and on its surface were all kinds of terrifying scars and sword marks. And Lin stood in the center of this land, with his robes white and unsullied. Upon seeing this, a feeling of deep respect and yearning involuntarily rose in everyone's mind. This sword strike had successfully transformed their understanding of the entire world. As expected of the #1 battle god of the Tai Chu continent. This kind of strength and this kind of domineering might is simply unparalleled. Thank you, battle god Lin. It was you who allowed me to understand just how powerful my old sword truly was. I have a nagging feeling that Lin will gain an extra title after this battle. What title? #1 Sword Immortal of the Tai Chu continent. No one refuted this claim. Instead, they all nodded in agreement, ignoring the fact that he had relied on an exorbitant amount of spirit stones to unleash the strike. It was unquestionable that he had stunned everyone in the Tai Chu continent with his breathtaking sword strike. He was indeed worthy of this title. All of the colossal primal beasts have been reduced to dust. The heavenly life goddess domain has also been obliterated. Is everything over? Lan Xiaoni murmured. Her heavenly sea barrier had also been annihilated by the shockwaves of the intense battle. Right now, she was silently standing in the void and peering down at the land of destruction and desolation beneath her. And Lin took a deep breath, and he observed his body which had almost been exhausted of all energy. He then smiled and replied, "I don't know if it's over or not. However, I've already done everything that I can. Everything that you can." Lan Xiaoni murmured as she gazed at the endless expanse of destruction. She couldn't help but grimace. The limit of ordinary god of creation stage divine beings was killing several colossal primal beasts. However, Enlin was even more impressive. With a single breath, he directly killed several dozen colossal primal beasts. Not only that, but he even annihilated his enemy's home. Should she say, as expected of Big Boss Enlin? Tina flew through the sky and peered down at the land beneath her. She smiled and said, "The heavenly life goddess attached all of her life essence to the colossal primal beasts. Now that they've all been killed, we've essentially destroyed all of her life essence. Even if she can still transfer her life essence, there are already few things that she can transfer it into now. In other words, the heavenly life goddess has lost. She lost to Giant Enlin. This was a delightful victory. By the looks of it, Enlin had been modest when claiming that he still had a technique to greatly threaten the heavenly life goddess. What kind of great threat was this? He had managed to fucking kill her. However, his technique had been slightly expensive. It had cost several billion spirit stones. Anyhow, what had happened to the heavenly life goddess? This was the question on everyone's mind. Right now, Enlin didn't need to release his divine sense anymore. Even if the heavenly life goddess were still alive, she would have nowhere left to hide. She would definitely be exposed. Sure enough, a giant green egg suddenly materialized in the center of her domain. This was presumably a backup plan that she had prepared earlier. The egg cracked, and a dreamily beautiful woman stepped out. Her body was slender and shapely, and her eyes were tangerine-colored like the setting sun. Her dark green hair billowed in the wind, and her soft skin was as pale as the radiant moon. She possessed the beauty of a supreme goddess. However, she longer possessed the aloofness and calm of a supreme goddess. Her eyes were filled with dread and unease, and her arms were tightly wrapped around herself. She was much like a helpless and shivering kitten. In fact, there was a sense of indescribable terror and confusion in her eyes as she gazed at Enlin. Why? Why is it like this? The heavenly life goddess bitter and aggrieved voice suddenly traveled over. So be it if you're powerful. Yet you even managed to call over so many formidable allies. So be it if you managed to call over so many formidable allies. Yet you even used money to crush me. I already worked so hard, and I already sacrificed so much. Yet I still lost so comprehensively. The heavenly life goddess eyes reddened, and 2 streaks of tears suddenly trickled down her cheeks. Everyone was dumbfounded upon seeing this. She's crying. The heavenly life goddess was actually beaten to tears by Enlin. In fact, Enlin was the most dumbfounded of them all. This was the first time that he had seen the heavenly life goddess becoming so emotionally unstable. Had this supreme heavenly goddess been beaten stupid by him? Enlin, I hate you. I truly hate you. The heavenly life goddess had indeed been beaten stupid by Enlin. She didn't care about her demeanor as a goddess anymore, and she simply wanted to vent the fury in her mind. At this moment, she was like a powerless young girl who could only scream in fury. Nuwa was astonished upon seeing this. A mighty supreme heavenly goddess, one who ruled over life and death, had actually been pushed to such a state by Enlin. She had to admit that he was indeed impressive. Meanwhile, Patriarch Zhu Yin recalled his feeling of terror and death while battling against the heavenly life goddess. At that time, the heavenly life goddess had appeared completely different from now. It was as if they were 2 different people. Patriarch Zhu Yin felt as if he were living in a dream. Anyhow, Enlin wouldn't be merciful just because she was a beautiful woman. He was completely unmoving as he listened to her teary complaints. In fact, he even unsheathed his evil-slaying sword. At this moment, a glimmer of light had already crept above the horizon in the east. The light of dawn scattered over the broken and desolate land. A beautiful woman in a floral dress appeared lonely and helpless as she stood there, encircled by a group of God of Creation stage divine beings. This was the end for the heavenly life god. It was also the end for the heavenly heaven god and the heavenly sea god. They were already powerless to resist. And Lin, Tina, Lan Xiaoni, Lu Jin, He Shi, the three-headed spirit, Mou, Tianyi, and Patriarch Zhu Yin, several divine beings who were powerful enough to rule over an entire realm, silently unleashed their auras, causing heaven and earth to tremor. The heavenly life goddess stood in the center of their profound and terrifying auras, and her slender body couldn't help but tremble in fear. The heavenly heaven god and the heavenly sea god also didn't know what to say. Convince the heavenly life goddess not to give up? Right now they also wanted to give up. At this moment, they couldn't think of any way to turn the tables. You've already been pushed to such a state, yet you can still maintain your true form of Tao and the three forms reincarnation true heaven formation. This is truly impressive. And Lin's expression involuntarily changed when he observed the heavenly life goddess' current condition. Of course, he knew that this was simply the heavenly life goddess' final act of stubbornness. The heavenly life goddess' life essence had already been obliterated into nothing but an empty shell. With a single touch, she would pop and disappear like a bubble. She posed no threat at all. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that any random Tao integration stage supermighty being could pummel the heavenly life goddess now. It was also because of this that the heavenly life goddess felt such utter despair. The sun slowly rose in the east. Light and warmth started to return to the land. Gazing at the pure and rising sun, it was as if Lin were feeling the warmth of victory after struggling and battling for so long. It was as if he were gazing at a future that was filled with hope. The sun is rising, and the order of the past shall fall. And Lin raised his evil-slaying sword and strode toward the heavenly life goddess. Right at this moment, however, a crisp sound suddenly traveled into everyone's ears. Crack. It was as if something had shattered. It was as if something were breaking out from a shell. The great Tao of heaven and earth shook violently. Immediately afterward, they heard the astonished exclamations of countless beings. Look over there. Why has the sky suddenly become so bright? The sun doesn't seem so bright. So why has the sky suddenly become like this? This light, perhaps. The powerful beings all looked toward the sky. They could feel a deep sense of holiness and yearning as they gazed at the pure light in the sky. And Lin faltered, and he also looked up at the sky. His pitch-black pupils contracted slightly. He didn't hesitate any longer, and he immediately charged at the heavenly life goddess. At the same time, his evil-slaying sword unleashed the most terrifying radiance as it slashed at the teary-eyed goddess. Vanquish the heavens and slay all evil, ultimate Tao. And Lin's evil-slaying sword unleashed countless bursts of pure Tao that transformed into elongating black threads. It was as if he were an emperor who controlled tens of thousands of different Tao, and it was as if he were transforming these Tao into the sharpest of blades as he stabbed them into the heavenly life goddess chest. Blood sprayed through the air. His speed was immense, and his attack was also merciless. The heavenly life goddess was extremely weak at this moment, and before she could even come to her senses, her heart had already been run through by the evil-slaying sword. Ah! The heavenly life goddess' slender body shuddered, and blood seeped out from the corners of her mouth, as if realizing that her life had already come to an end. She extended her pale and slender finger and tried to tap it onto Lin's forehead. And Lin didn't do anything unnecessary, and he focused all of his attention and power on the evil-slaying sword. He needed to kill the heavenly life goddess as quickly as possible. However, like the birth of the Tai Chu continent and like the beginnings of chaos, a column of light suddenly descended from the sky and illuminated the pitch-black and profound evil-slaying sword. Even though it was forged from heaven-defyingly powerful materials, the blade of the pitch-black evil-slaying sword still surprisingly warped upon being struck by the column of light. In fact, it even started to release wisps of black smoke. The blade of the evil-slaying sword shuddered violently, and it was as if it were enduring some unfathomable pain. At this moment, the countless threads of Tao also started to retract and disintegrate. Ultimate Tao, the spell technique that Lin always used to target supreme heavenly gods, was actually blocked. Everything had occurred far too suddenly. Everyone was transfixed with shock as they turned their gaze to the sky. Only Lin had seemingly anticipated this. He immediately withdrew his sword and retreated just as the column of light was about to shift over and illuminate him. He managed to just barely dodge its attack. "Who's there?" Tina shouted. Her expression changed drastically as she also turned her gaze to the sky. Meanwhile, the heavenly life goddess, the heavenly sea god, and the heavenly heaven god were all overjoyed upon seeing this. They could feel a sense of belonging from that power. "It's the heavenly light goddess? The heavenly light goddess has come to save us." The three supreme heavenly gods were the first to recognize this newcomer. The hazy projection of a golden woman appeared in the sky. No one could see her true appearance. Standing atop the clouds, she was like a haughty being who was transcendent above the world. And Lin squinted his eyes and said, "I'm helping you dispose of your enemies, yet you're actually trying to obstruct me?" The golden woman didn't reply. It was as if Lin's question weren't worthy of her reply. She ultimately ended up completing her transformation? The heavenly life goddess wore a complicated expression as she gazed up at the apathetic yet powerful figure in the sky. They had once been mortal enemies. Yet the heavenly light goddess had now come here to save her. Did she still have the right to compete with the heavenly light goddess? She had already become a complete and utter failure. At this moment, the heavenly light goddess finally opened her mouth to speak. Her crisp and refreshing voice reverberated through heaven and earth, and she said, "I can bestow upon you great power. Are you willing to cooperate with me?" This question was targeted at the three supreme heavenly gods. The heavenly life goddess and the heavenly heaven god faltered upon hearing this. "I'm willing. Of course I'm willing." The heavenly sea god immediately shouted. The heavenly life goddess and the heavenly heaven god hadn't expected the heavenly sea god to agree so resolutely. At this moment, the heavenly sea god said in an urgent voice, "Heavenly life goddess, heavenly heaven god, hurry up and agree. The heavenly light goddess' aim is to destroy all humans. This overlaps with a portion of our own aims. Why don't we complete this small goal first? After all, it's better than dying for absolutely nothing. What do you say?" His words were indeed very reasonable. The heavenly life goddess and the heavenly heaven god were both slightly tempted upon hearing this. The heavenly life goddess and the heavenly heaven god didn't reply. This was because they belonged to a different camp to the heavenly light goddess. However, the heavenly sea god clearly didn't need to worry about this. After all, he had once belonged to the same camp as the heavenly light goddess. In other words, he was simply returning to his previous camp, no? The heavenly life goddess understood that she had few options remaining. She could either join the heavenly light goddess camp, or she could be hacked to death by Lin. However, while she was hesitating, a terrifying power suddenly swept over. Xianxia had dashed over, and a whirlpool of extreme cold had formed in her palm. It carried with it a devastating power of restriction as it slammed down at the heavenly life goddess. Meanwhile, Tina's divine mirror world sword glowed with a brilliant radiance, and it possessed the supreme might of her divine mirror world as if stabbed at the heavenly life goddess chest from the other direction. Two supremely powerful god of creation stage divine beings had suddenly dashed forward to attack the heavenly life goddess. It was also at this moment that another column of extremely holy and pure light descended from the sky, wrapping itself around the heavenly life goddess body. This was a column of light that was even more transcendent than primal chaos. As it formed an absolute barrier around the heavenly life goddess, it was as if it possessed all of the power of light in the entire world. Xianxuanyi's whirlpool of extreme cold was purified into countless particles of light. As Tina's divine mirror world sword slashed into the column of light, it was also directly blocked back. With just a single column of light, the heavenly light goddess easily blocked Xianxuanyi's and Tina's attacks. "What kind of light is this?" Tina asked in disbelief. She could sense some insurmountable and pinnacle power among the column of light. The woman who was shrouded in golden light in the sky gradually revealed her true appearance. She possessed the appearance of the moonlit night monarch, yet she appeared even more dreamy and more beautiful than before. Her voice was extremely apathetic as she said, "The Grand Primordium Light. Perhaps the name of this light would ultimately be recorded in history and remembered by all people." So she chose to answer Tina's question. At this moment, another voice traveled over. "I'm willing to join your camp," the heavenly heaven god said. I'm also willing." The heavenly life goddess bit her lips and said after a brief struggle with herself. The heavenly light goddess smiled for the first time since her appearance. Her smile was extremely bright and mesmerizing. "Light births all matter, and life creates all miracles. I bestow upon you the power of light." A particle of light that appeared as magnificent as stars flew out from between the heavenly light goddess brows. It then instantly fused into the heavenly life goddess brows at a speed that even God of Creation stage divine beings could barely follow. "Now, I'll count on you three to obstruct the people before you, especially in Lin," the heavenly light goddess said to the three supreme heavenly gods. After absorbing the particle of light, the heavenly life goddess aura instantly underwent a significant transformation. It went from weak and listless to full of vigor and vitality. She was like a plant who had suddenly been blessed with the warmth and energy of light after being trapped in darkness and on the verge of death. She was filled with a renewed vigor and vitality. Light was the favorite thing of living beings. Otherwise, there wouldn't be such a process as photosynthesis. Similarly, the heavenly life goddess also possessed an intrinsic fondness of light. However, because of their differing views, she had ended up opposing the heavenly light goddess. The heavenly life goddess yearned for light, and with its help, she could rise from the dead and regain life. In fact, she could even become stronger than before. After recruiting the three supreme heavenly gods, the heavenly light goddess suddenly turned her gaze toward the east. Her expression became solemn and she said, "There's not much time left. I'll leave this place to you three." After saying this, she didn't even wait for the heavenly life goddess and the others' replies. Instead, she immediately transformed into a streak of light that disappeared toward the east. The heavenly light goddess came and went like light. Everyone's heart sank. What could she do by heading to the east now? The heaven-crushing glazed palace was located in the Purple Star ruins that lay to the northeast. It was clear that the heavenly light goddess wanted to obstruct Xianxia and Cyril's plan to crush the heavens. "No, I have to stop her," the battling Buddha exclaimed. He was extremely anxious upon seeing this, and he immediately raised his golden bandit staff and prepared to fly to the east on his clouds. "Wukong, calm down," Michael said as he dragged the battling Buddha back over. "What are you doing? Don't block me. Our plan to crush the heavens can't fail." The battling Buddha glared at Michael and shouted. The heavenly light goddess has undergone a second transformation, and no one knows how powerful she has become. Even top-notch God of Creation stage divine beings like Tina and Shangguan can't stop her. "Do you think you can stop her?" Michael said in exasperation. "But we're heavenly disciple candidates. Are we going to sit back and do nothing?" The battling Buddha gripped his staff and said. His eyes were filled with an unyielding battle intent, and he continued, "So what if I can't win? In my path of Tao, there's no such thing as retreating without a fight." Michael faltered upon hearing this. He discovered that the battling Buddha's aura had become slightly different. It was as if he were about to break through some barrier, and there was a burst of surging and extremely devastating aura churning inside him. Before Michael could say anything else, the battling Buddha had already jumped on his cloud and flown toward the east. So be it, I'll also go," Michael muttered. There was reluctance in his eyes as he glanced toward Lin and the others. He then unfurled his wings and sped toward the east. At this moment, a light was radiating from between the heavenly life goddess brows. As she lightly trod across the ground, plants sprouted and grass grew. The broken and desolate land was once again filled with life and vitality. At the same time, her aura grew at a rapid rate. The heavenly life goddess is rapidly recovering her strength. "We can't let her continue. We have to hurry up and stop her," and Lin immediately shouted in warning upon detecting the heavenly life goddess' sudden change. Paramount heavenly god technique, Furious Dragon of the Sea. Lan Xiaoni immediately drew on all of her power to summon a golden dragon that measured millions of feet in length. Carrying with it a boundless and majestic might, this colossal golden dragon furiously charged at the heavenly life goddess. The heavenly life goddess simply made a slapping motion at the void. Crack! Like an invisible barrier, a formidable power of dimensions smashed into the furious dragon of the sea, smashing its head into countless bursts of water. At this moment, He Shi's spear, Lu Jin's saber, the three-headed spirit's spiritual attack, Mou's world-slamming attack, and Tian Yi's peculiar bubble attack all rushed toward the heavenly life goddess. However, the heavenly life goddess immediately unleashed a paramount heavenly heaven power and heavenly sea power to completely block and engulf these ferocious attacks. It was also at this instant that Shangguan Yi's and Tina's ultimate killing blows arrived. A power of extreme cold instantly froze the roaring waves, restricting all of their power. Meanwhile, Tina's divine mirror world sword forcefully pierced through this ice, carrying a deadly might as it tore through all defenses and slashed at the heavenly life goddess head. At this moment, however, a slight smile tugged at the corners of the heavenly life goddess lips. Clang! There was a crisp collision. The extremely sharp and mirror-like divine mirror world sword slashed into a peculiar shield of light. Moreover, it surprisingly couldn't advance by another inch. Did you think the particle of light given to me by the heavenly light goddess could only heal my wounds? The heavenly life goddess asked with a smile. There was a dangerous glimmer in her eyes, and she continued, "Do you know, I can also wield the grand primordium light?" After saying this, an arrow-like streak of light suddenly shot out from the golden white shield of light, piercing through the small fairy's body at an incredible speed. "Tina!" And Lin shouted. His heart shuddered upon seeing this, and he immediately charged over without any hesitation. He caught her small body in his embrace, and he immediately dashed to a different location, dodging a strike from the grand primordium light. The grand primordium light landed in the void behind Lin, striking a towering mound of earth. However, it was like an ordinary beam of light when it struck this mound, and it didn't cause any destruction at all. However, it was also this light that had actually breached all of Tina's defenses and even pierced through her body. This was incredibly terrifying. The heavenly life goddess wasn't worried that she had failed to deliver the killing blow. Instead, she seized this opportunity to rapidly recover her strength. The heavenly light power bestowed upon her wasn't permanent. This was just like how Lin had bestowed his heavenly darkness power upon Little Xie and the Dark Wing Emperor. This power was consumable, and it was up to the heavenly life goddess whether she used it to attack her enemies or recover. However, the heavenly light power bestowed upon me by the heavenly light goddess is truly tremendous and unfathomable. The heavenly life goddess murmured. She was incredibly stunned as she observed the vast and boundless heavenly light power inside her body. If she weren't in a hurry, the heavenly light goddess could have definitely crushed all of her opponents, right? This burst of heavenly light power was far too powerful. At the very least, it was more than enough to crush Lin, Tina, and the other top-notch god of creation stage divine beings. "Giant Lin, I'm fine. Hurry up and get further away from her," Tina said. She stabilized her wounds, and under the furious suppression of her divine mirror essential power, she finally managed to suppress the remnant might of the grand primordium light inside her body. And Lin took a deep breath before quickly retreating. He was in an extremely bad state, so he wouldn't be of much help even if he participated in the battle. Thus, he was better off retreating and secretly recovering. That way, he could rejoin the battle at a later time. At this moment, Lu Jin, Mou, Shangguan Yi, and the other god of creation stage divine beings' attacks continued to relentlessly rain down on the heavenly life goddess. However, she simply strengthened her defenses to block their attacks. She seldom counterattacked. Instead, she placed all of her attention and effort on recovering her own strength. Everyone was extremely worried upon seeing this. However, they couldn't do anything about it at all. The only thing to rejoice at was the fact that Shangguan Yi and Tina's attacks could often force the heavenly life goddess to unleash a burst of grand primordium light to defend or counterattack. These bursts of grand primordium light were extremely valuable. They were consumable, so they would decrease in amount each time the heavenly life goddess used them. This was evident from how she defended and counterattacked. However, her reserve of grand primordium light was still far from being exhausted. Right now, the heavenly life goddess had already recovered more than half of her strength. However, it was also at this moment that her recovery suddenly stopped. The heavenly heaven god and the heavenly sea god faltered upon detecting this. Heavenly life goddess, what are you doing? Hurry up and continue to recover. The heavenly sea god shouted in an urgent voice. They had obtained grand primordium light that was countless times more effective than divine pills. So it was naturally the best option to fully recover and then slap their enemies' faces. The heavenly heaven god, who had been disgusted by Enlin and Tina's habit of furiously ingesting pills, also nodded in agreement. This was a rare opportunity to give Enlin and the others a taste of their own medicine, so why had the heavenly life goddess suddenly stopped? It's enough. My heavenly life power is now powerful enough to help me slowly recover. I have other uses for the remaining grand primordium light, the heavenly life goddess said with a faint smile. A burst of spatial power blasted MOU into the distance. The heavenly life goddess made a grabbing motion at heaven and earth, and the colossal three forms reincarnation true heaven formation enveloped heaven and earth once again. A column of grand primordium light then erupted from her brows, fusing into the three forms reincarnation true heaven formation and causing it to undergo a qualitative transformation. The heavenly power, the supreme heavenly sea power, the supreme heavenly heaven power, and the supreme heavenly life power. Right now, there was an extra supreme heavenly light power. For forms reincarnation true heaven formation, activate. The heavenly life goddess unleashed all of her power, and her aura explosively rose to an extreme. Boom, boom, boom. The earth tremored violently. For colossal divine statues fell from the sky, slamming into the land in the north, south, east, and west. These divine statues enveloped all of the God of Creation stage divine beings. These divine statues measured 10 million feet in height, and they respectively represented the heavenly light goddess, the heavenly life goddess, the heavenly sea god, and the heavenly heaven god. They radiated with a supreme heavenly might. Moreover, a peculiar barrier of light had linked the four supreme heavenly gods together. This barrier of light enveloped heaven and earth, and it formed a sealed and independent space. This barrier of light radiated with blue, green, white, and gold, and it was formed from a flawless combination of four supreme heavenly god powers. These supreme heavenly god powers circulated within it, forming an unbreakable cage that could trap all matter. There's an opening. Tina instantly dashed before the heavenly life goddess, and her blade warped space and time as if furiously slashed at her soft and slender neck. Rip! The heavenly life goddess was beheaded. Tina's attack had been far too quick, so much so that the heavenly life goddess hadn't had enough time to react and dodge. What a stunning sneak attack, as expected of our mighty goddess. Lu Jin shouted in excitement upon seeing this. However, Tina's face was filled with seriousness. She had seen the heavenly life goddess head sliding off her body, yet immediately afterward, she had transformed into countless petals that vanished from the spot. Where she had gone was a mystery. Huh? Even her essence has vanished without a trace. Lu Jin asked in astonishment. He was slightly baffled. In the next instant, a slender and beautiful woman appeared outside the peculiar barrier of light. She peered down at the God of Creation stage divine beings, and a faint smile tugged at the corners of her lips. Trying to kill me? Sorry, but you people already have no chance. Boom! A burst of deadly extreme cold suddenly soared into the sky, freezing everything that it came into contact with. Shangguan transformed into an ice phoenix as she soared into the sky, and she launched a wave of violent and furious attacks at the heavenly life goddess. Her body had yet to arrive, yet her waves of extreme cold were already yearning to freeze the entire world. However, the heavenly life goddess remained extremely calm as she gazed at this sight. The ice phoenix eventually crashed into the light barrier created by the four forms Reincarnation True Heaven formation. However, its power of extreme cold was completely unable to breach its defenses. Instead, the ice phoenix screeched in anguish as it plummeted to the ground. Not only that, but even its head was obliterated by the powerful collision. The heavenly life goddess smiled in triumph as she glanced at the headless phoenix beneath her feet, and she said, "You people can't even overcome the grand primordium light, so how can you hope to defeat the four forms Reincarnation True Heaven formation that's been constructed from the combined power of four supreme heavenly gods?" Shangguan Yi reappeared in mid-air, with a hint of exasperation in her ice-cold eyes. She knew that she couldn't defeat this formation. This four forms Reincarnation True Heaven formation looks so strange, and Lin said. His eyes reflected all matter of heaven and earth as he silently used the divine simulation technique, and he continued, "It possesses an incredible defensive power. In fact, this defensive power is simply unfathomable. However, I can't detect any danger from this formation at all." "What does that mean?" Lan Xiaoni blinked and asked. "In other words, its offensive power is incredibly weak," and Lin replied. "Huh? Then how is the heavenly life goddess going to battle against us?" Lan Xiaoni asked. She was slightly baffled. She could sense that the heavenly life goddess had already funneled all of her power into this formation. Generally speaking, the heavenly life goddess should desire to pummel Big Boss and Lin after obtaining such great power, right? However, this formation didn't possess any offensive ability at all. This caused Lan Xiaoni to become extremely confused. Perhaps the heavenly life goddess didn't want to exact revenge anymore? The heavenly life goddess chuckled when she saw in Lin's confused expression. "And Lin, you're correct. The four forms Reincarnation True Heaven formation is also called the Four Extremes Heaven Restricting formation. It draws upon our supreme heavenly god powers to restrict all beings within a certain region. Didn't the heavenly light goddess tell me to obstruct you? She didn't tell me to kill you, did she? Thus, this is the safest and easiest method." "No." The heavenly life goddess expression was carefree, and she said with a smile, "Now wait here obediently for your death. Wait for the triumphant return of the heavenly light goddess." The heavenly life goddess had indeed obtained a tremendous amount of heavenly light power. She also possessed the ability to counterattack. Thus, everyone thought that she would pursue Lin and pummel him. However, she made a decision that astonished everyone. She had funneled all of her power into defense, and she had transformed the four forms Reincarnation True Heaven formation into the most powerful barrier. She then used this barrier to trap all of the God of Creation stage divine beings. If it were the past me, I might have charged over and battled against you people with no regard for anything else. However, the current me is different. The heavenly life goddess had wandered past the doors of death, so she was already less stubborn when it came to a lot of things. She smiled and continued, "There are several methods to defeat you people, so there's absolutely no need for me to fight with my life on the line. Right now, I only have a single task. That's to trap you people and wait for the return of the heavenly light goddess. When she returns, that will be the moment of your death." The heavenly life goddess had already learned from her experiences. When she battled against Lin, he would always perform miracles and turn the tables at the final moment. She had already developed a trauma of fighting with Lin. Even though she was confident that she could defeat him now, she still didn't dare to battle against him. In the past, however, she would have been confident that she could achieve a certain victory. However, what always happened? She would always end up losing. In fact, she had almost been killed. The wise and quick-witted heavenly life goddess finally cooked up a foolproof plan. Since Lin would always turn the tables, she might as well not battle against him. She wouldn't force him into a corner of despair. She would use all of her power to construct a defensive little cage. Lin could go and lie down wherever he wanted. Everyone was stunned by her decision. When they understood her intentions, they couldn't help but feel many complicated emotions. Sure enough, the heavenly life goddess wasn't the same heavenly life goddess as before. This woman, just how traumatic was her experience with Lin? She had clearly obtained an unimaginable power, yet her first thought was to defend against Enlin? Couldn't she see that Enlin didn't even dare to battle against her at this moment? The cowardly heavenly life goddess triumphantly tilted her chin up as she looked at the cultivators, and it was as if she wasn't aware of what they were thinking. There was a provocative expression on her face. Enlin pondered for a moment, and he eventually decided to give the heavenly life goddess a thumbs up. How impressive! Do you see? Enlin's taunting us. He's actually taunting us. We've obtained such immense power, yet we're not charging over to kill him. Instead, we've constructed a turtle shell around ourselves? Are you truly this afraid of him? The heavenly sea god couldn't help but say. He couldn't stand this any longer. What do you understand? This is called advancing by retreating and minimizing the possibility of mishaps, the heavenly life goddess said. She then pointed at Patriarch Zhuyin, Mou, and the others who were furiously attacking the barrier and continued. Do you see? They're the ones who have become uneasy and urgent, not us. I support the heavenly life goddess view, the heavenly heaven god suddenly said. You guys, the heavenly sea god said. He opened his mouth, yet he discovered that he didn't know what to say. He naturally understood the reason behind the heavenly life goddess choice. However, he still couldn't help but feel angry. There was a ball of anger in his chest, and this caused him to feel extremely frustrated and agitated. Meanwhile, Shangguan-Yi, Tina, Lu Jin, Heisher, Mou, the three-headed spirit, Tian-Yi, Lan Xiaoni, Patriarch Zhuyin, and Enlin continued to unleash attacks at the four forms Reincarnation True Heaven formation. They wanted to shatter this profound formation. At this moment, their combined power transformed into a devastating burst of energy that blasted everything within a radius of tens of thousands of kilometers into chaos and void. However, the four forms Reincarnation True Heaven formation was even more powerful. It simply shuddered, and it refused to shatter. It was terrifyingly sturdy. It's actually this tough? A feeling of helplessness welled up in Enlin's mind as he gazed at the immeasurably powerful formation. He started to become anxious. He was worried about the situation at the heaven-crushing glazed palace. Right now, the heaven-crushing sect had already reached a critical moment of crushing the heavens. If he couldn't hurry over to block the heavenly light goddess, what could Cyril and Qianxia do if they came across her? This was a matter of extreme urgency. For each second that he was trapped, the heaven-crushing sect would face an extra degree of risk. Drunken demon, fist of the heavenly Tao. A vast and majestic demonic power suddenly soared through the sky in the distance. At the same time, an incredibly powerful fist projection shot hundreds of kilometers through the void, crushing everything in its path as it smashed toward the heavenly life goddess, who was standing above the spell formation. Demon Emperor Cu had suddenly launched an attack. Those within the formation were helpless, yet those outside the formation could indeed still attack the heavenly life goddess. Moreover, when unleashing his full power, Demon Emperor Cu could launch an attack that was at the level of God of Creation stage divine beings. Right now, his attack could be described as earth-shattering. The heavenly life goddess was also slightly surprised upon seeing this attack. She wasn't surprised by Demon Emperor Cu's power, but she was instead surprised about how he had the courage to battle against her head-on. Slap. The heavenly life goddess simply replied with a slap. The air tremored, and the sea churned. A vast supreme heavenly god power surged into the surroundings, obliterating the power of Demon Emperor Cu's furious fist projection. To his horror, this formidable power then slammed into his chest, causing it to collapse and shatter. It was as if his entire body were about to fall apart. Pwah! Demon Emperor Cu vomited blood as he was sent flying into the distance. There was confusion in his eyes. Didn't you pour all of your power into the four forms Reincarnation True Heaven formation? You big fat liar. The heavenly life goddess chuckled upon seeing his expression, and she said, I've suffered so many times, so how could I not leave some power to protect myself? In many cases, personal development was forced. This was no different for supreme heavenly gods. Demon Emperor Cu's majestic entrance concluded with his miserable defeat. And Lin and the others were disappointed before they could even get excited. Even allies at the God of Creation stage couldn't help them. That being the case, what could they do next? Meanwhile, Tina and the other God of Creation stage divine beings still hadn't given up. They continued to unleash wave after wave of powerful spell techniques at the four forms Reincarnation True Heaven formation. However, after fusing with the Grand Primordium Light, the level of this formation had already exceeded the level of ordinary God of Creation stage formations. In fact, Tina could even sense a restrictive power that was similar to those of the libraries of heavenly books. This was a terrifying discovery. Attack to your heart's desire. If you can cause even a crack, that will be my defeat. The heavenly life goddess wore a calm smile as she sat above the center of the formation. And Lin was extremely worried. However, he was helpless to do anything. Time slowly ticked by. However, the more it was so, the more worried everyone became. Nuwa sighed softly, and it was hard to determine whether this was a sigh of exasperation or disappointment. And Lin, is this the end of you? She murmured to herself. The heavenly lord of Tao and virtue also wore an expression of sympathy and regret as he stood above the white nectar sea. Things aren't looking good. Light has appeared, and the darkness has subsided. If this continues, Anlin is destined to fail. However, just when everyone was losing hope, the divine and ethereal bleat of a deer suddenly traveled over from the distance. The bleat of the deer was ethereal and distant, and the sound of its gallop ventured deep into everyone's heart. It was as if this deer weren't galloping across the land, but were instead galloping across the great Tao of heaven and earth. Who is it? The heavenly life goddess shouted. A cold chill ran down her spine, and she instinctively fused herself into the four forms Reincarnation True Heaven formation, forming an absolute defense. She was extremely cautious. She wouldn't underestimate any strange enemy. This sudden phenomenon also attracted the attention of Anlin and the others. They all turned their gazes toward the direction of the sound. A nine-colored deer was calmly galloping across the green grass toward them. Its body was slender and powerful, and the color of its body transformed in an illusory and dreamlike manner. Immortal mists lingered around its antlers, causing them to become only vaguely discernible. This deer radiated with a sense of perfection. However, on the back of such a beautiful and mysterious deer sat a leisurely cultivator. His eyes were pitch black, and his appearance was extremely handsome. However, he was dressed in strange floral robes that gave him a sense of coquettishness. One couldn't help but feel that he was a jarring mismatch with the ethereal-appearing nine-colored deer. However, no one would underestimate this cultivator. Which of Anlin's companions wasn't a God of Creation stage divine being? By suddenly appearing at this critical time, it was obvious that this cultivator was no simple person. He appeared extremely young, yet Anlin could feel a sense of age about him. At this moment, the cultivator finally opened his mouth to speak. He swayed his head, and he said, "Contain one's lusts and maintain one's calm. Such manners shall lead to the natural righting of heaven and earth." No one knew what he was saying, yet they had a nagging feeling that his words were extremely impressive and profound. Who is this person? Anlin asked in curiosity. Tina wore a blank expression, as did Xianxia. However, an expression of disbelief and excitement spread across Patriarch Zhu Yin's face. Isn't he Tao Lord Luya? What? Tao Lord Luya? Everyone shuddered upon hearing this, and Lin also drew a sharp breath. It's actually him. That old grandpa has finally appeared. Moreover, he's appeared in such an impressive manner. In fact, Anlin wasn't unprepared for this. After all, Xianxia had once told him that Tao Lord Luya was an elegant and handsome man. Anlin forced himself to calm down. No matter what, this was the person who had given him the system and introduced him to the path of cultivation. As such, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to view him as something of a teacher. He definitely had to give Tao Lord Luya a good impression. Luya? Anlin shouted. The man in the floral robe smiled as he looked up at Anlin, and he said, "Anlin, I'm so glad that we can meet again." Sure enough, this was Tao Lord Luya. Anlin was extremely worked up, and he roared, "Luya, fuck you. You fucked me over so badly. And Lin erupted with rage. Luya was staggered, and Lin's fury transformed into a string of machine gun-like curses. Why is the system so fucked up? Why is it filled with so many traps? Why didn't you warn me beforehand? At least give me some warning. Do you know how badly I was screwed over? Do you know how much despair I felt? Do you know how much despair I felt when I saw that I had to do 1 billion push-ups? Do you know how petrified I was when being struck by lightning? Do you know? Ah! And Lin swung his fist at Tao Lord Luya, and it was as if heaven and earth were roaring in fury. However, his attack was blocked by the barrier of the four forms Reincarnation True Heaven formation. Luya breathed a small sigh of relief upon seeing this. A calm and leisurely smile returned to his face, and he said, There was a reason for what I did. And Lin, please calm down. I'll give you an explanation when everything's over. Arg! Make you cry. Make you poo. And Lin furiously unleashed his spell techniques at Tao Lord Luya. However, these spell techniques were completely ineffective, and they were all blocked by the barrier of the four forms Reincarnation True Heaven formation. Luya grimaced upon seeing this, and he turned his gaze toward the heavenly life goddess. And Lin's companions were also stunned upon seeing this. As it turned out, there was a history of animosity between Lin and Tao Lord Luya. Just how great was the hostility between them? Anyhow, the heavenly life goddess appeared less calm than before. However, she wasn't flustered. Instead, she simply appeared slightly more serious than before. You're here to rescue them? The heavenly life goddess asked coldly. Perhaps rescue is the wrong term. I simply want to increase their chance of victory, Tao Lord Luya said with a chuckle. He uncorked the calabash on his waist and took a swig of wine. His 9-colored deer continued to leisurely trot forward. With your current state, aren't you afraid of suffering a backlash from the heavenly Tao? Even if you aren't killed, your Tao will still be severely affected. No. There was a smile on the heavenly life goddess face, and she appeared completely unafraid. Tao Lord Luya raised his calabash and took another swig of wine. He then shook his head and replied, I know very well how to protect myself and avoid any backlash. After all, the heavenly Tao is extremely busy right now. The heavenly life goddess silently fortified the defenses of the four forms Reincarnation True Heaven formation before humping coldly and saying, If the heavens remain unchanging after this battle has concluded, then you'll be unable to escape the backlash. Moreover, do you really think you can shatter my formation? As she spoke, Tao Lord Luya had already downed all of the fine wine in his calabash. An intense aura slowly proliferated into the surroundings. Tao Lord Luya's eyes became pitch black and glistening like jade, and it was like the most penetrating mirror in the world that could see through all matter. If I don't try, then how would I know? He murmured. He continued to swirl his calabash as if he could still pour wine from it. However, no wine came out. Instead, a small saber that was glistening with silver light fell out. An overwhelming saber chi instantly erupted into the surroundings. The purest of matters sometimes possess impurities, and the largest of matters sometimes become formless. Your formation appears to be flawless, yet it actually possesses a fatal flaw. Tao Lord Luya spat a mouthful of blood essence onto his small silver saber. The appearance of the saber didn't change, yet its might suddenly rose explosively, becoming hundreds of times more formidable than before. An indescribable killing intent suffused through heaven and earth. The blade of the saber wasn't aimed at the god of creation stage divine beings, yet they still couldn't help but shudder in apprehension. In fact, they felt as if they were about to be sliced into two. Go, Immortal slaying saber. Following Tao Lord Luya's command, the small silver saber instantly stole all luster from heaven and earth. It carved an unimaginable arc into the void, slicing everything in its path into two halves. Nothing could stop its might. Meanwhile, everyone on the battlefield could sense the paramount Tao realm of the saber. Plants and trees? / Fish, insects, and animals? / Clouds and air currents? / Vital energy? / Nomological laws of heaven and earth? Heavenly God powers? Slash, 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 slash everything in the world. Perfected immortals, who stood transcendent above the universe. Slash. Indeed, the immortal slaying saber wasn't for slaying earth immortals and celestial immortals. Instead, it was for slaying perfected immortals who were transcendent above God of creation stage diving beings. To say nothing of the saber's ability, just Tao Lord Lu Ya's intent alone was already standing at the pinnacle of the world. Heaven and earth became black and white. Meanwhile, the immortal slaying saber became black on the inside and white on the outside. It formed a self-cycle of yin and yang. Under the effect of this peculiar Tao realm, the crisscrossing energy of the four forms reincarnation true heaven formation became especially clear. It was as if the four supreme heavenly gods had been exposed. Like a flash of light, the immortal slaying saber resolutely pierced through the four forms reincarnation true heaven formation. The heavenly power, the heavenly life power, the heavenly sea power, and the heavenly heaven power were all unable to stop its advance. In fact, they were all slashed apart. However, the grand primordium light finally managed to block the immortal slaying saber and reduce its speed. Even so, it was unable to completely stop the immortal slaying saber. The immortal slaying saber continued to slash forward, eventually piercing through the formation. There was no earth-shattering collision. In fact, even the intense Tao realm that could slash through all matter was largely suppressed by the powerful formation. Black and white retreated from heaven and earth. Everything returned to normal. However, everything had already changed. To Enlin, the heavenly life goddess, and everyone else's astonishment, the barrier of the four forms reincarnation true heaven formation violently erupted into countless particles of light. Only a single saber left hovering in the sky. One slash. With just one slash, Daelord Luya obliterated the barrier that had stumped countless God of Creation stage divine beings. Even now, Enlin and the others were still ruminating over the might of that slash. That profound saber intent had inspired them greatly, so much so that even their Tao realms were showing signs of loosening. This was especially the case with Lu Jin, who was skilled in the domain of sabers. He was so astounded that he felt a strong urge to dash over and become a disciple of Tao Lord Luya. No, how can this be? My four forms reincarnation true heaven formation clearly reached the pinnacle of defensive prowess. How was it? The heavenly life goddess was as pale as a sheet. She wore a dazed expression, and her eyes were hazy. Her pink lips trembled slightly, and it was clear that she couldn't accept this reality. Blood seeped from the corners of her mouth. The heavenly life goddess aura rapidly weakened. The collapse of the four forms reincarnation true heaven formation caused her to suffer a terrifying backlash. Tao Lord Luya shook his head as he looked at the heavenly life goddess, and he said, "You didn't reach the pinnacle of defensive prowess. In fact, your decision to fuse the three supreme heavenly god powers with the grand primordium light was already a mistake. Your decision to view the grand primordium light as an equivalent power to the three supreme heavenly god powers was more so a mistake." "What do you mean?" The heavenly life goddess widened her eyes and asked, "I'm saying that you overestimated your own power. This is analogous to a tiger tying itself to three pigs when going on a hunt. Apart from dragging the tiger back, what else can the three pigs do?" Tao Lord Luya said with a serious expression. "Pwah!" Upon hearing this provocative explanation, the heavenly life goddess blood churned, and she couldn't help but spit a mouthful of blood. Tao Lord Luya had actually compared her to a pig. "If you constructed the barrier with only the grand primordium light, perhaps I wouldn't have been able to shatter it. However, with so many impurities, it was naturally much easier to break." Tao Lord Luya continued with a cheery chuckle. "He actually dares to humiliate us. Kill him. We have to kill him." The heavenly sea god roared in incandescent rage. There were already a few things left in his possession. Now, even his dignity as a supreme heavenly god was being stripped from him. How could he swallow this? Of course, this was only one of the reasons. There was another more important reason. That was, Tao Lord Luya was already on the cusp of suffering a backlash from the heavenly Tao after interfering once. Thus, the heavenly sea god was certain that he wouldn't dare to interfere anymore. It was also because of this that he dared to speak with such fury and wantonness. Heh! Tao Lord Luya simply chuckled in response to the heavenly sea god's rage. He turned his gaze to Enlin, and he said, I can't interfere anymore. It's all up to you now. You can't interfere anymore? Enlin blinked and asked. That's right, Tao Lord Luya replied with an expression of disappointment. Enlin's gaze became intense. Make you poo. Dirty. Tao Lord Luya let out a fart. The 9-colored deer bleated in astonishment before rearing on its hind legs and throwing Tao Lord Luya to the ground. Splat. Tao Lord Luya fell face-first into the ground. Enlin exhaled upon seeing this. I feel much better now. Tao Lord Luya. Rip! A jade hairpin suddenly tore through the air, furiously piercing at Tao Lord Luya at a speed several times quicker than lightning. At this instant, Enlin suddenly flashed before Tao Lord Luya. At the same time, he retrieved a black and sturdy brick from his storage ring. Boom! Divine light exploded into the surroundings. The jade hairpin violently pushed the brick back, and its radiance even started to pierce into the brick. Yet, it was unable to completely pierce through the brick no matter what. Enlin. The heavenly life goddess hadn't imagined that Enlin would help Tao Lord Luya block this attack even though he hated him with such a passion. What in the world was he playing at? At this moment, Shangguanyi and Tina had already charged over to attack her. However, the heavenly life goddess was already too weak to activate the 4 forms reincarnation true heaven formation again. As such, she could only block their attacks with great difficulty. It wasn't long before Heisher, Mou, the 3-headed spirit Tianyi Lu Jin, and Patriarch Zhu Yin also charged over to attack her. Heaven and earth started to tremble again. Countless destructive spell techniques surged forth one after another, annihilating the heavens and obliterating the earth. Regardless of whether it was the god of creation stage divine being's furious attacks or the heavenly life goddess' stubborn defense, everything was unleashed to an extreme at this moment. All in all, however, it was still Enlin's side that had the absolute advantage. Lan Xiaoni was unable to activate her mystic technique anymore, so she simply transformed into a bludger who acted cute beside Enlin. Her voice was soft as she said, Don't worry, Big Boss Enlin. The heavenly life goddess is already close to exhaustion. We'll definitely win this battle. However, Enlin's frown remained, and he said, No, it's still too slow. Even if we manage to eventually defeat her, that will take far too long. Right now, time is of the essence. Lan Xiaoni also understood why Enlin was so anxious. He was worried about his companions who were currently attempting to crush the heavens. They were about to meet the most formidable foe in history. Lan Xiaoni didn't know how powerful the heavenly light goddess had become. However, through Tao Lord Luya's description of a tiger and 3 pigs, she could roughly understand just how great the gulf between her and the 3 supreme heavenly gods was. Lan Xiaoni couldn't help but also become anxious. It was already so difficult for them to surround and kill these 3 pigs. If they came across the heavenly light goddess, how could they achieve victory? Big Boss Enlin, you want to kill the supreme heavenly gods to absorb their Tao powers and become more powerful, right? Lan Xiaoni asked upon recalling the fate of the previous few heavenly gods and seeing Enlin's determination to kill the heavenly life goddess. That's right. Enlin nodded and said. He didn't need to hide anything from Lan Xiaoni. After killing these 3 supreme heavenly gods, are you confident that you can become powerful enough to defeat the heavenly light goddess? Lan Xiaoni asked. This? I'm not sure. The heavenly light goddess was far too powerful. So much so that Enlin didn't have any confidence at all. Big Boss Enlin, since there's not enough time, and since you can't recover your power anytime soon, why don't you? Lan Xiaoni clenched her fists as she looked up at Enlin. Her eyes glistened with tears, and it was as if she had made some extremely difficult decision. Why don't you unleash your ultimate Tao on me? Enlin was stupefied as he gazed at the woman before him. You can recover by absorbing Tao power, right? You can definitely use my power as well, right? Moreover, I'm also a being from the Tai Chu continent, so I can survive even if I lose the heavenly water power. Lan Xiaoni said with a resolute expression. However, and Lin flicked his finger at her forehead before she could even finish speaking. Foolish girl. What nonsense are you thinking about? And Lin shuffled closer to the pitiful-looking mermaid, and he couldn't help but chuckle as he looked at her heroic expression of sacrifice. Your big boss hasn't spoken yet you're already thinking about sacrificing yourself? But this is the best method, Lan Xiaoni said in stubbornness. Even if I want to absorb Dao power, you won't be the first person in line. Don't forget, there's still a turtle over there, and Lin said as he pointed toward someplace in the white nectar sea. The young woman in the golden turtle shell shuddered in fright, and she hurriedly submerged into the sea. Boss Heavenly Darkness God can't see me. Boss Heavenly Darkness God can't see me. She silently recited in her mind. Heavenly Goddess Wulan had initially thought that her turtle aura Heavenly God technique was at a stage of perfection. As long as she remained silent, no one would be able to detect her presence. Unexpectedly, however, and Lin had been aware of her presence all this time, he truly showed great care toward his underlings. However, Heavenly Goddess Wulan hoped that his care toward her wouldn't transform into a desire to turn her into a battery. She truly didn't want to become a battery for her boss. Fortunately, and Lin was only using her as an example. He didn't actually want to do anything untoward. After saying this, he immediately turned around to educate underling Lan. Lan Xiaoni also felt that An Lin's words made sense. If he wanted to sacrifice someone, he would sacrifice that young turtle woman first. She held a fairly high position in Big Boss and Lin's mind. Upon thinking of this, the mermaid couldn't help but smile. All right, then underling Lan will listen to Big Boss and Lin, Lan Xiaoni said with a glimmer in her eyes. But the problem still remains. What should we do now? Lan Xiaoni asked as she gazed at the expanse of light in the east. Her expression became one of extreme anxiousness. And Lin didn't look toward the east. Instead, he looked toward the north. He suddenly smiled, saying, We still have a top-notch helper. They're coming over now. Top-notch helper? Following An Lin's gaze, Lan Xiaoni also looked toward the north. Beyond the white nectar sea, this was a colossal and magnificent city. A peculiar light suddenly rose before releasing an iridescent aura that surged hundreds of thousands of feet into the surroundings. The five-colored iridescent aura intertwined with itself, forming a gigantic totem that covered half of Yu Tong City. Just the wingspan of this totem alone measured 30 million feet in length. This was none other than a totem of a soaring five-colored vermilion bird, the most powerful vermilion bird of the four holy beasts. Squawk! The crisp cry of the vermilion bird soared through the heavens. Tens of millions of members of the heaven-crushing sect all turned their gazes toward the colossal city. There was astonishment on their faces. Another powerful being is about to appear? The aura of the vermilion bird is so terrifying. Could it be? There's no mistake. It's the divine phoenix maiden who hasn't appeared until now. Just as they finished speaking, a five-colored vermilion bird soared above Yu Tong City. Like a phoenix that had been resting on a wudong tree, it suddenly spread its wings and soared into the sky. Its body radiated with dazzling divine light that was even brighter than the sun. And these were colors that were so beautiful that they would cause one to become intoxicated. This was the ignition of hope. This was the radiance of a new dawn. The vermilion bird extended its wings and soared into the heavens. Here, there were a coiling azure dragon, lush greenery, and pools of essences. The vermilion bird directly crashed into the azure dragon. Boom! There was an earth-shattering collision, and beams of light pierced through the sky. Countless matters and nomological laws were instantly birthed into the world. The collision between the vermilion bird and the azure dragon, opening the heavens. At this instant, everyone in the Taichu continent and everyone in the boundless realm of stars saw the fusion between a vermilion bird and an azure dragon. The projection of a coiling azure dragon and a soaring vermilion bird appeared before all of them. This was like a majestic moment that was being carved into the history of the universe. Limitless Tao realm. This was a feat of opening the heavens. This was a feat with no precedence. Dual opening the heavens. In fact, this phenomenon even triggered the resonance of the entire universe. Everyone in the universe was stunned. A piece of information appeared in all of their minds. Taichu continent, the divine phoenix maiden had opened the heavens and advanced to the god of creation stage by reaching the Tao integration pinnacle stage for both the Tao of vermilion birds and the Tao of azure dragons. She had been bestowed the title of the only dual essence god of creation stage divine being. This was the great will of the universe recognizing the birth of a new god of creation stage divine being. However, the scale and magnitude of this recognition stunned everyone in the universe. When Patriarch Zhuyin had recovered his cultivation base as a god of creation stage divine being, the phenomenon of heaven and earth had only covered the area of the opposite shore realm. Now that Su Xiaolan had reached the god of creation stage, the phenomenon that she triggered affected the entire universe. By looking at this huge gulf, one could imagine just how freakishly powerful Su Xiaolan was. The disciples of the 4-9 Immortal sect were all beside themselves with joy. Their stand-in sect leader was extremely powerful and impressive. This was a fucking universe-wide announcement. The only dual essence god of creation stage divine being. This was far too freakish. Everyone in the 4-9 Immortal sect felt a sense of pride and honor. In fact, everyone in the heaven-crushing sect was also filled with excitement and delight. Beside a charred black divine tree, Xianxia raised his head to gaze at the vermilion bird and azure dragon in the sky. His eyes reddened, and he murmured, "Yi Shuang, Guanyun, do you see? This is your daughter. She's already become this powerful and dazzling." To say nothing of Zhu Yishuang and Su Guanyun, even Xianxia, who had watched Su Xiaolin grow up, wouldn't have dreamed about her becoming so powerful in just 100 short years. That gentle and adorable girl had already grown up to become the divine phoenix maiden. A powerful being that everyone in the universe had to look up to. Her experiences, her opportunities, and her achievements were already beyond astounding. In fact, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to call her a holy daughter of the heavens. Tina, Shangguanyi, Patriarch Zhuyin, Lu Jin, and the other god of creation stage divine beings couldn't help but look toward Yutong City. They couldn't help it. After all, this scene was far too stunning. Even god of creation stage divine beings were deeply shocked. Everyone focused on cultivating a single essential power to reach the god of creation stage. However, Su Xiaolan had actually cultivated two different essential powers. She was someone who had created fucking history. A wisp of jade appeared in the sky above Yutong City. Both the vermilion bird and the azure dragon in the sky bowed down at her. They then transformed into the purest of Tao as they fused into the area between her brows. At the same time, an orb of chaos that contained an expanse of heaven and earth within it also fused into her sea of vital energy, allowing her aura to undergo a profound transformation. Her silky hair flowed in the wind, and her jade garment billowed with the breeze. At this moment, she opened her gentle and lively eyes. It was as if there were an azure dragon riding the clouds in her left eye, and it was as if there were a soaring vermilion bird in her right eye. Her aura was transcendent and ethereal, and her appearance was breathtaking and intoxicating. She was clearly standing far, far away from everyone in the universe, yet at this moment it was as if she were standing right before them. Everyone was transfixed by her stunning beauty. This kind of beauty was already beyond possessing an exquisite and flawless appearance. Of course, she naturally possessed these qualities as well. However, her beauty was more aligned with the beauty of Tao. This was a beauty that pertained to one's aura and realm. The vitality of the azure dragon was limitless, and it breathed life into all matter. The nobility and holiness of the vermilion bird were unrivaled, and its existence was transcendent and ethereal. Two starkly different auras, both of which were top-notch in the universe, flawlessly materialized themselves on the same person. This allowed her to obtain an indescribable beauty. Even Enlin was intoxicated by her appearance. The cry of a vermilion bird echoed above Yutong City. A woman in azure revealed her beauty. "My Xiaolan is actually this beautiful," Enlin murmured to himself. Lan Xiaoni couldn't help but roll her eyes. "You're already Tao partners, yet you're still wearing an expression of such helpless obsession." Big Boss Enlin, Can you please maintain your demeanor as a mighty being? As if sensing his gaze, the woman in the distance, the woman who was the center of attention of the entire universe, turned her gaze toward Enlin. At this moment, it was as if their gazes were locked together. A mesmerizing smile spread across the woman's face. She was clearly a divine woman who was as noble and holy as the heavens. Yet at this moment, she was actually wearing the delighted smile of a slightly guilty girl. Enlin, I'm so sorry, she said softly. I took so long to advance, and I left you to battle by yourself for so long. I've returned now, and I'm coming over to help you. Su Xiaolan almost broke out of character with her slightly embarrassed and remorseful display. However, the beings in the universe couldn't help but shudder upon seeing this. They had a mysterious feeling that she was incredibly attractive. However, it was a shame that this goddess would only reveal such expressions before that man. In this world, only heavenly disciple Enlin is worthy of this kind of goddess. The two of them are a perfect match. Demon Emperor Siyu said with a sigh of emotion. Indeed, ordinary supreme beings wouldn't even dare to think about such top-notch divine beings, to say nothing of chasing after them. Only Enlin would be capable of winning them over. Su Xiaolan unfurled her five-colored wings and soared toward Enlin. As she passed the white nectar sea, she turned around to pay respects to the heavenly lord of Tao and virtue. The heavenly lord of Tao and virtue cheerily waved his hands. He hadn't imagined that a girl who he had helped on a whim would so quickly grow to become a top-notch divine being who was renowned throughout the universe. This was the mysterious nature of the world. TSK. This is Enlin's Tao partner. How did he find such a powerful wife? What great fortune. Tao Lord Luya also widened his eyes in astonishment. In fact, he felt an urge to immediately flee with his deer. Su Xiaolan was extremely quicker than any god of creation stage divine being. Enlin, a stunningly beautiful smile spread across her face when she saw the man before her. Like a sparrow, she then leaped into his arms. However, this sparrow was slightly big, and she immediately sent him flying back. Oof, Xiaolan's softer. Enlin could feel her slender figure, and the heat of her body was as if it wanted to melt him. Just how emotional was she? Su Xiaolan smiled as she suppressed her body temperature, saying, my power is too great right now, so I still can't control it properly yet. Sorry about that. As he gazed at the smiling Xiaolan, Enlin couldn't help but pinch her soft and pink cheeks. What do you mean powerful? If my power weren't exhausted, you'd be able to hug me however you wanted. Really? Su Xiaolan asked. Her eyes were extremely lively as she gazed at Enlin. Really? Enlin replied. He then suddenly leaned forward to peck her soft and supple lips. Su Xiaolan's face instantly flushed red, and she said, Not here. There are so many people watching. Why didn't you say this when you hugged me? Enlin asked with a chuckle. Su Xiaolan's face flushed an even deeper shade of red. The members of the heaven-crushing United Army and the beings who were watching this through the live stream were all rendered speechless. Are we here to watch you suppress the heavenly life goddess? Or are we here to watch you smooch with each other? What's with making out before the entire Taichu continent? Some people were filled with envy, while some people felt as if they had swallowed an entire lemon tree. Just a second ago, she had still been a goddess who had astounded the entire universe. Now, however, she was being kissed by Enlin. Sigh. What complicated feelings. Upon seeing Su Xiaolan's arrival, the heavenly life goddess furiously shot back in retreat. The sea was her path, and the heavens were her wings. She instantly started to flee. She was no fool, and she knew that Su Xiaolan's current combat capability was far superior to that of ordinary god of creation stage divine beings. She was already facing great difficulty against the group of god of creation stage divine beings. So now that the divine Phoenix Maiden had arrived, how could she continue to battle? The best option was naturally to flee. Don't even think about escaping, Shangguani shouted as she started to freeze heaven and earth. Tina also summoned a divine mirror to suppress the surroundings. However, the heavenly life goddess was determined to flee, so how could she be stopped so easily? She had naturally prepared her own trump cards. Grand primordium light, a pure and ethereal light, a light that seemed as if it had existed since the beginning of this world, instantly melted the extreme cold in the surroundings. At the same time, it shattered the mirror in the sky. The heavenly life goddess regained the ability to move, and she started to flee at an even quicker speed. Don't chase me, okay? I won't fight with you people anymore. If you want to fight, then fight with the heavenly light goddess, okay? Okay? The heavenly sea god roared. Don't forget, your main goal isn't to target us. Rather, it's to rescue the heaven-crushing plan, which is already on the cusp of great danger. Right now, time is of the essence for you. You don't have the luxury to waste even a second. The heavenly heaven god also said. I won't obstruct you anymore. The heavenly life goddess also said. The god of creation stage divine beings were all stunned. And Lin more so grimaced upon hearing this. What the fuck? You've betrayed the heavenly light goddess so quickly? Sure enough, supreme heavenly gods are all traitors. Brother C, your world isn't lonely anymore. Their words were indeed extremely reasonable. Right now, time was of utmost importance. There was no time to waste on the three supreme heavenly gods. However, this was for ordinary situations. Because of Lin's presence, everything was completely different. Instead of retreating, Tina, Shangguan-Yi, Patriarch Zhuyin, and the other god of creation stage divine beings started to pursue them with even more vigor and determination. Have you people gone mad? The heavenly life goddess spat through gritted teeth. Are you going to ignore the heavenly light goddess? The heavenly light goddess is too powerful, and we can't defeat her, Shangguan-Yi said. However, Giant and Lin can, Tina said with a smile. That's right, and Lin can become more powerful by killing you three. Thus, our task is to help Lin kill you, Shangguan-Yi said. That way, Giant and Lin can become more powerful. At that time, he'll also be able to rival the heavenly light goddess, Tina said. The two god of creation stage divine beings almost angered the heavenly life goddess into spitting blood. After obtaining that burst of unfathomable power, she had already decided to quietly develop without doing anything risky. She had already decided not to target Lin. Yet why had Tao Lord Luya suddenly come? Why had the divine phoenix maiden suddenly succeeded in advancing to the god of creation stage? Why had the situation transformed into what it was now? Why was she fleeing from the pursuit of countless powerful beings again? Why in the world was this? The heavenly life goddess started to question life. The heavenly sea god and the heavenly heaven god were also rendered speechless. It was also at this moment that 9 large suns suddenly materialized in the air and blocked the heavenly life goddess path. These were none other than the 9 vermilion birds who had guarded Su Xiaolan during her cultivation. Measly Dao integration stage cultivators dare to block my path? The heavenly life goddess immediately launched a palm strike. A vast and devastating heavenly power combined with the heavenly heaven power, forming a colossal palm that measured hundreds of thousands of feet in length. As if the entire sky were roaring in fury, this palm then swung down and directly obliterated the 9 large suns. And Lin was stunned upon seeing this. Even Hou-Yi shot the suns down one at a time. This woman obliterated 9 suns with a single smack? This is far too terrifying, no? Su Xiaolan looked at Lin before saying in a gentle voice, "Give me 5 minutes." After saying this, she suddenly vanished from the spot. In the next moment, a streak of jade appeared above the flames of vermilion bird Nan Li. This was a divine technique unique to the great Empress vermilion bird. Within a certain range, she could instantly teleport into any holy vermilion flame. The heavenly life goddess expression changed drastically when she saw Su Xiaolan suddenly appear in her path of retreat. The jade hairpin in her hand instantly shot forward. Su Xiaolan placed her hand on the hilt of her sword. She then unsheathed the dragon sparrow sword again. The 9 vermilion birds squawked in unison. There was an azure dragon of tens of thousands of kilometers long soaring through the sky, and Su Xiaolan had more so transformed into a 5-colored vermilion bird that measured tens of millions of feet in length, with her wings incinerating the sky. The two most powerful holy beasts in the universe gathered an astounding might that even suppressed the surrounding void, so much so that the entire space started to tremble. The jade hairpin pierced at Su Xiaolan's forehead, yet it was blocked by a dragon scale that was formed from a wisp of azure essential power. Divine light exploded into the surroundings, and the dragon sparrow sword that was imbued with lightning and fire had already unleashed a 5-colored sword projection as it slashed at the heavenly life goddess. The heavenly life goddess defenses were instantly shattered. Not only could the 5-colored sword projection incinerate space, but it could even incinerate barriers of dimensions. "What kind of flame is this?" the heavenly life goddess exclaimed in fright. She immediately unleashed her most powerful trump card, the Grand Primordium Light, a pure ray of light that seemed as if it had existed since the formation of this world, and since the formation of chaos carried with it the crushing power of dimensions as it firmly blocked Su Xiaolan's attack. Crack! Su Xiaolan's sword intent and holy flames erupted, yet they were unable to penetrate the barrier of light. It was now Su Xiaolan's turn to be astonished. She hadn't imagined that her paramount vermilion bird essential power would actually be blocked by this peculiar light. One had to realize that she was already countless times more powerful than the previous great Empress Vermilion Bird. To say nothing of being invincible in the entire universe, she was definitely a top-notch being in the Taichu continent. She was confident in her strength. "Shatter!" Su Xiaolan roared. She didn't retreat, and the combined divine seal of a vermilion bird and an azure dragon materialized on her forehead. Her aura rose to a pinnacle level. At the same time, a burst of azure dragon essential power descended from the sky and imbued itself onto the blade of her dragon sparrow sword, fusing together with the 5-colored vermilion bird essential power and forming an even more devastating essential power. One had to realize that each essential power represented the pinnacle of a certain Tao. To other God of Creation stage divine beings, fusing two different essential powers together was nothing more than preposterous nonsense. To Su Xiaolan, however, this was something that was easily achievable. After all, she was the owner of two essential powers. 5 colors flowed, and an azure aura glowed. It was as if the vermilion bird was filled with vitality, and it was as if the azure dragon had gained a glowing sheen on iridescent colors. At this instant, they appeared so dazzling that even the heavenly life goddess faltered for a split second. It was also at this instant that an unfathomable might erupted from Su Xiaolan's blade and slowly slashed the Grand Primordium Light apart. Although it was extremely difficult, the once transcendent ray of light was actually being slashed apart by her sword. This signified that Su Xiaolan's power had already reached the level of the Grand Primordium Light. "No! How is this possible?" the heavenly life goddess exclaimed as she widened her beautiful eyes in shock. She stared at the Grand Primordium Light, which she had once viewed as her most powerful trump card, being slowly sliced apart by the dragon sparrow blade. Eventually, the blade sliced into her body, leaving a long and bloody gash. A peculiar essential power instantly surged into her body before suddenly self-combusting. Su Xiaolan unleashed a boundless amount of essential power into the blade. Dragon Sparrow Essential Flames. The 5-colored and azure flames started to burn explosively. Oh! The heavenly life goddess body, divine sense, and Tao realm were combusted in unison, causing her to scream in pain. In almost the blink of an eye, the woman was incinerated into ashes by the powerful flames. The Dragon Sparrow Essential Flame was a transcendent essential flame that evolved from her holy flames. It was the product of two different essential powers being fused together. In fact, its might couldn't be rivaled by any other flame in the world. Its existence was singular and transcendent. A jade figure stood in the void, her sword by her side. There was already no one before her. The heavenly life goddess, who had survived the onslaught of attack from numerous God of Creation stage divine beings, had finally been killed by the woman in jade. Su Xiaolan's combat capability once again astounded billions upon billions of beings. She used her actions to prove her own strength and her might as a God of Creation stage divine being. "My Xiaolan is peerlessly powerful," and Lin murmured. He was also astonished by Su Xiaolan's incredible combat capability. She could even slice through the grand primordium light. Was she trying to defy the fucking heavens? Even Xianxia and Tina faltered upon seeing this. As top-notch god of creation stage divine beings of the Taichu continent, they naturally understood just how freakish Su Xiaolan's essential power was. This was already beyond the realm of two combined essential powers. Her complete power was already greater than the sum of its parts. Patriarch Zhu Yin didn't dare to speak anymore. Why were the god of creation stage divine beings of the Taichu continent also freakish now? Heh! After living for so long, I'm finally able to witness the sight of two essential powers being perfectly fused together. The young ones are truly frightening. The heavenly lord of Tao and virtue stroked his beard and said with a sigh. There was a delighted smile on his face. And Lin's Tao partner is far too fearsome. If he decides to exact revenge after things are over. Tao Lord Luya gulped in apprehension. He pondered over whether he should leave or not. In any case, he had already done what he needed to do, so what was the point of staying here? Meanwhile, the 9 obsequious vermilion birds were already shedding tears of emotion and joy. This essential power fusion technique is far too incredible and perfect. It has forcefully raised the limit of the vermilion bird essential power. Great Empress Vermilion Bird is boundlessly powerful and invincible. The peerless Great Empress is the eternal light of our tribe. Victory to the Great Empress, while everyone else was exclaiming. In surprise and singing her praises, Nuwa wore an expression of slight anxiousness. Although the might of her combined essential power is peerless, it consumes an exorbitant amount of her energy. Su Xiaolan has only just reached the god of creation stage, so she doesn't possess enough essential power to unleash the dragon sparrow essential flame a second time. If the heavenly life goddess still has more grand primordium light. As she said this, a green light flashed in the void. The heavenly life goddess' unscathed figure reappeared in the world. However, the divine halo above her head was already riddled with cracks. In fact, it looked as if it might shatter at any moment. At the same time, her aura was extremely chaotic and feeble. Tina, Xianxia, Lu Jin, Patriarch Zhu Yin, and the other god of creation stage divine beings had already charged over. With a pulling motion, Su Xiaolan caused streaks of 5-colored vermilion bird essential power to form a net of fire in the void. God of creation stage divine technique, vermilion bird cage. A terrifying cage of essential power materialized in the void, trapping the heavenly life goddess. At the same time, Xianxuanyi's cage of extreme cold, Tina's illusory cage of divine mirrors, Patriarch Zhu Yin's cage of myriad ghosts, Tianyi's cage of bubbles, and numerous other god of creation stage cages all wrapped around Su Xiaolan's cage, giving it countless layers of extra protection. This was a despairing sight. Su Xiaolan then quickly drew her slender hand across the void, summoning an azure dragon stone tile behind the heavenly life goddess. The heavenly life goddess was just about to flee, yet a devastating restrictive power instantly locked all of her movements. At the same time, 5 needles that each had a mini azure dragon coiled around them flew over from the void, ruthlessly piercing into her arms, legs, and chest. Spurt! Blood sprayed through the void as the azure dragon needles embedded themselves into the heavenly life goddess body and mercilessly pinned her onto the azure dragon stone tile, completely restricting her movements. Release me, you bastard. Hurry up and release me. The heavenly life goddess squirmed and struggled on the azure dragon stone tile, yet her slender and shapely figure was unable to break free from the restraints no matter what she did. Even her power started to uncannily drain away. After completing this, Su Xiaolan finally breathed a sigh of relief. She turned her gaze to Enlin and said with a gentle smile, "Enlin, it's your turn now." Su Xiaolan made a stunning entrance before turning the tables with her invincible power. She had done so in order to gift the fruits of victory to Enlin. Enlin flew before the numerous layers of essential power cages, and he wore a complicated expression as he looked at the dejected, heavenly life goddess inside. Why, I already tried so hard, and I was already so cautious, and I even obtained such powerful help. So why did I not even have the ability to flee? Heh! The heavenly life goddess lowered her head, and her dark green hair covered her dull and depressed eyes. It was as if she were laughing at herself. And Lin didn't know how to respond to the heavenly life goddess questions. In reality, even he felt some slight sympathy for her. And Lin? The heavenly life goddess looked up, and her tangerine-colored eyes were filled with grief and pity. Her lips that were even softer and more beautiful than flowers quivered, and it was as if she wanted to say something. However, after faltering for a moment, she suddenly opened her mouth to unleash a string of curses. You fucking freeloader who relies on women. If you're so powerful, then battle against me one-on-one. You're always relying on women. Just what kind of man are you? Her roar echoed through the heavens, and it sent a cold chill down everyone's spine. Just how much did she hate Lin? She was seething with such unbridled rage. Su Xiaolin, Tina, Shangguan Yi, and Lan Xiaoni all frowned upon hearing this. Meanwhile, Lin completely understood the heavenly life goddess feelings. If he hadn't had the help of so many beautiful celestial maidens, he would have definitely lost to her. However, he didn't feel embarrassed because of this. Instead, he felt extremely smug, and he said, "Me being able to rely on women is also my own ability." The heavenly life goddess' eyes widened in shock, and her breathing also quickened in rage. She was extremely worked up, and she shouted, "What's so impressive about relying on women? What right do you have to receive help from so many women?" And Lin faltered upon hearing this. He then fixed his hair and said, "That would be thanks to my incredible charm, heavenly life goddess." Sure enough, shameless people were all invincible. The heavenly life goddess didn't want to speak anymore. Su Xiaolan also couldn't help but purse her lips upon hearing this. Although she was fully willing to help Lin, she still felt a slightly strange emotion when seeing him act so smug and proud about receiving help from women. At this moment, a small entrance opened in the essential power cages, allowing Lin to enter. And Lin held the evil-slaying sword by his side as he entered the final cage. He arrived before the heavenly life goddess, and his gaze was calm as he said, "Heavenly life goddess, I've come to take your Tao power. Vanquish the heavens and slay all evil. Ultimate Tao." Countless threads of black Tao power erupted from the evil-slaying sword, wrapping towards the heavenly life goddess like a net. They transformed into countless ropes of Tao that yearned to tie her down. The heavenly life goddess opened her eyes, and the area between her brows suddenly pulsed with light. Su Xiaolan's expression changed drastically, and she shouted, "Lin, be careful." A jade hairpin suddenly shot out from the heavenly life goddess hair, carrying an extreme power of death as it sliced through the void. At the same time, grand primordium light surged from her body, allowing her to break free from Su Xiaolan's essential power cage. Su Xiaolan hadn't imagined that there would still be some grand primordium light remaining in the heavenly life goddess body. After all, if she still possessed grand primordium light, why hadn't she used it to flee? If she had unleashed this grand primordium light, it was extremely likely that she would have broken free from their pursuit. That being the case, why had she chosen to be captured? It was clear that the heavenly life goddess had chosen to take a gamble. She knew that Lin was extremely feeble right now, and she also knew that he wanted to absorb her Tao power. Thus, he would definitely approach her. That being the case, the heavenly life goddess decided to take a risk and kill him. Die! The heavenly life goddess roared in fury. Formidable rays of grand primordium light erupted from her body, sending the azure dragon needles flying. Meanwhile, her jade hairpin carried a paramount power as it stabbed at Lin's head. Its tip carried a power of death, while its body carried a heavenly heaven power that allowed it to overcome all obstructions. At the same time, its end carried a heavenly sea power that acted as a driving force, and its insides carried a heavenly power that allowed it to remain absolutely firm and stable. This was a dying counterattack from the heavenly life goddess. Moreover, it was her deadliest and most powerful killing strike. Su Xiaolan wanted to block this attack for Lin, yet her speed was far too slow. More precisely, the jade hairpin that was filled with the heavenly life goddess killing intent was far too quick, and Lin ran out of power, so he could only rely on his tools and weapons to block this attack. He didn't hesitate as he tossed the chaotic alloy brick into the air. This was the hardest brick in the world, and it quickly expanded in size as it blocked in front of him. This was his first line of defense. Clang! There was an overwhelming collision. The sanguine red tip of the jade hairpin furiously unleashed bursts of violent and warped power to erode the surface of the chaotic alloy brick. It then surprisingly pierced into it at a rate that was visible to the naked eye. Far too slow, the heavenly life goddess said. She was still dissatisfied with the jade hairpin's performance. Her gaze became intense, and she unleashed all of her remaining grand primordium light toward the jade hairpin. Upon fusing with the grand primordium light, the jade hairpin became even purer and more transparent. At the same time, its might rose explosively, reaching a completely new level. It started to easily pierce through the chaotic alloy brick, the hardest defensive tool in the entire world. It was also at this moment that Enlin retrieved a mirror. This was none other than the vermilion bird mirror, a mirror that had transcended the level of divine tools and even undergone a tribulation. It could absorb and reflect a defined amount of damage, and it was one of Enlin's ultimate trump cards. Little vermilion bird, this is your first appearance, so I'll leave everything to you, Enlin shouted. The face of the vermilion-colored mirror was aimed directly at the advancing jade hairpin. A crisp and confident voice traveled over from the mirror, saying, "No problem. Who would have thought that idiot and would also need my help one day? I've waited for this moment for a very long time. Just watch me. Holy fuck." Before the little vermilion bird could even finish speaking, it saw the devastating jade hairpin shooting over. The power that it possessed was so immense that the vermilion bird mirror couldn't help but tremble out of instinct. This wasn't the power of divine Tao, nor was this the essential power of God of Creation stage divine beings. Instead, this was an unknown power that was even more petrifying than the essential powers of God of Creation stage divine beings. Ah! Clang! The jade hairpin violently stabbed into the vermilion bird mirror. A vermilion-colored power furiously intertwined and clashed with the grand primordium light, and they were surprisingly very evenly matched. As a tool that was transcendent above divine tools, the vermilion bird mirror had her own pride. After silently accumulating power for so long, she finally unleashed it without any reservation at this moment. She didn't desire to reflect her enemy's power, and she simply hoped that she wouldn't be killed. Combined with the extremely sturdy materials that she was constructed from, the vermilion bird mirror was actually able to forcefully block the devastating might of the jade hairpin. She was facing a situation of life and death right after being released. However, this didn't cause her to cower and shirk. Instead, she charged forward with even more courage and vigor. "I've even overcome a heavenly tribulation, so how can I be afraid of a strange jade hairpin?" The little vermilion bird roared at her enemy. Her aura surged, and even Enlin was roused by her words. Crunch! A crisp cracking sound suddenly traveled over. A web of fractures suddenly appeared on the surface of the invincible and transcendent vermilion bird mirror. Little vermilion bird, Enlin. Idiot in. There's no animosity between you and I, right? Why are you releasing me in this kind of hell mode environment? The little vermilion bird said in a sobbing tone. Just as she finished speaking, clang, the jade hairpin ruthlessly pierced through the vermilion bird mirror. It then carved a deadly arc in the air as it stabbed at Enlin's head. The heavenly life goddess won this exchange by a sliver. Her jade hairpin pierced through two of Enlin's most powerful defenses and continued to unleash its deadly power toward him. In this respect, she had won. However, she also hadn't won. This was because Enlin's 2 layers of defenses had already bought him enough time. At this moment, Su Xiaolan, who had been the closest to Enlin, had already dashed to his side. She immediately pushed him aside, and her dragon sparrow sword violently thrust forward. An azure dragon coiled around the hilt of the sword, and a 5-colored vermilion bird essential power imbued itself onto the blade of the sword. The 2 essential powers frenziedly surged forth, not caring about their expenditure as they fused together again. Dragon Sparrow Essential Flame. Su Xiaolan pushed herself to the extreme as she unleashed another strike. Nuwa had just said that Su Xiaolan could only unleash the Dragon Sparrow Essential Flame once. However, she hadn't imagined that Su Xiaolan would exhaust herself of all power and essential energy and push herself past the extreme to unleash the Dragon Sparrow Essential Flame again. Boom! The Dragon Sparrow sword that contained the power of the Dragon Sparrow Essential Flame clashed together with the Jade Hairpin that contained the power of the Grand Primordium Light. Two transcendent powers intertwined and battled, unleashing unimaginable energy shockwaves that caused Enlin to spit blood as he was sent flying backward. Enlin forcefully suppressed his wounds as he lunged at the Heavenly Life Goddess with no regard for anything else. The Heavenly Life Goddess was fully focused on controlling her Jade Hairpin, so her defenses were naturally at their weakest at this moment. Enlin would be a fool if he didn't seize this opportunity. Right now, he didn't have any spare power to do battle. However, there was still a weapon that he hadn't used yet. This was a weapon that no one knew of. This was the moment for it to shine. He approached the Heavenly Life Goddess, and this caused her to shudder in apprehension. She wanted to end her battle with Su Xiaolan as soon as possible, so the attacks of her Jade Hairpin became even quicker and more terrifying. Meanwhile, Enlin's actions were also extremely swift. He didn't hesitate as he retrieved a Y-shaped slingshot from his storage ring. There was an egg hanging on each end of the slingshot. This was none other than the Karma Dual Tribulation weapon, Enlin's other top-notch secret weapon. The Karma Dual Tribulation weapon was a supremely powerful karmic element weapon. This was also a weapon that Enlin could wield without expending much energy. Why has he retrieved a slingshot from his storage ring? Don't underestimate him. Enlin is extremely uncanny, so we definitely can't be hit by his attacks. But the Heavenly Life Goddess is currently fighting with the Divine Phoenix Maiden. She doesn't have any spare time or effort to deal with him, and Lin's already exhausted, so he most likely can't shatter our three forms Reincarnation True Heaven formation. Both the Heavenly Sea God and the Heavenly Heaven God wore extremely solemn expressions as they watched Enlin's approach. They wanted to block him, yet they didn't have the spare effort to do so at this moment. They fell into a state of indecision and anxiousness. At this moment, Enlin had already pulled the slingshot back. The white egg, the New Year's Day tribulation, violently shot out, striking the Heavenly Life Goddess arm. Ah! It's over. Everything's over. Why doesn't it hurt? The Heavenly Sea God and the Heavenly Heaven God exclaimed in unison. They were both slightly perplexed. The white ball simply carried some slight force as it struck the Heavenly Life Goddess arm. In fact, this force was even weaker than the attack of Trash DAO integration stage cultivators. To the two supreme heavenly gods, being struck by this force was like being struck by a peanut thrown by a child. It would be slightly itchy, but it wouldn't be of any detriment. Moreover, it naturally couldn't breach their defenses. The two supreme heavenly gods were extremely baffled. Of course, they wouldn't sneer at Enlin because of this. Instead, their nagging sense of danger became even more intense. It was as if they had been locked onto by some dreadfully terrifying being. At this moment, Enlin pulled the slingshot back again, this time with the red egg in the pouch. Shatter! The Heavenly Life Goddess roared in fury. The jade hairpin glowed with an astonishing radiance as it unleashed all of the power within it, pushing Su Xiaolan and the Dragon Sparrow soared thousands of kilometers into the distance. In fact, even the surrounding God of Creation stage divine beings were sent flying by this burst of formidable power. It was also at this instant that Enlin released the Red Christmas Day Tribulation. You still want to strike me? The Heavenly Life Goddess roared in anger. She turned around, finally having the time to deal with Enlin. She immediately swatted the red egg aside with a crack, causing it to vanish into the distance. She was just about to launch an explosive attack at Enlin, yet a sense of profound danger suddenly shot through her entire body, causing her to shudder. Enlin chuckled upon seeing this, and he said, "You're done for." The Karma Dual Tribulation weapon was extremely difficult to use. Firstly, he needed to strike his enemy with the White New Year's Day Tribulation. Within 1 minute, he then needed to strike his enemy with the Red Christmas Day's Tribulation. Only so could he trigger the Armageddon karma tribulation and deliver the killing blow to his enemy. Just then, the heavenly life goddess action of striking the Christmas day's tribulation and sending it flying was equivalent to being struck. Thus, he had already satisfied the necessary conditions to trigger the most powerful karmic tribulation, the Armageddon karma tribulation. The heavenly life goddess essence suddenly shattered apart. A subconscious yet profoundly powerful karmic power seized this opportunity to enter the heavenly life goddess body, furiously destroying everything about her. This power caused her to tremble, and it caused her to scream in wretched agony. Ah! Ah! No! What in the world is this? Enlin, what in the world have you done to me? The heavenly life goddess stared at the countless sanguine red-veined patterns that were appearing across her body. A rich power of death rapidly caused her essence to collapse and vanish. She was already too weak to block this attack. Her struggle with Su Xiaolan had not only consumed her grand primordium light, but it had even consumed almost all of her power. As such, she was powerless to stop this karmic power. The equilibrium inside her body was destabilized. Her essence was slowly crushed and annihilated. Following a deafening and earth-shattering explosion, the heavenly life goddess exploded apart on the spot, transforming into intertwining red and white eggs. These eggs wore sinister smiles as they destroyed everything within their grasp, and they were clearly the culprits behind this harrowing attack. And Lin was stupefied upon seeing this. What a truly uncanny attack! It directly attacks one's essence, and it unleashes a never-before-seen power of death. Even the heavenly karma god didn't possess such profound karmic power. Who can block such an attack? If it weren't for the stringent activation conditions, and if he hadn't possessed such an immense heavenly darkness power, he would have definitely wanted to use this karma dual tribulation weapon as his main weapon. At this moment, it was as if something among heaven and earth had shattered. And Lin knew that this was the sound of the three forms reincarnation true heaven formation shattering. This heaven-defying formation finally collapsed following the defeat of the heavenly life goddess. Three disheveled figures appeared amid the gradually disappearing energy of the devastating karmic attack. They were none other than the three supreme heavenly gods: the heavenly heaven god, the heavenly sea god, and the heavenly life goddess. Their auras were feeble and listless, and their divine halos were filled with countless cracks. It was as if they would shatter like brittle glass at any moment. The boundless flower continued to spin before them, yet its demonic red glow had already become extremely dull. Its once bright red petals also wilted at a rapid rate, eventually shriveling and falling from the sky before everyone's eyes. It lost all signs of life. The heavenly life goddess was powerless to stop this. When she finally came to her senses, and Lin had already appeared before her. At the same time, the evil-slaying sword consumed his final wisp of power as it violently pierced into her chest. Vanquish the heavens and slay all evil. Ultimate Tao. In the northeastern region of the Taichu continent, a land of desolation and destruction, a black and white spear was currently agitating the great Tao of heaven and earth, causing the universe to shudder and the heavenly Tao to collapse. This was a critical moment for the two heavenly disciples. The fate of the entire world lay in their hands. After great difficulty, they finally overcame the eighth tribulation of the heavenly Tao, completely digesting the fruit of negative emotions. However, before Chun Chan and Cyril could even breathe a sigh of relief, they discovered that an extremely pure ray of light was rapidly shooting over from a distance. This ray of light was like the world of the future, and it was like a ray of hope that all beings would yearn for and desire. This was a ray of light that countless supreme beings instinctively wanted to lunge toward, like a moth lunging toward flames. This ray of light contained all of the joy and happiness in the world. However, it was also this ray of light that made Cyril and Chen Chun feel a strong sense of danger. This power, how terrifying, Cyril remarked as he looked at the approaching ray of light. His hair stood on end, and his demonic aura involuntarily surged into the surroundings. To receive such an evaluation from a top-notch God of creation stage divine being, one could imagine just how devastatingly powerful this ray of light was. Cyril pushed the black and white spear with even more force, causing it to pierce even deeper into the heavenly Tao. Chen also wore a grim expression, and he said, "This is extremely pure heavenly light power, so pure that nothing can stop its radiance. I've never seen this form of light before. Perhaps this is the most paramount god of creation stage light that can birth all matter." At this moment, they suddenly received a piece of news from the 4-9 Immortal sect. In fact, everyone in the heaven-crushing glazed palace received this piece of news. This was news regarding the heavenly light goddess' 2 successful transformations. She had now returned to the battlefield. So that's how it is. The grand primordium light? This is fairly troublesome. Cyril became even more anxious. "We need to speed up our progress," Chen said. There was still the final tribulation of the 9 tribulations of the heavenly Tao. At this moment, Chen had already stabbed a hand into the void, pulling out a blade that was gleaming with an ice-cold light from within it. This was a supreme celestial sword that was radiating with a tremendous sword intent, and a heaven-crushing true intent that yearned to shatter the heavens surged forth without any reservations. Heaven-crushing techniques. Sword of the heavenly Tao. A soaring golden sword projection burst forth from the blade of the celestial sword, instantly slicing the sky into 2. In fact, even the expanse of chaos that lay beyond the sky was fractured by this strike. The heavenly Tao started to tremble. At the same time, a feeling of boundless grief and fury swept across the Tai-Chu continent, even seeping into the realm of stars that lay beyond it, affecting countless great worlds and small worlds. On a beautiful blue planet, a slender and beautiful young lady with long white ears anxiously paced about as she gazed at the expanding fracture in the void. By the looks of it, they've already started to crush the heavens. Ah! This is such a critical moment, so why isn't Lin live streaming it for me? What in the world is happening? The unknown was the most terrifying. She had clearly chosen a side, and this battle was clearly going to decide her fate. However, she knew absolutely nothing about what was going on right now. It was as if she were a helpless girl who was about to receive judgment. This was a terrible feeling. Sigh. This job as a guard isn't easy. The rabbit maiden was feeling extremely heavy-hearted. She was a powerful god of creation stage divine being, yet she was reduced to nothing but a guard who knew nothing. What could she say? Being as dejected as she was, she could only retrieve the frying pan that Lin had given her. She then summoned a gravitational field around her and began to silently cook, and Lin had asked someone to bring this frying pan over for her. During this most difficult time, and Lin still hadn't forgotten about the obscure little rabbit. This was the only thing that the rabbit maiden could take comfort in. "And Lin, hopefully you will live up to my expectations. I've already gambled everything on your victory," the rabbit maiden murmured. She also knew that Lin was advancing in leaps and bounds. Thus, pummeling god of creation stage divine beings wouldn't be any problem. However, the problem was that his enemies were also incredibly powerful. That being the case, Lin's victory wasn't a foregone conclusion. While she pondered over this, she continued to toss pieces of wolf meat into her mouth. This was the meat of a dark wolf king, and it was so juicy and delicious that it caused her to involuntarily shiver. In fact, it was so delicious that she forgot about all of her previous worries. Gasp! How aromatic and delicious! If Lin truly loses, then I'll inherit his frying pan and flee elsewhere, the rabbit maiden mumbled to herself. Meanwhile, above the heaven-crushing glazed palace, Chun Chen's sword of the heavenly Tao was so powerful that it even affected the entire universe. The golden sword projection was profound, and it contained billions upon billions of stars and worlds within it. It was as if this sword projection were an entire universe. Using a universe to attack a universe, and using the heavenly Tao to attack the heavenly Tao. As it faced this attack, the heavenly Tao continued to slide toward collapse and destruction. At this moment, the ray of pure light in the distance suddenly started to approach at an unimaginable speed. "Stop at once!" The heavenly light goddess roared in fury. A devastating might instantly exploded millions of kilometers into the surroundings, causing Chun Chen's attack to suddenly falter. This was a tremendously terrifying might, so overwhelming that even the divine sense of God of creation stage divine beings would involuntarily falter and shrink back. Meanwhile, Chun Chen's expression remained unchanging, and it was as if he were merely facing a slight breeze. He turned his clear and calm gaze toward the rapidly approaching ray of light. Chun Chun, I've already undone the seal on my sword. In terms of fighting, I'm more skilled than you, so hand this enemy to me, Cyril said. No problem. I'll hand her to you, Chun Chun said as he flew towards Cyril. He wasn't a hesitant person, and he knew that he couldn't defeat the heavenly light goddess just by looking at the might that she had released. In fact, even Cyril. However, Cyril fighting against her was definitely better than him fighting against her. This was the most critical moment of crushing the heavens, and it wasn't a time to needlessly sacrifice oneself. Moreover, fighting to sacrifice oneself wasn't necessarily a good thing. Rather, it was of utmost importance to understand what was the better choice that would maximize their chance of success. This had nothing to do with sacrifice, and it had everything to do with maximizing their chance of success. Chun Chun grabbed onto the black and white heaven-crushing spear that Cyril was holding onto. Cyril released his grip, and he placed a hand on Chun Chen's shoulder. A radiant smile spread across his face, and he said, "This is the final tribulation to crush the heavens. I'll leave it to you." Chun Chen nodded and said, "Take care. You only need to obstruct her for a short moment." "Don't worry about me," Cyril said with a smile. The suppressed demonic power in his body suddenly erupted, dyeing the entire sky crimson red. A paramount demon, a paramount essence, and a paramount azura. Cyril unleashed his powers without reservation, and the immense battle intent that he released directly crushed the might of the approaching heavenly light. Meanwhile, Chun Chun had already thrust the black and white heaven-crushing spear deeper into the sky. The heavenly Tao rapidly crumbled under its power, transforming into countless streaks of severed Tao. It was also at this moment that the ninth tribulation of the heavenly Tao finally descended. A boundless and petrifying backlash directly slammed into Chun Chen's essence, and it was as if the power of the entire universe were violently gnashing at his body. The ninth tribulation of the heavenly Tao was delivered by none other than the heavenly Tao itself. Moreover, this tribulation was none other than the paramount backlash unleashed by the destruction of the heavenly Tao. This was a supreme tribulation that gathered all backlashes in the universe and unleashed them upon Chun Chen's body. This tribulation was also called the Heavenly Tao Tribulation. The Great Tao was formless, and the Heavenly Tao underwent reincarnation. However, reincarnation would also give birth to karmic consequences. Right now, the karmic consequences of the Heavenly Tao's destruction were furiously descending upon Chun Chen, causing his body to contort and become transparent. Blood seeped from the corners of his mouth. Cyril stood with his back facing Chun Chun, helping him block the ray of light in the distance. His voice was soft as he said, "Chun Chun, I'll leave the final tribulation of the heavenly Tao to you." He didn't offer any help, and this was because the heaven-crushing sect still needed to face another tribulation. Meanwhile, he was the one who would face this tribulation. Cyril's storage ring flashed, and a dark green divine sword appeared in his hand. This was none other than the Nine Darkness Divine Sword, a paramount divine sword that was renowned throughout the entire continent. The aura of this divine sword fused together with his soaring heavenly demon aura, forming a burst of devastating power. At the same time, a pure light flooded over from the west. Like the holy light of dawn, this light tore through the thick and condensed true demon essential power that was suffused through the sky. Two paramount powers collided and intertwined, transforming the sky into two distinctly different seas of energy. Ha ha ha! Cyril raised his Nine Darkness divine sword and charged forward as he sensed the light that so many yearned to reach. And he said, "Heavenly Light Goddess, you've undergone two transformations, so let me see just how powerful you've become." The supreme god of creation stage divine being who could peer down at the beings of the Taichu continent raised his divine sword of 3 feet long. As he slashed down, A burst of dark green sword intent shot through the void, severing the earth with its indescribable sharpness and might. As they gazed at this sword projection, it was as if the beings of the Taichu continent could see the infernal flames of hell. Boom! The sword projection slammed into the creeping expanse of light. An explosive orb of darkness and light materialized in the sky. However, it wasn't long before the dark sword projection that contained the bright red true demon essential power was shredded apart and purified by the pervasive and pure expanse of light. Like rays of light that were beaming through a thick fog, this expanse of holy light purified all other existence into particles of light. What? Cyril exclaimed in utter shock. His expression changed drastically. At this moment, a figure had already appeared in the sky. She was even more beautiful than the other heavenly humans, and her figure-hugging black dress left her jade-like feet and her pale and slender arms naked. Moreover, her silky and flowing black hair was even longer than she was tall. The heavenly light goddess had once again taken the form of the moonlit night monarch. This time, however, she appeared even more ethereal and transcendent. Her aura was far superior to before. In fact, she had shredded Cyril's attack with just the power of light surrounding her alone. At this moment, she suddenly extended a finger and pointed at Cyril. A ray of peculiar light shot out from her finger. This was a ray of light that had existed since the birth of the Taichu continent and since the inception of chaos. It pierced through the void, and Cyril did everything he could to block it. An insanely condensed essential power erupted from his body, instantly forming 108,000 myriad discs. These discs were brimming with vitality, and they were connected as if they were one, allowing them to undergo an infinite cycle of reincarnation. However, the might of that peculiar ray of light still far exceeded Cyril's imagination. His myriad discs were seemingly unbreachable in the eyes of others, yet before the peerless power of the ray of light, it was like nothing but a sheet of transparent glass. The ray of peculiar light directly shone through it. To Cyril's shock and disbelief, this ray of light then pierced through his chest, carving a bloody and gaping hole into his true demon physique. Is this the grand primordium light? Sure enough, it's an irresistible power. Cyril could feel himself trembling. His physique had already reached a pinnacle level, yet before this ray of light, he was still unable to muster any effective resistance. The grand primordium light was telling him that it was no great feat to create a world, nor was it a great feat to become a paramount god of creation stage divine being. As long as he remained in this world and this universe, then that light would be something that he couldn't resist and block. Immediately stop your action of crushing the heavens, the heavenly light goddess said as she slowly walked towards Cyril. Her voice was apathetic, and her expression was one of arrogance and haughtiness. Heh? Cyril clutched at his bleeding chest, causing the gaping wound to rapidly stitch together and heal. He looked up, and his sanguine red eyes were extremely piercing as he said, "Who would have thought? The heavenly light goddess is also uttering so much nonsense." The heavenly light goddess' gaze became intense, and she immediately pointed her finger at Cyril again. This time, her finger was aimed at his head. Another ray of grand primordium light burst forth from her fingertip. An intertwining red and green essential power erupted from Cyril's body. Along with this essential power, a gigantic demon claw that was forming hand seals also appeared before him. Within the palm of this claw, a demon was divining all matters of heaven and earth. True demon essence Tao. 9 darkness pinnacle. Bringing with it a myriad 9 darkness power. The gigantic demon claw slammed toward the ray of grand primordium light. Although the grand primordium light was devastating, it was as if it had entered a bottomless abyss as it pierced into the gigantic demon claw. Its radiance was unable to penetrate through. At this instant, the 9 darkness power comprehensively engulfed the assaulting ray of grand primordium light. Not even a single iota of this light was spared. This is great. Heavenly disciple Cyril has successfully blocked her attack. Some supreme beings of the heaven-crushing sect clenched their fists as they exclaimed in delight. Right now, the heavenly light goddess was their greatest enemy. Thus, Her sudden appearance had filled them with apprehension and anxiety. In addition to the information from the 4-9 Immortal sect, just the heavenly light goddess aura alone was already far more powerful than before. If they were to do battle with her, they truly couldn't see any hope of victory. Now, however, Cyril had displayed an ability to engulf that near-invincible grand primordium light. This was incredibly uplifting, and it instantly boosted everyone's morale. However, before the members of the heaven-crushing sect could even start to celebrate, Cyril's expression changed drastically, and he swung his 9 darkness divine sword without any hesitation at all. At this moment, an expanse of light grew from its crushed predecessor, suffusing through heaven and earth and expanding at an infinite rate. It burst through the myriad divinations in the palm of the gigantic demon claw, and it then annihilated the gigantic demon claw itself. The expanse of grand primordium light was as peerless as always as it shone toward Cyril's head. Cyril's sword collided with this expanse of light. However, it was as if this expanse of light contained some petrifying might as it forced Cyril to continually retreat. "Vanish!" Cyril roared. His eyes widened with exertion, and he channeled his true demon essential power to the extreme. At the same time, his sword unleashed a supreme might with no regard for anything else, yearning to obliterate the expanse of grand primordium light. Boom! A dark red sword projection pierced through heaven and earth, pulling at all matter and engulfing all radiance in the world. As the sword intent vanished, the expanse of grand primordium light also started to disintegrate into countless particles of vanishing light. He had succeeded in blocking it. However, he had done so with incredible difficulty. In fact, the members of the heaven-crushing sect could even see countless cracks appearing on the blade of Cyril's formidable sword, the paramount 9 darkness divine sword. As Cyril held this divine sword, his hand was also shaking uncontrollably. Looking at the calm and composed heavenly light goddess and then looking at the struggling Cyril, it was obvious who was at an advantage and who was at a disadvantage. As they watched this unfold through the live stream, the members of the 4-9 Immortal sect and the beings from the various powerful forces of the Taichu continent couldn't help but feel a sense of despair. Cyril represented the pinnacle combat capability of the Taichu continent. In terms of combat capability alone, he was even more powerful than Yuhua and the heavenly lord of Tao and virtue. However, as formidable as he was, he still struggled so immensely to block a single ray of light from the heavenly light goddess. That being the case, how could he win this battle? Beyond the pinnacle of the sky, countless stars that were formed from extremely tough materials were recording this sight. In the extremely distant camp of the 4-9 Immortal sect, there was more so a machine, the Eye of the Purple Star, observing the events taking place in the heaven-crushing glazed palace and transmitting it back at extremely high resolution. In fact, this machine could even see through the layers of energy interference and observe the conflict at its most core and fundamental level. Bai Ling stood in the center of a spell altar, observing all matter and calculating all possibilities. Right now, she was a battlefield messenger, an analyst, and also a decision-maker. She suddenly turned to Xiao Hong and said, "The grand primordium light is at a higher level than Cyril's true demon essential power. Fundamentally speaking, it's impossible for Cyril to defeat her. However, Cyril can rely on the incredible strength of his essential power, as well as his unimaginable reserve of it, to forcefully mitigate this difference in level. He isn't powerless against the heavenly light goddess. However, it's hard to say what level the heavenly light goddess grand primordium light can reach." Bai Ling continued as she looked at the small red flower beside her. Xiao Hong swayed her bright red head as she gazed at the live stream in the sky and observed the heavenly light goddess actions. She understood why Bai Ling was suddenly saying this to her. However, she could do nothing but sway her bright red head at this moment. There was a look of disappointment on her face as she said, "Sigh. It won't work. Although I reached the Tao integration stage through comprehending the Tao of light, and although I'm the only one in the Taichu continent who understands the divine Tao of light, the gulf between us is still far too great. I can't determine the heavenly light goddess strength. If I go to the location of their battle, perhaps I'll have a tiny chance to do so." Bai Ling fell into deep thought upon hearing this. Meanwhile, above the heaven-crushing glazed palace, The backlash of the heavenly Tao had already caused Chun Chun to become bloody and disheveled. Chun Chun fully released the power of his world, and he unleashed all of his power to resist the backlash of the heavenly Tao. However, the power of this backlash was unimaginably terrifying. In fact, it was several times more powerful than the sentient being's tribulation. Even though the ninth tribulation of the heavenly Tao was fully suppressing Chun Chun, and even though Chun Chun looked like he might collapse at any moment, the heavenly light goddess still didn't have any plans of sparing him or ignoring him. Instead, she suddenly unleashed a ray of grand primordium light at him. Struggling against the heavenly Tao tribulation as he was, Chun Chun was a ripe target for such a sneak attack. Trying to sneak attack my brother? In your dreams! Cyril roared in fury. He immediately turned around and dashed before Chun Chun at an incredible speed. At the same time, his 9 darkness divine sword had already slashed down at the ray of grand primordium light. His sword intent, heaven-crushing true intent, and tremendous true demon essential power all erupted at once, attempting to annihilate the ray of grand primordium light. His true demon essential power ferociously surged forth without reservations, reaching a level that caused many other God of Creation stage divine beings to gape on in shock. Cyril was doing this to elevate the might of his divine sword. As a top-notch God of Creation stage divine being, he could only rely on the power and amount of his true demon essential power to rival the might of the grand primordium light. Crack, following a crisp cracking sound that reverberated throughout heaven and earth, the 9 darkness divine sword, one of the sharpest and toughest swords in the entire world, was blasted into 2 by the ray of light. Cyril was also pushed back by the shockwaves of the collision. 2 exchanges. In just 2 exchanges, the heavenly light goddess easily destroyed Cyril's powerful divine sword. A hint of faint ridicule spread across the woman's face, and she said, "Without your weapon, how are you going to battle against me now? Are you going to use your body to block my grand primordium light?" Cyril wiped the blood from the corners of his mouth, and he said with a smile, "Without my weapon? I'm afraid that I have more weapons than you can imagine." Just as he finished speaking, numerous swords that were radiating with devastating auras started to materialize in the sky. It was as if each sword possessed its own unique sword Tao, allowing them to radiate with a powerful and brilliant divine light. In fact, some of the swords even started to summon projections of profound sword intents. After hearing the news from the White Nectar Sea, I feel like I'm extremely similar to Heavenly Disciple and Lin, Cyril said as he stood amid the countless formidable swords. His gaze was distant, and his voice was filled with emotion as he continued. "We're both ardent fans of using swords, and we both love to collect swords." He collected 1,000 immortal swords, and his actions astounded all beings in the world, allowing him to carve his name into the memory of the Taichu continent forever. I wonder, can my 100 divine swords also carve their name into history? Indeed, he was currently surrounded by 100 divine swords. These were 100 genuine divine swords. Rumble, the sword intent of these swords soared through the sky, and it was as if they were fighting over who was the mightiest and sharpest. One had to realize that divine swords also had their own pride. They all believed that they were the most powerful and deadly sword in the entire world. In fact, it was precisely because of this belief that they could perfectly fuse together with Cyril's heaven-crushing true intent. This tied them together, and it allowed them to unleash an unimaginable sword projection. With one sword in hand, Cyril had already been a top-notch God of Creation stage divine being. Now, however, he was going to wield 100 divine swords. One had to realize that each divine sword was an incredibly rare treasure. These were treasures that returned to void stage sword immortals didn't dare to think of, and treasures that Tao integration stage supermighty beings could only dream of. Even though everyone had already witnessed Lin's attack of 1,000 immortal swords, they were still dumbfounded when they saw the 100 divine swords materialize in the sky. Everyone who witnessed this sight widened their eyes in shock and disbelief, regardless of whether they were Tao body stage cultivators or God of Creation stage divine beings. Their gazes were intent as they stared at the battle on the screen or before them. This Cyril, What in the world is he trying to do? These are all divine swords? I don't know how to describe Cyril's wealth anymore. Are there truly so many divine swords in the world for him to collect? Impossible. I've lived for over 100,000 years. Yet I can't even recognize 10 of these 100 divine swords. How can there be so many divine swords for him to collect? Don't forget, Heavenly Disciple Cyril is the #1 tool refiner in the true demon tribe, so it's extremely likely that he secretly gathered materials to refine these divine swords. He's also extremely terrifying. He's not going to copy Enlin, right? He's not going to blow up these 100 divine swords in unison, right? Gasp! Hurry! Hurry up and give your master his life-saving pill. Hurry! Everyone couldn't help but recall the sight of Enlin committing that atrocious crime. Even though the immortal swords weren't theirs, that sight had still left an unhealable scar in their minds. Doing such a thing before everyone. How inhumane! Panic and alarm appeared in the eyes of many people as they gazed at Cyril. At this moment, the divine swords rang as a burst of sword intent soared into the sky. At the same time, countless bursts of sword intent that were powerful enough to sever all matter surged toward the heavenly light goddess. Just a single burst of sword intent was powerful enough to sever mountains and rivers and slash through heaven and earth. Now, however, there were tens of thousands of them rushing at the heavenly light goddess. These were bursts of sword intent that contained Cyril's formidable essential power. If it were any other god of creation stage divine being, they would have already been crushed into smithereens by this attack. However, this attack was unable to travel any closer than 100 feet from the heavenly light goddess before it was comprehensively purified into particles of light by a peculiar halo. The heavenly light goddess looked over, only to discover that Cyril had already transformed into a cosmic-level true demon who was covered in roaring demonic flames. His body of 10 million feet tall connected heaven and earth, and his sanguine red eyes were like 2 stars of death. At the same time, they also looked like 2 bottomless abysses. The 100 divine swords rapidly expanded in size, with each of them transforming into an indescribable colossal blade that measured 1 million feet in length. Essential power swarmed, and the might and sharpness of these blades were formidable. It was as if 100 god of creation stage divine beings were pointing their weapons at the heavenly light goddess. In times past, there was Enlin sacrificing 1,000 swords to rewrite the Tao of Sword. Today, I, Cyril, will wield these 100 divine swords to reach the pinnacle of the sword Tao. As he finished speaking, the 100 divine swords unleashed a boundless might as they viciously stabbed down. They stabbed down at the towering and mighty Cyril. Upon seeing the stunning appearance of the 100 formidable divine swords, the billions upon billions of beings all turned their gaze toward Cyril. Their hearts thumped wildly. Sure enough, Cyril had taken a completely different path from Enlin. However, the rousing nature of this sight was no weaker than that of when Enlin had blown up his 1,000 immortal swords. After all, Cyril had summoned 100 divine swords. Moreover, they were all stabbing down at him in unison, as they pierced into his flesh and unleashed their sword intent. His entire body became drenched in blood. One person had blown up all of his swords. The other person was using his swords to blow himself up. Could this be any more fucking dramatic? Even the heavenly light goddess faltered upon seeing this. However, it wasn't long before her expression became slightly serious. This was because she discovered that the divine swords were gradually fusing together with Cyril after piercing into his body. The essence and sword intent of these divine swords were all being absorbed by him. An overwhelming aura emanated from Cyril's body. Cyril was breathing heavily, and the colossal sea of true demon essential power within him was churning. Wisps of golden red sword intent lingered around his demonic body of 10 million feet tall. Each wisp of sword intent represented a pinnacle Tao realm of the sword Tao, and these were sword intents that even Tao integration stage cultivators could only gaze up at in reverence. Like strands of silk, these wisps of sword intent started to gather and fuse together. They started to transform, and after a while, all of them fused together to break through the pinnacle limit, reaching a new height. The might and sharpness of this sword had transcended the pinnacle level of this world. A golden red sword that measured 10 million feet in length materialized in heaven and earth. This was a sword that was transcendent above divine swords, and it was radiating with an aura that was powerful enough to crush the sky. This sword is called the Dazzling Demon Dao Sword, and it's produced from the culmination of my pursuit for the pinnacle of the sword Dao. I wonder if it can be considered as the #1 sword of the Tai Chu continent, Cyril said, with his voice booming through the entire world. He was brimming with demonic might as he held onto the colossal golden red sword. He was asking a question, yet such was his confidence and battle intent that it seemed as if he were making a statement. It was as if he were announcing his dazzling demon Dao sword to be the #1 sword in the Tai Chu continent. However, everyone understood that this sword was indeed worthy of being titled the #1 sword in the Tai Chu continent. After all, it was a transcendent sword that was formed from the combination of 100 divine swords and Cyril's profound comprehension of the sword Dao. Cyril held the sword with both hands, and as bursts of sword intent erupted into the surroundings, a myriad of harrowing demon projections materialized behind him. It was as if they were also raising their weapons in unison. I wonder if my sword can engulf and obliterate light. Sky-consuming sword. Cyril slashed down at the heavenly light goddess. The myriad of demon projections behind him also slashed down with their weapons. Innumerable bursts of origin energy surged forth at this moment, carrying with it the might of billions of different sword Dao. The dazzling demon Dao sword blotted out everything in heaven and earth. It dragged the entire world into a peculiar sword Dao domain, one in which possessed red earth and a golden sky, and was filled with countless demons who were wielding profoundly powerful swords. Not only did this strike blot out heaven and earth, but it even transformed heaven and earth. The heavenly light goddess stood in the void and gazed at the sky transforming into a colossal blade, carrying with it a might that would cause even God of Creation stage divine beings to feel despair. This colossal blade then furiously slashed down at her. This slash possessed a tremendously profound sword Dao that had never before appeared in the world. At the same time, it also gleamed with a sharpness that was unparalleled in history. It could easily cleave the heavenly Dao into two, and there was simply no chance of escape. Even the grand primordium light around the heavenly light goddess was breached by this soaring sword intent, with numerous small fissures appearing. Moreover, this was before the sword had even arrived. By the looks of it, the power of this strike can just barely rival the level of the grand primordium light. The heavenly light goddess murmured. She also started to move. However, she didn't point with a single finger anymore. Instead, she started to form seals with a single hand before making a pressing motion at the colossal sword that was descending from the sky. Heavenly God technique. Flowing light painting. The grand primordium light transformed into a scroll of painting that stretched for tens of thousands of miles, covering the entire heaven and earth. This was a painting of mountains and rivers, using a painting to parry a slash, and using a sword to strike a painting. Logically speaking, the result of this clash should have been a foregone conclusion. After all, how could a painting parry a slash? In reality, however, the dazzling demon Dao sword, the sword that was worthy of being titled the #1 sword in the Tai Chu continent, erupted with a groan of burden as its immeasurably sharp blade slashed into the painting. In fact, countless fractures instantly spread across the blade of the colossal sword. "It's not cutting through?" Cyril exclaimed. His gaze became intense as he felt the obstruction traveling over from his sword, and the true demon essential power around him instantly combusted like flames, funneling all of his power into the blade of the sword. The dazzling demon Dao sword then continued to slash down. He wouldn't retreat. He would only advance. Shatter! The dazzling demon Dao sword furiously slashed down, causing both the flowing light painting and the heavenly light goddess to sink. However, the painting was extremely tough, and it showed no signs of tearing into two even though it was being violently pushed back. Instead, it was simply pushed down toward the heavenly light goddess. The heavenly light goddess reached up with one hand and held the painting in place. The two paramount powers finally collided together. Boom! The grand primordium light exploded apart. At the same time, It was as if there were billions of demons wailing in anguish inside the dazzling demon Dao sword, and it was as if there were tens of thousands of Dao crumbling into ashes. Meanwhile, the demonic aura of the sword started to infiltrate the painting of mountains and rivers, flattening its terrains and massacring its residents. Unable to withstand this power, the scroll of painting finally tore into two. Although the dazzling demon Dao sword was riddled with cracks, it still pushed on with a boundless killing intent as it continued to slash down at the heavenly light goddess. For the very first time, the heavenly light goddess was suppressed by Cyril's immense power. She was violently pushed toward the ground by the colossal sword. The soaring colossal blade shredded the sky and severed the earth, transforming the surroundings into a domain of void and churning demonic aura. Boom! The earth below them exploded apart. A mushroom cloud of demonic aura that measured hundreds of thousands of feet in radius rose into the sky. The entire Sword Dao domain was obliterated by its own unstoppable attack. Cyril's act of suppressing the light excited the members of the heaven-crushing sect greatly. This was their number one heavenly disciple. This was the most powerful man in their heaven-crushing sect. Is this the combined might of 100 divine swords? What terrifying sword intent! It's simply unfathomable. Just what kind of level has heavenly disciple Cyril's Sword Dao reached? What great news! The heavenly light goddess is finally about to be defeated. Countless beings were wearing expressions of hope and anticipation as they conversed in excitement and elation. By shattering the heavenly light goddess' heavenly god technique, Cyril had proved that he possessed the power to rival her. In fact, some beings were even curious as to whether the heavenly light goddess would be killed by this formidable strike. If that eventuated, things would be absolutely perfect. However, it was a shame that the heavens didn't grant their wish. Rays of light tore through the churning and destructive demonic aura, revealing the slender figure of that woman once again. In fact, she appeared unscathed, and only her long and silky hair had become slightly disheveled. Cyril looked at the woman's right hand, where he discovered a pitch-black gash in her palm. A deadly demonic aura circulated within this gash, yearning to charge into her body and comprehensively annihilate her existence. It was with her right hand that the heavenly light goddess had blocked his earth-shattering sword strike. By the looks of it, she had indeed suffered a wound. However, this wound was quickly healed and purified by the grand primordium light. That despairing and pervasive grand primordium light. He had clearly unleashed his full power, yet the grand primordium light had still erased his results with such incredible ease. Anyone would feel despair upon seeing this. Cyril sighed in his mind. However, his grip on his dazzling demon Dao sword became even firmer and more resolute. The spectating beings all felt as if Cyril enjoyed a great advantage. However, only Cyril understood that he didn't have any fucking advantage at all. Instead, he was at a humongous disadvantage. Even so, Cyril was still brimming with energy. Who had he ever been afraid of? The more powerful his enemy was, the more powerful his battle intent would become. Cyril raised his dazzling demon Dao sword again. A vast and domineering demonic aura flowed across its blade, and it radiated with a tremendous intent to viciously obliterate heaven and earth. The heavenly light goddess looked up, and a slight smile tugged at the corners of her lips as she sensed that utterly petrifying aura. Heh! Your sword Dao is indeed the most powerful in the world. The heavenly light goddess' sudden praise took Cyril by surprise. However, it's only the most powerful in the world. Meanwhile, I represent the heavens. Thus, it's inevitable that you can only remain beneath me, the heavenly light goddess said apathetically. Cyril took a deep breath upon hearing this. The heavenly light goddess' words infuriated him greatly. Meanwhile, everyone else also faltered upon hearing this. The heavenly light goddess' words were full of pride and haughtiness. In fact, she had already reached the highest level in terms of taunting others. It was anyone's guess whether her combat capability could reach the same level. You seem defiant? So be it. The heavenly light goddess shook her head. She then placed a hand on her heart, from which a halo of light materialized. Her 5 slender fingers pressed into this halo of light, slowly retrieving a sword from within it. "Let me show you. This is a true, divine sword." Ring. A fluctuation of sword Dao instantly suffused through heaven and earth, and even Cyril's dazzling demon Dao sword couldn't help but falter in the presence of this fluctuation. Cyril's movements also faltered as he sensed the fluctuations of the sword Dao. It was as if a vast and majestic world had suddenly appeared before him, and it was as if this world were about to crash down on him at any moment. Everyone widened their eyes in shock. Some were baffled while others were horrified. Just what kind of sword was this? It was as if this sword were the embodiment of beauty and perfection. Yet at the same time, it was as if it were also the embodiment of evil and terror. The blade of this sword was transparent, yet upon closer inspection, one could discern from within it all matter of heaven and earth. Upon even closer inspection, one might even be able to witness the scenes of destruction and despair that accompanied the destruction of the world. "What in the world is this?" Cyril murmured. He was fully alert at this moment. He felt great danger from that sword, and this was a sense of danger that enveloped his entire body. "This sword is called the damaged sword of the heavenly Tao," the heavenly light goddess said calmly. Cyril shuddered upon hearing this. This was the damaged sword of the heavenly Tao, the secret weapon of the heavenly light goddess that Enlin had once told him about. This was the sword that Enlin had faced in the ancient Taichu realm? Just what kind of monster had Enlin battled against? A supreme sword intent started to suffuse into the surroundings, filling the void and heaven and earth with a litany of incredibly smooth gashes. In fact, this sword was so powerful that it even suppressed the might of the dazzling demon Dao sword. At this moment, however, the two swords could still be viewed as somewhat evenly matched. This was until the heavenly light goddess pure and flawless grand primordium light fused into the damaged sword of the heavenly Tao, like a flicker of hope amid a torrent of destruction, and like a seed of life injected into a wilting plant. The damaged sword of the heavenly Tao transformed into a sword that was seemingly no longer damaged. Boom! A crushing sword intent soared into the sky. The sword intent of Cyril's dazzling demon Dao sword was completely suppressed by the sword intent of the heavenly light goddess sword. Regardless of where one was in the Taichu continent, they could feel this profound sword intent as long as they were in the Taichu continent. As they looked toward the direction of the Purple Star ruins, they could even see a magnificent sword that linked heaven and earth. This was a sword formed by the heavenly Tao. The sword itself was a paramount heavenly Tao. Moreover, this was the heavenly Tao of the ancient Taichu realm, the predecessor of the Taichu continent. Cyril's mind instantly went numb with apprehension. Chan was crushing the heavenly Tao of the Taichu continent, yet he, Cyril, had to battle against the heavenly Tao of the ancient Taichu realm. Most importantly, the heavenly Tao of the Taichu continent was already weakened and in tatters. Meanwhile, the heavenly Tao of the Taichu continent was unharmed. In fact, it had summoned all of its power to transform into a furious warrior. Moreover, standing behind it was a supreme heavenly goddess of the Taichu continent. In other words, Cyril's enemy was both the ancient Taichu realm and the Taichu continent. He had to battle against the combination of their power. The heavenly light goddess raised the damaged sword of the heavenly Tao. After fusing together with the grand primordium light, this sword had now become a matter that was filled with contradictions. It was both flawless and flawed, and it possessed the characteristics of both destruction and rebirth. At the same time, it was also filled with the conflicting auras of despair and hope. This caused the sword to become even more powerful and devastating. You claimed that your sword could blot out the heavens. So, can it blot out my sword? The heavenly light goddess swung her sword at Cyril, causing heaven and earth to instantly change color. Cyril's essential power erupted, causing demonic flames to soar tens of thousands of kilometers into the sky. His essential power furiously funneled into his sword without any reservations, and his arms expanded until they looked like thick and unmovable mountains. He then also swung his sword at the heavenly light goddess. Not only was he combusting his blood essence at this moment, but he was even combusting his own essential power and his own Tao. This was all to increase the power of his sword strike. True demon sacrifice, sword of the heavenly Tao. The might of Cyril's dazzling demon Tao sword once again reached a pinnacle among pinnacles. In the sky above the Taichu continent, there was more than just the damaged sword of the heavenly Tao. There was also a supremely powerful demonic sword. The damaged sword of the heavenly Tao and the dazzling demon Tao sword could be regarded as the two most powerful swords in the history of the Taichu continent. At this moment, the two swords collided together. This was an interesting scenario. Cyril's sword of the heavenly Tao was specifically designed to crush the heavenly Tao. Meanwhile, the heavenly light goddess sword represented none other than the heavenly Tao. At this moment, it was as if a clash of fate were playing out. This was the decisive battle between the heavenly Tao and the heaven-crushing sect. The heavenly Tao was unleashing a vast and boundless sword intent as it slashed down, and a true demon was roaring in defiance as he swung his sword to crush the heavens. It was as if everything froze at this instant. The members of the 4-9 Immortal sect were watching on, Nuwa and the heavenly lord of Tao and virtue were watching on, the dying heavenly life goddess was watching on, and Lin was watching on, and billions upon billions of other beings were also watching on. Like deafening thunder, the roar of heaven's fury and the roar of a true demon's defiance also boomed through the vast lands of the Taichu continent at this moment. The grand primordium light flashed through the east, glowing even brighter than the sun. Meanwhile, a torrent of demonic aura engulfed heaven and earth as it slammed into the Taichu continent. Two bursts of energies furiously intertwined and collided. Everyone held their breath. The result of this battle would, to a great degree, affect their fate. After great difficulty, the battling Buddha finally arrived in the realm of the Purple Star ruins. He could see the stunning battle in the distance, yet before he could even do anything, he was sent flying by the shockwaves from the battle. The battling Buddha crashed into the earth, and he forcefully channeled his divine Tao to block the remnant shockwaves. Only by doing so could he manage to stabilize himself and stand up. He carefully observed the devastating collisions in the distance. To say nothing of space, even the nomological laws of heaven and earth were obliterated into nothingness. Just what kind of transcendent battle is this? The battling Buddha's soaring battle intent was instantly distinguished. He knew that he was fairly powerful. However, if he were placed in the center of those collisions, just the shockwaves alone would blast him into smithereens. The heavenly light goddess wouldn't need to target him at all. Who's going to win? The battling Buddha murmured as he gazed at the battle with an anxious expression. The clash between energies started to reach a climax. Cracks started to spread across the sword of the heavenly Tao in the sky, with Cyril's paramount heaven-crushing power tearing a gaping hole into it. However, the boundless and pervasive grand primordium light dissolved Cyril's sword of the heavenly Tao at an even quicker speed. Although Cyril's true demon essential power was vast in amount, it was, in the end, finite. However, the grand primordium light was infinite. Thus, it wasn't long before grand primordium light brutally engulfed most of Cyril's true demon essential power. In the end, the entire heaven and earth transformed into a sea of grand primordium light. In the eastern region of the Taichu continent, both the domineering true demon essential power and the paramount sword intent were engulfed by that boundless sea of grand primordium light. Everyone's heart sank upon seeing this. They all knew what this represented. It was extremely likely that Cyril had already been killed. There was shock and disbelief on Michael's face, and he stammered, He's the most powerful man in the heaven-crushing sect. Is he truly going to be defeated? A woman in white robes was currently striding through the sky, and as she gazed at the nearby explosion, a peculiar barrier of dimensions materialized around her and blocked all of the powerful shockwaves. Two dragons were also coiled up inside this barrier of dimensions. On the head of a young woman in black robes, there was a small red head that was rapidly swaying about. Cyril has lost, the woman in white said in a solemn and slightly disappointed voice. She was none other than the pavilion lord of the 4-9 Immortal sect's Purple Star Pavilion. Didn't you say that he was the most powerful god of creation stage divine being in the entire Taichu continent? Even he has lost. So who else can block the advance of the heavenly light goddess? Xiao Zhe asked in a trembling voice. He couldn't help but shiver as he gazed at the terrifyingly powerful sea of light before them. Bai Ling glanced at Xiao Zhe and said with a faint smile, "Have you forgotten about your master? He still hasn't appeared yet you've already become afraid." "Exactly. My master is invincible," Yiling, the young woman in black, said with a resolute expression. She was the staunchest supporter of Enlin. Xiao Zhe lowered his head in shame upon hearing this. "Sorry, I actually dared to question Master's strength. I'm such a failure of a disciple. Has Master not performed enough miracles? I'm confident that he can definitely perform another miracle," Xiao Tu said with brimming confidence. He had been tricked into becoming Enlin's disciple, yet this was now his source of pride. Xiao Zhe looked up at the sky and sighed with emotion. By the looks of it, he had the weakest belief and will among Enlin's 3 disciples. He actually dared to doubt Enlin's abilities. He truly didn't deserve to be Enlin's disciple. Master's power will definitely advance in leaps and bounds after he absorbs the Tao power of the 3 supreme heavenly gods. At that time, what does it matter how powerful the heavenly light goddess is? She'll still be captured without a doubt, Yiling said. She continued to observe the battles in the White Nectar Sea as she hurried toward the base of the heaven-crushing sect. At this moment, Enlin had already stabbed the evil-slaying sword into the heavenly life goddess chest. The ultimate Tao rapidly tore apart and consumed the heavenly life goddess supreme Tao power. Perhaps it was because he had seen Cyril's struggle, Enlin started to absorb her Tao power at an even quicker speed. It was as if he wanted to speed things up with no regard for anything else. The heavenly life goddess' heavenly Tao power crumbled, and her aura started to rapidly deteriorate. Blood seeped from the corners of her mouth, and her chest was already consumed by darkness. However, her tangerine-colored eyes were still especially bright and radiant. This caused her to appear extremely pitiful in her beauty. Of course, Enlin was no merciful person. In order to avoid being tricked by her, he even placed Tina on his shoulder so that she could act as his guard. Su Xiaolin, Shangguan Yi, and the other god of creation stage divine beings used their absolute powers to subdue the 2 other supreme heavenly gods. "Heh! Enlin, give up," the heavenly life goddess said in a mocking voice. "Even if you kill me, you'll still be no match for the heavenly light goddess. Do you really think you can turn the tables with your measly increase in strength? You can't win. Just look at yourself. How many heavenly gods have you already absorbed Tao power from? Even so, have you become any more powerful? Your power is still stagnant at the same level, so how will you oppose the higher level grand primordium light? Even though you've performed many miracles, it will still count for naught if you lose the final battle. That will signify a comprehensive defeat. You're so pitiful. You've already tried so hard, yet you still can't escape the fate of defeat." The heavenly life goddess continued to verbally attack Enlin. However, Enlin simply replied with a smile. His face was slightly red, and he said with gratitude, "Gasp! Your Tao power is so abundant. I feel so good. I feel like my power is recovering, and I feel like I'm becoming stronger. Heavenly life goddess, thank you so much." The heavenly life goddess faltered upon hearing this. She then sneered and said, "So what if you've recovered? So what if your Tao power has become more powerful? You still can't defeat the heavenly light goddess." An expression of comfort spread across Enlin's face, and he said, "I feel so good." The heavenly life goddess gritted her teeth, and she spat. "This is your last chance to feel happiness. When the final battle arrives, that will mark the beginning of your pain and despair." Enlin's eyes were filled with gratitude as he looked at the heavenly life goddess, and he said, "I feel so good. Enlin, apart from this, what else can you say?" The heavenly life goddess roared in rage. Her eyes were red, and she continued, "Good, good, good. I know you feel good. And now, I'm going to kill you." She wanted to move, yet she was forcefully pinned down by the ultimate Tao unleashed by the evil-slaying sword. Meanwhile, Enlin continued to furiously absorb her Tao power, and he continued to feel good as he became stronger. "I feel so good," Enlin remarked. The heavenly life goddess was filled with despair, and tears involuntarily trickled down her cheeks. Humiliation. This kind of defeat was far too humiliating. However, Enlin did indeed feel very good. He was also indeed very grateful toward the heavenly life goddess. It was thanks to the heavenly life goddess that he had almost recovered to his peak condition. Moreover, his Tao power was growing at a rapid rate. Waves of vast and profound darkness churned inside him, and they gradually grew from the size of a small lake into the size of a large one. In fact, it was as if they wanted to evolve into a roaring sea. The Tao power of supreme heavenly gods was completely different from the Tao power of ordinary heavenly gods. Thus, Enlin was also growing at a rate much quicker than before. It was also at this moment that he felt the barrier to the next cultivation level loosening. Perhaps. Enlin's eyes gradually lit up. He continued to greedily absorb the heavenly life goddess Tao power. Finally, when the expanse of darkness reached some limit, Enlin furiously absorbed the heavenly life goddess Tao power, causing her divine halo to erupt with a boom and transform into countless mesmerizing particles of light. At the same time, there was a loud crack as he burst through some barrier and charged into the next level. His aura started to rise explosively. "I feel such vexation, such intense vexation," the heavenly life goddess murmured as she felt her life force rapidly draining away. She bit her lips so hard that blood started to seep from them. Her beautiful face was filled with grief and indignance, and she couldn't help but feel even more aggrieved when she looked at Enlin's smug and extremely euphoric expression. "Heavenly life goddess, thank you. It was thanks to you that I was finally able to advance. I don't know if I can defeat the heavenly light goddess, but I seriously feel very good at this moment." Enlin's face was filled with gratitude. Heavenly life goddess. The heavenly life goddess shuddered, and tears trickled down her cheeks once again. She knew that no matter what she said, her words would be nothing but empty words of fury. They would be completely useless. The more she said, and the more furious she appeared, perhaps the more delighted the freakish Enlin would become. A web of cracks started to spread across her flawless body. In her final moments, her feelings of grief and indignance gradually disappeared. Instead, she felt a sense of serenity and relief as she faced the arrival of death. "Enlin, in the end, I still lost to you," the heavenly life goddess said softly as she closed her eyes. "Don't become my enemy in your next life," Enlin said with a chuckle. The heavenly life goddess grimaced, and she was just about to say something else. Boom! There was a deafening explosion. The heavenly life goddess exploded into countless beautiful flowers that rained down on the land. As these flowers landed on the destroyed land and fused into it, the supreme life force that they contained instantly caused the land to be filled with vitality again. In an instant, an area of hundreds of thousands of kilometers in radius transformed into a land of fresh flowers and lush grass. The fragrance of flowers drifted millions of kilometers into the distance, and the fluttering dance of immortal butterflies was both beautiful and mesmerizing. It was as if they were standing in an immortal realm. And Lin wore a slightly complicated expression as he slowly placed his evil-slaying sword on the ground. The heavenly life goddess had finally been killed. Heavenly life goddess. The heavenly heaven god murmured as he gazed at her crumbling divine body. His expression was one of grief and understanding. In the end, they were ultimately unable to escape the fate of death. "It's over. It's all over." The heavenly sea god continued to shake his head and mutter. His face was clearly devoid of features, yet it was as if a feeling of remorse and resentment were about to drip from it. However, Enlin didn't have the time or effort to pay attention to this. A pure and paramount darkness was currently spreading across the sky. The ruler of darkness was currently awakening and becoming stronger. A pure and monstrous darkness spread outward with no limits, engulfing everything in its path. This was an origin and eternal darkness so dangerous that even God of Creation stage divine beings couldn't help but feel numb with apprehension. They knew that Enlin was advancing, but they hadn't expected his darkness to be so profoundly powerful. Just by glancing at that darkness, it's as if my entire body and mind are about to be dragged into it. Just what kind of power is this? The three-headed spirit remarked. He was extremely proud of his divine sense power, yet before the emanating darkness in the sky, he actually felt a sense of indescribable panic. It was as if his divine sense might be engulfed by the darkness at any moment. He can succeed. He can definitely succeed this time. He's already become so powerful after absorbing the Tao power of a single supreme heavenly god. So after absorbing the Tao power of two more, he can definitely rival the heavenly light goddess. Patriarch Zhu Yin exclaimed in excitement. He had already joined the battle, which meant that he had already chosen his side. Thus, he naturally had to suffer the consequences if they were defeated. When the heavenly light goddess displayed her unparalleled might, he was absolutely terrified and filled with regret. Why in the world had he chosen to oppose the heavenly gods? Wasn't he seeking death? After witnessing Enlin's power, however, a flicker of hope returned to his mind again. Enlin had officially advanced to the Tao integration stage, and the phenomenon of heaven and earth was still ongoing. The spread of darkness was like an ominous message warning everyone who the true ruler of darkness in this world was. Phew! Enlin exhaled a long breath as he observed his clearly increased power, as well as his increasingly terrifying heavenly darkness power. A delighted smile spread across his face. Right now, he was more than twice as powerful as his previous peak state. He had already finished absorbing the heavenly life power of the heavenly life goddess. This was the first time that he had absorbed the Tao power of a supreme heavenly god. After fusing the heavenly life power together with his heavenly darkness power, not only did it allow his darkness to become more powerful, but it even allowed his darkness to undergo some peculiar changes. The most obvious of these was his dramatic increase in Tao power. At this moment, he possessed several times more Tao power than the heavenly life goddess had at her peak. This path is indeed correct, and Lin murmured to himself. He had come up with this plan upon realizing that he couldn't obstruct the heavenly light goddess transformation. Since he couldn't stop his enemy from becoming stronger, then why not also become stronger himself? While the heavenly light goddess was undergoing her transformation, he would seize this opportunity to absorb the Tao power of the three other supreme heavenly gods. By doing so, he wouldn't need to be afraid of the transformed heavenly light goddess. However, reality was always different from one's expectations, and it was inevitable that there were some slight changes to the situation. The heavenly light goddess had completed her transformation earlier than expected, and if it weren't for the heaven-crushing sect entering the final stages of crushing the heavens and attracting her attention, perhaps Enlin would have already been defeated now. Sometimes, fate worked in strange and wondrous ways. Although things had deviated from his initial plans, Enlin was still ultimately one step closer to his final goal. As he pondered over this, Enlin turned his gaze toward the heavenly sea god and the heavenly heaven god. The evil-slaying sword in his hand glowed with a pitch-black light. There were still two supreme heavenly gods remaining. The heavenly sea god's heart shuddered, and a delighted smile suddenly spread across his face. He roared with laughter, and he said, "Ha ha ha, brother Enlin, we truly gave them a brilliant performance. Now, the heavenly life goddess and the heavenly heaven god are already unable to cause any more trouble. It's also time for me to reveal my identity, right?" And Lin's footsteps faltered. The surrounding powerful beings also faltered upon hearing this. There was astonishment on their faces. Brother Enlin? Reveal his identity. A bold speculation suddenly appeared in everyone's mind. Could it be the heavenly sea god is actually sect leader Enlin's ally? The heavenly sea god laughed heartily upon seeing everyone's shocked expression, and he said, "Perhaps you people don't know how the heavenly earth god died. He was tricked and killed by Enlin and me. Moreover, do you people know how Enlin discovered the 1 billion heavenly human eggs? It was me who revealed the information to him. It was because of my information that so many coincidences occurred at once and triggered that incredible battle. Did you people really believe that was a coincidence? No. Most coincidences are planned events. There aren't so many coincidences in this world," the heavenly sea god said with vigor. Even the heavenly heaven god was astounded upon hearing this. His eyes widened in shock and disbelief as he looked at the heavenly sea god. And he said, "Heavenly sea god, you didn't tell me about the 1 billion heavenly human eggs. You're telling me that all of this was planned by you and Enlin?" "That's right. I'm revealing everything," the heavenly sea god said. "Did you think that I betrayed the heavenly light goddess and the heavenly earth god to become allies with you and the heavenly life goddess? No. My true ally is actually—" The blue water person pointed at the man in white, and he continued with a proud expression, "Brother Enlin." Everyone fell silent. The heavenly heaven god was still slightly confused, and he said, "No, that can't be right. During the battle in the White Nectar Sea, you clearly expressed a strong desire to kill Enlin." The heavenly sea god humphed coldly and said, "Who forced you to activate your true form of Tao?" The heavenly heaven god couldn't help but shudder upon recalling this. "Moreover, I only targeted Brother Enlin because I had no other choice. Only by acting in such a manner could I gain the trust of you guys. In addition, I also believed in Brother Enlin's ability to protect himself. Since he dared to enter the White Nectar Sea, he definitely possessed enough trump cards to keep himself safe. Have the recent events not proved me right?" The heavenly sea god continued. As he said this, he cast a gratified and praising glance at Tina. Enlin was stunned upon hearing this. The heavenly sea god was actually justifying his own actions in such a manner? Meanwhile, the heavenly heaven god was utterly shocked by what he heard. He clutched at his chest, and he even struggled to breathe properly. As it turned out, both he and the heavenly life goddess had been tricked by Enlin and the heavenly sea god. The heavenly sea god had disguised himself so incredibly well. "Heavenly sea god, you traitor. You fucking traitor. You're the shame of the heavenly Tao." The heavenly heaven god roared as he jabbed his finger at the heavenly sea god's face. However, the heavenly sea god became even more delighted upon seeing the heavenly heaven god's fury. He turned his gaze to Enlin, and he said, "Brother Enlin, I've already completed my task, so you don't mind me revealing this information now, do you?" Enlin walked over to the heavenly sea god, and he patted the shoulder of the water person before saying with a smile, "Of course I don't mind. Brother C has revealed this information at just the right time. I've got to thank Brother C for everything he's done for me." The heavenly sea god smiled upon hearing this, and he said, "We're all doing this for our own aspirations and goals. I'm happy that Brother Enlin can understand my pains. Now I'll also do my best to help Brother Enlin. I'll definitely help you obtain the final victory." A black blade suddenly pierced through the heavenly sea god's heart. Petrifying patterns of darkness spread across the heavenly sea god's body. "I urgently need power right now, so why doesn't Brother C help me this one last time? You can help me become more powerful. Thank you for your help, Brother C." And Lin's voice was calm as he ran his evil-slaying sword through the heavenly sea god's chest. And Lin's sudden attack caused the shocked spectators to become even more astounded. What in the world was happening? Arg? Blood seeped from the corners of the heavenly sea god's mouth, and there was puzzlement in his eyes as he gazed at Enlin. "Why? What in the heavens are you doing? Brother, don't treat everyone as a fool," Enlin said with an exasperated shake of his head. However, an approving expression appeared on his face, and he said, "However, of all the supreme heavenly gods, I've got to say that I admire you the most. Your strength is only SOSO, but your ambition is truly bold. Moreover, you truly did manage to trick several of the supreme heavenly gods, and you even managed to affect the strength of the different camps to a great degree. Your schemes and your courage are truly commendable. Even in defeat, and even in such a situation of despair, you still didn't give up hope. Instead, you chose to reveal some of your schemes in an attempt to win over me and those beside me. If I didn't understand you so well, perhaps I might have even been convinced by you. I've got to say, your schemes and your attitude are truly impressive." And Lin raised his thumb at the heavenly sea god. At the same time, his evil-slaying sword mercilessly annihilated and absorbed the heavenly sea god's heavenly sea power. The heavenly sea god continued to shake his head, and he said, "No, Enlin, Have you forgotten our agreement? Don't you want to extract your heavenly darkness power? That's a ticking time bomb. Upon hearing this, Su Xiaolan's expression changed slightly. That's not for you to worry about, Lin said in a calm voice. Only I can help you. Our relationship is one of mutual benefit. Once I become the true heaven, your aim can then be realized. Only I can help you, the heavenly sea god shouted as he felt his Tao power rapidly draining away. The spectators were once again astounded. As it turned out, the heavenly sea god actually wanted to become the heavens. This was a lofty and terrifying goal. He was a decisive traitor, and he possessed a wild aspiration. If the heavenly sea god truly succeeded, this was a harrowing thought. The heavenly heaven god was the most astounded of them all. He finally understood everything, and he finally understood why the heavenly sea god had cooperated with Lin. As it turned out, it was because of his lofty aspiration. Even if their alliance had already crumbled, it was certain that they had definitely worked together before. The heavenly heaven god prided himself on divination and prediction, yet he hadn't imagined that he would actually be screwed over so badly. Of course, the heavenly earth god and the heavenly life goddess had been screwed over even more than him. Even until death, they still hadn't fully understood the reasons behind everything. At the very least, he could die with this knowledge in mind. The heavenly sea god's words didn't move Lin. And Lin's evil-slaying sword unleashed the ultimate Tao, comprehensively annihilating the heavenly sea god's divine halo and engulfing his Tao power. His body also started to crumble. No, no! The heavenly sea god roared in grief and vexation. He continued to shake his head, and he shouted, Lin, I beg you, please don't kill me. There are still many things that I haven't done yet, and there are still many plans that I haven't realized yet. I don't want to die. However, Lin remained unmoving regardless of what the heavenly sea god said. Farewell, Brother Sea. A brilliant black glow erupted from the evil-slaying sword, instantly engulfing the heavenly sea god's body. A vast and unimaginable heavenly sea power rushed into Lin's body, causing his heavenly darkness power to soar and churn. It was as if this power were about to engulf and destroy the world. Lu Jin, He Shi, and the other god of creation stage divine beings could already feel a terrifying pressure. They felt a strong urge to retreat from this area. This was a fundamental instinct in response to a fundamental fear, as well as a fundamental urge to submit. As for the remaining spectators, they were all extremely excited at the same time that they were fearful. Their fear was instinctive, yet their delight and excitement were conscious. They were resolute in their belief that Lin stood on their side. Thus, they were absolutely ecstatic now that Lin had become more powerful. Their eyes were filled with hope and fervor. Battle God Lin is actually growing even stronger. Didn't he just advance to the Tao integration final stage? Doesn't he need to stabilize his cultivation base? He can continue to grow stronger just like that. Can ordinary cultivators absorb the Tao powers of supreme heavenly gods? Don't judge the Tai Chu continent's #1 battle god as if he's an ordinary cultivator. Even Cyril has been defeated, so he's the final hope of the human tribe and the heaven-crushing united army. He definitely has to win. Some were gasping in admiration, while some were clasping their hands in prayers. Meanwhile, Lin had already comprehensively absorbed the heavenly sea god's Tao power. The once powerful and scheming heavenly sea god had finally been killed, once and for all. Lin, who had now become even more powerful, turned his gaze toward the heavenly heaven god. The heavenly heaven god shuddered upon seeing his gaze. He discovered that he could no longer see through Lin's power. Right now, Lin's heavenly darkness power was seemingly a completely different matter from his heavenly heaven power. Sigh! The heavenly heaven god breathed a light sigh. The expression of the white-haired and dignified-looking old man gradually became calm. He didn't curse in rage, and he didn't beg for his life. He simply looked at Lin, ready to calmly accept his fate. Lin naturally wouldn't utter any nonsense. He directly stabbed the evil-slaying sword into the heavenly heaven god's body, unleashing the ultimate Tao as he did so. A tremendous heavenly heaven power fused together with his heavenly darkness power, allowing it to continually grow stronger at a rate that was visible to the naked eye. At some unknown time, darkness had already permeated throughout the entire White Nectar Sea, as well as the surrounding sky. However, it still continued to spread at a furious speed. Beneath the sky, it was clearly meant to be daytime in the Taichu continent. However, the billions upon billions of beings couldn't see any light. It was as if they were standing in a realm of boundless darkness. Meanwhile, Enlin's cultivation base continued to rapidly advance, and it was unknown what level he would ultimately advance to. The power of darkness was extremely terrifying, and it possessed an ability to engulf all matter and end all Tao realms. However, while feeling terrified, the residents of the Taichu continent also felt a sense of ease and comfort. This was because they knew that Enlin was the owner of this power. Enlin's cultivation base gradually reached the Tao integration pinnacle stage. As his heavenly darkness power became more powerful, it also underwent some kind of indistinct transformation. This transformation was indescribable, and it was as if something had changed. As everyone gazed at this darkness, it was as if they were looking at some eternal existence. It was as if they could see the pinnacle of Tao. In fact, some form of comprehension suddenly surfaced in their minds. Darkness was indestructible. Darkness had always been like so, and Enlin had simply removed its cover to reveal its true nature. At this moment, Enlin was still continuing to grow stronger. Enlin's cultivation base is still advancing, and his Tao power is still growing more powerful. Is there no limit to his power? He's clearly so powerful already, Lu Jin exclaimed. His eyes were wide with astonishment. He's not going to advance to the God of Creation stage and create a world in a single breath, right? He Shi murmured. Ha. He was already powerful enough to pummel 3 supreme heavenly gods at the Tao integration stage, so just how insanely powerful will he become if he advances to the God of Creation stage? He might even be able to pummel the heavenly light goddess? The 3-headed spirit asked with a delighted chuckle. His 6 eyes darted about in excitement, and it was clear that he was filled with eager anticipation. However, the distant Tao Lord Luya shook his head with a chuckle. He stroked the smooth and jade-like antler of his deer as he softly said to himself, "What a shame! There's no need for Enlin to advance to the God of Creation stage and create a world. He's already the paramount heaven." Enlin familiarized himself with his soaring power. He could feel that darkness had already become an inseparable part of him. Moreover, this darkness was no longer the same darkness as before. Right now, his darkness had already undergone some kind of transformation, becoming genuinely eternal and indestructible darkness that could terminate all matter. The first emperor, a culmination of 3 supreme heavenly gods' power, was able to suppress and dissolve Enlin's heavenly darkness power. By doing so, the first emperor managed to seriously suppress him. If Enlin came across the first emperor again, however, he was confident that he could use his heavenly darkness power to engulf him in a flash. "Enlin," a gentle and cordial voice said. Enlin turned around, only to see Tao Lord Luya approaching on his 9-colored deer. He squinted his eyes and said with a smile, "Luya." At this moment, the 9-colored deer felt as if the darkness churning behind Enlin had transformed into the shape of an evil spirit. Moreover, this was an evil spirit that could engulf all matter at any moment. Even as an ethereal being, the 9-colored deer still couldn't help but tremble in fear. Its movements started to become rigid and unnatural. Tao Lord Luya wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, and an amiable smile quickly spread across his face. He furiously tried to mend his relationship with Enlin, saying, "Mr. Enlin, I've been waiting for this moment for an extremely long time. Listen to my explanation." "You definitely have to listen to my explanation. With our amazing relationship, there's no need to be so tense and anxious," Enlin said with a chuckle. Tao Lord Luya straightened his floral robes, and he couldn't help but mumble in his mind, "Our amazing relationship? It's fine as long as we're not brothers." He had witnessed the entire process of Enlin sticking his sword into Brother C. it was best not to provoke Enlin. This was especially the case now since Enlin was even more powerful than him. If he truly infuriated Enlin, he definitely wouldn't be able to flee from the combined power of him and his wife, Su Xiaolin. In the blink of an eye, that adorable and naive young man has already grown to become this powerful. Tao Lord Luya released a colorful barrier to cut the two of them off from the outside world. It was clear that the following conversation couldn't be heard by too many people. And Lin didn't mind this. Tao Lord Luya pondered for a moment before saying, "Let's talk about the first thing." In reality, our first encounter wasn't a coincidence. And Lin blinked upon hearing this, and he recalled the kind and benevolent smile of that old man. Right now, he found this smile to be incredibly contemptible and vulgar. He nodded and said, "I indeed realized this. In reality, I visited you to give you the God of War system." Tao Lord Luya continued, "What in the world is this God of War system? I remember that a prerequisite to obtaining this system was to possess a Tian Ming Dao physique. I possess such a physique, but you and the Night Monarch also possess such a physique. That being the case, why did you give the system to me? Also, who created this system?" And Lin asked. These questions had nagged at him for an extremely long time. The creator of the God of War system is actually... Tao Lord Luya glanced at Enlin before saying in a meaningful voice, "The Heavenly Darkness God." Enlin faltered upon hearing this, and it was as if he had been struck by lightning. The Heavenly Darkness God created this process so that his reincarnated self could successfully awaken the power of darkness. In order to help you better understand things, he named this process as a system. Tao Lord Luya continued. And Lin was completely shell-shocked. The Heavenly Darkness God created this? I screwed myself over? No, that can't be. Why would I make something so fucked up to screw myself over? And Lin's eyes widened in shock and disbelief. Tao Lord Luya wore a thoughtful expression, and he said, "Perhaps those missions appeared brutal, yet they actually pushed you to continually awaken your power. So I had to ingest the secretion of the mountain soul essence? So I had to gain favorable opinions from several thousand celestial maidens? So I had to kiss a zombie king? So I had to kiss a sun?" And Lin shouted, "Air." Tao Lord Luya wiped the sweat from his forehead as he said, "Perhaps the previous Heavenly Darkness God thought that you would be too bored, so he created some missions to spice up your cultivation life." Boom! The darkness behind Enlin exploded, giving Tao Lord Luya a fright. And Lin forced himself to calm down, and he said, "But the system possessed many things that even supreme heavenly gods don't possess. For example, that profound sword Tao, the body of the war god, the 5-elemental body, the dark immortal transformation, and so on. These are all extremely unique divine bodies and mystic techniques." Tao Lord Luya wore a mysterious smile, and he asked, "Do you find those spell techniques to be incredibly powerful? Then do you know just how powerful the Heavenly Darkness God who destroyed the Purple Star Civilization was? You have to realize that the Purple Star Civilization was the #1 force of the Taichu continent at that time. Even so, they were obliterated in the blink of an eye. Meanwhile, the God of Creation stage divine beings who were on friendly terms with them didn't dare to make a peep. If they dared to interfere, they would have also been reduced to nothing but ashes." Tao Lord Luya pointed to the east before continuing. "The Heavenly Darkness God of then was far more terrifying than the Heavenly Light Goddess of now." And Lin was shocked upon hearing this. Was he actually this freakish? However, he was still slightly puzzled, and he asked, "But we're all supreme heavenly gods, so why is the gulf between our power so great?" Tao Lord Luya pointed at the beautiful blue-tailed mermaid and said, "You'll know just by looking at Lan Xiaoni. As ordinary heavenly gods, why is the gulf between her and others so great?" An expression of thought appeared on Enlin's face, and he replied, "Suppression from the heavenly Tao?" Indeed, at that time, the heavenly Tao was facing the danger of destruction. Thus, it removed all restrictions and suppressions on the Heavenly Darkness God. The Heavenly Darkness God was, therefore, able to wield his unrestricted and unsuppressed power, his most complete supreme heavenly God power. How can spell techniques created under such a circumstance be ordinary? Dao Lord Luya offered an answer to Enlin's confusion. He then continued, afterward, he created the god of war system and came over to seek me. This was in order to pave a path for his reincarnated self. Of course, his ultimate aim was to decide the future fate of the heavenly Tao. Moreover, the breach in the heavenly Tao couldn't have been fixed in the short term, so he decided to reincarnate. In that case, after reincarnating and awakening the complete heavenly darkness power, what should I do? Enlin asked. Dao Lord Luya shot a long and meaningful glance at Enlin before replying, "You decided on this fate, so shouldn't you make this choice yourself?" Enlin was overcome with despair. How would I know what I was thinking back then? Dao Lord Luya spread his hands and said, "I'm nothing but a messenger. I can't help you with this." He pondered for a moment before adding, "Oh, that's right. Regarding Xiao Hong and Yi Ling, your encounters with both of them were deliberately organized by me. After all, they are rare cases of beings who are favored by the heavenly Tao. In other words, they both have great potential to mend the heavens or become the heavenly Tao. However, it's a shame that the great calamity befell earlier than expected. There's nothing I can do about this." And Lin's eyes widened in astonishment. "I could already guess that the old grandpa mentioned by Yi Ling was you. But Xiao Hong. Oh, when you teleported into the Hua realm, it was me who caused that guard to sneeze. Otherwise, how could you have teleported into the wrong place and fallen on top of a delicate small flower?" Dao Lord Luya answered with a chuckle. And Lin drew in a sharp breath. He truly hadn't expected this. And Lin's emotions fluctuated greatly. As it turned out, the immortal destiny of both Xiao Hong and Yi Ling had been decided by Dao Lord Luya. No wonder they both possessed such heaven-defying talent. And no wonder their cultivation speed was so freakish. To have encountered them so coincidentally. Sure enough, there was more to it than met the eye. However, Enlin didn't mind Dao Lord Luya's interference. After all, he already viewed Xiao Hong and Yi Ling as part of his own family. As for the burdensome task of mending the heavens or crushing the heavens, he naturally wouldn't offload this burden to Xiao Hong or Yi Ling. After all, they didn't deserve to carry such a burden, to sacrifice his own family members, and Lin couldn't do such a thing. I designed the system myself, so what's the true purpose of the life force sacrificial technique? Why have I obtained a power that can easily suppress all other supreme heavenly gods? And Lin murmured to himself. Dao Lord Luya stroked his chin and said, "That technique allows you to obtain the full and unrestricted power of darkness. In other words, that's the full power of the heavenly darkness god. It can ignore the subconscious suppression from the heavenly Tao and grant you absolute power. Of course, you're well aware of the price. Once you use it a certain number of times, your existence will be erased. At that time, you'll return to the heavenly Tao." And Lin sighed and said, "As I expected. This is all I can say. The heavenly darkness god simply tasked me with handing the system to his reincarnated self and revealing the truth when the time was right. As for the remaining choices..." Dao Lord Luya glanced at Enlin before continuing slowly, "That's up to you." Enlin lowered his head and whispered, "It's up to me." At this moment, the expanse of darkness in the west had already spread countless tens of thousands of kilometers into the surroundings. It was as if this darkness were about to engulf the entire world. Meanwhile, the sea of light in the east was also vast and brilliant, and it was as if it were about to engulf the entire eastern region of the continent. This was a battle between light and darkness, and this was the only remaining battle in the Taichu continent. This was much like a legendary battle between good and evil. However, contrary to traditional expectations, most beings in the Taichu continent hoped that darkness could achieve ultimate victory. The colorful barrier started to dissipate, and Lin and Dao Lord Luya's figures started to reappear. Su Xiaolan, Tina, and the others all turned their eyes toward Enlin. They wore unconcealed expressions of concern and anxiousness. "Enlin, are you okay?" Su Xiaolan asked. "I'm fine. Luya simply told me about the source of my power." Enlin replied with a smile. His voice was especially gentle as he spoke. Beside him, His evil-slaying sword was still absorbing the Tao power of the heavenly heaven god. However, this process had already reached the final stages. Moreover, his heavenly darkness power had already completed a transformation. An expanse of pure and eternal darkness was already covering the sky, seemingly able to terminate all matter. Giant and Lin's darkness can already rival the heavenly light goddess grand primordium light, Tina said with a gleam in her eyes. It was clear that she could see hope in the imminent battle. Not only that, Su Xiaolan said in excitement as she observed the situation before them. I feel like Lin has become even stronger. And Lin smiled in happiness. Xiaolan has so much confidence in me. Men always hoped to hear praises from women. This was especially the case if the praises were genuine and from the heart. And Lin was instantly filled with soaring battle intent. He looked toward the sea of light in the east and said, The heavenly light goddess possesses the grand primordium light, and I possess the eternal darkness. Now, it's time for the ultimate and decisive battle. He finished absorbing the Tao power of the heavenly heaven god. And Lin's cultivation base stopped at the Tao integration pinnacle stage. It was impossible for him to reach the god of creation stage, but as he observed the vast and brimming energy in his body, he felt as if god of creation stage divine beings were nothing but powerless infants before him. Of course, this was apart from top-notch god of creation stage divine beings such as Tao Lord Luya, Tina, Xiaolan, and so on. As for god of creation stage divine beings such as Lu Jin, Heisher, Patriarch Zhu Yin, the enlightened being, and so on, he felt like he could suppress them in a single strike. No, not even a single strike. A single smack would be enough. Sigh. Am I already this freakish? And Lin remarked with an adrift expression. However, he was startled by a sudden chime in his mind. Detected that host has absorbed the supreme heavenly heaven power and successfully activated the complete yin and yang. The yang god cultivation method has progressed to the 9th stage. The yin god cultivation method has progressed to the 9th stage. Upon hearing this, Lin suddenly recalled that the heavenly heaven god also wielded the power of yin and yang. Thus, by absorbing his Tao power, he had also comprehended yin and yang. More precisely, his heavenly darkness power had absorbed the heavenly heaven power and extracted the knowledge of yin and yang from within it. By doing so, it had allowed his power of yin and yang to also become more powerful. This was the freakish nature of the heavenly darkness power. A vast volume of information started to surge into Lin's mind. The yin and yang within Lin's body became complete, and there was an indistinct feeling of the 5 elements becoming connected. At this moment, another chime interrupted Lin's thoughts. Detected that host has progressed to a state of perfection in the cultivation methods of metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, lightning, yin, yang, and god. Now activating the ultimate battle physique. Body of the Dark War God. Boom! An overwhelming energy erupted from Lin's body. At the same time, the golden 5 elements halo of the 5 elemental body materialized behind Lin. The 5 elements essence within the 5 cavities in the outer halo was still circulating like normal. Meanwhile, a symbol of yin and yang started to appear in the core of the halo, forming a new circulation with the 5 elements power. The power of wind and lightning remained in the outer regions of the halo, and this allowed the golden 5 elements halo to spin even quicker. It also allowed all of the essence powers within the halo to circulate quicker. As for Lin's most powerful power of darkness, this also started to fuse into the golden halo, causing the golden halo to become black. At the same time, the 9 essence powers within the halo started to rapidly fuse together, forming an all-new power. Even Lin couldn't describe this new power. His darkness could clearly engulf all matter, yet it decided to accept the 9 essence powers. After fusing together with his heavenly darkness power, the 9 essence powers then underwent some kind of qualitative transformation, causing them to become something that wasn't themselves anymore. Darkness was no longer darkness, and if one had to describe it, it was something like a colorful darkness. This was a new power that Lin called the power of the Dark Battle God. An extremely terrifying aura oozed into the surroundings. This was an aura that caused the billions upon billions of beings in the Tai Chu continent to involuntarily shudder in fear. This sense of fear was especially notable in those who had once been enemies of Enlin. Upon sensing this power of the Dark Battle God, the members of the Western Dragon Tribe, the Void Spirit Tribe, the Blood Tribe, and the Creation Realm all couldn't help but fall to their knees and cry Papa. They couldn't help but do so. After all, the terrorizing nature of that might was simply unstoppable. The power of darkness and the power of light were on similar levels. However, the power of darkness carried great horrors, and it possessed the ability to terminate all matters. Thus, the terror that it could induce was far greater than what the power of light could. In fact, over half of the tens of millions of heavenly humans who were hiding near the White Nectar Sea and secretly spectating the battle fainted in fear upon sensing this aura. Meanwhile, Emperor Fu Tian, the Soul Light Martial Emperor, and numerous other Tao Integration Pinnacle Stage supermighty beings were all drenched in a cold sweat. They furiously retracted their auras, afraid that Enlin might notice them. The Heavenly Lord of Tao and Virtue couldn't help but sigh with emotion upon sensing the formidable aura that Enlin had unleashed. The battle between light and darkness is about to begin. Such a grand battle has never taken place in the Taichu continent before. In fact, this can be described as an epic and legendary battle. Nuwa also sighed with emotion. In terms of combat capability alone, Enlin is already invincible. No one can rival him. Perhaps the fate of the entire Taichu continent rests on his shoulders, and his shoulders alone. I never imagined that things would come to this. It wasn't long before Enlin's body of the Dark War God completed its transformation. His aura became vast and profound, and his eyes became limpid and lively. In terms of appearance, however, there wasn't much change. There was simply a new halo of darkness behind him. Enlin looked toward the sea of light in the east, and there was no longer fear and unease in his eyes. Instead, there was simply a hint of unyielding battle intent.